What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 in Richmond. You can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year long, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, April 13th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Good morning. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
Welcome back, Mr. Flame.
Yeah, it's nice to be back.
Welcome back from the West Coaster.
Got back Friday night around 7 o'clock. Mm-hmm. People always ask about jet lag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had jet lag, although I guess I was staying up late, but that's kind of par for the course.
Yeah, that's kind of what you do.
Were you staying up late West Coast time or East
Not
Coast
as much
time?
on the West Coast time. I'm just saying once I got back, we
yeah.
had to pick up the dog. The dog was in Fredericksburg with Jess's sister, and I looked at picking up on Sunday after a soccer game, and I looked at Waze, and to and from Fredericksburg
Two and a half
probably
hours.
would have been a combined 4 hours.
Oh, geez.
So I actually drove there at 10 p.m. at night on Saturday and got back at 1 in the morning. But I think it saved me an hour and a half.
Sure.
That's crazy.
It saved me an hour and a half. I was like, I'm not dealing with 95 on Sunday afternoon.
Right.
I've never driven by Fredericksburg once and said, that was fun. It's always just fraught with peril and backups and brake lights. Every time I've been near
Yeah, I
I think
Fredericksburg.
that's generally true.
It's usually like that.
Standard.
And then I got to tell you, whatever they did to add to the express lane on 495 on the Beltway
Yeah.
before the American Legion Bridge, it hasn't helped.
Right.
That is a log
things.
jam.
Let me tell you what they
no
did.
matter what.
Let me tell you what they have done. Is they took away that second okie doke, and you can't learn it. You just have to learn it the hard way. So doing the stuff by whatever that is, 7, Georgetown Pike.
Right.
You could take it. You could take that exit lane and go all the way down, and then come back over. Well, I did that the
right.
other day, and it sent me on the GW Parkway, and then I was in hell.
So you were going into D.C.
I was going to D.C., had to turn around, and then I was taking my daughter to volleyball practice, right in the heart of rush hour. It literally added an hour 20 to my trip. So what would normally take about 50 minutes took 2 hours.
Now you learned.
Completely missed her weightlifting session, and I'm just sitting there stewing because, I tried
And the
to pull
express
it's
lane
gone.
prices
That
are
okie doke is
outrageous.
gone.
Yeah, that's-
Have you seen what the express lane prices are? So
Dude. Oh, they're
we
not
had
I
a-
take that. If my thing says to take it, I take it, and I have no idea what I'm paying.
we had a game in Arlington, and I don't remember exactly where I got off.
How do you know what it is? You're looking up at that thing.
Yeah, I looked up and I saw the prices
Yeah,
for
they
the
have the
express
sign up
lane,
there.
and it was $16.84, something like that. And I'm thinking $16.84 for like 3 miles, and you still get stuck in traffic. Like you avoid the traffic slowdown the other day. This was just after, I guess it was Saturday afternoon. It was only 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes, but it's just that shut down right before the American Legion Bridge. Once you cross the bridge, opens up in Maryland.
Yeah,
right.
well, I'd say, yeah.
So 5 minutes, but the express lane's probably getting 2 to 3 minutes of the 5 minutes because all the express lane does is you get from Tyson's to that log jam, and then you got to work your way into the left
if
lane.
you take it deeper, like if you're going home to Drab's area, like I sometimes take it, I got to go out to 50, and you go by 66. It's super helpful because 66.
So you're saying from Maryland to Virginia?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm talking about the other way from Virginia going back to Maryland.
Yeah.
That log jam because once you cross the bridge, smooth sailing.
Yeah,
Right.
Typically, yeah.
But it's that little 2 to 3 mile stretch of express lane, which I think is a big waste.
Just think about the people who do that every day
Just a nightmare.
or a few times a week.
I did not have smooth sailing
It's
this
kinda crazy.
morning. I got in my car and it was inexplicable. A wave hit me, and I'm doing the math. I'm going, I don't know if I can make 30 minutes. I was 5 minutes into my trip, and I go, but I don't have enough window where I could really turn around. So I found myself looking at bushes, because there's no restaurants open. There's really no options. I drive right through the city, and I literally am going, okay, I could pull here, stand in that bush, and then I didn't know what was going to. Like, I was going to go and
Drop a deuce?
I didn't know what was going to come out. It was one of those where I just had pain.
What are you going to do there?
I just had pain.
Oh, man.
So I'm doing
That's
the breathing, and I'm like, I could get arrested for this. Cars are driving by, and I got here. I sprinted up the steps, and I ran into the stall. And I like I say, I didn't know what was going to happen.
Barely made it, huh?
I didn't know what was going to come out of where, but I made it. But it was a torturous drive. And I thought about Jason, and I just, this rarely happens, but I thought about him when he had his incident on the
golf course.
No, on the driveway coming home from
AC.
Yeah, from Borgata.
Yeah.
And I literally was looking at bushes near condo buildings, like in DC, as I'm driving down.
Because you drive Connecticut Avenue.
Just drive Connecticut right down, and maybe some of those gas stations have bathrooms somewhere, but it's dicey.
Especially at that
dicey.
hour.
At 5 a.m.
Was there a hotel anywhere close?
Not anything I was familiar with. There's a Days Inn maybe I drive by.
You just got to hop into a hotel.
Well, the issue with that is, like, at certain times of the day,
it's all
you have
they
lock the
key
door.
card.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
They
you're
lock the
really
door.
To explain, I just have to use your bathroom.
Yeah,
Like,
like if-
get out of here.
At 5 a.m.
Vagrant.
You're
Yeah.
4:30. You're really in a pickle.
Yeah.
That's true.
So got here and by the grace of God made it, and everything came
That
out.
hasn't
I didn't know
happened
what
with-
was going to come out. Yeah,
That hasn't happened with me in
Glad
a long
you
time.
made it.
yeah. Thank you.
It's a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
A
but
couple weeks ago, we were talking about Waymos, and
Yeah.
we were talking about the possibility of using self-driving cars.
Yeah.
That's a wrinkle. I saw a ton of those Waymos in Los Angeles. Ton of them.
Were you intrigued by it a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then I
it's
talked to
intriguing,
a
right?
couple people who've used them and said that they had no problem.
Right.
But if you had a wave in the middle of it,
I know that.
I guess you'd have to go into. I guess you'd probably have to go into an app
Can't you-
and change the
You can call
location.
can't you
them.
tell? I thought you could just tell the car
to change.
stop
here.
stop at a bathroom.
Yeah, you probably could. You probably can.
I thought that's what you could do.
But I know sometimes when you're stuck in the car,
Closest
sometimes,
bathroom.
Sometimes the cars lock up on you. You have to call Uber,
Right.
or Waymo or whatever.
I think you have to do it on the app. Like on Thursday, we went to Universal Studios in California, and Kelsey left early, and then we were going to meet up with her. She wanted to take us to In-N-Out Burger. Never been to In-N-Out Burger, whatever. And we were going to meet there, but then she changed the meeting point halfway through our Uber ride.
Right.
And I just told the guy, and he goes, I get it. You want me to drive to Beverly Hills? He's like, we got to do it through app.
Right.
Got to do it through the app. So then
Right.
changed it through the app. So I would imagine that's what you have to do. But hey, you
Well,
made it here. You
made
made it
it.
here.
Well,
you-
made it
and
by the
you,
grace of God.
you already tore up the bathroom.
Yeah.
And you made it back, so you're
It
good.
was a good trip, man. As your kids get older and they move out, you see them less and less.
Of course.
So it was just great to see her happy, healthy, thriving. We did the beach. Dylan got one of the worst sunburns I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
And I sprayed him pretty good, but it was windy when we went to the beach. And he has these basically like tiger stripes.
Yeah.
Just huge stripes. And he is almost an albino.
Yeah.
He is not a dark skinned guy.
I know that the spray sunscreen is more convenient and it's easier. I don't know if it's as effective as slathering yourself with
With the lotion?
With the lotion.
He missed a lot of
With
spots.
the lotion, I think you just get better coverage overall.
Yeah. Which beach did you go to?
We went to, what do you call it?
Venice or
Not Venice Beach. Santa
Newport
Monica
Beach.
Beach. Santa Monica Beach.
Oh, okay.
Went to Santa Monica. I was going to say the one with the famous pier.
Santa Monica.
We
Yeah,
were a
that's
couple blocks
Any
down.
brawling on the flights to and from or in the concourse
No
of the
brawling, but
airports?
I actually was on Southwest on the way to, United
Okay.
on the way back. I know
Okay.
you're a big anti-frontier,
Well, I just feel
anti-Spirit
like
Airlines.
anytime anybody takes
I'm
one of
with
those
him.
flights, that
I'm
there
with him.
are fisticuffs involved, either on the bird or in the waiting area.
yeah.
No, and the rides, had we gone a week before, we would have had to deal with the BWI chaos. But on the way there, no problems with the TSA lines. And I don't have any of the stuff Eric has. He's got clear and he's got whatever.
I have TSA pre, and then you can get the touchless too.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
So
but
the
we didn't have a
flights-
problem. LAX was smooth
smooth?
sailing. Yeah, Kelsey said there's never a line at their TSA. I don't know.
Well, that's good.
It was like 5 minutes tops.
So it's good to see your daughter.
So it was
for a
good.
week.
And then Universal Studios, I mean, I might be bankrupt. I mean, before I got in, it was $660 for 5. Okay. And then you get there
And
and
you
you
start-
see the boards. They don't have a ton of rides because it's a movie studios.
right.
But the rides they have there all had lines of 50 minutes, 55 minutes. And I didn't care about going on rides. My wife didn't care about going on rides. Kelsey was only going there for part of the time. So I ended up buying 2 of those express passes. That was another $350. So I'm like,
So you're 1,000 in.
I mean,
before we've done anything, it's $1,000
printing money.
yep.
Printing.
Yeah.
Without,
And then-
that's without food and drinks.
Correct.
And, yeah.
So we were barely there. This time I was like, you know what? I'm already $1,000 in before we got here. You can do all those rides, and we're gonna just be here for the long run. So we hung out till like 6 at Universal Studios. But yeah, just good trip.
Good for you.
California weather's awesome.
And you guys stayed.
Like
at-
I can
course.
see why you don't move. I know Cakes has always reveled in California.
Oh,
it's perfect weather.
Yeah, it's
all the
amazing.
time. Like tonight, isn't it gonna be like 90 here?
It's gonna be
Is it really hot?
95.
Tomorrow it's going to start in the 90s.
I think
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday are going to be in the 90s.
Like it's just
Yeah.
perfect there. Every time I've been.
I'm just shocked it's going from 60s to like 95, like within a span of like 2-3 days.
and then it's going to go back down to the 60s early next week.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. That's cool. I don't mind it. I'm all about it.
90s.
Bring
man.
on
you
the
in
heat.
New York? I think I saw a picture of
I
you.
was in New York. Yep. We did a quickie. Did a 24-hour trip. We got to see.
Did you go
Maris
up Friday
play
or
in Manhattan.
Saturday?
We ended up going up Saturday morning.
Oh, okay.
So we just did a one-day trip. Went up there, stayed. There was talk of blowing off the hotel we reserved, and
You in
and just-
Manhattan or?
yeah, we were in Manhattan for the game, but we actually stayed in Fort Lee, New Jersey, which is just over the bridge. It's a little bit cheaper. Just stay right there. There was talk after the game at like 10 p.m. of just going home, and I was like, it's just going to be too tight. It's like that 3.5 hours, that last hour and a half is going to be brutal.
I mean,
Right.
3.5 hohours is that's an optimistic.
That's what it is for
Run
my
back,
house.
really?
Yeah. For my house
Wow.
there with no traffic, it's 3.5 hours, just from right outside the city. It's just too torturous. So I didn't want to miss any golf, anything. I wanted to be home by 9. So we got up at 5 on Sunday.
Right.
And
You got
left
home,
there.
so put
got
on
there
live
plenty of
from-
time, and
Watch the early groups go out.
but it was a whirlwind 24 hours. That's for sure.
Yep.
Phone number, as always, you want to get in touch with us throughout the show is 1-800-636-1067. A lot to get into on the show today. We will talk about the Caps' playoff chances. There's still a chance. They still got a
alive.
shot. Joe Beninati, the voice of the Caps from Monumental Sports, he'll join us at 9:25. But Cakes has already fired up the Masters music. Rory McIlroy does it again. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. I see last week you announced the Beach Bash.
That's right.
Junkies live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach, Friday, May 22nd. Mark it down on your calendar. Be there Memorial Day weekend starting at 6 a.m. It gets going early and doesn't slow down. B. Mitch and Finley take over at 10. That's all presented by our friends at Main Street Bank.
Looking forward to that. Kicking off Memorial Day weekend 2026.
Okay, so how much of the Masters did you watch this weekend?
I watched a good chunk yesterday.
Good.
I can't say I watched the entire final round. I mean, that's madness sitting down and watching
I
the
didn't
entire
expect
final
that.
round.
I'm surprised you
of the
watched.
Masters.
I'm surprised you even said good chunk.
Yeah, I probably
The
watched
son is into it.
hour and a half. I think that's solid viewing on a Masters Sunday.
So did you watch the
for
end
me.
of it, or did you watch
I watched
early?
toward the end.
Yeah.
Probably picked it up with Rory on 14
Okay.
after he had gotten through his trouble and Justin Rose kind of
Yeah.
bagged it.
People who don't watch golf or care about golf would have no idea how difficult it is to do what these guys do. The shots that they hit on that course.
It's very difficult.
The pressure with all those people. I mean, some of the shots were absurd. The fact that Scheffler didn't make a bogey at all this weekend is ridiculous.
I think it's the first time since like 1942 that's happened.
It's ridiculous.
You just got to
insane.
get off to a little bit, just a
I know.
little bit better start this year.
I know.
I didn't. By the way, I didn't
kinda-
know he was so douchey with his answer. Now, Jason Sobel asked him a question, and I guess he just took umbrage to it.
It wasn't a
And
bad question.
He's-
I didn't
well,
understand
yeah,
why he was
he's-
being that way.
Well, yeah,
Five, but
Yeah.
what could it have been?
Right.
And then he kind of scolded him, and then Sobel followed up and tweeted and said, right after that, he answered, "Yeah, I missed a short putt here, and I had a bad drive there, and then could have easily been 2 or 3 shots better."
Right.
Well, that's what he was asking you.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's
exactly
exactly what he was asking you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know that he's
here it is right here.
Could have or should have been? That's just a terrible question. Next question. Awful.
What enables you to?
I guess he's joking with him. I don't know.
Maybe. Does
Oh,
he?
he didn't.
Maybe
he
he's got a
didn't-
relationship with.
He didn't come
Sobel.
off. It didn't look like he was joking.
I know, I saw
I
it,
didn't
but
see
you
the
see,
whole-
you hear him laughing there. Jason Sobel's been covering golf for
Forever.
10 years. I
Yeah.
mean, those
Yeah.
guys know each other.
I know.
It is weird. It was a weird disposition by Scotty. I agree.
And by the way, you
with
should congratulate Drab T-shirt. He won the pool because I was dumb and I was like,
There's no way he's
Rory's
gonna-
not going to go back to back. I had the second pick and I picked Bryson, who didn't make the cut. So
Well, what was
I'll have to ship him $10
yeah?
for
Congrats
that.
to Drabby. I paid him his $10.
Yeah.
Well, McElroy's only the 4th guy to ever do it.
I know.
So
Yeah, I
history
know.
was on your side.
That's why he didn't take
I
it.
just
But now he's got 6 majors. Ties him with Faldo. He's starting to get up there in rarefied air. Freddie Couples said on Thursday he could win like 5 more of these things.
Yeah.
He might.
I saw
He's
some people
built for it.
criticizing him for taking advantage of being able to go and play.
Those
the
people
course.
are the worst people on earth.
They're horrible people. Like
horrible people.
he's allowed to go play the course as a former champion.
Mm-hmm.
It's available to all the former champions if they want to go and
They were-
prepare on the course before the course.
They
is
were
open for
calling
the
him
tournament.
insufferable because he has a nice living, he has access to a jet,
Right.
And he drops his daughter off at school, jets off to Augusta, plays 18, and comes back and meets him for dinner.
Right.
They were calling him insufferable for saying that.
Who was calling him?
Oh, the social media
Social
was
media?
out. It was
Oh.
the response that was outraged. He wasn't being a douche. He was just saying, "Hey, that's what I've had it up. I played here quite a bit.
Yeah.
and this is what I've been doing. And he has a different life than most of us. Can't we
Yeah.
accept it? He earned it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, he's working harder to get better at his job.
Yeah, he's like the best in the world.
Like there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, the guy's got $1 billion in the bank. He
Yeah,
can
I mean-
go take a private jet.
yeah, leave the guy alone.
and scoot up to Augusta and
I
play.
hate those insufferably jealous people. Yeah, and it makes me. And I'm not a huge Rory guy, but it was interesting that he exploded on Friday, right? So he ended with a 6-shot lead.
Yep.
And you're thinking, man, he could really run away with this. But it just shows you how golf is.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, finished the weekend even par, and lost his lead. Had a
He was
two-shot
down 2.
deficit.
Yeah.
I don't even know where it was, at 8 or 9 or wherever the hell it was yesterday.
Yeah, at the end of the front 9 or
And
first
then
9.
was able to gather himself. And these other guys were they were making runs, but really, I know a lot of us were rooting for Rose because Rose is older and he's such a nice guy too. But he faltered and kind of fell apart.
Oh yeah.
But just great drama. And somebody had texted me. I think it was Blake Giffen or somebody tweeted, and he's like, we really are beyond the Tiger era. Like, we didn't need Tiger to have a great Masters. It was such a great leaderboard.
Passed it down.
So much drama. It was a little anticlimactic there the last 2 holes or so, although Rory made it interesting with the terrible drive on 18.
Yeah, I saw
By the way,
drive. I was like, whoa, that's not great.
It was. And he had been missing right for most of the week off the tee. His second shot was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With all those people, all those trees, to draw it up and go around the trees, he just wanted to be up near the green, and he gets it in the trap. That second shot was unreal that he was able to do that.
I was surprised that he was going for that. I thought he was going to punch it out. But, yeah, they're just so talented. They're just unbelievable. The golf course was the star again. But, again, we've reached a point in golf, thank God, where we're post-Tiger, and it's okay. Like, we have so many personalities, even though they're not dynamic, super dynamic. They're great golfers. It's super interesting. So I thought it was a great final round.
Oh, it was great.
Were any squirrels found on the course?
He couldn't even walk.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was like planning it up for the cameras, but he looked very, very gingerly. Like sort of the way he was pulling his ball out of the hole.
Yeah.
For him to finish at 9 under,
4 or 5 straight pars on the back.
Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable what he did. No, I think he had 4 or 5 straight birdies. You mean?
I mean birdies. Sorry.
Yeah.
He was. You could tell it was bothering him every time he reached down.
He backdoored a top 10, but it was pretty impressive the way he did it. I didn't think he'd be able to play a round even. And he got through it, and he got a top 10 out of it. Just awesome. And it will be. It seems like the burden has been lifted from Rory, which makes sense, right? You've already won, so you don't have that pressure.
Because
see what happens.
That's a situation that before he won last year, he probably would have faltered again.
It's hard, yeah.
Especially when you saw him on 18.
Yeah, it's hard to get over that
but
hump.
His putt, I can't remember if he putted or chipped on 16. To get down to 6 inches was
putted.
That was ridiculous.
And by the same token, you
putt.
see Justin Rose trying to get over that hump to get that green jacket once and for all, and he just very uncharacteristic misses with him. He's a robot out there.
Does he have 5 top 5s at Augusta? I think he does.
He had 3.
He had 3 coming
seconds. He had 3 seconds.
5 top 5s. It's
he had
pretty
3
good.
runner-ups. I didn't realize this.
To win a lot of money.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
he won a lot of money.
That guy's worth a quarter of $1 billion too. He doesn't need the money.
He just wants to win.
But I didn't realize this. Tom pointed this out. We went to dinner, a bunch of us, and we watched the last hour at the club together. That the runner-up gets their name on the trophy. I mean, not that you particularly want it, but at least your name's on the trophy. Like, if you never get over the hump, at least you got your name on there a couple times.
Now, he's won a major.
He's won one.
Yeah. But he wants it. He wants it bad.
He's worthy of another 1 or 2. He might still get one. He's still playing.
It's almost
at a very,
like
very high level.
the moment got a little too big. I mean, he duffed a chip.
Yeah,
I mean, those guys don't do that.
They generally don't, but it made me feel good because I duff those all the
Yeah,
time.
I mean,
and
for us.
it honestly, it really makes me feel good every time I see a pro do something like that. And the pros do it all. Golf's the hardest sport. It's the most absurd sport ever. I mean, the best players in the world are duffing chips occasionally, or the hosel one or something. It's great. I love it. And I don't want
relatable.
I don't want them to suffer, but it makes me feel better. It's just such a hard game.
By the way, props to Mikey Brennan, who finished 2 under for the tournament, finished inside the top 25.
I think he had the longest drive of the tournament.
He did 401.
Who's Mikey Brennan?
He's a local guy from Leesburg. Really good player. Went to Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll get him on the show
sometime. He's a young
sometime.
stud.
He is a stud.
He's a young stud.
And he won last November, so for his first tournament win. So he's got his tour card for 2 years, and he was able to play in the Masters for the first time. Great player. He's going to be really good.
But yeah, it lived up to the hype. I was actually kind of hoping. I wanted to see. I was perfectly happy with Rory winning his second, but I was kind of hoping that he butchered 18, and then we could get a playoff.
We see a playoff. Rory and
We're
Scotty.
1 shot away. Yeah, if we see a playoff with Scotty.
And the question that you guys started with, I guess, from Sobel with Scheffler initially mocked, however you
He
want to say he
balked at it,
did.
yeah.
Well, and I don't know if it was from Sunday or if it was from Saturday, but I think on 17 he missed a putt by like an inch.
Oh,
That
so
was
that
yesterday.
putt
Goes
right on
in.
the- oh,
It's
for
just
sure.
That was yesterday.
It's a playoff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I mean, all those guys though. All those guys can point to half dozen shots that were right there. I don't know, man.
I mean, the fact that Scheffler didn't make a bogey on Saturday or Sunday is just outrageous. I can't even ponder that.
Well, I also think it's hard for me to ponder that Rory can just roar to a 6-shot lead and then basically shoot even par the next 2 days.
Yeah.
He just barely held on.
He had that cushion. He
He
needed
had that
it.
cushion.
Well,
he needed everyone. He needed
Yeah.
every shot of it. And it's so hard to just hold on.
How about Scheffler almost falling down every time he hit the drive?
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible.
It was crazy.
And he's just hitting fairways.
Yeah, I know. He's just striping it.
He slides his foot out. But yeah, that's just the way he plays.
But
They don't mess with it.
But it was getting worse on Saturday, but he was hitting fairways and making birdies.
He had awful gear. I mean, I know they were doing a tribute
Scotty
to Sevy.
Scheffler did?
Yeah, it's Nike. They were doing a tribute to Sevy when back in the day. I guess
The double Nike.
the double
logo.
Nike thing that he had on his visor.
You weren't feeling that?
I mean, it was trifling. And
Maybe that's why Nike stocks do this.
Nike stock is. Yeah,
Off a cliff.
I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it. The Jason Day looked better over the weekend when he got rid of the bird outfit. I thought he looked better. Tommy Fleetwood is a free agent. He's definitely wearing Sunday red shoes.
Oh, he is.
It looked
have
like he was
no
wearing
idea.
baggy pants. Valdez, did you think those were Malbon pants? They might have been.
I don't know.
He's wearing
That's-
a mix of everything.
That's becoming quite the trend on the golf course. Are like double pleat baggy pants. MC Hammer
Coming
pants.
back, baby. Let's go.
Tony Finau does it a lot.
Yeah.
Tommy Fleetwood does it.
It's my time.
I think Scheffler had pleated pants too.
They
They
did have
weren't
the
baggy,
pleats.
but I think he had some pleats.
I might have an old pair of Adidas golf pants that are pleated. Might have them still hanging up.
Break them out.
Yeah.
Now's the time.
Didn't get rid of them. Might be time, Cakes.
They're coming back in style.
Anyway, I always get a little sad when it's over because now I
Yeah,
gotta
no,
wait a year.
gotta wait a
Because
year.
we still have 3 more majors. It's great. We'll have one every month, but
I still don't like the
nothing like
fact
the
that they
Mets.
switched up the order of the majors. I
I do too. I
Golf for
don't-
Cakes is still very upset by that.
It honestly still throws me a little bit. Too,
I don't
Cakes.
like it.
Still throws
It's
me.
not
So what's
great.
next?
I think it's the
PGA.
the PGA, then
Which is
the
so
in May.
British,
bizarre.
and then the U.S. Open. I think closes it out.
You know what somebody pointed out?
No, yeah.
Is it-
No. Goes
Oh, it's the
opposite.
other way.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's PGA, U.S. Open, then
U.S.
the
Open is
Open.
Father's Day weekend, and the Open is
See, I
in
don't
July.
like it. It's chaos.
They wanted to do a major for each month. So
Do you know they
boom,
don't
boom,
talk
boom, boom.
about it much? But Spieth is just a PGA win from his Grand Slam
Yeah.
because he's won the
He was-
Masters, U.S. Open, and the Open.
He was hitting great irons, but man, he couldn't make a putt for pretty much the entire weekend.
yeah.
I mean, his
If it's
overall
all
number was
said and
good.
done
Finished
for Rory,
T12.
let's say Rory never played again. Does he go down as a better player than Phil Mickelson? Now has one more major.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
And he's probably not done.
Probably. He's gonna get. I think he's gonna get a few
He
more.
could get to 8 or 9.
I mean, his game is still like he's at the peak of his powers. You know.
Yeah, he was. he's just fun to watch. When he's confident and he's just hitting great shots, he's just really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people were watching. It'll be interesting to see what the ratings were for it. I'm sure they're not like Tiger-esque, but I feel like there was some good buzz. My timeline, a lot of people seem to be watching, at least people that I
It's cool to
interact
see the
with.
shots of people watching from Rory's home club.
Yeah.
Back in
Well,
Ireland.
had you noticed all those guys up front? They look like they're all teenagers, just getting hammered.
Yeah,
I
they're
know.
slamming Guinnesses.
Can they?
I
Is
know
it
that.
legal drinking age like 18 there? Probably is.
I have no idea.
That's a good question.
It probably is.
Probably like 16.
Yeah, it could even be.
It might be less than 18.
It could even
Those
be.
kids look young.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
know,
their countryman is about to take down the Masters
when
for a
Nance
second time.
when Nance asked him about it, then said we had a camera at the Hollywood Club. He started to get a little teary eyed. Rory got a little emotional thinking about
That's
that.
18 years old.
18 years old
Yeah.
is the drinking age. Yeah, those guys were getting after it. So anyway, on to the next. So it is confirmed. It's the PGA. Is this next one?
Believe that is confirmed.
Valdez, you always know.
PGA's
Where's it at this year? Where's the PGA Championship being held?
Aronimink. I think
Yes, it is.
Aronimink. That's in Philly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just outside Newtown Square.
Yeah. All right.
It's up near like Villanova.
Swanky area of Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. Fancy.
It's not that far away. Should we make a drive up there? Probably not worth it. Probably not worth it.
It's May 14th.
You don't even like to get gas on the other side of the
I
road.
know,
You're going to
I
just
know.
drive to Philly all of a sudden?
Yeah.
He does a 3.5 hour trip to New York City. Philly's closer.
Yeah, but that's like for his kids' sports. Like
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't even my kids' sports. It was we were just watching Maris because I knew some of the kids.
That's true.
You know what I mean? My kid had graduated. It does tug on your heartstrings when you're watching them warm up, and you got no kid to root for it.
You're able to hang at the tailgate?
Yeah, tailgate was a little muted because I
Okay.
will say this, and I don't mean any disrespect. It just is what it is. Manhattan College has the worst facilities in Division One. It's not even close. They have terrible. Everything's terrible there. I don't know how a student
No
athlete
money.
would ever go there.
Zero money.
It's just a dump.
Is it?
It is a dump. That college is a dump, and they also their fans they're douches too. How about that? I'll say that. They're
Who
students.
won?
Bears won.
I mean,
Good. That would
We usually beat
How would I
them.
know?
We usually beat them. But that college is a dump. I would say certainly for lacrosse. Now, there's only like 71, 72, give or take, men's Division I lacrosse programs. It's by far the worst in the country.
Got a Nubs endowment. Nubs.
What, we do that? I don't.
$114 million.
Yeah, that sounds like
Nubs.
peanuts. That sounds like peanuts.
That's nothing.
I don't know how anyone would go to that school. I just don't know how anybody would pick that
Where do
school.
they play their home games?
Just right in the heart of. It's like I guess it's near the Bronx. It's right in the heart of the city. It could be cool, like because they have an old train behind it. It has the scenery where it could be cool, but it's just dilapidated. The parking is a disaster. The guys couldn't bring the grills because you're not. They're very difficult. It's just.
That's
all in their
crazy.
outfits and they're peeing in this because they don't even have facility. It's a terrible facility. Sorry, it's a terrible college. Don't send your kid there. I wouldn't.
Let's see.
don't know anything about it.
Terrible.
They're
terrible
ranked
college.
just on NCAA.com in the rankings. They're ranked 70th out of
For what?
77.
For what?
Men's lax.
That's just as far as like how good they are. I'm talking about just the facilities.
No, I'm just saying they
They
ranked
rank
all the
facilities?
teams. No, just
just the
the
ranking
teams.
of the teams.
yeah.
Yeah, they're also terrible.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know who's the top five.
Marist is 49. Carolina's 1. Notre Dame's 2. Princeton's 3. Syracuse 4. Hopkins 5. That's their ranking.
Syracuse and Hopkins are good again.
That's their ranking.
Where
I feel like
where
they
are you
were really
getting
good
that?
like
How
25
current
years
is that?
ago.
How current is that? And whose ranking is that?
April 5.
That's pretty current. It's a week
This
ago.
is just NCAA.com. I don't. I just pulled
Might be
up
their
rankings.
power rankings.
Yeah,
Might
it's
be their
probably just power.
It's their RPIs.
Yeah.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show, 1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, the Nationals off to a surprising start. Their bats have been red hot.
All right, guys, the Junkies brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, you can turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up, FanDuel puts player research right at your fingertips. So you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. So the Washington Nationals swept the Brewers over the weekend. They're 7-8. You don't want to go crazy. They're not in like first place.
Yeah,
In
but they-
Milwaukee, too.
That's
They
cool,
hadn't
though.
done that since I think I heard this
2011.
morning. Was it 2011?
2011.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Swept that team.
Yeah, swept the Brewers.
But their offense is what has been the most surprising. They're averaging almost 6 runs per game. They have 89 runs in 15 games. That's second most in the National League. James Wood has been on fire after
7-game hit
remember
streak.
some early discussion in the first week that maybe his swing looked different,
Yeah.
whatever. He's hit 3 home runs, 10 RBIs, hitting 444 over.
I mean, I know it's early, but like 3 or 4 games in, Jason, it was like at 074.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
That's
it was
true.
pretty
And he was
low.
striking out a bunch,
It was
but
early,
he's in a
but-
groove, man, and I hope he can stay in it.
Can this offense sustain this level?
Probably not, but I mean that's the fact that they opened up with the Cubs, and then they had to play the Phillies, then they had to play the Dodgers, and then they had to play the Cardinals. Not easy, and then they've got to play the Brewers on the road. I mean that's a tough first 4 series or 5 series, whatever it is. That's really difficult, and the fact that they're in the top 5 in most of these statistical categories offensively is very impressive. And you know what? Griffin pitched really good over the weekend. Zach Littell pitched pretty good yesterday. I mean, the bullpen was an issue during that 5-game losing streak, but it looks like they're starting to put things together. So it's awesome, man. I like the fact that they're 7-8 now. Now they got to play. They got to face Paul Skeens tonight. Not going to be easy,
Ooh, might want to play the under.
but that's a great series win. That's a great series sweep on the road in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that they'll keep it up because just from an outsider's perspective, they don't have a lot of like household names like in the lineup. I mean, besides Wood and,
Wood is the biggest name.
and Abrams.
I think Lyle is pretty legit.
He is good. He's really good.
Yeah, I
Bill
don't know
Lyle
much
is legit.
about him. I mean, Luis Garcia, I know he can hit. He's not going to do anything extraordinary, but I know he can hit. I like Brady House. I think he's solid. But, it's not like they have a bunch of, it's not like the Yankees or anything. It's crazy.
No, I mean,
Of course
they
not.
No.
their payroll is minuscule compared to teams like the
but to be,
Yankees
to
and
be
the
doing
Mets.
what they're doing, it shows you it's probably more of an outlier than anything.
It makes it more impressive.
Yeah. So, good. I want them to be competitive. I don't want it to be one of these deals where, they actually, they probably will still win around the 60 to 70 win, mark. But it'd be nice.
Let's get over
imagine
it.
if they
Let's
could
get-
be 75 wins.
Yeah.
That'd be actually, that's a big difference. Be hovering around
Be
500
big
the whole
progress
time.
if they got 75 wins.
I think they're just playing a more aggressive brand of baseball, right? They are number 4 in stolen bases.
That's good.
They're number 4 in total hits. I mean, Jason was saying like they are basically top 5 in a lot of these offensive categories as a team. I think that's the general philosophy. And hey, they're doing it without your boy Dylan Cruz. I just checked in on his minor league stats.
Was he hitting about
dip?
270?
Did he dip?
I see him at 250.
Okay. He was at 273 midweek last
1
week.
home run, 4 stolen bases, 12 for 48.
He's just going to be a grinder. That's just what he's going to be.
I know what he's not going to be. A guy that lives up to his draft status
He's
as the
not,
number
yeah.
2 overall pick.
Yeah, he's not going to be a superstar.
From the looks of things.
Not going to be a superstar. He's going to be a grinder. But that's fine.
You know who else has been off to a really good start? Jake Young has been off to a good start. I think he's hitting 280, 290. Jacob Young,
Now, at the end of the day, I mean, the pitching staff leaves a lot to be desired, right? I mean,
100%.
yeah.
That's why when you can get 5 pretty good innings from your starter, you got to release it to the bullpen, and that's dicey.
I'm already cringing
But the
for
bullpen was pretty good over the weekend.
cringing in advance of Miles.
Skeens tonight.
Probably not going to get his first decision tonight. I wouldn't think. He has no
Maybe
wins
not.
and no losses at this point. Through
Yeah.
what, 3 starts?
How about
Yeah.
Foster Griffin's got a 1.7 ERA in
He's
15
been good.
innings.
He's been good.
Hey, they just gives them 5 innings pretty much every start.
Yeah.
Gives them 5 solid innings. And,
That's about all the guys have done.
I mean, you're probably right, EB, that at the end of the year, it'll probably be close to the expected number, which was, I
64
want to
and a
say you
half.
guys were betting on the over-under at 63 or 64
64 and a
wins.
half is what it was.
I went over 64 and a half.
Yeah. Savannah went
It's a good
under.
start for you.
And I'll take 7 wins, 7 out of 15.
Man, I'm sitting on the sidelines this year. I couldn't pull the trigger. I'm just watching
But-
from afar.
No, 15 games it's a small sample size based on 162 game seasons, but it's not 5 games.
No, but I do think I've always maintained this, especially in baseball, that if teams get off to a good start, sometimes it can just kind of carry you. Just kind of, you feel better about yourself. I don't know. It starts to build on itself. Well, yeah, we'll see.
Hey, at least they
It's not
score.
an
They score
unbelievable
runs.
start, but-
They're not boring.
Yeah.
They put up some offense.
Yeah, and I think that, with Taboni running the show and Butera as the manager, it's a little more aggressive. They're leaning more into the analytics. They'll have their starts where they're bullpenning. Maybe that leads to more wins.
Foster Griffin
Has
is the
so
guy
far?
that came up and kind of like had his first start, right? He's like a 30-year-old veteran, isn't he?
He
Or
was
no?
pitching overseas. He was pitching
Pitching
over
in
in
Japan.
Japan.
Yeah. So he's been a little bit of a revelation.
Yeah.
I mean, Jake Irvin, you think will be a little bit better? Maybe they're a little bit better than what you think. I think Cavalli's solid.
Well, Cavalli's really good.
Yeah, I mean,
You
starting out a
eventually
great
get
start.
Josiah Gray back.
And look, they're gonna
That might be dicey.
face a couple of really good pitchers in the first start of the series because Skeens in his last 2 starts has been really, really good. His first start of the year, he was terrible. He threw 37 pitches, give up 5 runs. They pulled him, and then but his last 2 starts, he's given up 1 run each. So Skeens will be tough tonight. They got Mitch Keller tomorrow night, so they're gonna face some good arms. But the bats are hot.
I'm gonna have to put some requests in for some
I mean,
tickets.
they scored 18 runs in that series.
Gotta
against
get out
Walker.
there to see him, Kinks.
That's right. Support the boys.
89 runs in 15 games, just under 6 runs per game. So
All right.
Nationals off to a surprising start.
Good.
Still 7-8. Don't go crazy. They're not
Don't
in
go
first
crazy.
place or anything.
But if they can hover around,
better than expected.
if they could be within a grasp of 3 or 4 games of 500, kind of hover
I mean, it's
around there,
early, but
that'd be
nobody's
good.
running away with the NL East yet. I mean, the Mets are in last place right now, below the Nats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's early. It's 15 or 16 games in.
Right. And Soto's on the IL.
Right.
Yeah, the Mets will surge.
I mean, the Yankees have lost 5 straight. The Astros have lost 7 straight. I mean, there's some of these good teams are just off to a bad start.
I haven't been to Yankee Stadium, but I've driven by it a few times, and I drove directly, right in front of it this weekend. I gotta go. I feel like it's bad that I haven't
Takes time
been.
went years ago.
I feel like it's bad I haven't
for
been.
that Billy Crystal bit. Remember?
That was in 2001. We went
2001.
we went to the OG Yankee Stadium. Okay, the one Babe Ruth played in.
I think this is the one. I think this is like kind of in a similar location, right?
I think it's also in the Bronx. I don't know how close it is to the
I think it's
old
in a
Yankee
similar
Stadium.
Yeah, it's pretty
Location.
close.
It
We,
looks.
we went to the silly Yankee Stadium. You're
Yeah.
going to go to an imposter.
I'll go to the new
When you go.
the newer one, but I gotta go.
2001.
2001. I believe it was on NFL Draft Day, the day that the Commanders, that then Redskins, drafted Rod Gardner.
Nice. You have a good memory.
That'll be a
100%
day
that
goes
happened.
down in infamy. Kay.
And what was the Billy Crystal movie he was promoting?
61.
61. That's right.
yeah.
About
That was a
Roger
great
Maris.
trip.
Yeah.
It's an amazing trip.
That was when HBO we had that relationship.
Flew us to New York City, put us up in a swanky hotel. Like it with Billy Crystal. Like he introduces the movie. We sit there, watch the movie, and it was a great weekend. It was fun. It was a lifetime ago, but it was fun. Mm-hmm. Good times.
Yeah, I can check off. I've been to Yankee Stadium.
Been to Yankee Stadium.
But apparently it was the old one.
Been there, done that.
All right, got to take a break. Coming up next, Ovi plays his last home game. Or did he? We'll get into that here on the Junkies. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, no bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening face-off in the Capitals' must-win 3-0 dispatch of the Penguins. It could be Ovi's last game with the Caps. Washington must beat Columbus Tuesday to keep playoff hopes alive. On the opening face-off was Sidney Crosby on the Fan.
And Ovechkin takes the face-off. How about that? And we're underway as Sidney Crosby gets it.
I was surprised, obviously. come out face so good, but I was trying to win.
Nationals down the Brewers 8-6, sweeping Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. K-Bert Ruiz with a 2-run single. James Wood a mammoth homer.
Here's the pitch. Swing a fly ball, deep right field for Wood. This one going back, way back it goes, and it is long gone into the first row of the second deck in right field.
The call on the Fan. Rory McIlroy clinched his second straight Masters green jacket by one shot at 12 under. Cavaliers beat the Wizards 130-117. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Soderblom on the draw here as Pittsburgh wins it in the offensive zone. 90 seconds left. And out of the corner, down ice and beyond. They are chanting Ovi here. And they are chanting one more year. Don't think we all don't want that. Near side, and now for Soderblom.
That, of course, John Walton on the call. The question is, was that Ovi's last home game?
I don't know, dude.
I think the answer is we don't really know right now. He doesn't know.
If it was, the 100th meeting between him and Sidney Crosby to beat the Penguins at home in front of a raucous home crowd, ready to send him off if that was his final performance at Capital One Arena, it was a great way to go out. I'm in the camp that I don't know what he's going to do. I'm kind of hoping he comes back.
Yeah,
he's leading the team in goals.
I want him to come back.
I feel like the fact
a few weeks
that
ago, like a month ago, I was like, should he come back? He's kind of get. Now I just
you
want him back. Just want him back for another year.
I feel like the fact that he waved the guys off, that he's extending this, he's really saying he hasn't decided yet, that he really is struggling with it, which I understand. And I think it just gives you more reason. Like, it's way higher of a chance of him coming back, which I think JP was thinking all along. And then we convinced JP that he was done. I don't know if you're waffling, JP. I'm certainly waffling.
Here's audio from the end of the game. This is when the Penguins had stayed out on the ice to try to shake Ovi's hand and go through and just give him well wishes. And this is Ovi, what he did.
The final 20 seconds. Pittsburgh has been swept. They have one game left. It's a standing ovation. And what will happen now? Have we seen the last of Alex Ovechkin after 21 seasons in this building? 5 seconds left. They're going to let the clock run out. And Alex is about to come onto the ice as soon as the horn sounds, and that's it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Pittsburgh. The Capitals with life, and Alex Ovechkin celebrates with his teammates on a day we will not soon forget. And now we watch and see if there's any reaction with Pittsburgh and what the Penguins might do, Ken, in this situation. And we keep it right here.
They're hanging out right now, so I would think that they're waiting. We'll see what happens after the celebration goes through for the Caps after the big win. And they go.
The Penguins aren't leaving, Ken.
No, they're waiting to shake hands. They're not waiting there just to hang out. They're waiting to see the big guy.
The Capitals are celebrating, and the entire team, the Pittsburgh Penguins, are not leaving the ice. You want to know why this game is so great? It's what's happening
Look at
right now.
Ovi's telling him to get off the ice.
Ovi's telling him to go. How about that?
And, there were signs throughout, obviously, that game where there were video montages. And before the game started, I guess Sid wanted a picture with Ovi and Malkin and Letang all posed for a picture together with their sticks down on the ice.
Right.
But, during the pregame. So, look, hopefully that was not his last game at Capital One Arena. He has one game left in Columbus on Tuesday.
That could be a big one if Philly loses tonight.
But I thought the way the crowd sent him off and, the reaction and the crowd chanting his name throughout the game, it was a fun game to watch. And if that was the last one, it was a high note for him to go out on.
63 points leads the team. 32 goals leads the team.
Yeah.
I saw the national guys talking about it, I think. Hendrik Lundqvist was part of the crew talking about it. They said they think he can go another 3 or 4 years.
I mean, I'm sure he
They're
can.
just talking about his play.
He's proven he can score goals without really being able to skate well anymore. that he finds spots and his shot's strong enough. He'll always be able to score goals. I just think it's how much longer does he want to continue with the grind? And I do think he's already the oldest guy in the locker room. There is a point there where he's just like, you don't have a lot in common with all these young guys.
And there's also, I'm sure, a point of pride for him. Like, does he want to play 12 minutes a game or less? Does he just want to become just a specialist at this point where he's only basically out there for part of the power play? But I guess if he can still score 25 or 30 goals, which is what he does every year, and he's healthy enough to do it and has the support of his family,
maybe he does come back.
Play as long as you want. Once you hang him up, it's over.
I'm more open to him coming back, like the idea of it, than ever. I was convinced he was done.
He's also imploring fans to make the trip out to Columbus to try to give them support, make it feel like a home game as they try to chase down a playoff spot.
Yeah. Well,
now, the odds of that are low.
If Philly wins tonight against Carolina, it's over.
If Philly wins, if the Flyers record at least 2 standings points in their last 2 games, they clinch the last spot.
Correct.
Not a wild card spot, the 3rd spot in the Metro. The Caps they can't get a wild card spot. Their only path now is to get that last spot in the Metropolitan.
Right.
So
the Flyers collapse.
I've never said this before. I'm a big Hurricanes fan tonight.
Right.
Big Hurricane, like the biggest Hurricanes fan ever. I want them to demolish the Flyers tonight.
That would be nice.
And then the same thing to happen at the hands of Montreal tomorrow. Because then it's in the Caps' hands. And the Caps just have to beat stupid CBJ, and they get a playoff spot.
It's kind of crazy that they're still in the mix.
They're still in the hunt.
After, 3 weeks ago, we said, there's just no chance. I mean, they're not playing well enough. There's too many teams ahead of them. And now there's just one team ahead of them.
Right. So go Canes. Let's go.
I mean, seven of the 8 in the Eastern Conference are decided. And it's either going to be Philly, Washington, or Columbus.
And last 17 games, the Caps are 11-4-2. That's since March 9th. That's a 70% winning percentage. So they've been playing really good hockey. But I was looking at the standings, and I remember Coach Carberry coming on here probably right about that time. And remember he said they needed to win a certain amount of games. And for me, I might be wrong, but I remember him saying they had to get to 96 points was kind of his benchmark. And I think they're at 93. So they're going to come up short of that. It'd suck if they come up like 1 point short of the playoffs.
Well, let's hope that Carolina doesn't sit a bunch of their guys since they've already racked up the 1 seed. And they beat Philadelphia tonight in Philly.
I'm amazed that they still have. I mean, I don't know what they say statistically. What do they say statistically?
13% chance.
Yeah. Feels like a little better than that, to be honest with you. Just 2 losses by them and 1 win by us. It doesn't seem like 13%. It was like way better than that.
And Philly's playing good teams.
Yeah, they're playing Carolina, who's clinched the division, and they have Montreal, who's still. Are they still scrapping for a spot, or are they?
No, they're Montreal's in.
They're already locked in. Okay.
I mean, they're 2 playoff teams.
Yeah.
Montreal's got 106 points.
Good. I hope Philly stubs her toe and we beat Columbus and we got a playoff sweat.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
And they face the Penguins in the first round.
That's what's crazy.
If they qualify.
If they get in, they'll play Pittsburgh.
Which is amazing.
That would be unbelievable.
Do the fans want Ovi back? I think so. They're chanting for Ovi.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think there'd be a very
you
small
don't want
minority.
somebody to walk off or skate off less than themselves, but he's not embarrassing himself.
I mean, also
leads the team in goals.
Right, he leads the team in points. I think there's something to be said for it's time to turn over and just let the young guys go, and you know what I mean, like new leadership. That's why you moved on from Carlson and all these other guys. But I think with Ovi, he's still playing at such a high level, and he gets to pick his.
He gets to go out however he wants to.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067.
I don't think you're.
I said this before I left for vacation. It feels very Aaron Rodgers-like to me. Other than Aaron Rodgers is not a likable guy, and it feels like he's holding teams hostage. But he just wants to see how he feels in a month or two.
Yeah, I don't think he's by any stretch trying to do it. He doesn't like attention. I don't think it's any of that stuff. I think he's genuinely torn. Sounds like the wife really wants to get back to her country. He's probably going to take a little convincing. So we'll see. He definitely wants to play a few years in the KHL. That's what everyone says.
Yeah,
he's going to be an owner of a team over there. I mean, he's going to be like second in charge. Unbelievable life in Russia. That's what's interesting is will we ever see him again once he leaves?
I did like to hear this from Malkin, who he had over at his house the night before the game.
Yeah.
He said, quote, he's back next year for sure. He's still hungry. And that's one of his boys. I mean, that's one of his guys.
Yeah.
Is Malkin. So, like, he's convinced he's coming back.
It's trending that way. It just is.
I mean,
it's just trending that way more than ever.
I love to hear that.
No, it'll be cool. I thought he was going to walk away too, but
I was convinced he was
Are
done.
you encouraged by the guys like Leno scoring and
Yeah.
Protas? The other Protas got his first goal.
Of course, the youngins playing well. That's great. Hudson has been.
Yes, maybe he wants to be along for the ride.
they've got some.
It's not like they're going to be awful.
They've got some young studs.
Got some good young talent. In
Still
the
has
pipeline.
Willie
all those
there, right?
picks.
Is it just him and Willie left from the Stanley Cup team?
Yeah.
That's it, baby.
Yeah, that's
Right.
it.
Last two.
Willie had back-to-back 30-goal seasons,
Last
right?
two men standing.
And this was one of the tougher years, especially for a veteran, because that schedule, since the Olympics took 3 weeks, that schedule was so condensed in the second half, where they were playing every other day pretty much. Some of them, a lot of back-to-backs. So I'm sure Ovi's feeling it, but we'll give him 2 or 3 weeks off. He's probably going to be like, I'm back.
Yep. Just give him his Subway footlong and his flaming hot Cheetos for his road
Give him his
trips.
Cheetos,
and
yes.
he's good to go. He's ready to rock.
Everybody was doing the yellow laces. You saw that?
I did see that, yeah.
And I was getting a kick out of that because I wasn't even
I
aware
didn't
of that
know either.
until about a month ago. That was his shtick.
That is his shtick.
Never
Yeah.
looked at his skates.
I never looked at him either.
He loves him some yellow laces.
Yeah.
So you think if you had to put money on it, you think he's coming back?
Man, I've done a pretty close to a 180 on this
I
one.
think
I would have put
if
a
I
lot
had
of
to-
money that he was done.
Yeah,
like
I think
a week ago.
I think if you asked me to put cash on it, I'd say he's back.
If you asked me to put cash on it right now, I would put cash on it that he's leaning towards coming back.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't want to jinx anything. I'm not saying anything. By the way, how did our parlay do over the weekend? I know it crashed and burned, actually.
I know mine
This is
hit.
horrible
hit.
question.
Mine hit. Did you? You had
No.
Lowry, and then he had shot 80.
Lowry shot 80.
Yeah, he killed you.
He was at 9 under par.
Yeah.
He shot a freaking 80.
Drabs didn't get the dinger or whatever. He was
No, but Jordan Walker hit bombs the next 2 games.
He did, but he missed it that one day.
Yeah, he missed it Friday, but he hit a bomb Saturday and a bomb Sunday.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. I'm all over it, but it is what it is.
Off
Yeah.
by a day.
So, did anybody
I don't know
else
what-
hit?
what did
Did
Mike
you hit?
Moore-
My Wizards pick hit.
Mike
Yeah,
hit.
that's right.
Yeah, of
So
course
3 of
mine
us
hit,
hit.
man.
Nah, mine didn't hit.
Oh, yeah, Valdez took the
Yeah.
Orioles.
I wanted to take something else, but the parlay police over here said it didn't work, so I had to scramble.
Right.
Plus, I didn't have my phone for basically an entire day, so I had no idea
Yeah.
what's going on in
What
the world.
happened? What happened?
He was at the Masters.
No, it's at the Masters. I'm just saying
okay.
I have no idea what was going on in the world.
So you
I had
didn't
no-
feel like you had a bead on
had-
everything?
yeah, had zero read on anything going on.
Hey, real quick, let's go to Gus in Arlington. Let's see if the phones are working today. Let me see here. Gus, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies. How are you, pal?
Morning, fellas. I don't
Hey,
want
Gus.
to put the cart before the horse here, but if we make the playoffs and then make a run, let's say to the Eastern Conference Finals, he has to come back, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You're definitely putting the cart before the
yeah.
horse.
I mean, you
Not
got
only
going-
are they getting in the playoffs,
I
they're
like-
making a run to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I love your optimism. You're my guy.
Has he only done that once in his career?
Who?
Ovi.
But that's the thing.
Eastern Conference
we've
Finals?
been trying to we've been trying to hold on to this good team for so long with
Maybe
Ovi,
twice.
and then we finally resigned ourselves to make the youth movement. If the youth movement comes right away and all these guys perform in the playoffs, he may want to stick around to just see if there's one more run. And in that case, maybe he takes like a good deal so we can get another star for just one more run.
I hope you're right.
well,
I hope
yeah.
all of those things happen.
I think he already wants to make one more run. I think he's looking at the stats and he's going, I'm leading this bitch and everything. I want to come back.
Right.
Well, let's just
I can still produce.
root for Carolina tonight.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you
there's so
ask me
much
right now,
rooting for them.
One
they're going
step
to make
at
the
a time.
playoffs. That's a different bet. I'm going to say no. Of course, they're not going to make
Yeah,
the playoffs.
I'm gonna say no.
Although it does look more plausible than I ever thought it would at this point.
Yeah.
You-
Well, if Philly loses tonight, then it's on.
oh, it's big. time.
Oh,
Because that means tomorrow night
Full
it's going to
sweat.
be because Philly plays back to back. They'll play
Yes.
again tomorrow night.
They host
And the
both,
Caps
both
play
games.
when?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Come on, yeah.
In Columbus.
All right, so it all depends on tonight.
Correct.
Yeah, tonight's massive.
Carolina Hurricanes fans.
1-800-636-1067
Brind'Amour all of a sudden.
is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Jason Sobel is going to join us, host of PGA Tour Radio on Sirius XM, analyst for CBS Sports HQ. We'll get back into the Masters. And you don't want to miss Joe Beninati, Joe B, at 9:25 here on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. What if selling your home actually felt simple? Less uncertainty, serious buyers walking through your door, more money in your pocket when it's all said and done? Well, that's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams bring to the table. The average home sold by Reynolds and Power Home Team sells 3 times faster than homes listed with a typical real estate agent. That means fewer days keeping your house perfectly clean, fewer last-minute showings, and less disruption in your daily routine. Even better, their sellers net 4.2% more on the final sales price. For many homeowners, that could translate into as much as $30,000 more at closing. And isn't that what it's all about? More money in your pocket? They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah are going to buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. 844-654-SOLD. Memorize it. 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. NBA season, regular season comes to
Finally
an end. You're going to have the play-in tournament and NBA playoffs coming up.
It dragged on and on and on.
And the NBA draft lottery. Okay, let's be honest.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. The NBA draft lottery.
So I wanted to get into the Wizards here. The Wizards, I put this up as our Junkies poll of the day. All right, the Wizards finished 17-65.
Yep.
But we knew that they were tanking. They want a shot at one of these top players in the NBA draft.
They lost 25 of 26, I believe.
I think in the last 3 years, we by far have the worst record in the
Clap
NBA.
that up.
So
That's
the Junkies,
dedication, baby.
the Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles. Pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Is, would you deem this season successful?
100%. Yes. They accomplished what they wanted to accomplish.
Yeah.
They finished with the worst record in the league. They acquired Trae Young and Anthony Davis to pair with the young core, along with hopefully a top 3 pick in this upcoming draft, hopefully the number 1 pick. Yes, season unmitigated success.
Unmitigated success?
Look, you see success all over the place, everywhere.
I mean,
they did what they were supposed to do.
Based on what their plan is,
Yeah.
yes, it was a success.
It went according to plan.
The most encouraging
It was an
thing-
embarrassing season on the court.
I didn't say it
on
wasn't.
the court, it was
Sure.
embarrassing.
Some of the results were embarrassing, no doubt.
I would say the most encouraging thing is Alex Sarr's development when he was playing. Look, Alex Sarr only played in 48 games.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
48 games. Now he averaged 16.3, which isn't great, but it was a definite uptick based on what he did last year.
He's a better player than he was the year before. No
Yeah.
question about
But
it.
you would like your younger players to play more than 48 games.
Well,
How
I
many
know,
did
but
Trey Johnson play?
A lot
Trey
of this they did on
Johnson
purpose.
played
I know. I'm just
42.
saying. Yeah, so they played half the year. You'd want those younger guys to play more. But
I
I,
mean,
understand.
if you look
I understand why they didn't.
If you look at actually Trey Johnson played 60. All right, I was looking at
Okay,
games
so-
started.
All right, we still missed 20
Sarr
games.
played 48. I mean, Bub played every game. Will Riley played 74. Of their key players, Trey Johnson played 60. Koulibaly played 56. Sarr and Keyshawn George 48.
Keyshawn had that ulnar thing going on, right? So he's got like a Tommy John thing going on.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, I don't know if it's a no-brainer that it's a success because, I mean, I can't say it's a success because they brought in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. They may never do anything for this team.
That's
hold on.
possible.
But that wasn't the goal. The number one goal was let's
get the
just
top
secure
pick.
the
Yeah.
top 5 pick. So they did that. They did acquire those guys. To me, the only disappointment is, I mean, I'm sick of the losing. I'm over it. I can't wait till they start trying to win next year. Is that we didn't get it? We got a glimpse of Trey. I wish we would have seen more, but we saw enough that I'm excited for his potential here. Is that we didn't at least get to play with Davis for a little bit.
That would have been nice to
I would
see.
have liked a 5-game little run with him to see what he could potentially bring with these guys.
That finger didn't heal.
Slow healing finger.
I actually do think it was genuine. I do think genuinely they wanted to play him. Just didn't work out.
I don't know. I watched it. I'm sure you guys saw his interview recently. And
Yes, he said he's all jacked to be here. And
well, kind of,
He
but
wants
he
to-
also said that he wants to win.
yeah,
So
well,
I could go both ways, and like he seemed high on a lot of the players here. Like he kept saying these guys can play. At the same time, I don't know that he ever wants to play with them.
who knows? I mean, the team next year is going to be significantly different on the court because you're going to see Trae Young, you're going to see Davis, whoever their top pick is, you're going to see him.
Look,
who knows? They might go out and sign a couple other free agents.
I was sick of the team.
It's going to look a lot different.
I was sick of the team being stuck in the middle. Like the last couple years of Bradley Beal, like what was the point of those seasons, right? But I saw this from Nick Bateman on Twitter, and it's pretty amazing. The Wizards haven't won 50 games in a season since 1978-79.
They could have won the 1 year.
Yes.
They were one off with
Brooks
Scott
was here,
Brooks.
and he decided not to try to win it.
Okay. They haven't played in the conference finals since the 78-79 season. That's the longest drought in American sports.
Wow.
They have exactly 50 wins in their last 250 games.
Yeah.
50
Yep.
and 200.
Yeah, it's not great. No,
They had
They have
in
the
last,
worst winning percentage in the NBA in the 2000s. So that's 26
What?
years.
Tippy, I'm well aware of the Wizards just being losers.
So is it the Washington Generals?
I've
Is that the
followed
team
them.
that plays?
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
the Washington
The
Generals.
Globetrotters.
Yeah.
And
when you
speaking-
can't even win 20 games in a season.
Yeah.
For the last 3 years, they haven't. That's how bad they've been. Man, that is tough.
And maybe it transfers over to the luck. I just ran Tankathon Sim Lottery 10 times. I ran it 10 times. The Wizards didn't get the first pick once.
Dude,
Here's what worries me.
I want to do a whole thing on that. The way the draft odds are set up, it's stark.
Right. So
14%.
if I had to vote, I probably would say yes, it's a success because they didn't lose their first round pick. That was the whole thing. They didn't want to lose their top 8 protected pick.
We knew what this
But-
was all about.
And I like some of the guys, like Keyshawn George and Will Riley, but I don't know if they're good enough to be like leaders on a winning team. You see flashes from Alex Sarr, but he plays half the season. Bilal Coulibaly, I've always been hard on him. He's a dud. Let's be real.
No, here's what he is. He's a defensive player. That's
Yeah,
just what he is.
defensive stop-
He's just a role player.
He's you
Defensive stopper.
Yeah.
He was
He's a
on
defensive
Bam Adebayo, wasn't he?
Oh, whatever. As an outlier.
They're outlier.
They didn't start defending him until the 5 minutes left in the game. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Okay. I've seen a lot of guys light up Bilal Coulibaly.
Well, I've also seen him
defensive
jump
stopper.
in there and make some stops and blocks, and he tries more than anybody else. Trust me.
Sarr's going to have to take that next step too. He's going to play a full season if he's healthy.
I think
he's going to play a whole
They're
season.
all gym rats.
And he's going to put up bigger numbers.
They're going to make
next year-
a decent jump.
Yeah.
But I think you guys won't like this, but I think if they went from 17 wins to like 36, that'd be a pretty dramatic jump.
I need 40.
I think they got to get more
I need
than that.
40 plus.
Considering
I think
who's
that's a
going to
pretty
be
big
on the
jump.
floor, when you
it's a
have
big
two
jump.
all-stars, you got to have more than 36
Yeah,
wins.
and those are your leaders. Now, how long they're going to be here, who knows? And Trae Young and Anthony Davis. But they have to be the guys that lead
Remember,
the young
they got to
core
learn how
forward.
to. That's one thing to be able to play. They got to learn how to win games.
Yeah.
They have no idea how to win games.
Yeah.
And I like Coach Keefe. We have him on all the time. I'm convinced he can help develop players. I have no idea if he knows how to win a game in the NBA.
Is he going to be back?
I think you have to let him try.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are saying it's a success. Mission accomplished. He
think did
accomplished
what was
the
asked.
organizational
But
goal.
now, can Coach Adam, Brian Keefe, can he actually win games? I have no idea. I know he can lose them. I know he can develop them. I know he can develop the guys.
He was tasked with losing a bunch of games.
I agree. But now is he going to be able to flip the script and
I
actually
think if he has enough
win close
talent,
games?
he's probably a good enough coach
You
to,
think he
to
can?
win games.
You think he can out X and O the best coaches in the league?
Don't know.
I mean, that I don't know, but
I have no idea.
Right. We don't know.
I mean, every game he was tasked with, hey, go out there, but you can't play Alex Sarr half the game.
Right.
Keyshawn George half
Play
the
12 minutes.
Let's find these two-way contract guys, Jameer Watkins. Fine,
It had
whatever.
it had to be the
But,
longest
you're
season
playing,
ever for them.
You're playing JV guys.
I know.
And a lot of the NBA. I look at box scores still, and sometimes I'm like, who are these guys? It's because teams call up, I'm just calling them JV players. They're the guys that are playing in the G League, and then they don't want to win games. So it's like, let's bench our real players, and we will fill out the roster with these G Leaguers.
Correct. It was
And that's
all,
why Julian Reese puts up these big numbers, because somebody's got to be out there scoring.
hey, he's a double-double
and rebounding.
machine. Don't you disrespect Juju over there?
But
I know he's playing
let's
against
be
lesser
real.
competition. I understand. I know what's happening.
So I don't know.
I think you have
would
to lower your expectations. I think I think all of you guys' expectations are too high.
No,
you don't go from winning 16, 17, 16, 17, 16,
40?
to all of a sudden winning 40. I mean, I just think
Charlotte did it this year.
Okay, I think
It's all
rare.
about who's on. I'm not saying it's easy, and it's rare, but it's all about who's on the court.
Why
And
is they
there's
beat-
going to be different guys.
I know, but it's going to be our core, presumably. And if our core, I think they're going to be good. But they got to learn how to win.
I'm with you.
They don't have no idea how to win.
I'm not as convinced.
They have no idea how to win.
I'm not saying
you guys were all excited about the Trae Young deal and the Anthony Davis deal. I was not as excited.
I love him.
Not as excited.
Yeah.
Trae Young, there was a reason Atlanta shipped him out, and he can put up some numbers, but I think they're hollow.
Great players get traded.
And Anthony Davis, if he ever suits up with his team, he's going to suit up for 40 to 50 games because he gets hurt all the time. That's just the way it is.
Well, if that happens, then they're probably going to have a 35
I think that's probably
win
a given.
season.
I think it's probably a given to play 50 games. That would probably
Well, if that happens, then it's going to be a down year.
Now, I need more than 50. I know he's getting up there in years.
I just think that's what he does.
Now, he might be shipped out before he ever puts on an actual uniform.
See, I disagree with that. I don't think that's
You're
going to
still
happen.
on that. I disagree
You're
with
stuck on that.
If
I don't
that
know why
happens,
you're
you can
stuck
have
on
all
it.
the crow and I'll eat it. I just don't see it.
Well, because a contender might want him.
Look,
Before he
if
plays?
if somebody comes up with a crazy deal that Will Dawkins can't turn away from, okay, then okay. But I think the plan is to play him at the start of next season.
Yeah, I don't think they're lying about it.
I don't think somebody's going to come in with a blockbuster deal for Anthony Davis during the summer, but I could be wrong. Maybe
Yeah,
he's swinging
during the
a
playoff
draft day
run.
I
deal.
think it was portrayed that we were going to see both of these guys on the court.
I think they
Because you
planned on it.
Barely saw Trae Young.
I know. Well, I mean, you saw Trae. You saw him get hurt, and they figure, what's the point? And then with Davis, I don't know, man. That's the weirdest injury I've ever seen. The weirdest injury I've ever
Well,
seen.
they didn't want to
court.
play him because they wanted to lose games.
I know, but they were at that point. They could have played him the last couple. They were going to lose him anyway.
Oh, what's the point of
They know
putting
how
him
to
on for?
manage him.
Yeah, there's no point in putting him on the last couple.
All right, let's go to the phones.
point.
Would you deem the Wizards season a success?
100%.
You can vote at Junks Radio.
I'll say this.
I mean, they won 17 games. It's hard to say a success.
Yeah, but that was their goal.
They
Their
accomplished the
was
goal.
to bottom out and develop players. So I would say they did that. Now, I'll say this. I hate tanking. I think the Caps are a great example. They may miss the playoffs this year, but they're developing. They're threading the needle. They're getting rid of the old and blending in the young. They don't have to tank. I don't think you have to tank.
The Wizards were at a point where they had to tank.
I mean,
Because
I
they
guess.
had been just in limbo land
Yeah,
forever.
but they didn't have. I guarantee you, Will Dawkins and what's the other guy's name?
Michael Winger.
Michael Winger and those guys. They could navigate if they wanted to. They didn't have to bottom out.
I don't think
we had.
I don't think it was possible.
We had bums in the front office. Bums.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
But those are guys that have done that before, and they looked at this situation and said, "This is the best move going forward."
I know that's what but that's not the only way. Let's go to Andre.
For this team, it might have been.
Andre, what's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey,
what's up?
It's kind of mixed emotions. It's not a success because we're at the bottom of the cellar as usual. But unfortunately, in order to get that top pick or make consideration of it, we have to be in the cellar. But it is sort of a success because I think we got a bunch of young players on our team that have showed us something. Whether they're starters or come off the bench, they've shown they can perform. We just got to make the right choice. Like you guys were saying before you open the calls, we need Alex Sarr to come around. I'm not really banking on Anthony Davis only because he showed us ever since he's with the Pelicans. He can't stay healthy. But I do think there's something as a vet that he could teach these youngins. I just hope we make the correct pick.
Right.
All right, thanks, Andre.
The thing that's so infuriating is when you see it put out there. Tankathon has it. A lot of people have tweeted about it. So we all know, like at the top, you have a 14% chance, like for the Wizards to get the first pick. You have a 13% for the second. You have a 12% for the third, etc. But because they are kind of capped out at 5, they have a 48% chance, right, of picking fifth. So right off the bat, you have a 50% chance of getting the 5th pick. It's a flip of a coin.
It's outrageous.
It's
So
outrageous.
if that happens, would you deem this season a success? If all of this was for the 5th pick,
I mean, it's gonna be a blemish if they pick 5th.
That's what I've said all along. I didn't realize it was that high of a percentage to pick 5th, though. I have to be honest.
Somebody
When
tweeted
you
us, and,
see it.
and that was the crux of the tweet responding. This is from Skooma Steve. Repost this if we actually get the first pick. If we end up with the 5th, this will be a 99% no response.
What do you mean? No response.
They would answer no to the poll, not a success.
No response.
I
The
think,
thing is, it's completely out of their control.
I'm a little leery about the development part. Like, yes, you see these guys perform, but they're putting up numbers when they're losing by 30. You know what I mean? Like it's hard for me to completely buy in. Like I like what I see in Will Riley. I like what I see in Keyshawn George. I like what I see in these guys, but they're in these meaningless games. You know what I mean?
Oh, every game was meaningless. Yeah.
I think Will Riley's talent is outrageous. You could see it. It just jumps out at you. I don't care.
He's going to be a hit at 21.
He's going to be a piece.
Will Riley, like if you put them in a playoff series, let's say, would
still,
Will Riley, Keyshawn George, and Alex Sarr put up the numbers? I don't know.
Not next year. They're like 21 years old. They're kids. They can barely go into bars. So that's why I think you guys' expectations are crazy. Like, if they win 37 games, it'd be a 20-game improvement, and I think they'd be well on their way.
I think that'd be a disappointment.
Yeah, well,
I need a little bit more.
They're kids. They've barely.
They're basing it on AD and Trae Young.
I'm banking on the veterans,
I'm definitely banking
and I'm
on
also
that.
banking on Sarr getting better.
If you bank on Anthony Davis playing more than 50 games, you're just a crazy person. Because it's just not a thing.
He's got to, but he's got to. But he's got to.
It won't happen.
If he doesn't, it's going to be a 35-win season.
He's got to recommit himself to the wins.
I mean, I would bet a fairly significant chunk of money. He's not going to play more than 50 games. That's outrageous. He doesn't do that.
He doesn't. You're right. But
street clothes day.
That's why you got to be excited about who's going to be on the floor next year.
I am.
If he is playing on the floor and Trae Young is playing on the floor and playing in more than half the season, they're going to win games if guys like Sarr get even better.
I actually think they can win games with just their young guys if they just let them play full games.
Right.
Nah, they're not going to win 40.
They were putting these guys for 20 minutes.
Their leading scorer of the young guys was averaging 16 points a game.
And that's the other thing. Defensively, they got to get better. I'm sorry.
Well,
every one of those guys.
Years.
Every one of those guys has to get better.
Yeah. Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long-sleeve shirts, and graphic tees recently. I love my brown hoodie, and my brand new boots are very stylish. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to mention the highlight of my weekend. So, we had a soccer game in Arlington, and it was nearby our pal Chris Farley. So I told Farley, and he came out with his 4-year-old son. Excitable boy. He was grabbing some like sticks and then pounding a tree with the sticks. And then eventually I went over just to have a little fun with him. And I had a little duel with him, let him hammer away at the sticks. But after I left that, just watching the soccer game, and then I didn't notice. I was like, where'd Chris go? And on the other side of the field, his son grabbed the corner flag during the game, the corner kick flag.
Sure. Just ran off with
away. And then I saw Farley sprinting after his son after the corner flag.
I'm going to guess his son, coming from the genes he's coming from, probably pretty fast.
Yeah, he's 4 years old.
Probably faster than a normal 4-year-old.
Yeah, he's probably fast, but it was just so funny that during the middle of the game, the kid grabs the corner flag.
What's Farley doing?
And Farley's
not keeping tabs on his kid. What's he doing?
Well, you know how it is when you have young kids. If you look away for 5 seconds,
I know. I'm kidding.
They can do anything.
Sure.
So it was just so fun to see that.
You got to be on your A game when your kids are that age.
To me, that was more fun than watching the Masters. But I know you guys were big into watching the Masters. I watched a good chunk too. Like Cakes, I watched probably about an hour and a half.
Just yesterday. You didn't watch much on Saturday?
Let's see. When I was in California, I did not watch. On Friday, when I got back, I think I checked in. I saw he had a big lead.
Right.
And then I remember somebody telling me, I can't remember who it was. I was talking to a buddy, and he goes, everybody always has a bad day.
Yeah.
And because I was like, 6-shot lead, isn't it the biggest lead? Or they said, I saw the history of his like biggest 36-hole lead.
Yeah, no one.
Whatever it was.
I treat my Masters viewing a lot like I treat NBA games. Just come in for the end. You don't need. I mean, you really need to be there for the second round of the Masters. There are 4 rounds.
I think for someone that doesn't really care about golf, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. I think
if you're a golf nut, you're going to watch a lot starting from 10 a.m.
I think I popped
You
it
really
on.
are.
Yeah.
I popped it on to check in on Saturday, and I was like, whoa, what happened to that lead? And I was like, I guess my buddy was right.
Yeah.
It's dicey. I mean, it's just a couple bogeys, a couple guys make birdies, gone.
You know where I went Saturday? The reason why I didn't watch much of it, and Jason's been really nice, and Tyson's that Capital One
Hall.
Well, Capital One Hall is where they have the concerts.
Oh, it's a different spot.
The rooftop.
Oh, I know nothing
They have
about
a brewery up there.
I actually haven't been there yet.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. They had a charity event on Saturday night there. And
I've been to Cap One Hall. Seen a couple of Fleetwood Mac cover bands
And
there.
Yacht Rock.
And my
And
buddy,
Yacht Rock, yeah.
my buddy's in a band, and they were performing there. And so we stopped by after the game and hit the brewery.
Yep.
I forget the name of the
All right,
brewery.
listen, we got limited
Well,
time
I bet you
here.
Rory hit the brewery last night
Sure
after,
he did.
Should have. I mean, he
after
deserves
winning his
to.
back-to-back green jackets.
Valdez came back. He says, this is the hottest item. I want you to explain, Valdez. He was there on the Wednesday, got to see the practice round. He picked up $700 or $800 worth of merch. We also picked up some food. Hey, go ahead, give us a scoop. I didn't know about this deal.
Yeah, so I went to the concession stand, and the hottest item wasn't the pimento cheese, wasn't the crow's nest.
Yep.
It's the Masters candy bar.
Is there only one type, or
There's only one type.
Only got
Okay.
one top, Eric Bickle.
Okay.
It's Fred Ridley. We got one
Yeah.
candy
All
bar. Sir.
It's new this year, so it debuted in 2026.
all right?
And-
Is it cheating to ask this? Is it like, can you compare it to like a Snickers or compare it to like a?
I'll give you the description. I didn't eat it, and I brought it back for everyone to try
You're
on
not
the
a
show.
chocolate
I'm not a
guy.
chocolate guy,
Okay.
All
but
right.
it's a dark milk chocolate blend with caramel, rice crisps, and hazelnut crunch.
Well,
like a
that
crunch
sounds-
bar.
That sounds amazing.
I don't know about the hazelnut.
Well,
part.
hazelnut's like Nutella mixed in. That sounds.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
so-
sounds delicious.
It sounds really good.
So I want you guys
I'm
to
not a
do
big
a
Nutella
review of the Masters candy bar.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to break my fast on this show 2 days in a row now. We did it on Friday
okay.
with the
Yeah.
hot dog.
You're
Yeah.
gonna be okay.
I know, Cakes, but it's a struggle over here, buddy.
Hey, I'm basically doing the same thing. It ain't easy.
It's a struggle over here. Ate a
All
late
right.
dinner last night.
By the way, when I started eating lunch yesterday at 11 o'clock, the first meal, my wife looked at me. She
we
goes,
each get a full bar?
Yeah, we each get a full bar.
Wow.
My
Should I
wife,
just share mine with Cakes or no?
whatever, it
do
doesn't
you want me
matter.
to
We
do?
can break it in half.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
I was eating.
How much were these each?
$2.
Oh, it's such a bargain. I was attacking my food yesterday when I was able to eat,
Yeah, at
and my
11.
wife was like,
The Master's candy
she's like,
bar.
"Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you hungry?" I was like, "Yes, I'm hungry." How could you tell?
Why don't you and I?
That's fine. That's
Those
fine.
candy bars, you can sell those for like
You know,
$20 on eBay.
All right, good.
I'm going to take this one home.
You are?
Yeah. We chopped that one.
Man, these
and
are
I'll
hard.
take this one home, or I'll give it back to Valdez.
All right. Now, I got to say, I'm more of a milk chocolate guy, but you said it's a dark chocolate.
It's a
milk
dark and milk mix.
It's a blend, yeah.
Go ahead, Cakes. I'll let you. You just snap.
Oh, I
A
like
lot of caramel.
I like it already.
Dude, I could lose a molar on this.
Well,
It's
God
like,
willing.
it's like the Bonnie Bernstein candy.
I literally had a porterhouse last night, and I don't have enough teeth in my head to chew the food.
The caramel and the hazelnut are pretty strong.
I mean, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I give it 8 out of 10.
It's very chewy, though.
It's an 8 out of 10?
Give it an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 is strong. Hold on.
Dude, you give me chocolate.
It's pretty solid. I mean, the caramel kind of puts it over the top. It's not an elite candy bar,
It's not Snickers.
but it's pretty good. It's a 7 out of 10. I think it's a solid
I
score.
mean, it's good, especially if you're hungry.
It would taste better if they weren't in my fanny pack for 8 hours on property.
Hey, look. Did you look at the back?
No.
No, what?
Eric Bitzel's candy.
Eric Bitzel?
Now it's just Bitzel's. Never heard of it.
Well,
I like it.
This is
It's
a big
fine.
score for Bitzel's chocolates.
Like, I would eat this if I had no sweets in the house and, like, a crackhead, I'm looking for sweets. I would eat it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I wouldn't, like, seek it out.
No, it's not special.
It's
all
too
right.
chewy. It's a little too chewy, though.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you got to make your own. You can't just completely copy one. What would you say?
I love that
most
it just
similar
says
to?
candy bar.
It's very simple.
It's almost like a Heath.
They like to
like
keep
a
it
Heath
simple
bar.
to masters, JP.
Yeah. Did you try one, Drabby? You're not into it?
No, I'm eating it.
What
I
do
think
you
it's
think?
pretty good. I mean, I'm reading about it. It's a Georgia chocolate company that gets very good reviews. Made it. I mean, that's part of the charm of it. That just says candy bar. That's
Yeah, I
like
like
how
it.
all their stuff says.
It's straightforward.
It's just simple. It's because it's unique and it's only on the grounds of Augusta.
It harkens you back to a simpler time, right?
You think that
Candy bar.
with the sun shining and perfect weather and the grass and the beer?
Oh, you watch this now with
Yeah.
a crow's nest? It's amazing.
Do you think you
Fantastic.
can get this?
Seven's
Like,
too
can
low.
the members get this? Is it only available during the tournament? So, in other words,
So is it like at the turn? That you get it at the
Right.
turn if you're
Right.
playing? I don't know.
I'll have a candy bar. Here you go. And my number is
Some people need some sugar during the round.
Yeah.
Get the energy up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. Probably a little bit too much caramel for me. I'd like a little more rice.
Yeah, it's a little
crispy.
chewy.
It's a
Yeah.
little
Caramel's delicious. If you
Hey,
give me
you-
caramel, I'm just
I'd
gonna
like
eat
some
it.
peanuts in it.
Did you golf Pierce get upset at Sergio breaking his club?
chewy. Well, it's embarrassing. It's humiliating. When he does that, when he like has a temper tantrum like a 10-year-old,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's humiliating.
Can't
Like,
keep his emotions in check.
Yeah, and he got admonished right there.
Oh, yeah, he got grilled.
Yeah, and he wouldn't even talk about it. He was so embarrassed by it. Listen, we've all done dumb things before. I threw a 9-iron at a tree. It snapped in half, ricocheted back, and impaled my arm. I have a scar right here from a 9-iron. Like, literally, I was walking around with a 9-iron sticking out
You
of
said
my...
golf isn't a dangerous game.
Yeah,
I threw a 9-iron into the tree, and it's still in the tree.
yeah.
I remember Cakes hitting his brother one time.
Well, he just wouldn't. He wouldn't listen when we would tell him you can't walk in front of us when
Yeah,
other
but
people are.
that happens.
Yeah.
We got hit by a ball.
Yeah, that happens.
I mean, he kind of had it coming. I mean, I love my brother, but he just wouldn't listen when people were telling him you have to wait for people behind you to hit their ball before you start walking, and he
Right.
would never listen until he got hit with a ball. Then he started listening.
I almost killed this landscaper. So I was on the short game area. This happened like a couple days. I was shook.
When did this happen?
This happened like 4 days ago.
Oh.
I was working on my short game. My short game's woeful. If I get into a little groove, I can be okay. But it was, a couple of my first balls, and all of a sudden I hossled one, and it went under the golf cart. And then he was working on something. He was blowing like the stuff off the green, like after you aerate or whatever, blowing the little plugs off, whatever he was doing. And then I hit another one and went kind of right of the tire. I was like, I was hitting the shanks, right? It was a 60-yard little pitch I was working on. I don't know where it came from. And then he turned around, he got in the seat, and I waved at him. I said, sorry. I hit one more. It went right towards his head. It went literally, he should be dead. It came. He hopped in the. He got in the car. He slammed the gas. He drove off. He was so angry.
He got
it was
the hell
almost
out.
like I targeted him.
Yeah,
And
it
you
sounded
could
like he
even
was trying to hit you.
apologize
I
as
was
he
like,
drove
dude,
off.
sorry. I was waving. I'm so sorry. I hit 3 straight Hazel rockets, and the third one literally took his head off.
Got to be careful out there.
I felt so bad.
That's what Shane Lowry was doing yesterday.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Coming up next, Jason Sobel, host for PGA Tour Radio on Sirius XM, joins us on the Junkies.
Hey, it's Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out last summer, I called Foley Mechanical because it's not just some franchise or giant corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call center, no nonsense. Dan runs a tight ship. It shows in the work that they do. His team replaced my HVAC system, my water heater, and my sump pump all on the same day. And I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing. They actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, air conditioning, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't want to touch radiators. They don't know how to deal with them. But Dan Foley and his guys, they do. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality work from a company you can trust like I did, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley. Tell him Bish sent you.
An emotional Sunday at Capital One Arena as Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff as the Caps beat the Penguins 3-0. Caps must beat Columbus Tuesday and hope the Flyers lose their last two games. On the prospects of that being the last game for Ovi, he waved off the Penguins' handshakes at the end.
Because I don't decide it yet, and thanks for them to wait up there, but I'm gonna see it right now after the interview and Gino, and we'll talk.
You want to know why this game is so great? It's what's happening
Look
right
at
now.
Ovi's telling him to get off the ice.
Ovi's telling him to go. How about that?
Nationals have defeated the Brewers 8-6, a sweep of Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. K-Bert Ruiz with the game-changing two-run single in the eighth.
Now the kick in the pinch. Swinging a ground ball in hard up the middle. It's a base hit into center field. Abrams scores. Young around third coming home. Throw to the plate offline. He scores.
The call on the Fan. Rory McIlroy clinched his second straight Masters green jacket. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 right here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cake, CB, and JP coming up at 9:25. Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps from Monumental Sports, will join us. Did we see Ovi's last home game? But right now, we're going to get back into the Masters. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is Jason Sobel, host for PGA Tour Radio and Sirius XM, analyst for CBS Sports HQ. What's up, Jason?
What's going on? Good morning, and what a weekend that was, man. That was awesome.
Yeah,
for sure.
Are you on your way back to your house from Augusta? What's your travel?
Yeah, I live in the Orlando area. I left Augusta about 45 minutes, an hour ago. I'll be home about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but it was a fantastic week being down here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think we've reached the point now where, I mean, it's maybe been this way for a while, but we were always worried about the post-Tiger era, and we keep yearning for him to come back, and he keeps, stumbling or whatever. That's a separate issue. But we've gotten to the point where we don't even need Tiger anymore. We have a great event with all these great names on a leaderboard, and maybe it's been that way for a while, but I think it's really, yesterday was highlighted, I thought, this whole weekend.
It's a really good point. I talked about this on the post-game show on Masters Radio last night. The fact that usually in sports, and especially in golf, we know there's different eras, we know there's different generations, but you don't know it in the moment. You can go back and look at 20 years ago, 30 years ago, okay, that's when so-and-so was sort of fading out of the limelight a little bit, and the next crop of superstars were coming in. I think that this week, for the first time since 1994, 31 years, neither Tiger Woods nor Phil Mickelson were in the field. And then we have Rory McIlroy and Scottie Scheffler, the two best players in the world, running 1-2 on the leaderboard. I think this is a definitive line of demarcation. And you're right. Look, I'm not suggesting that we were in the Tiger and Phil era until last week, and now we're in the Scottie and Rory era. It doesn't work that way, but this has been sort of, a changing of the guard, a change in generations, and like I said, usually you don't see it happening right before your eyes. We've seen it, and I think that we have passed into the next generation based on what we've seen.
So, Jason, one of the more viral moments of the weekend was your exchange with Scottie Scheffler after his 65, where you asked me about his round, what could have been different with the 65. And
I thought it was a totally fair question.
He definitely took umbrage with it. Was
he joking?
Was it lighthearted? What sort of relationship do you guys have? Were you surprised by his reaction?
So, first of all, we have a very good relationship. The day before, had told me, this goes back, it's almost not a joke, but a couple years ago, I had gotten a little Masters putter for Scotty's first child. I gave it to Scotty at the PGA Championship that year. He was very appreciative. And so I told his manager the day before this happened that, hey, I've got a putter for the new baby as well, just so they could have a matching set. He said, oh, that'd be great. And I said, whatever, I'll see him soon. So Scotty and I have always had a good relationship. I don't think that's going to change. Maybe in Scotty's mind it will, but these things happen. It just doesn't happen at the Masters where everyone's watching the video and reading the transcripts. I mean, I've asked a lot of worse questions
what was wrong with it
over the years.
I mean, it was a fine question. They talk about what they left out there all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think maybe that, the intonation was that Scotty didn't play well enough or should have played better, and maybe I could have phrased it as, hey, 65 is great. It's your best round at Augusta National, but do you think it could have been even better? I don't know. For those who didn't hear, my question, it was the first question of his little interview session that he had with the media was, could you or should you have, or what could or should you have shot today? And, he shot 65. He said directly after telling me it was a terrible question, he said, well, I got a gust of wind on one shot. I had a mud ball. I missed a putt I should have made. So he essentially answered the question later and said, it really wasn't that bad of a question. I should have shot lower today.
Right.
So,
So he actually said that?
There's the answer to it.
He actually said it wasn't that bad of a question. In hindsight, he did say that?
Yes. Yes. That part didn't go viral, though. Instead, I've got my 14-year-old who doesn't watch golf, didn't watch the Masters, said, hey, Dad, you're going famous on TikTok. And he said, and not in a good way. Yeah. I said, okay, that's all right.
How old's your son?
14.
14 years old.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That's all right.
But just kind of talk about Rory now that he's won a couple of these. He's won back-to-back, only the fourth player to do it. He tried to make it interesting. He had the huge lead on the weekend, and then he was over par on Saturday, letting a lot of these guys back in the mix. And then on Sunday, on 18, with the 2-pop lead, he drives the ball right into the trees. I thought that second shot was amazing, that he was able to draw it around those trees with all those people standing there just to get it up near the green. I thought that was a crazy shot. But just talk about Rory's performance overall.
Look, I guess the greatest thing we can say about Rory McIlroy, if he's going to be sort of the headliner of this current generation, is that he's never boring. It's always going to be entertaining when Rory McIlroy is in the mix. He led by 6 going into the weekend. I think a lot of people thought this was going to be a coronation on Saturday and Sunday, that he might win this thing by 12 and might just run away with it, and it wasn't going to be that exciting on the weekend. He always tends to make it exciting, and I think there's something about Rory McIlroy that he doesn't like having a 6-shot kind of lead. He wants to be behind. He wants to be chasing. Give him a carrot to dangle in front of him and let him go after it, have his back up against the wall, and that's exactly what happened. It makes it really fun to watch on the weekend, and you're right about that shot on 18. First of all, I'll go back to 12.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going back even further. I'm going back to 4. On 4, he's got about a 10-footer for par, and he winds up 3-putting for double bogey, and you're like, oh, boy, Here we go again. On 12, he gets into the lead, and he takes as direct and aggressive of a line off that tee as anyone would, even in 45th place, not to mention a leader, and makes birdie there, which I thought was a very gutsy shot. And then on 18, when that ball's flying in the air, the first thing that went through my mind was, oh my goodness, he's doing the Mickelson wingfoot thing from 2006 U.S. Open, and then he's going to make double bogey and go to a playoff with Scotty. I thought that's what was going to happen. He got a little bit lucky with the lie and the look that he had over there and made bogey from there, but boy, it's going to be exciting till the very end when Rory's involved.
Hey, Jason, what do you make of some of the blowback that Rory is getting when he admitted that he had made multiple trips to Augusta to practice on the course before the Masters occurred, which is within his right? He has an honorary membership as a former winner, as a champion. Like anybody else could do it. Rory chose to do it, and it clearly is paying dividends. What do you make of the blowback that he's getting from some people? Not a ton, but some people are basically saying it's an unfair advantage for him to have that sort of access to the course.
I'm not sure I've even heard about this blowback. I knew he made a bunch of those trips. I'm telling you this much. if me or you guys won the Masters, guess how many times we're going to Augusta National the next year? We might not leave. They're going to be calling it Sobel Cabin by the time we get to the next year because I ain't leaving that place. So I have absolutely zero problem with Rory McIlroy going there and practicing and playing and getting ready for this golf tournament. Anyone else would do the exact same thing in his position.
Yeah. What about some of the other guys that were in the hunt there? What made it so interesting? I mean, obviously Scheffler with the amazing weekend, but just a little bit too far behind, I guess. Rosie was there, and I really thought he was in control, and very uncharacteristic of that guy, at least from my perspective. This guy's like a robot out there hitting balls generally. Just got a little wayward there. He chunked the chip even, which he's been so good at. I don't know. Cam Young wasn't able to kind of step up. I really thought that some of these other guys were going to step up, and they really didn't.
Scotty finished in second, but look, he was 12 shots back going into the weekend. Didn't post a bogey on Saturday or Sunday. I don't think Scotty's kicking himself at all. Cameron Young played in the final pairing, but as he said afterwards, he played pretty well. I mean, he didn't play his best golf, but he hung in there pretty well and did okay. Russell Henley had a really good final round to finish up there. The one guy who might have had a little bit of a sleepless night last night is Justin Rose. He had the lead on the second nine, makes a sloppy bogey on 11, makes a really sloppy bogey on 12 where he stubbed a chip, and then made a sloppy par on 13 where he hit a second shot in there. He's got a chance to make eagle, and instead gets a little too aggressive, rolls it past the hole, and is only able to make par. I mean, that's given back 2 shots, but really feels like giving back 3 with only making par on 13. There's a lot that Justin Rose can go back and look at and say, man, I should have done better on the second 9 there. That said, Justin Rose has been so classy really for the past year, but especially this week. I spoke with him on a few different occasions about what it was like dealing with last year and dealing with, losing in a playoff to Rory, and everyone's celebrating Rory, and he likes Rory. He spent a lot of time with Rory in Ryder Cup elsewhere, and I think Justin Rose has been fantastic as far as just the class that he's shown in dealing with everything, and I have no doubt that he's going to show the same class moving forward as well.
All right, so where does this put us for the PGA Championship? We were joking about it earlier that we still having a hard time wrapping our brain around the new major schedule. Like my brain malfunctions when I think of the PGA Championship. Yeah,
because you're thinking the PGA going into August.
Yeah, it's just wild. But we also don't talk about Jordan Spieth a lot, I don't feel like, and he's going for his career Grand Slam. He seems to be playing a little bit better.
Couldn't make
obviously,
a putt.
Obviously, Rory and Scheffler, the same characters, will be the favorites, I would assume.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, I think Jordan Spieth's playing some good golf right now. We're talking about Scotty Scheffler going after the career slam in June, but Jordan's got a chance at it next month. Do I think it's going to happen? Not really, but look, he's playing some very good golf right now. He's got some high variance, and we've known that for a long time. But if Jordan can get it going, he's got a good chance at it. And I would expect Cameron Young, a Northeast guy playing on a Northeast golf course, Aronimink, just outside of Philadelphia. I would expect Cameron Young to be a very popular pick going into that one next month.
What about Brooks? Koepka, he hung in there, had a top 12 finish. He's been trending better since he first started, right? The putting was woeful, seems to be getting somewhat better. I don't know where he ranked in the Masters for putting.
He seems like he's taking it serious, really serious now.
Yeah, it seems like he's locking in a little bit. I don't think you could write him off quite yet.
No, I completely agree with you. I think that Koepka really doesn't like sort of the second track that he's on right now. Of course, he came back to the PGA Tour earlier this year, leaving Live Golf, but he's not eligible for any of the signature events, playing with the big boys, other than the major championships until he qualifies, until he wins something. So I do think there's motivation there. He looks, like you said, locked in and ready to go out there and win at some point. I would be surprised if he doesn't win. He's still a very, very competitive player, very good player. Still might get up for the big ones a little bit more than the other ones. That's always been, I don't know if that's a knock on Koepka or whether that's praiseworthy, but he definitely gets up for the biggest events more so than the other ones. But he's got reason to go out and win a smaller one and play against some better competition afterwards. So I like where Brooks is trending right now.
All right, we're talking to Jason Sobel, host for PGA Tour Radio and SiriusXM, analyst for CBS Sports HQ. Let's also just get your thoughts on Bryson. Everybody, I mean, he's a fan favorite. You may not like him, but he's so captivating. Two really big holes that just doomed him. What he did there on Friday on 18 was just embarrassing almost. But he's so talented. He's generally been playing pretty well. Didn't see that coming. Is that just kind of a one-off? He'll fix that and be ready to go for the PGA? What's your sort of take on Bryson and his game at this point?
So, hand up, I picked Bryson to win the Masters this past week. It was a terrible pick. Obviously, it didn't work out.
Right.
That said, I picked him about 3 weeks beforehand and working on all my preview material and stuff. By the time we got to Tuesday and we knew it was going to be a fast, firm golf course, I was kind of like, it doesn't really fit him as much, but I'm already locked in to that pick. All of that said, look, I like Bryson moving forward, but, man, I thought he had gotten out of the mode of I'm smarter than everybody else. And I know what I'm doing more than anyone else does. I'll be the first to admit I don't really understand 3D printing, and I certainly don't understand 3D printing a 5-iron, but at some point it just feels like he's trying to act like he knows more than any other player in the world, and he knows more than the manufacturers, and he's smarter than everybody else. The single-length clubs, it certainly wasn't working, and the greenside bunker play was atrocious, led to a triple bogey on 11 on Thursday, led to a triple bogey on 18 on Friday, and that's the reason he missed the cut. Maybe Bryson sits back and thinks about that a little bit. He's changed his image 180 degrees over the last handful of years. Maybe he changes his thought process on some of those things moving forward as well.
I mean, his bunker play was like a 12 handicap over the weekend. I mean, that was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. But again, those single-length clubs, look, he's hitting a much longer, whether it's a sand wedge or a lob wedge, whatever he's hitting out of those bunkers, it's a much longer club than most other players have, and it's not the way it's supposed to be designed for that. So I don't really understand it, quite frankly.
Oh, I know. I've got him. my gap wedge is the same length as my 4-iron. Hey, Jason, thanks a lot, man. Safe travels back to Orlando. Appreciate the call, and we love watching you guys and listening to you guys at the Masters.
Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you're the man.
All right,
Stay safe
buddy.
out there.
Jason
Zooming
Sobel.
down 95 south, I'm assuming. I'm guessing that's where he's going.
Yep, going down
From
to
Augusta down to Central Florida.
One major down, 3 to go, Cakes.
Yep.
Hey, the NFL draft's around the corner. Are the Commanders looking at the short-armed Reuben Bain? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, the Junkies is brought to you by FanDuel. Right now, FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, you can turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action. From player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you need to back them up, FanDuel puts player research right at your fingertips, so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can check the math, but I believe the NFL draft is 10 days away.
Oh, this is going to be
April
silly.
23rd.
Yeah, that's correct. Next Thursday.
That's something to get excited about.
10 days from the NFL draft, and there are more and more mock drafts. And a name which is popping up now, and it's popped up before, but in 2 recent mock drafts, Reuben Bain Jr., edge rusher from Miami, has popped up, 275 pounds. Kind of the talk about Reuben Bain is he's got really short arms, according to some of these draftniks. He had 9.5 sacks in 2025, forced 1 fumble. He's an absolute monster, but now some details are coming out which could be a red flag. He was in a fatal car crash in 2024.
Yeah, he was the driver.
Yeah, he was cited for careless driving in that 2024 crash that put his passenger into a coma. Eventually, she passed away.
Horrible.
So according to some of the reports, his vehicle was a 2021 Land Rover, registered to Corporation Miami Sports 27.
Okay.
Struck another car before colliding into concrete barriers located on the side of the highway. This happened at 4 a.m.
Yep, on 95.
One passenger in his vehicle was 22-year-old Destiny Betts, knocked unconscious as a result of the injuries. She never regained consciousness.
Worst nightmare. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just assuming here, but it sounds like he's probably traveling at a high rate of speed, lost control of his car, veered in the lane, struck another vehicle, accident ensues. I mean, that's why he was cited for careless driving.
Maybe he fell asleep.
Could be. He was also cited a second time for careless driving in October 2025.
Yep.
That was later dismissed.
What was that incident? If it was dismissed, I guess it's fair.
It didn't say.
It said he was cited in October 2025 for careless driving while driving a Tesla Cybertruck. It was reported that the police report indicated that Bain was involved in an accident. However, it was dismissed in February of 2026.
Yeah, according to Albert Breer, teams have been aware of the case for a long, long time, and there was a lawsuit which was settled.
Right.
So probably the family got a payout.
I don't know. I'd have to interview the guy. I'd have to look him in the eye. It doesn't sound great.
It doesn't.
Doesn't sound
Especially
great.
with what happened with Henry Ruggs.
Right.
With what's going on with James Pierce.
And to potentially have another incident a year later after a woman that was in your car passed from your careless driving, it's not great.
That combined with the short arms is enough for me to put him on my FUBAR list.
Would you take him with this? What if you had a second round pick, or if you traded down?
I mean, if I had a second round pick,
it'd be hard to pass him up.
it'd be
too good a
yeah,
value.
I mean,
too good a value.
He's on my FUBAR list for the 7th overall pick.
Right.
I'm going to go in a more conservative direction.
One team executive said he hasn't been very transparent with us.
Okay.
He said it feels like it could be a Laramie Tunsil all over again.
Well,
Tunsil's worked out to be a good player.
Tunsil's worked out
I
to be
know,
a good
but
player.
it affected his draft.
Yeah.
I mean, to defend him, it made,
I'm not saying he's not going to be a good player.
You immediately think 4 a.m., he's probably intoxicated.
Yeah, but I
according
feel
to the
like they
reports,
would've-
they said he was apparently normal at the time of his
Well, I would
crash.
think if he was intoxicated,
They
that
would have
part of the
recognized
report.
it.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
guys, they're pros. They know what they're
They
doing.
didn't administer the field sobriety test.
They didn't?
Did not.
They didn't need to.
He collided in the center lane on I-95, and then
Lost control?
The vehicle then careened into the wall.
I wonder if the car was stopped in the middle of 95. Or
I'm
did he just
telling
run
you,
up on it?
If you have construction, which happened to my daughter and I a couple weeks ago, it could come up on you quick.
Yeah.
All I
never
know is,
know.
if you're Adam Peters, you need to nail this pick. And I'm sure he's obviously a talented player, but there are going to be other talented options available at number 7. Well, he probably won't slip out of the top 10.
1-800-636-1067 if you can chime in. Would you stay away from Reuben Bain Jr. because of his history with car incidents and his short arms?
No, I'm ignoring the short arms. The character issues, that's something different. And that's where, again, I would rely big time on my silly evaluation skills.
Here's the problem.
Elite people reader.
Yes.
Cakes.
I mean, if it was just a legitimate accident where a car was in the middle of the road, he just didn't see it, maybe the lights were off, who knows?
You could make a mistake as a human being.
And
looking at his phone,
4 a.m.
distracted driving.
He was cited for careless driving.
No, he was.
But it could still be an honest
But
mistake.
you can be cited for that, but still just made a mistake on the road.
Yeah.
You just weren't paying
True.
attention. You
Young
know what I mean?
driver.
You know what? I'm going to put him on speeding, came up too fast on a car,
Probably.
lost control, accident happens.
Yeah.
Right. But it could be an honest mistake. I mean, it's still like you're speeding, but you shouldn't be speeding. But we all speed.
I need to know how fast he was going.
Yeah.
Like if he's going, there are layers of speeding. Okay,
Right.
like
I agree.
I speed every day on the way here.
Right,
but I'm not
exactly.
doing 95 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'm not doing 100. I would love to know the speeds he was traveling.
Sometimes
But let's say he was driving really fast. He was irresponsible. But he's a beast on the field.
No, it just means he's a bad decision maker, and he's
Okay.
also probably immature.
Bad decision maker at 20.
Okay, well you're drafting him at 20.
No,
You're not
he's, this is a couple years ago,
Okay,
right?
you're drafting
This
at
is probably
23.
right.
Yeah.
My point is,
Maybe he's
if he's
matured
a
some.
beast on the field,
The
if he's
problem
the
is-
best player on the field, and you feel comfortable, you
I gotta
meet with
meet him.
him. He's
the
had
problem
an
is the
incident in the
25
past.
incident. That's the compounding X factor.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find a comparable guy that doesn't have the baggage, and I'm going to draft him.
But what if he's not as much of an impact player?
Then you know what?
Well, you just don't know.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Bain's a
chance.
monster.
I'll take him. I'll take David Bailey instead if he's there.
What if he's not?
I'll take Sonny Styles. I'll take Caleb Downs. I'll take a guy that doesn't have this sort of baggage coming into his NFL career.
Anybody
Because
but Bain.
It could get worse. It could continue.
I'll tell you what.
He could kill himself or somebody else in a driving incident when he's on your team, when you already knew these incidents were a thing on his resume. I'm gonna avoid it. I'm
You
gonna
may be
avoid the
right,
drama.
but it also might be a situation where the guy just had an accident.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's a young driver.
The problem is the second
without that much
incident, though.
experience.
That's the problem. He was charged and then later were dropped, but there at least was an initial reason to say, hey.
I would have passed on Jalen
He's
Carter.
a careless
too.
driver.
I
It
would've-
sounds like he's a careless driver.
A lot of teams
Right.
passed on Jalen Carter when he was probably the best defensive player in his draft.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's
a
an
stud.
all-pro type player. Now, he did spit on somebody and cost himself a game. Was that
Right.
a playoff game or that was a regular?
I thought that was a regular
maybe a
season.
late regular season game against the Cowboys who spit at Dak Prescott, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like
You still rather have him, though.
I mean, sometimes it's worth the risk. That was a guy who had a driving issue too.
Yeah. Where someone died.
Right. I'm going to say.
I'll tell you what. If
If you guys want to roll the dice with a guy who's already had 2 high-profile driving incidents before he's even gotten into the league, go right ahead.
I don't know how high
I
profile they
think
are.
he's-
Like
I
we're
think
kind of
he's-
just finding out about it.
JP, I think he's off the list at 7. I think he's off the list. I think he's off the board at 7.
this story
skins.
this story
There's
had to
plenty
have,
of other guys they can pick.
this story had to have been national at the time. Had to have been.
I don't know.
But he
maybe.
wasn't that big time of a player.
No, I'm
in
not saying he was,
2024.
but I'm sure it had to have been out there. That
I don't know that it was. I don't know that it was national.
The
at
league
time.
says they knew.
someone. I mean, when someone dies in an accident with
Yeah.
a college football player driving the car, I think it had to have been out there.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you look at his career at University of Miami in 2024, he hadn't
No,
accomplished anything.
I know. I'm just saying it's still out there. It could be a walk-on player.
Mm-hmm.
When someone dies and a college football player is driving the car, it's a big story.
Do you think they
Especially in
know
Miami.
who their number one choice is right now at 7? Amongst
I
their
keep-
realistic
I
picks,
asked
like
that last
let's
week.
just throw it in: Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles.
Well, they definitely have an order.
Bailey,
Oh, they got a draft
They
board.
definitely have an order.
Yeah, you walk
Jeremiah
into that,
Love.
You walk into their war room right now. There's
Yeah.
one name atop the list.
Is it locked in?
100%.
Yeah. Yes.
It's locked in. Unless something weird happens in the next 10 days.
What's the likelihood of a trade?
Oof.
I think
it's very
unlikely.
small. I think it's 5%.
25%.
I think
25%.
I think it's lower than that.
I think it's 25%. Maybe a tick higher. Depends on how the first 6 picks unfold.
I basically got down to: are we taking Love or are we taking Tate or Tyson or somebody? That's where my brain is right now.
Well, you have them all exclusively offensive players. I like your line of
That's what I'm
thinking.
hoping.
I like what
what
you're
I'm-
cooking over there in your
that's what I'm
kitchen,
hoping.
EB. I hope that's the case too.
Yeah.
But a consolation prize of a great defensive player for a horrendous defense wouldn't be bad either.
I feel like the defense has improved a lot. The offensive, other than Chig, hasn't really improved that much.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you can argue it's maybe a wash or worse because you lose Ertz and you lose Debo.
And your center.
And our center, which, I'm
I
assuming...
know,
we
a lot
could
of people
fill
are
in.
poo-pooing that, but they lost their starting center.
I know. I'm assuming that whoever...
Allegretti,
he'll be okay.
Yeah, you want better than okay. Might want an upgrade from okay.
Well, that's kind of... that ship has sailed. Seems like.
Maybe they draft a guy.
All right, but he's going to be a rookie. 4th rounder. Not draft
true.
one early. It'll be a rookie 4th or 5th rounder. Right.
Trust me, I'm not advocating for drafting any sort of offensive lineman with the 7th pick.
I feel like of all the moves they've made, like Chanel and Owe and all these guys, like the defense is on the come. I like it on paper for sure. I'll be shocked if
they stay.
There's
at
no way it could be worse. There's no
and
way
draft an offensive lineman. This is going to be my face.
No, it's impossible.
It's going to go from this. It's going to go from this to
no. It's impossible. They're not
going to mouthing up.
No, they're not doing that.
What?
Yeah, they're not doing that.
I don't think they're going to do it. But Adam Peters is kind of a wild card. Did you expect him to pick Josh Connerly last year?
But at
Have
least,
you ever heard Josh Connerly's name before Roger Goodell?
No, but that was still kind of a need.
But that was a hole. Like he definitely wanted to replace Wiley.
Okay.
That was a hole. That made sense. Like if you thought about it, it makes no sense now. There's no way of making sense.
I
of
agree. It makes no sense.
It's impossible. I'll bet you. I'll give you pretty good odds.
What
They're
sort of
not going to
odds would you
draft
give
an
me?
offensive lineman.
What sort of odds?
5 to 1.
Give me 100 to 1.
No,
on a $1 bet.
How about I give you?
40 to 1.
No, how about I give you
35 to 1.
10 to 1 on a $10 bet.
On a $10 bet? No. No, I just gave that T-shirt $10. What am I made of money?
Another $10. They're not drafting an offensive lineman with the first pick.
$3 and I need 15 to 1 odds.
No, it's not worth $3.
All right, we're negotiating. We're at the negotiating table here.
Well, you're not.
Can't come to an agreement.
They're not drafting an offensive lineman.
I'll give you 15 to 1 on the $3 bet.
Yes, book that, Valdez. It's booked.
So if they draft a tackle, you owe him $45.
Now I'm praying he trades down and picks up.
It's not just the tackle; it's any lineman, right?
Yeah, right.
First round,
offensive lineman.
They're not going to draft a guard.
Technically, could they trade back and then the first round and draft a guard at like 30?
Yes, that counts.
No.
It has to be at 7.
Yes, that's the whole point. Wow. That's the whole point. They're not taking one as their top pick.
Do I really want to agree to be pigeonholed at 7? No, no.
If they have multiple,
$3.
I'm not
I'll
interested.
swoop in. I'll take it.
Okay, so I get the entire first round.
No. I think they could take an offensive lineman. I'll take your spot. You're out. I'm in.
Oh, okay. Feel free.
All right.
Jump right in there.
What? You think they'll take a tackle? You know they're not taking a
I like
guard.
the long shot odds.
He just likes it.
It's his thing.
All right, it's $45 to you, $3 back to
That
me.
would be criminally negligent.
And it has to be at 7. They can't technically.
Yeah.
Their top pick could be at 30 if they trade back.
It would be criminally negligent.
Well, if they trade
did
back
that.
to number 30, then Adam Peters should be fired. If that's their top pick.
They need to
But
draft.
they're not taking a tackle at 7.
They need to draft one of these offensive guys.
If Roger Goodell's play the music, play the pick music, Valdez. I know you have it over there. Oh, I can't wait for this to happen.
You don't believe it's going to happen. You're
course I
asking
don't
for
believe
100 to 1 odds.
Of course, I don't believe it's going to happen.
Come on. But it's worth 45 for the controversy. It's worth $45 to me.
The pick is in with the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Francis Malagoa, University of Miami. Drab T-shirt wins $45.
Yeah.
He's rich.
There's some sort of weird Drab. I don't know if you could explain this. There's some sort of weird algorithm thing where I keep getting tagged in Jordan Tyson tweets.
Okay,
and it feels like it's from a bot or something. Like different bots keep sending me the same highlights.
Right, it's probably some
And
Russian sex bot.
They're tagging me. Why?
Well, can't you?
Because
mute
we've
the
been talking
conversation?
about it.
Yeah, but I have to keep doing it.
EB, I know you get steamy for the Jordan Tyson highlights. A Russian sex bot sent to you.
Yeah, I mean, why is Trizzy Trace sending different accounts constantly?
Trizzy.
You're getting bombarded by Jordan Tyson
and the
highlights.
thing is, they're not guys that follow me. So why are they tagging me in this crap? Somehow I'm being tagged in this. Get me out of the Jordan Tyson. I'm out of the Jordan Tyson business.
You got to start looking at other tweets and give them a couple seconds each. Then you'll start getting
NFTS
that
Bob
stuff.
is sending me. RJ9. They're all sending me the same clips.
You're in cyber hell. Good luck getting
Why?
out. Good luck to you,
Gusto
sir.
snipping. Oh, everybody's sending me Jordan Tyson clips.
All right, got to take a break if you want to chime in. 800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, we got Joe Beninati talking Caps coming up at 9:25. So I guess on your Friday parlay, Mike Marr bet on the UFC.
Yep, he did.
Headline.
And he actually hit.
And he hit it. But here's the amazing thing about the match. And I know you guys don't care about UFC, but they're fighting for the championship. And this guy, Carlos Ulberg, hurts his leg. His knee buckles. People thought he probably tore his ACL. And the guy he's fighting saw it. And Mike, you can chime in on this. But this guy, Yuri, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Prohaska, sees that the guy's leg's damaged. Now, all he really has to do to win the match is chop the guy's legs.
Mm-hmm. Sweep the leg, baby.
But he said he felt mercy, and he tried to, start swinging on the guy, and he got caught. Is that essentially what happened, Mike?
Yeah, and I think that's complete BS from Yuri Prohaska. That's just his fighting style. He just marches forward, throws caution to the wind. I didn't think he was taking pity on him at all. I thought he just was overextending on punches. Ulberg was throwing a left hook the entire lead up to that sequence, and then he just finally capitalized and landed right on him.
If you saw a guy, you're fighting.
Yeah.
It's fight. You see a guy get hurt, would you take advantage of that, or would you show mercy and be like, I'm going to fight him with where he's healthy?
It depends on what dojo I went to as a kid, JP. If I went to Cobra Kai and I had the jerk sensei telling me no mercy, I probably am going to sweep the leg.
I would destroy the guy. If I'm going to fight, I would try to kill him.
For the championship.
Yeah, I would try to kill him.
You're trying to win, right?
Don't be a dope and try swinging.
Yeah.
That's like asking Ovi if he sees an empty net. Is he not going to shoot the puck in an empty net? Of course he's going to shoot the puck. He's going to score an empty net.
Mm-hmm.
Was the Ulberg dude, was he the favorite going into the fight?
It was a pick'em.
Oh, it was a pick'em.
Minus 115 when it closed.
Toss up, yeah.
That guy was busy playing at the Masters and UFC the same weekend.
Ulberg, right. Ludwig, right.
Same guy.
That guy Yuri, though, I don't know how many title fights he's been in. He's a bridesmaid.
Yeah.
It seems like he knocks on the door for a championship and he loses every time.
Well, during the post-fight press conference, Ulberg said that his corner told him that they would have stopped the fight if it had just gone an extra minute, because his leg was completely compromised. So if he had just held on for another minute, it would have just been a doctor's stoppage.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm impressed you hit one, because you were like 3 for 22 or whatever the hell it was.
You're off to a good start.
It's a new year for him.
I just got to stay on these UFC bets. I feel like I'm all the way back. I mean, this is my first win in a while, but it feels like I haven't lost in a while.
UFC Mike is back.
Right. Feels like you haven't lost a while because we took a break from the parlay.
Yeah. We took a hiatus.
I don't know if I've told you guys about this phenomenon before, but you remember when I don't know, when you were younger, if you ever went to New York City, you would go and you could get fake Rolexes on the street and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I certainly in Chinatown, that was a big deal. Well, it's very, very trendy now. This street in the Chinatown area, it's called Canal Street. Okay. And people go up there, tourists go up there, and you bargain with these people.
Yeah.
They have all these street vendors. And it's all illegal stuff.
Of course.
They've been busted so many times. They have all their purses and watches and belts and everything, all designer stuff, on sheets.
Yeah.
And as soon as they got lookouts everywhere. As soon as they roll up and they they pack up and roll. You got guys walking around with, I don't even know Apple stuff. Again, I hate Apple, but the Air Maxes or whatever they call it, those whatever those headphones are. They got them walking around with those. They're like half price. AirPod Maxes or whatever. They're the big ones. They're the big, they're like the $600 joints. And then they have the little AirPods and everything you can think of. And my daughter went there and she got this. If you ever heard, you probably have it because you're a guy. And why would you care? But there's this, I don't know, designer bag called a Go-Yard or whatever it is.
Nope.
She got one last year
is.
for $60. And she,
it's
she
called
wears
Go-Yard?
it. Yeah, so it's like a Louis Vuitton type thing.
I'm sure my
normally
daughter's-
it'd be like $2,000, right?
Yeah.
But she gets a fake one for $60.
Sure.
And she uses it all the time. So she's like, I want to get something else from Canal Street. So we walk over to Canal Street on Sunday, and the guys are everywhere. It's mostly African guys, to be honest with you. They have little Chinese ladies.
They're not Asian guys?
No, they're little Chinese ladies, and they have a menu. And they see young people, and they go, come here. And then they walk you back to their storefront, and you go into the bowels of the store, and then they have all the illegal merchandise in there.
Right.
But the African guys, they're just on the street.
Yeah.
And they just have baskets and sheets, and they have all their stuff out there on the street. And
It's
my
all
daughter,
fake. All fake.
It's all fake.
All counterfeit.
And everybody understands it.
Yeah.
But, to the naked eye, to an
It
average,
looks good, yeah.
I would venture to say, when you're walking around an airport or something, and you see
don't
Louis
know.
Vuitton
No
stuff,
idea.
most of it's fake.
Yeah.
Because most people aren't paying $2-3 grand for those big ass bags. They're just not doing it. And it's just a thing. So we're going on and we're haggling for this I don't know. She didn't even know what she wanted. She just wanted to go and play the game. She likes to go there. My youngest, Kate. She likes to go there and offer $20 for a $100 thing.
Yeah.
And they go back and forth and picking up. She didn't even need. I'm like, you don't even need this crap. What are you doing? But it was
in it for the love of the game.
It was for the love of the game. It was entertaining to her.
Yeah.
And so she's looking at this Louis bag, and then she was looking at this Dior bag, and then this Prada bag, and she was insulting every person out there,
Right.
Because they wanted 80 to 100, and she was offering 20 because she's seen on TikTok some kids get them for 20.
Got to negotiate.
So she was offering 20. They never went below 60. We ended up wasting 45 minutes, came home with nothing. Which actually is probably better because she didn't even need it.
So you didn't hook it and add the extra 40.
No, she had the money.
Oh, yeah.
She had it herself. But she was also in that awkward situation where maybe she would have done it for 40, but she had a 50. So if you're negotiating with a street vendor and he wants 80, you offer whatever, and you offer 40, and then he says, okay, and then you show him a 50?
They're going to take the 50.
They're going to take the 50. They're not going to give you $10 back.
No
it's not going to
chance.
happen. But you would be stunned at the number of people, the number of tourists that are just there and just picking up Louis
Good cash
bags.
business.
It appears. One guy was kind of hilarious. He was just walking around and he's like, here, half price. He goes, get it before the cops do. Get it before the cops do.
And what was he hawking? What was
that
his
was
product?
Apple stuff.
Okay.
Those Apple guys, they have them in trash bags.
Yeah.
They're just walking around. They're just pulling. And here's the thing I don't know. I know the Louis bags and all that. That's all fake. Is the Apple stuff fake too? Is
I
that
don't
like
know.
Chinese knockoff?
I've seen plenty of Apple store robberies on my Twitter timeline where guys just go in and they're yanking stuff off the shelves. So maybe that stuff's legit.
Probably
I don't
hot.
know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Probably hot. Hot to
I
the
don't
touch.
mind buying stolen merchandise. But I don't even mind buying fake stuff if you know it's fake. But if I was buying like an Apple AirPod Max or whatever for $200, it's normally $600. It better not be like $20 Chinese version.
Right.
You know
It's
what I
going to
mean?
break in like 2 days.
Yeah, I just don't know. The watches, I was looking at the fake Rolexes. What do you know if I'm wearing a Rolex, it's fake? I mean, you know me.
They
I'm not spending
they
money
look pretty
on
good.
that.
I mean, they'll stop after about a month.
Yeah, they
They'll
usually
stop
work
working.
about a month.
Yeah,
usually
I
work
bought
about
one
a
of
month.
those years ago.
Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, and
That's fun.
it lasted about 6
You
weeks.
get sunglasses if you want to get some like Prada sunglasses or something. You know.
Yeah, because I need Prada sunglasses.
No, you don't. But
I haven't worn a watch in years.
Yeah,
I just
me
don't
either.
wear a watch.
I wore one yesterday. Yeah.
Do you wear watch cakes?
I wear a Fitbit. It's in my pocket right now because it freaking falls off all the time.
Everybody's wearing the Whoops or the Fitbits or the Apple Watches.
Yeah.
The health stuff. I had a buddy who said it regulates. It tells you like kind of like where you're at in terms of like your health. You know, after you sleep and everything. And he had been sleeping so poorly that it was at 15%. Like basically his health was at like 15%, like his overall health score. He slept so poorly that night after drinking 4 beers, he woke up at 5%. He basically was near death.
I will say, and this has been going on for years, it's no revelation, but when I was at Universal, I saw this lady. She's getting all her food, all kinds of stuff back, and had to pay. She just did the old watch bit.
Just paid with her watch?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The technology's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, what's the difference between paying with that and your credit card?
Yeah, I don't know. More and more people that are using their phone.
My kids do.
Right?
They pay with their Apple Pay.
I just bring this
Pay with
out.
their
I just
Apple
bring
Pay.
this out.
Yeah. You're as old school as it gets.
That's my Apple Watch right there.
I'm trying to think what
That's
I just
your Google
saw.
Pay.
Well,
I just saw some new business is going cashless. Maybe it was McDonald's. I think McDonald's is about to go cashless.
I get annoyed when I go into.
I mean,
like,
you go to a Wizards game, a Caps game's cashless.
You know who's not cashless? Drab. I asked him if he wanted digital money. He's like, I want cash.
I gave him digital.
Cash money.
I gave him digital. What I don't like is
Prefers
like
the cash.
say I go to the Gina Finnemore stop or whatever on 95 as I'm going to New York, right? And I want to go get a Whopper Jr. They won't even really anymore see you in person. I got to go up to the board and I got to make my order.
Use the kiosk.
Yeah, I'd rather just tell the lady what I
Right.
want because I'm thumbing around the board forever. I don't know how to navigate it. It just takes longer.
You can't do a touchscreen.
No, I can do it, but it just takes longer.
Yeah, it's easier to say Whopper
It's easier for me
Jr.
to say Whopper Jr.
Whopper
Thanks.
Jr. Onion rings,
You have
no
cheese,
fries.
please. Yeah, wait. What? EB's my name. Thank you.
Right, give me that lukewarm one right there.
I gotta touch this.
It's right
I got this,
there.
and they asked me if I want this. I want to use a coupon. I'm going to use a, no.
Give me the zesty sauce to dip my onion rings in too. Make sure you
Gotta
put that
get the
in the
onion
bag.
rings at BK.
Gotta. It's a must.
All right, we have Joe B coming up at 9:25.
9:25.
9:25. All right, why don't I do this? I'll come back. I'm going to entertain you with some entertainment news, and there might be a massive star in the center of it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This update brought to you by Reynolds. Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. A very special Sunday as the Capitals defeat the Penguins 3-0 and multiple ovations awaited Alex Ovechkin. He had an assist on an empty net goal at the end in what could be his last game with the Caps. The Great Eight on the ovations.
The fans always support me, support the organization, team, boys, and it was loud. It was the energy what we need.
And out of the corner, down ice and beyond. They are chanting Ovi here. And they are chanting one more year.
The Call on the Fan. Nationals defeat the Brewers 8-6, their first sweep in Milwaukee since 2006. Keber Ruiz a 2-run single in the 8th. James Wood had a mammoth homer, and Jose Tena the huge game-tying hit.
Uribe deals. Swinging a ground ball past the mound and past the drawn-in second baseman Terang. It's a base hit into right center field. Jacob Young scores the tying run.
Rory McIlroy clinched his second straight Masters green jacket by one shot at 12 under. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com and learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. Joe Beninati joins us coming up in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We'll also give you a chance to win some tickets to the Summer 2026 Wolf Trap Show of your choice. That's coming up at 9:45. But right now, we open up EB's entertainment page.
That's right, Ricky. The EP, of course, is driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She'll hook you up. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, I told you, major star, still considered one, Cakes, even though she's way past her prime. Britney Spears is in the news. Mm-hmm. She's voluntarily entered into treatment nearly 1 month after her recent arrest for driving under the influence. They say she voluntarily checked herself in. She was arrested Wednesday, March 4th, booked for allegedly driving under the influence. They say she was driving erratically at a high rate of speed while she was traveling southbound on US 101. TMZ is reporting that she's basically going in for drugs and alcohol. They say that she's doing it voluntarily. She agreed at the urging of people around her to do it. She realizes, the quote is, she's hit rock bottom. They say she's had issues with drugs, in particular Adderall and alcohol, for years. They say during her many trips to Mexico, part of the reason why she goes there is that's where she replenishes her Adderall supply.
Right. Okay.
They say the reason why she's going now is she's got the pending DUI case, and strategically, this is going to look good in front of the judge. The question is she's taking it seriously?
So she should be hyper-focused with all that Adderall.
I mean, unless you're abusing it, and then I guess you won't
I don't know
be
what would
focused.
happen.
I don't know. I don't know the effects of taking too much Adderall.
Well, you mix it with alcohol. It's probably what she's doing too.
Yeah.
She posts these videos on Instagram. She is a mess.
Is she still doing it? Like the dancing stuff?
Yeah, she's a mess.
With the knives and everything?
She's a mess.
She's still doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she is a mess.
Look at Bishbucks on Instagram.
Oh, I'm not. I see it on YouTube, but that's where she posts them.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just always on something.
So the Coachella, I guess, is going on, and we went through the lineup, and it's kind of It is what it is, right?
It's very meh.
I didn't see anything
from what I've
in there
seen.
that I was super excited about.
Saw the
but
Biebs getting clubbed.
The Biebs was there.
Just getting crushed.
And, I think Justin Bieber's interesting, and I think he's a talented guy. They paid him $10 million to perform, but he's getting clubbed because apparently
$10 million.
It's the first time performing in like a year, at least here in the United States, so people were excited. And some people seem to enjoy it, but many are taking shots at him because he's basically playing YouTube clips of his songs and just singing around.
He's doing karaoke to his own tunes.
Kind of.
Yeah.
The difference is I'm sure he's got the backing vocals underneath it, and he's just singing over the vocals.
I mean,
is there a message there?
I don't know. I think people say he's just being lazy.
Who was clubbing it? I saw people
Both.
say it was like an iconic performance.
Yes, he's getting both. Justin Bieber slammed for YouTube videos.
I know, but I think that was just he was playing YouTube, like he was scrolling through and clicking on stuff that he did 19 years ago, and that's why he was clicking on it. And the fans were like going absolutely bananas that were there.
Listen, some people liked it, some people didn't. My daughter saw it; she liked it. She saw it online.
Right. I didn't see many people.
Well,
having
here's
a
the
problem
headline. I'm
with
just
it.
reading the headline. Justin Bieber slammed for playing YouTube videos at Coachella back in 229. Some people, Katy Perry even poked fun at him. Says, "Thank God he's got premium, and we're not having to sit here and wade through commercials."
It's kind of funny.
Here's Justin Bieber being the most paid artist by Coachella, and he's offered a performance with literally no work, no budget, and people are still praising him. Male mediocrity privilege is real. I don't know. Whatever.
Katy Perry was in the front row going crazy the entire performance.
Katy Perry was?
Yeah.
I guess. I didn't see it. I saw maybe 5 seconds of a clip.
But I saw the same
but
reviews.
My daughter was into it.
I saw the same reviews of Justin Bieber getting clubbed for doing it. Then I also saw an interpretation that he was doing a rebirth thing. Like, this is my past, and I'm singing again, but like I'm a different person.
It seems like the same guy
subject to
me.
interpretation.
Doesn't he seem like the same guy to you? It seems like the same guy to me.
I have no clue.
It didn't seem like a new and improved Biebs.
It's weird.
Artistic rebirth, EB.
It's weird. I guess J-Lo did her first performance at Coachella, right? I don't even know if we talked about that yet. A bunch of artists that, I guess Jack White, he was cool a long time
Who'd
ago.
you link her up with a couple weeks ago? You said J-Lo was trying to hook up with somebody to become relevant. No, it was Bad Bunny.
I can't
Didn't come
remember.
to fruition.
I can't remember.
Maybe that was during Cakes' entertainment page.
Could have been. I don't know.
I might have brought that up.
Is Coachella a 2-weekend
I think
concert?
so.
I don't know.
So it's not all the way through the week. It's just a weekend and then a week
I
off
thought it
and
was
then
like
another.
a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think there's 2 weekends.
Oh,
I think
there's two.
Back-to-back
there's
weekends?
2. Yeah, because there's definitely 2 different lineups that they announced. But you see all the same celebrities there. You saw Caleb Williams there, right? He was hanging out with the Kardashian crew.
No idea.
I guess he didn't care about the Masters.
Right.
Definitely didn't care about
Didn't
the
care about the
Masters.
Masters. Hey, Caleb.
Yeah, it looks like the dates for Coachella are Friday, April 10th and 17th, April 11th and 18th, and 12th and 19th.
Again, we get
I
confused.
think he was with the Jenners, EB, not the Kardashians.
To me, they're the same.
They're
they're
one and the
all
same.
the same umbrella. They got the same mom, right?
Yeah, I know,
They got
but
the
I think
same
it's
mom.
Kylie and Kendall Jenner.
Yeah, I think
right?
so.
You mean he wasn't throwing
My-
balls to Roma Dunze this weekend?
No.
Okay.
Not like Jaden. Jaden was getting his work in.
He was. I didn't see Jaden at Coachella.
That's how you.
So-
I'm sure he's painting his nails.
Speaking of
Enjoying himself.
Caleb, my daughter and her friends went to the Nats game. I guess it was the Dodger series.
Okay.
Look, I'm hanging out with Caleb Williams.
Nice.
Where was he at the
At
Dodgers
Nat- yeah,
game?
at the Nats game.
Oh, he's getting around, huh?
Yeah,
Why was he? I wonder
Who's
why.
the blonde with the long hair?
that's my daughter's friend.
Gotcha. Caleb
You know, what,
Hollorn.
you know what I don't see in that picture? Him throwing balls to Luther Bird.
Not that weekend.
I don't see that.
Nope.
Who's a silly tight end?
So what
that
day
you
was
got
that?
too?
What
He
day was
decided
that,
to hang
Jason?
out. I think that was the Dodger series.
So it was a couple weeks ago. I can't even remember. Was that like 10 days ago or so?
Yeah, something like that.
If I
It
were
was
a
their
Bears
home
fan,
opener.
I'd wish he'd be throwing balls to Colston Loveland, but he's not.
Now Coachella's the one where you just go, you listen to music, you probably do all your drugs and everything. But that's not the one with all the tents where everyone's having
That's
sex.
Burning Man.
Right, Burning
You're getting
Man.
Burning Man and Coachella mixed up.
Burning Man
Coachella
is-
has campsites, like people camping.
Stay and all
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
do all that. It's weird. You see like random celebrities. I think Chaperone, allegedly was seen like wandering around by herself.
Mm-hmm.
You would think maybe she wants security, but again, she had an incident with her security, right? Her security guard had an
did, like in
incident with
Brazil,
a fan,
right?
Yeah, it didn't go well. So maybe she's making the right move. I've told you for a long time I'm out on the Bezos and Sanchez. They're just incredibly annoying to me.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
They just incredibly, but they, I don't know. I guess if they really do this, they're bragging about how they wake up in the mornings, and they don't allow phones. and they do a bit where they have to say 10 things that they're grateful for every morning.
Oh.
And you're not allowed to repeat things.
Really?
That
You're not
sounds
allowed
terrible.
to.
That'd be hard.
Oh, and I think I said, and your phones aren't allowed. So it's
Yeah, I
got to be
think
just,
Bezos has always been a no phone guy for like an hour in the morning before he
so
gets
that's
his day
bit.
going.
So they sit down together, and then they also have an annoying thing where they each have their own coffee mugs.
Yeah.
And allegedly, this is according to TMZ, Lawrence reads, "Woke up sexy as hell again."
Okay, what is his read?
Hunk.
I would rather be a brokey, and have my phone and not have to sit with my wife and say 10 things I'm grateful about.
Yeah.
Every single day.
They've got to be different.
No, thank you.
No repeats.
It's a no repeat Saturday.
So you can only say, "I'm grateful that I met you and I married you and you're my
Yeah,
life." You can only say that once.
One time.
That's it.
And you're
Then
out
you got to come up with 9 others.
Right.
every day.
Every day.
So
I would just pick things out in the room.
It must be a TikTok thing or something, because my daughter occasionally, she does it kind of as a goof. She's kind of like tongue in cheek, but she said, like, if there's nothing going on, like if we're sitting around dinner, she goes, "All right, everybody, let's talk about our rose and our thorn of the day."
Okay.
And so
Every rose has its thorn. That was a Brett
so you
Michaels
have to
ditty
say,
from way
I guess
back
you have
in
to
the day.
say
I knew that was coming.
what your rose was
It's my
for the
guy.
day, like
I
what
know.
your good thing was for the day,
Yeah.
and what your thorn, what your pain in the ass thing was for the
okay.
day.
All right.
You
What's
want to
the
do
rose?
it? Give me a rose and a thorn for your weekend.
All right. My rose was, let's see. My rose was spending time with my family, my daughter, and my
What was
son
your
were
thorn?
home from college. So that was my rose. My thorn was my serve was a little bit dicey on Saturday morning tennis.
Did you
That
hit
was
your
my
partner?
thorn.
Did you hit your partner?
I haven't hit a partner in quite a stretch.
All right, so you're on a good streak there.
Yeah. I try not to serve like a maniac.
Yeah.
Anymore.
I'll give you mine.
Try to keep things under control.
My rose was I was with my girls. I was with my daughter and my wife, and we
Yeah.
were in New York City, and we got a really nice bonding time, 24 straight hours, and it was great. My thorn was the walking around New York City before the game.
Okay.
That was that's why I said to her, I said, "Isn't this what you do in Europe?
Right.
You want to do this for a week?
You want to do this in the United
It was
States?
freaking torture."
I thought you liked that.
Like what?
I don't know, I
Walking
just
around
thought-
the city?
I thought you're a city guy. You don't like walking around the cities.
No, I like going and maybe walking around for 20 minutes or something, half an hour.
Yeah.
I don't like walking around for hours, looking at purses we're not going to buy.
Oh,
haggle
well, yeah,
with
you're going to
things, and-
Chinatown. And, yeah, that's
You would have hated Universal Studios.
Yeah, oh, so much walking.
I do.
So much walking.
He
I
does
do
hate
hate
it.
that.
He
I do
actively
hate
hates
that.
it.
Yeah, I do. I hate that.
Wait
I
till you
hate
go to
Disney.
Italy.Ait till you go to Venice.
You're really gonna hate
Yeah,
that.
you're going to really hate that
I
place.
literally looked at her and I said, "Is this what you do?"
Wait till
in
you go
Europe?
to Rome.
Just walk around. Just walk around.
We need an EB cam for that week. We just need some. Mike Barr, are you busy when EB goes to Europe? Can we send you along?
I mean,
You stow away
Misery index.
Stow away.
You need one of those
Cargo
watches
hold.
if you have a misery index. EB's
Yeah,
misery index.
Well, I mean, it was ridiculous. And by the way, also when you're walking around New York City, there's really no place to sit. I mean,
You think
you're
there's
just
benches
walking.
all over the place?
I mean, occasionally you go by little parks and you see people, smoking weed.
I mean, aren't old guys like playing chess like in parks all the time in New York City? Or is
I
that
saw
still
a
in
Central
the
Park.
80s?
I
Maybe
see
he's
a
not
lot
around
of
Central
that.
Park.
I just saw a lot of smelled a lot of weed and saw a lot of weirdos.
Right.
Basically
Yeah.
what it is.
I haven't been in New York in a long time.
What-
But I'm okay not going.
What- hey.
I'm okay.
Give me your rose and your thorn for the weekend.
For this weekend?
Yeah, yes. Overall, give me your rose.
Have you guys not done a Masters? Have you not included that
was
as your
true.
rose?
Yeah, I guess the rose.
Justin Rose.
was
I guess watching the Masters.
All right, give me your thorn.
And the nice weather we had. Weather was unbelievable this weekend.
Yeah.
Thorn.
Didn't
this-
capitalize on it really.
Any big bills come in?
my Saturday. Oh, we went out to dinner on Saturday with some friends.
Yeah.
And then they kept me out a little too late.
How
I
late?
wanted to be home by 7. They kept me out till 9. That was my
Oh,
thorn.
that's a long. That's
That means you're having a good time.
No, I wasn't having that good of a time. I and my wife
You know
going,
what? It's a very thorny dinner. You had a very thorny
but
dinner.
they wanted to stay out. Let's have another. I'm like, let's go.
Let's wrap this
That was
thing
my
up.
that was my thorn.
That was a Friday night?
That was Saturday.
Saturday night? I mean, you didn't have anything to get up
He's
for.
got to be rested for Master Sunday.
I didn't want to be out that late.
Yeah. JP?
9 o'clock on a Saturday is like 2 in the morning to a normal person.
good weekend, but I would say just in the 2-minute flash, watching Chris Farley chase his kid who had taken
that was
the
your
corner
rose?
flag.
That was the rose for
Dude,
you?
It was butt funny.
All right, your thorn.
Just driving to and from Fredericksburg, even though I did it late at night.
That'd be a thorn.
I arrived at 1 a.m.
That's definitely a thorn.
Picking up the dog. Oh, and the dog, of course, threw up. He doesn't do well on long rides.
Yeah, that's
Don't
not
you want a
good.
dog now? That'd be a perpetual thorn if you had a dog.
Yeah,
100%. 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you do with the dog that gets nauseous on long rides, like in the car? He doesn't do well in the car.
You don't
He's
take
thrown
him
up
anymore.
a few times.
You don't take him in the car.
You'll leave him at home. You find a sitter.
Or
you find a
you-
neighbor to watch your dumb dog.
That'd
Ask
probably
the
be
vet.
ideal.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's something you can take, like some sort of a vitamin.
Dramamine.
You can give it to him daily or whenever he's going to go on in a car.
Did you?
Yeah, there's no way I'd bring my dog in a car if I know she's going to throw up. No way.
I mean, that's a
I'm not doing
nightmare.
that.
Does your car smell like puke?
No, because brought the crate, and I put the crate in the back seat, put the dog in the crate.
So the crate smells like puke.
Contained it.
Yeah, but we cleaned it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You said, "What's your thorn?"
Yeah,
that's a little bit of a thorn.
That's a thorn. All right, do we have Joe B coming up?
Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, joins us next. Will the Caps make the playoffs? They're still a grasper. And did we see Ovi's last home game?
We know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, and there are plenty of those. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. So call them today. Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600, 202-929-6600, or check them out online right now at trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Caps coming off a win against the Pens. Could it be Alex Ovechkin's last home game? He says he doesn't know. Let's talk to our next guest, Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps from Monumental Sports. He jumps on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Joe,
Good morning, Joe. Doing well.
Did it feel like the last home game?
Can't tell you. Truly don't know. But the way the fans were reacting, sure. But I think that this player still doesn't know, genuinely. I don't think he's made up his mind. And what was pretty cool, I thought maybe a tell, was at the end of the game, Pittsburgh wanted to come over and congratulate him.
Yep.
And he shook them off.
Right.
To me, that's a positive sign. If he let the Penguins come through in some sort of a receiving line, that would have been a case of like, well, I'm telling them this is it, or this could likely be it. But no, the atmosphere was a playoff game yesterday. That rink was fantastic, and as usual, Caps fans delivered. They over-delivered. The ovation Ovechkin got between the announcement of the starting lineup and the singing of the national anthem, I mean, that was spine-tingling stuff. There were 18,000 plus roaring for him for a good 90 seconds straight. It was really cool. So it did have that feel to it, but I don't think Alex knows. I think Alex wants to wait and see how things play out. Alex would love to play a Stanley Cup playoff tournament, and all of a sudden the Caps are right there on the edge with a chance. But if it's not there, he's going to take his time, deliberate, think, chat with the people he has the most confidence in, and make his decision. Now, when he makes that decision, when it will be, we're all anxiously waiting to see with him when it will come.
And Joe, another tick in that column might be that Evgeny Malkin, who's very close to Alex, his quote was, "He's back next year for sure. He's still hungry." And there are a few players that are closer to Alex than Malkin. I mean, we saw the video of him over at Ovi's house the night before the game over the weekend. So like that's got to carry some weight, right?
Absolutely, Cakes. There are signs. I'm looking for them. Trust me, I'm trying to turn over every rock to find out whether or not the telecast tomorrow is the last time we're working with him. If it's indeed that's the end of the regular season and there's no playoffs, is that really the last game? How should we treat it on Monumental Sports Network? You're trying to find every clue, but at the same time, I have to take him at his word. He said he needs more time, that he doesn't truly know, that he hasn't made up his mind. If those closest to him really feel like he's going to come back, that's a good sign.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen the energy or the love for the game or the enthusiasm wane from this person from the very first day I met him when he was 19, 20 years old until now when he's 40. He genuinely still does love coming to the rink. I've shared this on a number of shows. There have been some times where I've been on elevators with him or in hotel lobbies with him, and he's, hey, I'm getting a little bit too old for this bleep. And then I look back and I will tell him as soon as that comes out of his mouth, yeah, but you're leading the team in scoring.
Right.
You're leading the team in points.
Yeah.
He obviously still has that touch. I don't think he'll ever lose it. It's just a matter of, more than anything, I think it's a matter of he wants to see how the body feels at the end of this. Touch wood, he gets through tomorrow. Think about a 40-year-old playing all 82 games. It's unheard of, guys. I mean, he defies logic in so many different ways.
Hasn't sort of the conventional wisdom by those of you guys around the team, but leading up to this, that this was in all likelihood going to be the last season? It's kind of shocking that he is leading the team in points, and that we are at this spot where I've now done a 180, Joe. I kind of went into this whole season thinking this was it, and now I kind of am leaning towards it's not it.
EB, I listen to you guys all the time. I've heard you say that before, and I think you're very much correct in that we all had that impression that this would be it.
Yeah.
And he stayed healthy, and he produced. If we were sitting here today, and again, this is just supposition, but if we were sitting here today and he had 5 goals the entire season,
right, of course,
and he was achy and breaky,
yeah, he's gone.
We would know.
Yeah, he's gone.
We would know that.
Right.
He hasn't had that kind of a season. And he's likely to play all 82 games. and may even wind up leading the team in scoring. So that gives you that air of suspense as to whether or not he wants to come back. Does he feel like he can come back? Does he feel like he can produce again at age 41? He'd be 41 going into training camp next year. I think he loves the team's prospects for the future. I think he's seen the younger guys. We're starting to add in some of the younger guys. The mix is right. I think he'd like to mentor some of them a little bit more. Yes, the signs are there to make you, EB, sit there and go, maybe I should switch my mind up. Maybe he does want to, and he's the only one who knows. Mm-hmm. But I think that the telltale signs are there that, the winds of change. It could have been, this is it. I could have told you after the Olympic break that I'm done, and we could have done the long dog and pony serenade for the rocking chair and the motorcycle and whatever you're going to give him as gifts. He didn't want that. We didn't do that in this instance. I'm not saying he's going to do it next year too if he plays, but I just get the sense that he's more open to continuing his career, and if that's the case, you got to give him the room to make that decision.
So you watch them every game, much, much closer than us. He's getting the production. He's scoring the goals. He's leading them in points. But where is he an asset on the ice the most, and where is he a detriment on the ice at this point?
That was exactly what I was going to ask. Is he a how much of a liability is he at this point?
I think you work around some defensive issues, JP and EB. I think, first of all, everybody gets honed in on the analytics of defensive zone starts. Mm-hmm. Alex doesn't have very many the entire season, maybe a handful total, aside from icing situations. Spencer's not necessarily going to rely upon Alex for his defensive zone coverage. Alex has always been rogue in that sense anyway, but he is a smart defensive player. He knows where to be. But the speed and the quickness and the power that we've seen in the last 5-10 years, you've seen it dissipate. I mean, it's obvious now that this is a 40-year-old player playing in a league with young Tigers who are just running and racing past him from time to time, and his shift lengths are much shorter at even strength than they would ever be. In that, this is a 40-year-old athlete giving you everything he's got, but he's going to give it to you for maybe 30 seconds as opposed to 50. His shifts are shorter. I don't know that from a liability standpoint, that's a tough scenario. To me, it would be defensive zone coverages, or again, as soon as this comes out of my mouth, I was going to say, the ability to race back and back check, but there are always instances where we find number 8 sprinting his tail off as best he can to hustle and get back and not give the other team numbers. You would expect that if they're all go and he's all offensive minded, once the play transitions the other way, he's not going to get back the way he used to get back. At the offensive end, depending upon who he's with, and he's predominantly been with Dylan Strome most of the season, I think 17 finds a way to open up number 8, whether he's got to throw him open with passes or touch passes, bullet passes. I think Strome has a really good handle for where Alex wants the puck in the offensive zone at this course of his career. And Anthony Beauvillier has been a Mr. Fix-It on that line for a while. Spencer has flexibility there, but lately it's been 8, 17, and 72. And I don't think those guys are getting blown off the rink in any way, shape, or form to where you'd call them a liability.
So, Joe, talk about the scenarios here. Let's talk about the Caps Blue Jackets. But before that, the Flyers play 2 games. Now they're going to play the Carolina Hurricanes tonight at home. Carolina has already wrapped up the 1 seed, so it doesn't mean anything for them. I don't know if that's will they sit some players against Philadelphia? Philadelphia just has to win one of these last 2 games. So I don't love those odds, considering they're playing a team that the game doesn't really mean much. Then they're going to have to play Montreal. But if they win one, they're in. If they lose both and Washington beats Columbus tomorrow night, Washington is in. Talk to me about how you're feeling about that possibility.
And again, Bish, you got to consider the loser point. You need those games to be decided in regulation. Mm-hmm. If Philadelphia were to lose twice
Right.
in overtime, that's just as good.
Right.
Any combination of two for Philly is good. Carolina, Philadelphia, this year, boys, they've played 3 times. Carolina's won all 3. Now, they haven't played since December, but Carolina's won all 3. Back-to-back scenario, Philadelphia then entertains Montreal. Philadelphia's beaten Montreal twice. Haven't played since December. Again, teams change, things change, but that's just something to consider. Carolina, I just knowing Rod Brindamore the way we do, he's going to push. And they've been playing well. They've won, I want to say they won 7 of their last 10. They've won 3 straight. But you're exactly right. There's nothing for Carolina to play. They can't improve their position by any stretch. They can't win a President's Trophy by any stretch. But they are the best team in the Metro by far. I always like Carolina when they are in a pressure-packed situation. This won't be one of them. And to be perfectly honest, I had Philadelphia losing in Winnipeg, and they destroyed Winnipeg. So good on Rick Tocchet and his orange and black team there. They've made me look like a liar all season long. So has Pittsburgh. I didn't think Pittsburgh and Philadelphia would keep this up, and they did. And, again, look at those loser points. Those are all ties after 60 minutes. When you see Pittsburgh having less wins at Washington, but they're 41, 24, and 16, that means they were able to tie 16 games and get it past regulation to where they could get that additional point. The Caps only have 9 of those, and that's going to ultimately, if that's the reason the Caps don't make it, that's the reason they don't make it, is because they didn't get games tied up as much.
Right.
I think from, obviously we're all going to, the traveling party today is going to land in Columbus, and we're all going to become Carolina fans tonight and try to find a place where we can catch that game.
Yeah, Joe, speaking of the traveling party on the way to Columbus, were you surprised to see Ovi appeal to Caps fans and basically say, look, we need you guys to come out to Columbus and make it feel like a home game in the last game. We need your support on the road. There could be some a lot of red sweaters in that building on Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And Columbus technically is still in the mix, so that game carries weight for them. It could be a huge show on Tuesday night. And yeah, Alex, I don't doesn't surprise me at all for Alex to ask Caps Nation, Caps Legion to try and do their best to get into nationwide. And normally, honestly, guys, even during the regular season, during a casual November Friday night, you do see Washington fans by the hundreds inside of that rink. So maybe we can get a little bit more there. The Caps and the Blue Jackets, as far as that season series goes, that's been all about Logan Thompson, boys. Logan Thompson in 3 games. And again, it's kind of weird. The Caps haven't seen the Blue Jackets since early December. But in 3 games this season against Columbus, I think Thompson's had all 3, and he's given up the grand total of 2 goals. And he's been the number 1 star outright in most of those games. So, again, the odds are there. You would favor Washington again in a straight-up matchup, even though they're on the road. They performed well, and their top netminder has performed really well against Columbus.
So if Philly loses tonight, it is on. It is on tomorrow.
Big time.
It's like a Game 7 tomorrow for the Caps.
But they got to lose in regulation.
True. Yeah. That's true.
If Philly gets another one of those darn points, then they're one step closer.
Yeah, right.
They need 2. Philadelphia needs 2 points, however you get it. 1 win or 2 OTLs.
All right. All right, Joe B.
Great
All right.
stuff, buddy.
We'll be watching.
Safe travels out there, and good luck to the Caps.
They pull this off. We're going to get you on again real soon.
Anytime you like, fellas. Glad to join you.
Thank you, Joe B. Safe travels out to Columbus.
Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps. All right, coming up next, I saw something online that inspired me to bring back Dead or Alive.
Okay,
we're going to play Dead or Alive.
Love it.
You win, you get tickets to the summer 2026 Wolf Trap show of your choice coming up this summer at Wolf Trap.
Excellent. AV is built for D.C. here in the nation's capital. AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life, from autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles. They're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter-trusted, engineered for the future, and proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more today.
All right, we're going to play Dead or Alive momentarily. If you want to participate, 1-800-636-1067. Two things I wanted to bring up before we get to the game. So I'm walking by the break room, and I see Fox 5 on, and they're talking about a new dating trend. I want to see if you can figure this out.
All right, new dating trend. All right.
And I'll give you a little context in that a previous dating trend, which we've talked about within the last year, was Shrekking. Do you remember what Shrekking is?
Shrekking? No chance. I remember.
We definitely talked about it on the show.
We talked about something called
I think
Shrekking.
so.
I don't know if we talked about
as far
that.
as dating goes.
Yes.
No.
Shrekking is dating down
Okay,
in
so-
hopes that the person's going to treat you better in return.
So you're an ogre, and you're
Shrekking.
it's actually a funny concept.
They're grateful to be with
you're
you.
dating below your league.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So this dating term is throning.
Throning. So you're dating
up.
Oh, you're dating up.
out of your league.
Yeah.
You're trying to date a silly.
It's dating someone to raise your social status.
Okay.
See,
your throners are trying to land a partner with clout.
Okay.
So their image gets a boost by
so
association.
let's just use AWOD as an example. So Adam, I would say his girl is Shrekking.
Yeah.
Because she's with him.
She's with him.
Okay.
And he's throning.
throning.
He gains clout.
Yeah. Huh, do I have
Yeah,
that
but
wrong?
I
Because
don't
he's
think
the ugly one.
I know, but Adam's not gaining clout by dating who he's dating. That would be
she
like
might be getting
she
clout.
might
She's getting clout.
she might be throning and shrekking.
She's doing both.
She might be double
She's definitely Shrekking.
doing both.
Yeah.
She's definitely Shrekking.
Yeah.
He'll never
Because
escape your wrath.
Because in the clout game, my guess is Adam probably has more than his
You
significant
think
other.
he has clout
Or
in,
more
in
flat,
Richmond?
more
Yeah.
followers.
Oh, we were just thinking
More
about
fame.
looks. He's throning because she's better looking than him.
Right. Probably. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
She's
but she doesn't
Shrekking
necessarily
because-
have clout.
Yeah, I was just thinking
Clout
physical.
is like
Yeah, I was
attention.
thinking- yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how much clout does he really have? Adam. A little bit. I guess give him a little bit.
Local fame, local celebrity.
Yeah, right.
So throning and shrekking.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the other thing I wanted to bring up, which is
Thank
just
God
that
we don't
I'll
have to
just
do
read a
that.
headline. It is tax season, right? Taxes are the tax day is a couple days
All
away.
these checks.
This
Ridiculous.
is something which I know Cakes knows, but I know that you'll love this headline.
Okay.
I know you don't
Let me hear
often
it.
probably read the Wall Street Journal.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I've ever read the
You
Wall Street
love
Journal.
this headline.
Okay.
America's new tax mantra. Quote, the IRS isn't going to catch me.
I mean, I've
It's
seen
all about, it says the IRS has shed thousands of enforcement employees.
Yeah.
And more taxpayers appear eager to
I
cheat.
mean, I don't want to draw undue and unwanted attention to myself, but
Is that a philosophy that you've gone by in years past?
well, for probably 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's just becoming cool to do it.
you've been on the head of
I've
that
been at the
curve.
vanguard of this for many, many years.
Not me. Not
Okay?
me. I'm the opposite. I pay every penny I think I owe.
Hey, everything is on the level. I'm just saying that I think I've been ahead of
every
this.
gambling dollar, every Venmo win.
I've been ahead of this trend. That's all I'm going to say.
You're good at it.
All right, let's go to the phones. We'll play
He's good at it.
Dead or Alive. You
He's
should
good
play
at
the
it.
Will Height. It's a chance to play
Yeah.
the Will Height.
Yeah, I don't play
clip.
it often enough.
She alive or dead?
I don't know if she's dead or not.
Thank you, Valdez. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
All right, let's go
By the way,
to.
Valdez, you were missed when I was trying to get Wes to play the entertainment page music on one day last week.
He didn't know where to
and
find
I know
it.
I have it over here. I just couldn't find it. There was a lot of scrambling going on over here.
Isn't it like Bank 2 or Bank 3, number 9?
It could be. It's very
think that's
possible.
it.
Hold on, let me find that. Let me look.
Jason, by
She
the way,
alive or she dead? What?
were you thrown? I bet you lost some
I
respect
think she's dead.
for Victor Hovland when they. I don't know if you caught it. Maybe it was probably
There
when it
it
was
is.
online.
What?
They said that Victor Hovland doesn't watch sports.
Oh, I
Like
didn't.
when he's not playing
Oh,
golf,
that's-
like
He doesn't watch any sports.
He gets
not-
seriously downgraded.
he could. They said he couldn't tell you who was in the Super Bowl. He just doesn't. It's not
He
his
just
thing.
doesn't care.
you know what he is? He's a golf dork.
Yeah.
He's a golf guy.
Exclusively a
and,
golf dork.
I don't know. Like maybe likes fishing and other things. Like they say he likes I don't know reading.
Jeez.
Like what a weirdo.
He's so
Pages on a
boring.
book. Yeah, written pages, text.
All right, let's go.
He's
to,
from Norway. He's not going to.
Yeah, but he went to Oklahoma State.
Yeah, he went to
You think
Oklahoma
he's
State.
been
Big 12 guy.
Americanized? Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't care.
You would think he'd watch
he
some
doesn't
college
care.
football.
Yeah. Let's go to Danny in Olney. Hey, Danny.
Danny.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you, bud?
All right, Danny. Alive or dead?
Dead or alive? You can't say alive or dead. It's always dead or alive.
I know, but I thought that's how Will Height.
I'll go down. Doesn't matter. You have to say if you're framing it, it's got to be dead or alive. You can't.
I agree.
Because
Sorry.
on like an old wanted poster back in the West, back in the 1800s,
Yes.
wanted dead or alive.
I agree, but I thought Will Height says it the other
He
way.
may.
So.
It's possible.
All right, inspired by shows that we watched as kids. I Dream of Jeannie had a hottie named Barbara Eden. Is she dead or alive?
Oh, he's typing it in. I can hear it.
Danny?
I don't know. Probably dead.
She's actually alive.
She's alive. She's
I think we
94.
talked about her on Friday.
We
Oh, you did? I just saw the
94,
article
95.
now.
Yeah, there's a picture of her. She looks all Botoxed out, but she looks good.
Yep.
I mean, for 94 or
Hey,
95, she looks
great.
pretty
Getting
good.
it done. Who's up next?
Let's
I've
go
got
to
one.
Sam.
She
West
looked money
River.
when she'd come out of that
Oh,
bottle.
yeah, she did. Sam.
I'm here, boys. And speaking of taxes, I got a 1099 from 106.7 The Fan last year because there's a true prize pig. I went over $600 in prizes.
Wow, you
Wow.
declare
This
it.
guy's a
buddy.
pro. Look at this guy.
Nice job.
What was your top prize?
Yeah.
Oh, it was, I think it was Chris Stapleton.
Chris
Okay.
Stapleton
Oh,
That's
okay.
pretty
Over the
good.
top.
Pretty
I'm
good.
a big concert junkie.
All right. Well, here's a dead or alive for you. Media mogul Ted Turner, dead or alive?
Ted Turner he's alive. He's alive.
No, he's so dead.
He's alive.
He's alive.
He's alive.
Hey.
Well, Wikipedia was lying to me. He's
90
alive.
I thought for sure he was dead.
95?
I thought he
don't think
died
he's
like
that. I
5
think
years
he's-
ago.
I think he's 87.
Hey,
Let me double check
congratulations. You
Ted
get
Turner is
more
still
concerts for you. Congratulations. You win tickets to the summer 2026 Wolf Trap show of your choice coming up this summer at Wolf Trap. You've got Gary Clark Jr., a Jerry Garcia Symphonic Celebration with the National Symphony Orchestra,
got that
and
wrong.
many more.
I would immediately say
He's so
dead.
alive. He was
Yeah.
born in 1938. He's 87.
And he managed the Braves, right? He bought the Braves and managed them for a little while, right? Did he just do it
Oh, I
one
don't-
game
did
or
he
how
do
many
I think he might have
games?
did it for one game.
Yeah, I don't think it
he
was
might have
for
did
a
it
long
one
time.
Like a
game.
publicity stunt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he did it like for a whole season. Or anything.
No, I know he didn't do a whole season.
I think he did for a game. He's not the
He
guy.
ran
Bill
the team-
Beck's the guy that
He ran on May of 1977
One
with the
game.
team in a 16-game losing streak. He sent the manager Dave Bristol on a 10-day scouting trip, and then he took over as interim manager.
for how many games then?
He ran the team for one game.
One game.
Before NL president Chubb Feeney ordered him to stop running the team. They said, "You're finished."
Well, dude, he was probably
You
like,
own
can't
it,
do
you should be
worse.
able to. Yeah,
Can't do
right.
worse. Well, 16 in a row.
Yep.
Right. Right.
He's worth $2.8 billion, by the way.
He's still
Good
around.
stuff. Did you have any other dead or alives in the chamber?
I went with the Turner bet.
Okay.
Tina Turner,
Dead.
dead, died in
Dead.
2023.
I had one. Sandy Koufax.
Alive.
Alive.
Somehow still alive.
92? Is he 92 or 93?
Because Barbara Eden inspired me to do the game, and then we were talking during the break. It was
Ask
like,
me if Sandy
what other
Koufax-
shows during that time?
Yeah.
And I think Jason named Bewitched.
Yeah.
And we looked up the star, and didn't you say she died in like the 90s?
95. Ask me if Sandy Koufax is a lefty or righty.
Is he a lefty
know
or righty?
that.
Righty?
Okay.
Oh.
I don't know. It's a blind spot for baseball cakes whether guys are left or right-handed. Sandy Koufax on that list.
I feel like you threw that one, though.
I really
I think
didn't.
you knew he was
I-
a southpaw.
I really didn't.
Why
If
would it
you
even
think
come
I
to your
knew
head?
that, I appreciate you thinking that I knew that, but I didn't really know
All
that.
right, we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cake, CB, I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next, B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening face-off in the Capitals' must-win 3-0 dispatch of the Penguins. It could be Ovi's last game with the Caps. Washington must beat Columbus Tuesday to keep playoff hopes alive. On the opening face-off with Sidney Crosby on the Fan.
And Ovechkin takes the face-off. How about that? And we're underway as Sidney Crosby gets it.
I was surprised, obviously. I'm not a face-off guy, but I was trying not to win.
Nationals down the Brewers 8-6, sweeping Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. Keibert Ruiz with a 2-run single. James Wood a mammoth homer.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep right field for Wood. This one going back, way back it goes, and it is long gone into the first row of the second deck in right field.
The call on the Fan. Rory McIlroy clinched his second straight Masters green jacket by one shot at 12 under. Cavaliers beat the Wizards 130-117. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I'm going to take Rory McIlroy to win it all.
B-Mitch and Finley on a Monday. Zabe sitting in for JP one more day. And much like the movies, Brian Mitchell, the sequel is rarely, if ever, as good as or better than the original. How'd you like Rory McIlroy winning the Masters back-to-back?
I liked it. Well, especially when you got him in.
Was it as good as last year?
When you got him in the Calcutta, you like it.
Yes,
but
sir.
I will say this.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
I say this. Rory's play was not as exceptional as it was last year.
Okay.
But there were many more characters in this play. You had guys come up and fade away.
Right.
Okay. Young. Rose. Scheffler came back into it. But you got to also realize Rory was started at -3, -12 that day.
Right.
He did that in 2 days, and then he faltered the rest of the time. When he got back yesterday, he dropped all the way to -9.
Oh, I thought he had punched out after the 3-putt from 5 feet on number 4. I'm like, that is an F-15 eject button right there.
And I think that is where I look at the fact from that point on, he was amazing until the drive on 18.
No, the drive on 18
it was bad.
Something else.
But that recovery shot to get him in the position he was on 18, and then at that point, he has to 2-putt. He doesn't have to make the putt.
Yeah.
And I think he did the right thing. I know a lot of people like, man, make the par. Hey, I'm not going to try to make the par and end up getting a double bogey. I'm going to make this damn bogey
Just
and going up out of here.
Just lag it up
So
there.
I enjoyed it. I just think that those who like to knock golf don't understand the mental power and strength it takes.
Oh, yeah.
To go and do that. And then when you're at such a place where the conditions, everybody watching it on TV tells you nothing. You got to go there one time, walk in and see what they're really dealing with. And then you got, 40, 50 of the best in the world trying to beat you too. And when you start going, like even when if anybody play golf on a regular day or throughout the weekends, when you have a bad shot, not everybody can just forget about it.
No, it gets in your head.
It eats at most people.
Gets in your head, creates doubt, leads to panic, leads to freaking out, leads to a lot of negative thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
But Rory figured it out after a terrible Saturday to be your Masters champion yet again and to theoretically put the green jacket back on himself. However, the actual chairman of the Augusta National, Fred Ridley, did the honors in the Butler cabin. As always, Root is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
All right, so you won the Calcutta at a undisclosed club location because this is high-level gambling. You and your syndicate.
It was some folks.
Right.
That I'm friends with.
Right. This is a staple of many private golf clubs where the Calcuttas, which is a form of gambling that takes place like an auction where you're bidding on certain players and you don't know what the price is going to be on a certain player. And if you bid too much for a guy and it doesn't work out, you're out a lot of money because a lot of money was probably bid on Scheffler and or Rose and or a bunch of other guys. But you bid McIlroy. Did you get a good price on him? Good enough?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because what's interesting is that Rory was the fourth best odds to win. And he wasn't taken but by two people in a 50-person season-long pool that I was in with my partner. And so when he was selling me Oberg, I held him off. I go, no, let's take Rory. It's a bit of a contrarian play, even though he's a top 5 pick. And it seems like he's overlooked. And it turns out that, yes, only 2 people took him, and we were one of the 2. So, yes, that was good.
You have to realize that tournament there, not many people just come and win it the first time, especially if they hadn't played that course a lot.
Of course.
And the guy who's played it very well and who also won it is more apt to win it again.
Oh, yeah.
So you're saying take Rory, I think smart as hell.
Yeah.
Like everyone, like the guy, Scotty hadn't been playing well.
He also had a baby.
But
Scotty had a baby 2 weeks ago.
But Scotty's going to cost. Yeah. And then where was he at the end of the tournament?
Right
back in second place. So he made somebody some money. That's right there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's true. They tend to pay off the second and thirds as well. But
so he made somebody some money. It's like, experience at Augusta. Like, you listen to the people who've covered it for a long time. They know every pin placement, exactly where you got to go. If you watch the tournament and you see guys going at parts of the green, if you never seen it, you go, what the hell is he doing?
Why is he hitting it?
And as soon as he hit the green, it makes a turn and it goes straight to the damn flag. Yeah. They understand. A new guy comes in there, he's in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I can say.
No, it's
Rory played it damn near every day coming up to it.
That's a whole separate argument. See, the way it works is if you are a former Masters champion, you're an honorary member. You're not a full member, but you're honorary. Sort of like you at Woodmore. You're an honorary member. I was asking B. Mitch before we cracked the mics. I was like, do you belong to a club? And you're like, I used to. And I'm like, what happened? And B. Mitch is like, well, I kept getting free golf everywhere else, and I figured, why do I have to pay?
Yes, right.
So you're an honorary member. The Augusta National extends honorary memberships to former champions. And if you contact the club leading up to the tournament and say, I'd like to come up on this day or that day, as long as they don't have major sort of maintenance work going on, they'll say, sure, come on up and play. And Rory flexed about how, thanks to my private jet, I could drop my daughter Poppy off at school, go up to Augusta from Florida, play around, and be home for dinner. Yeah. Which I'm like, okay, super dad, way to flex on that. But
you got the ability.
I know. He played the course a lot. And now people are like saying, why did they allow that? And I kind of think they have a point. I would like the Green Jackets to say, prior to each year's event, we're not letting any past champions play the course because they may pick something up. They may notice, hey, this tree is now hanging over just a bit. Or what did they do to the slope of this bunker? It's different because they're always doing changes. They should tell the former champs, you have access to the club in the fall when we reopen because they shut it down in mid-May. They're like, too hot down here. We're going to let the course rest.
But they've allowed that forever.
I know, but it's time to shut it down because Rory made a joke of it.
I don't think so. I think that, listen to me. Rory playing that course is not why he won yesterday.
Didn't
Rory
hurt.
playing that course is because everybody else pooped the bed.
I know.
Okay? So the ultimate thing, he played even golf for 2 days. They all had an opportunity to do what they needed to do.
Right.
On top of that, there are many guys who have the same ability as him to do what he did.
Well, there's a select handful of competitive former champions who could go there ahead of time and get practice rounds in. But that's maybe a dozen guys that matter.
But the whole thing about it, all the guys that had a chance yesterday had an opportunity to go play there.
I know.
If you choose not to go, that's your damn problem.
I need to investigate the practice round allowances for the PGA, the U.S. Open, and the British Open. Because my sense is they probably allow some preview rounds for the guys who are in the field. I don't know if it's unlimited, though. That's all I'm saying.
May not be unlimited, but if I have the opportunity to go, just like everybody,
know.
If you have it, if you took the ability to go and play, that's on your dime because you got to pay for that fuel to go back and forth.
The fuel
not
a dime.
The fuel not expensive right now.
The fuel's not
a dime, but the fuel's not cheap right now. If you do that,
I know.
It's just like if you invest in gambling and you invest in a Calcutta. If you spend more than the other person and you end up winning, you took the risk.
Yeah.
He took that extra risk. If the other guy feel like, well, I'm not going to do that, and then he wins, they can't have that excuse. Because I'm going to tell you who played a lot when he was playing. Tiger played that a lot.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just, and the dudes that, like the young guys coming in, the amateurs, they do get a chance to go play it. You go play golf today, I go play golf. We're going to play the course probably the first time. We're going to a nice course.
I think the AMs get one practice round. I'm not sure about that. Either way, I'm not trying to diminish Rory's win. It was a hell of a win. It looked like he had hit the eject button early in the round. He put a tourniquet on it. He found a way to get it done. His shot on 12 was amazing. He fired at the pin you're not supposed to fire at, and he made birdie there. Made a great drive on 13 was the drive of the week. 350 yards, well beyond the average on 13, which was 303. Mm-hmm. He pulverized his ball around the corner and got home easily in two. He was actually long on that one, but it was a good tournament. I don't think it had the same emotional appeal of last year for the obvious reasons that he had already won it last year. That last year, the notion of him losing it would have been so heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God, he's going to lose it. But it was a good tournament. The course had never been firmer or browner than I can recall in my lifetime. And I know the course is going to be fine. They're going to water it. But it just shows that no one can survive a month of no rain and temperatures approaching 90. Not even Augusta.
Thursday, Friday, it was a lot of talk about how good it looked, how green it was. Saturday, Sunday, you started to hear about the other stuff.
It got brown quick.
You know why? You got 40,000 people a day walking around everywhere. You got people hitting it and things of that nature. You're getting more play out of it. You know, that changed it. But on Thursday and Friday, that thing was pristine.
Right. But the collars of the greens and the fringes, like the front of 12 and the collars and fringes on 15, I'd never seen them that brown. I was like, damn, that green is thirsty right now. Mm-hmm. It's like, give me some water, please.
See, that's where the link style courses
in Great
Britain. They
like,
hey,
like
what's wrong with that?
It is. Right.
We look like that all the time.
Yeah.
But guess what? People still want to go to Ireland and Scotland to play golf.
I know. It was definitely different. So how was your weekend overall? You went to the OV non-send-off game. I'm calling it the non-send-off because not only are the Capitals alive, we need the Flyers to tank and lose two and the Caps to win tomorrow night, but Ovi waved off the Penguins, who wanted to come shake the hand, kiss the ring of the great Russian
They thought
machine.
something was about to happen. Yes. Like this was the end. And you could see when he looked over like, I'm good. And I think he probably was talking directly to Malkin because he was at his house prior that night.
We're going to talk about that.
I went to an event, though, at the MGM where I was hanging around some guys that did some great things. Rod Langway, Dino Ciccarelli, who was it, Larry Murphy, and also my man Peter Bondra.
Dude,
So-
what was this event?
It was like a dinner for these hockey guys, and then
What was it called?
it's a dinner.
Was it for a charity?
No, they were there hanging out, and that
But you said it was an event.
it made me start thinking. They always having stuff over there for people, but when I saw those guys together,
Was it a private dinner of ex-Capitals that you crashed?
No, I get it. I'm always invited for stuff. I'm the guy that knows how to bring stuff together. Zabe, I basically felt something was going down when I saw those four guys together. And then I got to the game, and as the game was going on, I'm like, he's not going to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, you see those four guys back in town for the same time. You thinking, okay, something must be going on.
I'm Googling.
But nothing was going on.
I'm Googling Saturday night Capitals event MGM.
It wasn't a Capitals event, though. That's the thing about it. It was the MGM event.
What was it?
MGM event.
What was it called?
It wasn't called anything. It was just, I was asked would I want to come to this dinner with these guys, and I say, hell yeah. And I went. And I know.
And who was there?
Peter Bondra.
Langway, Bonsai, Dino,
and Murphy.
Those are four
Top
legendary Capitals players.
Yes. And I play golf with Peter a lot. I know Langway.
So wait,
it was my first time meeting Dino.
So was it just the four of you?
No. It was them. It was their mates, and then some other fans and stuff were around. Some other employees were around too. So,
But you don't know what the event was.
No, I don't know. I mean, I think it was more of a fan appreciation style thing.
Okay.
And we all were. I got involved. They were asking me questions about different things, and
course they
all
were.
that. It was cool as hell. It was cool.
I don't doubt
The
it.
food and the wine was great.
You know what? Jeff Walker, I'm getting a firsthand look into the magical, amazing world that is Brian Mitchell. He just gets invited to things. Awesome things.
What it tells you
with
is
high-level DC sports luminaries.
I am a nice guy.
Of course you are. You're a hail fellow well met. But you go to an event with those four guys and don't even know what it was called. That's how breezily you float in the upper echelon of DC
There was
sports.
no name anywhere about what it was called.
It's so funny. Did you bring your wife?
No.
Okay, so they brought their wives.
But I didn't know who was going to be there. So I was invited to this event. I go show up, and I was like, whoa, okay, then I see what's going on. So, but I didn't.
Okay.
No.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, that's very lucky. So you got to go to that Saturday.
That was fun.
You then went to the game
Then I
on
went to the game,
Sunday
which
with your boy. Shout him out.
Amit. And I went to the game, yeah.
And you had second row tickets off the glass, but they came with a suite. So you were in one of the new fancy monumental suites?
We sat in the, it's just a suite that we
Were you
always
in the
go
Halo?
No.
Have you been to the Halo?
Nah. We normally go to this suite a lot. We normally go in there and hang out for a little bit before we go to our seats, but felt that, the Masters was on and we were watching we had interest in certain people, so we decided to stay there and watch the TV and the hockey game and allowed two gentlemen to go sit down in the seats.
Okay, so
and they thoroughly enjoyed the seats.
So thankfully, two other people with your suite group availed themselves of those awesome tickets.
Yeah.
On what might have been Ovi's last home game in Capitals Rock the Red.
As it went on, I kind of figured it wasn't, though.
I know, but still, I'd be pissed at you today if those seats went empty. I would say to you, Brian, you are the worst. You are ruining sports. People like you, because you can't let two seats go empty just because you want to watch a golf tournament in a suite.
Yes, you can. If you pay for them, you can do what you want to do.
I know you can.
They don't care if somebody sits in the seat. They care about somebody purchasing the seat.
I know.
We
but
purchased
still.
the seat.
Well,
So-
good. That's good. And then you won you won your Calcutta.
Yeah, but I think
with Rory. I mean, that's an A+ weekend.
It was great. Well, I think the best part when I
Did
saw.
you play any golf?
No, I didn't play golf at all. I rode a bike yesterday morning. I rode 25 miles before I went to the hockey game.
Damn.
But the best thing I saw where they do the jersey off the back celebration.
Yes.
And they pair the players with fans.
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
the fan get that jersey that
That's
night.
a very cool promotion.
NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball.
Why have they
what
not
the
adopted
hell are
this?
you doing?
Agreed.
I guarantee you can do it. If you do it for free, you're being indebted to a lot of people. Hell, you put a little fee on it and give the money to a charity. People will go crazy over this.
And they should match it with ticket.
Their own donation.
Well, okay, but
I think the league should match it with a donation.
my point is every team should track with ticket scans and everything else what fans have gone to the most games.
Bam. I like
and
that.
what fans with those tickets that they can track have bought the most concessions. What fans have registered as being at the stadium until the final horn by way of a ticket scan. Those people, 20, 50, 100 of the most dedicated fans are then in the lottery to receive the Wemby jersey or the, Jaden Daniels jersey.
Yeah.
The true diehards.
Yes. I would love to see it. But that last night made me see that. And I couldn't understand why other leagues were not doing something like that.
All right. Rory repeats at the Masters. Ovi's home send-off against the Pens. Caps are alive. The NBA regular season has ended. Friday night featured an epic tank-off between Memphis and Utah. Denver might have played itself, and the odds of anybody but OKC winning this all just got a lot grimmer. Oh, and what happened Friday in your typical Friday news dump, Diana Rossini suspended pending an investigation by The Athletic. And there's Reuben Bain Jr. news. That is news to a lot of us, but the insiders have said, oh, yeah, no, we knew about this a while ago. And I'm like, well, were you going to tell us? We'll get to all that and more. We are up and running on a glorious Monday here in the district.
Look at this hell at home. Reach out to my friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Just like this guy, Jerome. Jerome had been trying to sell his Elk Ridge property for a while. The place had its critics. Many friends and neighbors thought it didn't have enough room and it had a small backyard. But Jerome loved it, and he hoped someone else would see the potential too. He had the home listed at a high price, and his hesitation to follow the recommended strategy prolonged the process. Each passing week felt like it was a test of his patience. But finally, after staying the course and navigating the challenges with John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, Jerome home went for $400,000. Though it took a little longer than anyone hoped, the story ended well, a testament to patience, persistence, and trusting the right strategy and the right people. And those right people are John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time. So if you want to sell your house, reach out to my guy, John Leahy, just like I would do. Call John today at 301-900-3052 or online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by DC Defenders. What a day for Alex Ovechkin. He received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff in the Capitals' must-win 3-0 win over the Penguins. What could be Ovi's last game with the Caps, who have to beat Columbus Tuesday and hope the Flyers lose 2 to get in. At the end of the game, Ovechkin waved off Pittsburgh's attempt at handshakes.
You want to know why this game is so great? It's what's happening
Look at Ovi's telling him to get off the ice.
Ovi's telling him to go. How about that?
The call of the fan. Nationals down the Brewers 8-6, sweeping Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. Keber Ruiz with the go-ahead single. Nats and Pirates tonight at 6:10 p.m. on the Fan with Cade Cavalli to the bump. DC spring professional football is back. Defenders versus St. Louis Battlehawks. Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Soderblom on the draw here as Pittsburgh wins it in the offensive zone. 90 seconds left. And out of the corner, down ice and beyond. They are chanting Ovi here. And they are chanting one more year. Don't think we all don't want that. Near side, and now for Soderblom.
That was John Walton on the call yesterday as Ovi played his last game of this season at home.
Yeah.
That much we know. Was it the last ever? That's what we're going to talk about here. 800-636-1067 is the number. By the way, speaking of numbers, the number is 13.3. 13.3. Care to guess what that number is, Brian Mitchell? The odds for the Capitals to make the playoffs, according to MoneyPuck.com. Now, that is up sharply from the 6%-ish that we had last week.
Are they suspecting people going to rest some guys?
They need the Flyers to lose 2, and the Caps need to beat Columbus. Now, Columbus is still in the race as well, so they will be playing with motivation on Tuesday night. Columbus has a 6% chance. And
Are the Flyers already in?
No, they're not, but the Flyers are listed at 80% chance. It's hockey. Anything can happen.
True.
So here's another question.
How can the Flyers not be in the playoffs?
They have not gotten enough points.
I'm saying if they lose.
If they lose 2 and the Caps win, they're out.
The Flyers would be out.
Yeah.
Okay, but if the. How is it that everyone kept saying that they would probably play the Flyers in the first round?
I haven't gone that far yet. I'm just worried about getting in right now.
Yeah.
But they play, the Flyers do.
Oh, no, that's right. I was thinking about I had 2 different Pennsylvania teams popping in my head.
Oh, you're thinking about Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Okay. The Flyers play at home these final 2 games. Tonight against Carolina, and then Tuesday against Montreal. And in case you're wondering who's any good, Carolina's really good, but they probably aren't playing with motivation. And then Montreal is good as well. So they're both good teams, but I don't know how much motivation they're going to play with. It is hockey. Anything could happen.
Oh, we've seen it.
But the chances of both 2 losses by the Flyers at home when they know they've got to win 1, and the Caps winning on the road at Columbus, who's still in the fight, it's not good. That's why the number's 13%, but there's a chance.
Yeah, the Flyers can't get more than 1 point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at this point, we want to be in, right? We will take the playoffs.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Even when you know it's going to be basically mission impossible.
Hey, but like you just stated, it's hockey. Anything can happen.
Okay, do you think totality of what we saw and the way things played out and what was said afterwards and what was done, do we think this was it for Ovi?
I'm going to say no. I saw stuff, I told you like the night before, I'm thinking, okay, they got an event going on. They got something going on. Then you get to the game and there's nothing pointing to or showing that.
I was going to say, what was their pomp and circumstance wise at the game?
When I got to the game, they gave a little poster that was folded up. I don't think we much. I don't think we
What
ever
did it say?
We never opened the poster because we were like, Ahmed was like, wait till you get home and open it because it may have a message. And I never saw. And every time I saw somebody else, it was still rolled up. I guess people like didn't want to know in a sense if something was going to happen.
Don't tell me. No.
But
I
like
don't
as
know.
that game went on, and then hearing Malkin say, "I think he'll be back for another year." You know, friends talk to each other a lot, and sometimes you just when somebody asks you a question, you talk freely. Maybe he was told he's coming back. That's why he said it. That's what I believe.
Interesting.
Because like if you were to ask one of my friends certain things about me, if I hadn't told you, I probably told one of my friends what I was feeling or thinking. And if you ask my friend Gil, he probably would or JP, they'll probably tell you everything I told them because they don't know if something's supposed to be on air or not. They repeat everything.
Yeah, no, I always tell people, I'm like, if there's something that's serious or you don't want out there, don't tell me. Because I will mistakenly, just as a lapse in realizing, because I'm an open book basically, so I never worry about, like, if I'm telling you something face to face, I don't really care if it gets out on the air. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm a straightforward person in that regard. So the Malkin angle is funny because I think the video that he posted, Evgeny Malkin posted to his social media from Saturday night, might be the greatest video I've ever seen on the internet.
Him and the Protus brothers.
It was him and Ovi and their kids in their huge ass beautiful mansion. Just a mess of kids, 4 or 5 little kids with Ovi and Evgeny Malkin, 2 of the all-time greats in hockey history, playing full bore hockey with full sticks on their hardwood floors, rattling around, passing the puck around, clacking into each other, the kind of thing that would have had most dads saying, don't do that in the house. You're going to scuff up the floors. You're going to ding the sidewalls. You're going to be paying for that drywall. Instead, they're like, it's no problem. Go ahead, play hockey. We play hockey everywhere. They actually had, what's kind of wild is that this house has a center sort of column in which you can walk all the way around it. So the game that they were playing spilled out from the hallway into the kitchen, into another hallway, and they're like going around the podium and everything. It was absolute madness. It was simple family joy, but with 2 of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
Totally. But I think if people were able to get inside, they would see stuff like that all the time.
I know.
That is what guys are. You know, I think the reputation that most guys get is not what they really are. It's sometimes what people assume you are.
Right. Yeah, well, I just think it was a really cool video if you saw it.
Yeah, I like that.
Here's the question on the phones, 800-636-1067. If you were at the game on Sunday, like Brian Mitchell was, which was great for him because he had a suite, he could watch the Masters, keep an eye on the game. If you were at the game, did you sense anything? What was there in terms of pomp, circumstance, souvenirs, memorabilias, video tributes on the Jumbotron? I know ESPN put out a phenomenal long tribute video to Ovi. So there was that. But what did you sense? Did you sense that it was indeed his last game? 800-636-1067. His last game, I should say, at home. Because they got one more Tuesday night against Columbus on the road. Okay, so we'll get some calls on that, get some people's thoughts on how it went down Sunday at Capital One. Okay.
I wonder, though, like the way they played down the stretch, why couldn't we get this earlier?
Would have been nice.
Because if we wouldn't be waiting right now, they would already be in. Because they've been on fire down the stretch. So,
do we know what Ovi wants?
He doesn't like a lot of fanfare from what I'm hearing.
But if he wants a new deal, is it a 2-year deal? at age 41? And are the Capitals ready to go there? Would they do one more year? Are they basically ready to move on no matter what? Like, I would love to know what the organization is really thinking deep down. You don't want to chase a guy off. You'd prefer him to be an OTOF, as I call him, a one-team Hall of Famer. But if it's a 2-year deal and you're like, we're committed for 2 more years and just to see the kind of decline accelerate over the next 2 years as he is a more and more one-dimensional player, I'm not sure they'd be, in favor of him.
He played every game this year, though.
I know.
Didn't miss a game.
I know, but the playoffs are different. Playoffs are different. He's got to be a two-way player in the playoffs for the most part. And he's becoming less and less of that all the time.
Yeah. I think, listen, man, for everybody's benefit, 1 year is probably it.
Yeah. Put one more
He can
year
come
in.
but what I would say is this.
But if they don't give him one more year, then you miss the chance to send him off with a hero's send-off.
But see, that's the thing about it. Listening to Ovi and listening to people that have worked there and around him, he doesn't want that.
I know.
So if he comes back and play one more year, guess what? Everyone was like upset because they don't know if he's going to retire or not. If he comes back one more year, revel in that. But the man doesn't want an event every damn game.
I know.
So you just got to enjoy him for that year.
If he does sign a 1-year deal and stays and comes back, then next year, every city he goes to for the last time, they're going to do something. They're going to do something whether he wants it or not.
But what if?
And I bet you that's factoring into his calculus of, I don't want this send-off tour. I don't want the rocking chairs and the motorcycles. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, when he retired, had like the most over-the-top retirement tour around the league.
You can do something without being obnoxious.
Over the top. I know.
You can have at the end of the game, but if he's playing a team multiple times, the last time he plays you, do something.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So you find out what team you set up something. Have a tribute, a video. That's it. You don't need to do anything else.
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Calls on the other side, plus a stat of the day, which I find pretty stunning in the NBA. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP. OKC will be cutting down the nets
Again?
in June as back-to-back NBA champions. It was already a pretty heavy favorite, but they're plus 110 favorites. I mean, that is very thin odds, plus 110. Had to look this up, B. Mitch, because I'm like, who else was such a heavy favorite in the NBA to win it all? And if you go back to the 96-97 Chicago Bulls, the record-setting 72-10 Bulls, they were minus 200 to minus 400. So they were even worse odds or better odds, depending on how you look at it. They were even heavier favorites because you had to lay 200 just to win 100. If you bet OKC, you bet 100, you win 110. That's kind of even money right there. But the Bulls, not only were they a record-breaking team, 72-10, they had Michael Jordan.
Hell yeah.
The Warriors, who broke that record by going 73-9, they entered the playoffs plus 120, believe it or not. So they actually were a little bit less favored. Although maybe that was the 2018-2019 team. The 2018-2019 team, I think, was the one that won 73 games. They were in the minus category as well. Either way, here's what happened over the weekend that made it even worse for anyone who wants to see anybody but OKC win. And that's me, by the way. I don't deny that OKC built this amazing machine, Sam Presti, in which they've got all these players where they've got too many good players, basically. SGA's great, but he is a complete foul merchant. He gets way too many calls. He's a flopper. He is a leg kicker outer. Drives me crazy. Great player, but still, hate it. Here's what happened. The Thunder are the 1 seed. On the other side of the bracket now are the Nuggets as the 3 seed and the Spurs as the 2 seed. There's only 3 real heavyweights in the West, and that is the Thunder, the Spurs, and the Nuggets. The Nuggets decided prior to the weekend they were going to try to tank their finale against San Antonio. They benched 4 of their starters. The only guy who played was Jokic because he wanted to hit the 65-game threshold to be eligible for MVP. And he had a pretty good game in somewhat limited minutes. But the zombie Nuggets did the inexplicable as 10.5-point underdogs to the Spurs. They won the game like morons. Had they lost the game, they would have dropped to the 4 seed.
They won it by 10.
I know. They would have dropped to the 4 seed, and they would have played the Thunder earlier because it's the Lakers who are the 4 seed, a weakened 4 seed with Luka out, and the Thunder's road to the NBA Finals could not be easier because the Nuggets and Spurs will face each other before the Thunder gets them, and the Thunder's first tough opponent is a crippled Lakers team. I mean, it's going to be a cakewalk. I'll still watch. This is when I watch the NBA, B. Mitch. I watch it now more than ever, but I'm not exactly looking forward to it.
So you asking them to tank?
I'm just saying. No, I'm not asking them to tank. I'm just saying.
What do they call it? Load management?
I'm just saying it's hilarious.
They went out and balled.
In a season of utter tanking, maybe this is a case of ball don't lie, or the karma gods were not amused because they tried the Nuggets to tank that game, and instead they won the game.
But they let the Joker play, and the Joker is too damn good.
Yes, he is. He is too damn good. I had to look up who they benched in this game and who actually played. I mean, it was pretty much everybody of note that was on. You know, they benched 4 starters besides Joker, and they still won the game.
Yeah,
I mean, there were guys in this game who I'm like, who's that dude? Here you go. Here were the Nuggets on Saturday night or Friday night or Sunday night. Zeke Naji.
Never heard of him.
Tyus Jones, Bruce Brown, Julian Strother, Deron Holmes II, David Roddy, Curtis Jones, Jalen Pickett. There's too many Jalen's in the NBA. How come there's so many Jalen's in the NBA? I mean, this was a zombie team, and the Nuggets
They still
won the game.
Yeah.
Now,
but the thing for me, like people that go out there and they purposely try to play a certain team, you don't know if that injury bug is right around the corner for your top player. And then you lose to that team.
I know.
I think you go out there and just go all out and try to win it.
The one saving grace for the Nuggets is they have the Spurs number. They're 3-0 against the Spurs in the last 3 months of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So the Spurs finished the year on a 31-3 tear or 31-4 tear. 3 of the 4 losses were to the Nuggets. They'll catch them earlier if form holds, but man, did it get a lot easier for the Thunder. Now, here's the stat of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Reynolds tweets the following. Favorites last season in the NBA, straight up in the NBA. The record total. This is not against the spread. It's just favorites winning games.
Okay.
The favorites were 853 and 377. The favorites this year in the NBA were, you know where this is going, right? 853 and 377. So in other words, the exact same as last year. That's crazy.
That is.
We're talking about how many games are there? 853 plus 377. Quick, do the math in your head. 7 this 10 this carry the 1, the 7 this 13. That's 1,200 games.
Mm-hmm.
And it was dead even last year and this year.
That's crazy.
So, who do you like in the NBA playoffs besides OKC?
Besides OKC,
San Antonio is the second.
I'll go with the Spurs. Besides them,
Okay, Spurs are plus 500. Boston's plus 550. Denver's plus 950. And then there's a big drop off. Cleveland is next.
I don't think
at plus
I don't
1600.
think Boston is completely healthy enough.
I don't either. The only reason Boston is up there in the plus 550 is because they're the class of the East. So they're most likely to get to the final 7 games of the year. So that's why, betting wise, they're priced a bit higher. Coming up, Reuben Bain Jr. Both Brian and I have been big on Mr. Bain Jr. And we don't care about his arm size. However, his driving record may be a different story. Some new intel dropped over the weekend. We'll give you the details. And Brian has a pretty strong take that I was a bit stunned at in the bullpen this morning. You'll hear that next. Hour 2. B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP on a Monday.
The Commanders have a wide receiver on their radar. It's Tennessee Vols' Chris Brazel. Ian Rappaport reporting that Brazel is set to visit the Commanders, the Packers and 49ers, ahead of next week's draft. He is 6'5" is Brazel, 4.37 40-yard dash, 62 catches, 1,017 yards, and 9 touchdowns for Tennessee last season. Alex Ovechkin, multiple ovations in yesterday's Capitals 3-0 win over the Penguins. Could that be Ovi's last game with the Capitals? Caps must beat Columbus Tuesday to stay alive and hope the Flyers lose too. Ovi on the ovation.
The fans always support me, support the organization, team, boys, and it was loud. It was the energy what we need. You can see how the boys play.
Nationals beat the Brewers 8-6. First sweep of Milwaukee since 2011. Keibert Ruiz a 2-run single in the 8th, and James Wood another mammoth homer. He has 4 homers in 7 games. Cade Cavalli tonight against the Pirates on the road, 6:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It was a glorious weekend weather-wise, and it's going to be even warmer and nicer. Chance of rain today, Brian. Showers coming through. In fact, right now, as I look at the radar, we don't have a outside window. You guys do out there. You can look out the window over there. Chance of showers today, high is 78. Okay. And then 89 tomorrow, 93 on Wednesday.
Like that.
94 on Thursday. You like that? You like that? I'm going to go Kirk Cousins on you. Yeah. You like that? Yeah. You like that? You like 90s in April? What's wrong with you?
Hey, bro.
What's wrong with you?
You know what? I have learned a long time ago you deal with the weather that comes. Because when it's cold, you will die for a 90-degree day. When it's hot, you'll die for a cooler day.
That's a good point.
Give me what you got.
Okay, well, it's going to be 90s.
Just don't have rain and lightning.
90s through Thursday, a little cooler Friday, 90 again on Saturday, 70. I mean, we're into spring, but there's going to be a hot spell. Hot spell and not much rain in the forecast. So not going to be good for growing the stuff you planted over the weekend from Home Depot or Lowe's or anywhere else you went or any nursery. You know, this is the time of year where people go absolutely crazy on that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hour 2, B. Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP. He is back tomorrow. He was over in Scotland all week, where his parents are from. He's got Scottish heritage. Took the grandkids over to see Grandma and Pop. I'm sure they had a great time. I'm looking forward to listening to you guys tomorrow to hear JP's full recap and to hear whether or not he got out on the links at all.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I
hoping
need to know.
he did.
I hope so, too.
This hour being brought to you by Rude, the official sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer, or don't melt this week. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
So Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys need to know about this, but a couple years ago in 2024, he was involved in a car crash in which the car he was driving barreled into someone else on I-95 north of Miami, ricocheted off the car he hit, careened into a barrier, and the young woman in the car he hit, a 22-year-old student by the name of Destiny Betts, was put into a coma, and she died 3 months later. Like, I don't know if you need to know this at all, but yeah, this did happen 2 years ago. This is new information that was dug up by a website called The Read Optional. I have many questions about this. There are so-called NFL insiders who say, yeah, we were aware of this situation. I don't know why it's a big deal. And that's kind of your stance. My stance is we are scrutinizing all these NFL picks, and we are now T-minus 1 week and 3 days from the first round choose 'em up, which Mr. Bain is due to go somewhere in the top 10. And this is the first we're hearing about this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for the record, the crash alleges Bain was driving a 2021 Land Rover that had 3 other passengers.
She was in the car with him.
Hurricane football players Wesley Basant and Nijik Kelly. She was in the car with them.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. The vehicle rear-ended another car, veered into a concrete barrier, then ricocheted into another barrier before coming to rest on the shoulder of the highway. It's clear that he must have been traveling at a high rate of speed. Betts was taken to the Ryder Trauma Center in Miami. The outlet reported that Betts was in a coma for 3 months before she died from her injuries in June of 2024. Bain was cited at the time of the incident, but charges were dropped prior to the young woman's death. In a statement given to the Read Optional over the weekend, the young woman's family called the crash a, quote, tragic accident, unquote, and said they wish Mr. Bain the best as he continues his life and career.
Mm-hmm.
They did not test him for any kind of impairment at the scene of the crash. And I say that with no sort of insinuation, like they didn't even test him. It's just they might not have seen any signs to indicate giving him a field sobriety test. But we don't know. What do you make of this?
I don't make anything of it. I make the fact that he had an accident. And when you have an accident, things can happen and transpire. I don't think we look at an accident like this and someone losing their life as we do somebody going out and shooting somebody or just strangling them or whatever else. The people that needed to know knew. And I think us as media people and fans, we feel we got to know everything. The question I ask is why? What do you do with it? Because Jalen Carter, and you go back, there were multiple people who've been in accidents. Someone lost their life.
Jalen Carter killed a person.
And they were still playing.
Recklessly driving.
Aaron Hernandez purposely did something that we didn't know about.
Right.
And guess what? He had to do it a second time when we finally heard and he was still playing the NFL already. I just don't think if it's an accident, it's an accident. That doesn't change my mind. Zabe, think what you wish.
What if they were drunk?
If they were drunk, we probably would know they were drunk.
What if they were racing?
If they were racing, yes. If they were drunk, yes.
What if they were just being irresponsible? What if he was going 110 miles an hour?
But see, you keep asking what ifs. We're talking about the situation. The family has come out and say we wish him the best. Why is it that it's a problem to everybody else?
Well, one of the reasons why they may have said that.
Why?
Money.
Still.
They may well have been paid
They could have got paid handsomely
by Reuben Bain Jr. to say, look, we're not going to let this affect his draft status and cost him millions.
But that
by
doesn't,
having you say, oh my God, our daughter was put in a coma and killed because Reuben Bain Jr. was going 110 miles an hour.
That's the whole thing about it.
At 4 a.m.
You are doing what most people typically do. You are throwing out stuff that you have no clue or idea if that's factual. But you're throwing it out, and it's going to stick to a lot of people. You have no clue if everything you're saying is factual.
I don't have any
But you're
clue
doing it. And that's what people do all the time, especially when there's an athlete. Because doctors, lawyers, priests, all these people do stuff every day and the same thing happens. And you know what we say? They need help. When there's an athlete, he had to know. He had to be this. He was a kid at 20 years old, 21 years old, 19 possibly. He was going into his sophomore year who had an accident, who did something stupid like a lot of us have done. Did we kill somebody? Maybe not, but we could have.
Well, you're just caping up for the athlete now.
I'm not caping up for the athlete.
You did. You explicitly said.
I said.
They only do this for athletes,
So
not for
you
doctors
caping
or
up for the
lawyers.
average person who just want to poop on the athlete. So let's be real.
I'm asking questions.
I experienced this deal being an athlete. And now I've been in the media for more years than I was an athlete.
Right.
And I see the people in the media are just as trifling as they were when I was an athlete. I am with you all the time. Most people in the athlete do more stuff than the damn athlete in the media, do worse stuff than the athlete does. But nobody writes about them. But my thing is, he had an accident. Whatever happened, happened. That's not going to stop him from getting drafted.
Well,
and the fact that
I'm not trying to stop
but I'm saying
him from
the
getting
fact that you
drafted.
didn't know, what difference does it make?
Well, I find it fascinating on two fronts. One is that all these insiders, some of whom say, well, we were aware of this. This was not in the ecosystem of the draft industrial complex until just now, a week before. This is highly unusual. This is surprise.
It's a surprise to
this.
you. It's not a surprise to. I guarantee you, it's no surprise to the teams out there.
I don't know how this stuff is. It's technically public record, but nobody sort of fished it out. Nobody said, "Hey, by the way, you should know this." Because here's the thing: there is a direct precedent with Jalen Carter, in which Jalen Carter was still taken in the top 10. He slipped a little bit, and he's a hell of a player. But he's also, got kicked out of the first game of the year last year in the first minute on the first play by spitting in a dude's face.
Okay.
Like, what's up with that?
But what does that have to do with the accident?
Well, it's a
Nothing.
character. It's a character issue where I would want to know more about this, because if, say, Reuben Bain Jr. was going 110 and swerving in and out of traffic like Rashee Rice or like Jalen Carter, that would affect whether or not I'm going to invest the 7th overall pick, especially if I've got Sonny Styles
that is exactly what I'm
as
saying.
1A and 1B.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. The people that's going to draft him, no.
Are you sure they knew?
You know it has makes no difference to nobody.
Okay, so you're sure Adam Peters knew about this?
Bruh, I will tell you how when I was getting drafted back in the Ice Ages, they were doing stuff then. You can't tell me this. Look, bro, they had people go to the police department in my town. They did all types of stuff in the town I went to college at.
Did they find anything?
They investigate all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they tell me I was I was arrested for drug dealing when it was my brother.
Oof.
So they can make mistakes, but they can find out stuff. But the ultimate thing is, the league is they crossing the T's and dotting the I's or turning over stones to try to find out everything you can. But you don't think the NFL has already told you that some things, depending on the player, doesn't stop us from drafting them anyway?
All right, so Peters, you believe, knew about it, has known about it, as does.
I would think more people around the NFL knew stuff.
Do you think anyone in the NFL is now like, oh, didn't know that? Or do you think they all knew it? And if they all knew it, and if people who talk and cover the league and go to the combine in Indy, if they all knew it, were they hoping the rest of us wouldn't find out? Were they hoping to just like, let's not talk about
I don't think that is it, because to be honest, I think we as fans, public and media, we give ourselves too much credit. You think they give a damn if you find out if they go draft somebody?
So why wouldn't they say, "Oh, by the way, we know
because
about..."
that's not a part of me trying to get the story out about him. All people care about is how fast somebody run, how high they jump.
No, that's not all you care about.
That's what most people care about.
Well,
yes, they do.
The
yes,
NFL people care about the total package.
I told you the NFL people know. It's you wanting to know now. You're wondering why they didn't tell you, why they didn't tell other people.
Well, if
they know.
If it's not a big deal, why was it a secret?
That's the thing, Zay. I don't need to know what's going on in your house.
I'm not an NFL draft pick.
I don't care.
I know, but that's the big difference. These guys are scrutinized. They're trying to make a character judgment of who are we getting into business of. Because
they get into the business, and they're the people that needs to be concerned about it. You seem like you're butthurt because you didn't know about it.
I'm not butthurt.
It seems like it because you want to know so much. The people that are going to draft him or not, they know, and they've made their opinions already.
Okay. 800-636-1067. Where do you stand on this? Because to me, it's fascinating on multiple fronts. One is, I think there's a legitimate character concern depending on further details of this incident. It was 4 a.m. There was no field sobriety tests administered, which means he may have been as sober as a judge, which would be a good thing. But it was 4 a.m. It was a car full of people. It was a serious crash. Don't know how fast he was going. We have previous incidents with Jalen Carter and a fatality. We have the Rashee Rice situation where he crashed 4 cars and then fled on foot. We have the visceral remembrance of the bag of you-know-what that Albert Hainsworth was and wish we had never gotten in business with a bag like that, who also ran a dude off the road and crippled him. I'm legitimately curious about more details. I'd like to know more if there was more.
Does one accident tell you somebody's character?
I want to know more about this
I'm just asking that question because you're making comparisons to things that may not have anything to do. They were accidents, but there's different people. I'm wondering, does one accident dictate somebody's character?
No, it does not dictate. Nothing dictates. These are data points.
Okay,
and I want
data
more
points.
information.
So and they can still probably draft that person, and he can never do something else again. But you never think about that side.
No, I think about that all the time. May turn out to be a prince of a human being who had one bad night. That could well be the case. But I'm sitting here looking at this Commanders team thinking, okay, are we sure we got all the info on this? Are we doing our due diligence?
I'm sure they do.
Well, then it was not known to anybody until this weekend.
It wasn't known to you till this weekend.
No, nobody. There's no writing about it. There's
It
no
may not be
reporting
no
about
writing
it.
because they probably
it's not
say-
just me, Brian.
But-
Nobody
but-
knew about
but-
this.
but
This was buried information that a website dug up.
It was. Why was it buried though? What makes you think it was buried?
It was not surfaced.
Maybe he had an accident and it went through and everything, and people felt okay. It's nothing else to deal with. I don't think it was buried.
Well, it wasn't surfaced.
That's
in
the
a
thing
world
about
in
it.
which we know everything about all these guys
We
at the
don't
top
know-
of the draft.
That's the thing about it. We don't
this
know
was
everything.
a buried thing.
We don't know everything about everybody in this draft. We will never know everything about everybody.
That's true.
You think you do, but you don't.
You think you do, but you don't do. But you want to try to find out as much.
I think the league, that's their job. I think their security team, that's their job. I don't think it's your job, my job, or anybody else's.
I'd feel a lot better about this if this had already been surfaced 2 months ago, was talked about, and there was more details.
It always comes out late. This is what happens every year.
Not always.
I was waiting for stuff to start popping up about people.
Not always. 800-636-1067. Let me pop a call in here. Steve in Silver Spring, you are first up on this. What do you make of it?
Hey, fellas. For me, the big concern is there's reports out there that he got cited for another driving issue like 9 or 12 months after the initial accident where, unfortunately, a woman lost. That's I heard that this morning on another radio station. So that, for me, would be a red flag. I agree that it's, with no fault, no issue of fault the first time around, that, maybe he's not an issue, but the second one's a red flag for me.
So you said he got cited for a situation where a woman lost, and lost what?
Oh, I had to hang up on him.
Because basically what it sounds like this.
I don't know if
what he
there's
was explaining
further-
seems to be the thing we're talking about.
I don't know if there's other moving violations on his record. If another one surfaces this week, then would you change your tune?
Would I change my tune about the player?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Okay. I hope there's nothing else.
Yeah.
I want the guy.
Like
I want the
my
guy.
thing is this, Dave. I ask questions because I love to hear people tell me stuff. I lived it. Okay, I got into an accident in college. Did that say who I was? No. I was going into my sophomore year. Me and my buddy leaving from my girlfriend's house, coming back. I was tired, fell asleep. I had some drinks earlier that day. At that point, I'm not legally drunk. I hit somebody. And but when it comes out in the thing, both of us were in the wrong. They stopped in the middle of the highway doing some other stuff.
That could be well.
I'll leave it at that.
Could well be the case here. We don't know.
When the situation, so therefore, at that point, if I was at this time of the, he had an accident. It was later. Who cares? I had an accident. Didn't have any more after that. In college, I had another accident when I was here. So every time you have an accident doesn't necessarily mean you're drunk, you're this or that. Sometimes people hit you. Sometimes when you're riding down the highway, have you ever been riding and somebody just come in your lane?
Yeah.
And if you weren't paying attention, you would have hit them.
Yep.
I've had many of those situations where people come in my lane and I had to avoid them. But it doesn't dictate everything about a person. So I just think that when the league knows stuff, They're going to make their decision. But it's not for everybody to know everything.
All right. It's a wild card that we've got 1 week before the draft. Your thoughts on it? A lot of people on the phones. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you straight away out of the break. B. Mitch and Finley right here on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The NFL Draft is April 24th. The Commanders continue to interview wide receivers. One they like is former Tennessee Vol, 6'5", Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazel. He is set to visit with the Commanders this week, as well as the Packers and 49ers. Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff in the Capitals' 3-0 win over the Penguins yesterday. Caps need to win their next game against Columbus and have the Flyers lose to get into the postseason.
Looked like he got kicked out.
And Ovechkin takes the face-off. How about that?
That call on the Fan. Nationals defeat the Brewers 8-6, sweeping Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. K-Bear Ruiz with a 2-run single in the 8th to put him ahead for good. Nationals and Pirates tonight at 6:10 on the Fan, with Cade Cavalli getting the call. New skills, better pay. Your next career move starts at PGCC. Continuing education classes online or in person. Enroll now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Come on, Walker. You cannot play this rejoin. This bouncy John Mayer Life is a Highway after this story, you son of a bitch. Anyway, we're back. JP and B-Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP. Just for the record, Brian Mitchell, you are mistaking me for somebody who is not sympathetic to the ways in which sometimes athletes get a totally raw deal. I have lived on islands that are very lonely islands in sports media defending certain guys. The most notable case was wide receiver Dante Stallworth. Remember him? Mm-hmm. He killed somebody on a DUI in Miami. But the details of the case, which most people didn't know, to me said he got a raw deal. Dante Stallworth was hung up as number one selfish, entitled athlete. He killed a pedestrian drunk driving. Well, as you learn more of the details, which I dug in and find out, it was at 7:15 a.m. He had been drinking the night before at the Fontainebleau, but he hadn't had a drink in several hours. The person he hit was a construction worker who had hopped a concrete barrier and was running across a 4-lane highway to catch a bus, not in a crosswalk. Stallworth saw him, flashed his lights, but it was too late. And when he hit the person, he stopped to give aid. And he submitted to a field sobriety test that showed him to be a .12, which was over the .08 legal limit. Now, that's bad that he was .12, but it's not that drunk. The .08 is an arbitrary number because it used to be .10 in most states, and then states said we're going to crack down even further. He did basically everything you should have done. He was not evil. And they were like, ban him from the league. And I said, do you know the specifics of the incident? A guy ran out in the middle of the road, not in a crosswalk, almost like a video game. Surprise! And he happened to hit him. The problem for Stallworth was he was technically over the legal limit. I stood on that island, Brian, and I lived on that island, and people gave me all kinds of crap. So just know that that's who I am.
Yeah, I was on that island too, but the whole thing
I want to
about
know
it is
information. I want to know information.
But that's what I'm saying. Until you get the information, the extra stuff you throw in, it molds people's mind to what they want to think. So that's where I'm coming from.
I'm not trying to mold any minds. I don't know the details of it. Let's go to Manny in Southeast. You are next up. Hello, Manny.
What's up, Manny?
Hey guys, what's going on? What's up, B-Mitch? What's going on?
Chilling.
I'm a keep it all the way 100, like I always do. I'm 100% in agreement with Brian, for the simple fact that when you came on and used this, not Brian, but when he came on and he started describing the situation, it was as if he was putting a bad bone on Ruben Bain. Then when you turn around and he does his contrast and comparison, and he compares what happened with Bain with the rest of these guys, although there were murders, they were drunk. It was things that were elements that didn't happen, that Bane didn't have. You know what I mean? So, and like Brian said, this happened a long time ago. It was 4 a.m. Things happen.
No,
you know
not
I mean?
a long time ago. It's 2024.
Okay, it's 2026. It's 2026.
Well, it's not a long time ago. And
That's
we don't know.
So,
we don't know what happened,
between
and this is
let me ask
new.
You a question. Let me ask you a question. Between 2026 when it happened and now, how much airplay have you given it?
Well, we didn't find out about it till this week.
No, I'm talking about you. Period. Just not Brian. You.
Well, we didn't find out about it, so it was
No,
unknown.
everyone knew. You didn't hear Brian? It's public information. Everyone knew.
No, Manny, this was not reported.
You didn't know. You didn't do your research.
Okay, well,
So,
you can say that
in
all
order
you
for
want.
You to do your research.
You can say that all
Just
you
like
want,
you
but this was
explained
not
about-
reported by anyone in the NFL
It's
media.
public information. It doesn't have to be reported. That's what you do.
Well, I
You
don't
get
scan.
information and you relay
I
it
don't.
across the airways, right?
Well, I don't
So
scan.
when you relay the
I don't
information
scan.
across the
Manny,
airways, you
Manny,
can have an
Manny,
idea of what you're talking about.
Manny, I don't scan court reports from every
But you
jurisdiction
make
in the
statements
country.
and conviction, though.
No, I don't. All right, Manny. Godspeed. Have a good day. Let's go to EJ. You're next up. Hello, EJ.
Hello. What I want to say is, first thing you do, and how you guys doing, and thanks for taking my call.
What's
But
that,
what I
man?
want to say is, you took the stance that he could have been drunk, and
Not
he was
true.
going 109 miles an hour, and all this.
Didn't say
But you
must
never-
have. Didn't assume anything. I'm saying we don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you don't know what it is, why would you make accusations saying something that's
I'm not
gonna
making an
stick? When you
accusation. I'm
talk on the
talking
radio,
about
you
the
talk,
situation.
and
This is not a court of law, EJ. I'm not a
Well, when you
lawyer
talk on the radio, introducing this. Millions of people hear
Doesn't
you,
matter.
So people
Trust
gonna
me.
take it.
They're talking
It
about
does
this
matter.
everywhere. They're talking about this anywhere and any team
Yeah,
that's thinking
but it
about taking
seems
them.
Like, it seems like that you have, when you say stuff and stick it in people's ears, you can't take it out.
Well,
Now,
you're
if it
being
come
too
out
sensitive.
Tomorrow that he wasn't drunk or he wasn't anything. It just was a regular accident, which everybody has.
Yeah.
And then you can't come back and say, well, what I said, it's not good to make accusations until you know the facts.
All right. Well,
And
you
like the guy
need to
before
check
me
your
said,
EJ. Check your hearing and your comprehension because you're not hearing what I said or understanding what I said because I said none of the things that you're accusing me of. Let's go to Kurt. You're next up. Hello, Kurt. What do you say?
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
I want to put to rest this idea of letting somebody off the hook, or at least figuratively, saying they're only 21 or 22 or so, because I was in the military during Vietnam, and there were lots of squadron leaders who were in their 20s and 21, and nobody wants to hear if they mess up. Well, he's only 21. John Kerry commanded that swift boat in Vietnam. I believe he was 22. So, and when
Let's
Kellen
not
Winslow got an
bring
accident-
that up.
We're
Let's
not going
go
to try
there.
to sit up here and compare Vietnam and all that stuff, man. Listen, and there's nobody trying to make no excuse, but I'll tell you this. I guarantee you at 21, you're not as smart as you are right now at whatever age you are. And that's the only thing. Like when we go through life, at 18, I knew right from wrong. But you know what? I probably would have did something stupid compared to being 58. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At 58, I know. And at 58 and at whatever age you were calling in, you could sit back now and tell me everything that you shouldn't do. You know why? Because you probably did it. And now you know not to do it. All I'm saying is we should not be doing the same things at a later age as we did at a young age. And that's all to it. It's not about you get an excuse, but you're immature. A lot of times we think we're more mature than what we are when we're 21, because you know what? They told us when you're 21, you're an adult.
Yeah.
That's crap. You're not. Some 21-year-olds are dumb as hell.
Two other names for you. One is Laramie Tunsil, who I said at the time got the rawest deal ever. That a disgruntled family member released an embarrassing photo, but nothing that was shocking. So he's in college. He's smoked marijuana, big deal. But it's a gas mask bong. I'm like, yeah, it looks dumb. That's what kids do to get high. It was released by a disgruntled family member who was trying to shake down Laramie Tunsil.
Mm-hmm.
And it did affect him. It knocked him down several pegs in the draft. Now, thankfully, he's gone on to have a great career. He's great for us, and he just got a new deal. I'm happy for him. The other guy who got an even rawer deal was La'el Collins. Do you remember La'el Collins?
Totally.
La'el Collins had the misfortune of his ex-girlfriend being brutally murdered.
And they tried to blame him.
Well, they didn't try to blame him, but he was at least a person of interest in the case, which I can't speak to the police work, but it's not totally unreasonable to go, okay, what happened here? We got to check things out. But the timing of it happened so close to the draft, and NFL teams freaked out that they left him alone entirely, and the Cowboys signed him as a undrafted free agent, and he was a great player, and he got completely hosed because nobody wanted to say, hold on a second, we need to find out what really happened. Man, people are mistaking me as somebody entirely different. I am Mr. Wait a minute, let's find out what
But
really
that's what
happened.
I'm saying. In this situation, Zabe, in the defense of me, I'm worried about the other people. You weren't saying, wait a minute. You were.
No, I am.
You were, but right now you are. Before you were throwing extra layers on it.
I said he
without
could have
knowing.
been.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
It's not throwing.
Now,
I'm saying,
when you start saying, what if he was drunk? What, you put all those negatives, but what if he wasn't? That never came out your mouth.
Well, okay,
but
let me say
but listen, what I'm saying.
maybe he wasn't.
So listen,
Maybe he was.
listening
maybe
to
he
radio,
wasn't.
being on radio. When people put all of the negatives there, you formulate a person's mindset.
No. Only morons let
that
me
ain't, well,
or anyone else formulate your mindset.
Most people that listen to us and just get a mindset 100% are morons.
Okay. Well, I'd feel like I've never convinced anybody of anything.
Don't
in
believe
my
that.
30 plus years on
Don't
radio.
believe that. Don't believe that. That's
I feel
naive.
I've got no power in making anyone's
you
opinions.
may feel like you don't, but whenever you get on these airways, people automatically assume everything you say is facts, which they shouldn't, but they do.
If you're on hold, stay there. We'll run the table on this. I guess the question needs to be asked: are you off Bain now, B. Mitch?
Nope.
Okay. I might be a Sonny Styles guy, but I want to know more.
Sonny Styles is a damn good player. But if they were to draft Sonny Styles, cool. But it doesn't get me off of Bain. I still think Bain is a damn good player.
Okay. We'll see what – I mean, now that it's out there will be questions, and Peters will be asked, and he'll be on record in front of a microphone saying, here's what the deal is, here's what we think, and et cetera, et cetera. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, it's an interesting wild card before the draft. Quick break, finish up on calls after this. B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Boom, 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 boom.
Safe to say that last week, both Brian and I were Baniacs. Reuben Bain Jr., we wanted him at number 7. I'm still leaning that way, but I do kind of want to hear a little bit more about this careless driving incident with him in 2024, a case that was that never went to court and was dismissed by a judge, but it unfortunately led to a young woman losing her life on this crash on I-95, which is a pretty serious crash where he ran into another car at 4 a.m. and careened off a barrier and onto another barrier. It was not just a simple sideswipe situation. And I just gave you the litany of other past raw deals some guys have gotten. Lael Collins, Laramie Tunsil. So we'll see. It's a little bit of a wild card about a week before the draft. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's get a couple more calls in here. Let's go to Jake in Alexandria. You are next up. Hello, Jake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Doing good, man.
So just two things. One thing I want to point out is, so the teams might have known, but the media and the public didn't really know. So whether or not the teams knew, now we have to shift our draft projections for this new information. So
we have to change our big board.
My question is,
do you have a big board?
My
Jake,
question
in your
is,
basement?
who have to change their draft perspective? You as a player?
No, you don't. No, you don't have to.
No,
If
I mean,
you
you
didn't
as
know
a
about
fan-
this, and
but
you're just learning about it now. You can.
But
And
you're
to say
saying
that
you
shouldn't
as a
would be
fan,
wild.
you're saying you as a fan have to adjust yours. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying.
So
the
am I
fans or the
wrong?
media-
Am I wrong for asking the question? Why the hell do you have to shift it?
He's got a big board.
Because like the thing of it is, this is what I'm saying.
No,
where
you don't-
you give yourself, we give ourselves too much credit.
I'm not. I'm
You
not
can
saying
change
we
your
have to
opinion,
shift
but
it.
you
I'm-
don't have a big board. Nobody,
No,
you have a big
no,
board that
but
nobody
your-
cares
your
about.
opinion-
But here's
your opinion of what their big board is can change because of new information. Now, if you're comparing Bailey to Bain, you have added information against Bain that you didn't have prior. Whether the team knew it or not, yeah, maybe.
But still,
we didn't know whether the team knew it or
what
not.
are you really doing with that information, though?
Well, here's the thing.
You're deciding on character. The other thing I want to say quickly is Steve did say that he wasn't drunk. He did say he might not have been drunk because he didn't get breathalyzed. I just think it's wild to say that you completely can't change your draft pick of new information. The team, this became new information.
Who
to the
said
teams
you
at some
can't?
point.
Who said you can't change your draft pick? Nobody said that.
Well, okay, so when the teams learned about this, you're saying there's no chance that they dropped him lower?
Dude, I never said anything
No,
about them dropping him.
I'm asking
But
you.
don't
I'm
ask
asking
me
you,
what
though.
I didn't say. So
I'm
I
not
never.
asking you if
You
you said-
said.
I'm asking-
You're saying. So you're saying I said I didn't say it. So
No, I
don't
didn't
ask
say
me
you
no
said
question with that type of mindset. So you can say,
you have to-
do you can say,
I did
do
not-
you think they should drop?
Here's the.
No, everybody can have their opinion on it. It's not crazy to think that people think it should have dropped. Some teams
I
might have dropped
I really
him.
don't care what people think. I don't care if you think they should drop. I'm just saying we don't know exactly what happened, but I guarantee you, those people that go out there and have all these investigators, they knew.
Jake, thanks for the call, Jake. Here's the thing. Jake, as a fan, and like all fans, make the draft a participatory event. This is why the draft is so popular. It's why it's got huge crowds that go to it. It's why it draws a big TV rating. As fans of your team in the NFL, many fans invest themselves into researching players and having opinions on who they should or should not take based on position of need, skill set, college production, and maybe off the field issues. It's just a silly game. It's a silly participatory game. You're right, Brian, in that the actual NFL people choosing, they know what they know, and we won't know all of that stuff ever.
I understand it's what people do, but I have watched many a times that people hate a guy on the team because he did something wrong. And then he come to your team and they love him. So what happened when he gets on your team? You forget the stuff he did before?
Depends on how wrong it was that he did.
It's just, listen, bro.
Depends on the wrong.
I hear you.
You know, some guys you're like, he's a bit of a wild dude, but he's our wild dude. Let's go to Rusty in Delaware. You're next up. Hi, Rusty. What do you say?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up, Russ?
First of all, Zabe, you're the reason why I listen to Sports Talk Radio, so it's an honor.
Thank you.
Secondly, sorry, I'm on the job site. Things going on. So I have no problem with Reuben Bain. I mean, whatever he did that was something that was probably going to end up coming out in the wash anyway. Luckily for my life, I've been around the game of football for a long time as a player and now as a coach. And it's nice to have a couple badasses on the team. You don't need a roster full of choir boys. I think we spent some time in this city in the early 2010s when we were just worried about character guys because of the whole Hainsworth thing. But now we need to worry about winning a Super Bowl. And whoever gives us the best chance to win that Super Bowl is who we need to go with.
Yeah, well, having guys with a bit of an edge is not a bad thing. Hell, Doc Walker used to say this all the time. We need a couple of penitentiary guys on the team that we're too soft, we're too nice. It's a fine line, though, between like complete sociopathic miscreants and just dudes who are a little bit on edge. Like Charles Haley was the perfect example of a guy who you probably wouldn't have him house sitting while you're on vacation, but man, what a guy to have on your team.
He watched my house with me all the time.
Does he?
He my neighborhood. He was my neighbor.
Charles neighbor?
Charles
Haley?
was my neighbor. He used to watch my house with me.
Oh, good. Okay. Here's the thing about Reuben Bain. Is this a Photoshop, boys, or not? I'm holding a picture
That's
up.
Photoshop.
Look at the tiny little arms.
That's Photoshop.
You think that? I need to run it through Grok to go, hold on a second. I had been such a Baniac, and they've got him in a tank top, Hurricanes workout hoodie, and his arms do look tiny. So you think this is definitely a Photoshop?
Yeah,
I'll tweet this out and say, what do you think,
They look
boys?
extra short. Look like somebody shortened them up a little bit. They shrunk them.
Okay.
They took Jeff on and put on Reuben Bain's body.
All right. Well, this is the kind of stuff that comes out a week before the draft, and we're looking forward to the Choose 'em up in Pittsburgh, where, by the way, hotel rooms are available. They say only 40% or something like 60% or 40% of the hotel rooms have been booked so far. I think there's a little bit of the number one guy is not going to be there in Mendoza. Maybe it's not as fun to go to. I don't know. Maybe it's just there's a lot of hotels in Pittsburgh. We'll see. Carl Paulson will join us next, former PGA golfer, host of Inside the Ropes on Sirius XM, talking about Rory's back-to-back. Down at Augusta, you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This update brought to you by the DC Defenders. NFL news for the Commanders. They're going to have a wide receiver on their radar, Tennessee wideout Chris Brazel. Ian Rappaport reporting Brazel set to visit the Commanders this week. The 6'5" wide receiver from the Tennessee Volunteers, a 4.37 40-yard dash. Giants have signed veteran quarterback Brandon Allen. Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations yesterday in the Caps' 3-0 win over the Penguins. Ovi with an assist on Connor McMichael's empty net goal.
And out of the corner, down ice and beyond. They are chanting Ovi here. And they are chanting one more year.
The call on the Fan. Nationals down, Brewers 8-6. James Wood, a Mammoth homer, 4th in 7 games tonight at Pirates, 6:10 p.m. on the Fan. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus St. Louis Battlehawks, Saturday, April 18th, 12:30, Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
And love, do you ever?
No, don't stop. I was digging it. Come on, B-Mitch.
Rain
There we go.
Drops. You're the thing, my candy rain.
Possible rain today. It's lunch hour here on B-Mitch and Finley. Zabe sitting in for JP. He's back tomorrow. Root is the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer and don't melt this Thursday when it's 94 degrees. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
What's for lunch today, Brian?
Some smothered chickens, what is it, some rice and some mixed
Smells good.
Mixed
Smells
vegetables.
Good. Smells good, looks healthy.
Oh, yeah.
Carl Paulson joins us now, former PGA Tour player, host of Inside the Ropes on Sirius XM from 2 to 5 every day, Monday through Wednesday. Hello, Mr. Paulson. Nice to meet you and talk to you. How are you?
Hello, gents. How are you guys?
Doing good, brother.
Good. Was the sequel as good as the original or
It
close?
it was pretty damn good. I mean, we had a bunch of people kind of putting their head up above the water and trying to climb out of the pool and felt like they were getting pulled back in by their ankles. It was really cool to see the ebbs and flow of everything that happened yesterday.
Carl, you've been at the Masters close. You see all these guys doing this thing. You played in PGA tournaments. What's that mental strain on guys? Because you saw guys made moves, and then all of a sudden they like, oh, I don't want to do it yet. Like they just couldn't get themselves mentally tough enough to get it done.
Well, we saw what Rory McIlroy did last year. I mean, he lost that tournament 3 times. He just happened to win it 4 times on Sunday, and it is just all of the hoopla that comes along with winning the Masters, it just really gets in these guys' head. Now, with that being said, it's a very, very difficult golf course where you have to be so exact, and the targets and the landing areas are so small, and where you can miss is few and far between, and it's a very difficult test of golf. And when you're under that kind of immense pressure with such a tough test of golf, it exposes people, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to expose everybody. They're trying to make everybody as uncomfortable as possible to find out who the true champion is.
I know this, early on yesterday, it looked like Rory had hit the eject button. 3 putting from 5 feet on 4 for a double.
Yeah, that
made a scrambling par on 5, but then hit one of the worst tee balls on 6, the par 3. Short, left, sloppy. He makes bogey, and I'm like, he's done. But then in true Rory fashion, he stuffs it on 7 for a birdie, and then he hits the most nuclear drive and 3-iron, 4-iron, whatever it was, to the heart of the green for a easy birdie on 8, and he's right back into the mix. He's the best ticket in golf, isn't he?
It seems like it. Jordan Spieth was that ticket for a while. He hasn't won much lately. He's still fun to watch. I mean, if you were a true fan of Jordan Spieth, you need to make sure you're taking your blood pressure medicine because you're going to go on a ride. But it seems like, at least in the Masters recently, Rory McIlroy's been that guy. It's been crazy to watch. Also fun to watch. But 8 was my hole yesterday, and I was there when he hit that towering 3-iron around the corner and up onto the green. I thought for sure he was going to make that putt. Like you mentioned, easy 2-putt, stuffs it at 9, misses it, and you're thinking, oh boy, here we go again. But he really hung in there, and I think, obviously what he did last year by winning this tournament in his 17th try and completing the career Grand Slam, that'll hold a special place in his heart. But I'll bet you, when it's all said and done, and he's had time to reflect on what he's accomplished here this second time, I'll bet you in the long run he'll be a little more proud of what he did this year than last year.
Yeah, because I look at it, he fell down to 9 under, then he came back to 13. That stretch right there was remarkable for him, but when you look at the other guy who I think he kind of heard the roars and he found out it was Scotty coming, he had to make sure he throw it in the overdrive. For Scotty to get there, you look at Arnold Palmer and Nicklaus always had each other. Tiger and Phil were going against each other. These two guys don't normally have the battles down the stretch, but just Scotty starting to come, I think, put Rory in a different mindset yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. Rory mentioned when he was done, he said, I need to get to 13 under par. He got to 13 under par, and thankfully he did, because he needed every single one of those strokes as a cushion to win the golf tournament after hitting that, whatever the hell you want to call that thing, on 18 off the tee. That was
God,
unbelievable. I mean, look, you're talking about one of the greatest drivers of the golf ball in the modern history. Now, he didn't drive it well this week, let's be perfectly honest. He didn't. But to hit a shot like that when you have a 2-shot lead in the Masters, it just goes to show you that everything that comes along with winning this golf tournament, it's bigger than hitting a good driving, hitting a good iron shot, and making a putt. You have to win the battle within before you can win that battle.
Rory's the ultimate Ferrari. When he's on, there's not a car faster out there in golf. But previously, when he would get out of sorts, he'd wreck and total the car, and that was it. He now has an ability to kind of get back on the road, and then he can put the hammer back down again, because, as you know, Carl, on 12 and 13, that was the most impressive hammer down to put himself back in the lead. Going at that sucker pin on 12 and making birdie, and the nuke on 13, 350 around the corner. Talk to us about how impressive 12 and 13 were for Rory.
Well, they were super impressive, and I'm really glad that he admitted that he pushed that tee ball a little bit at 12, because he's just absolutely out of his mind if he was trying to hit it there. He said he was trying to hit it over the middle of the bunker, and it started in the middle, but he said it just drifted a little bit more to the right than he was expecting. But that's why you leave that wiggle room in case something like that happens. A spectacular shot. We've seen numerous people, and I'm talking like we can probably get into the 20s and 30s of people that have absolutely blown their chances on the 12th hole to win the Masters, and for him to pull off that shot and really make it the catalyst for him making a few more birdies coming in to get that win and get that big lead, a big enough lead to where he could bogey the last and still win the golf tournament was special. Both last year and this year were special in different ways, but look, Rory was, in my opinion, one of the best champions of the Master. And what I mean by that was from receiving the green jacket to teeing it off Thursday the next year, he was spectacular. I mean, he did everything he was supposed to do. He enjoyed it. He wore his green jacket around the house, which I would too. I would need a full cleaning crew to follow me around, because I'd go swimming and shower in that thing if I won one. But he was fantastic, and getting another year of that I'm sure the committee at the Masters and Augusta National are absolutely thrilled to have him as their champion again.
Yeah. So, but you look at 12, and Tiger, I think, has played that same shot that Rory played to hit it over that close to that pin. But I watch everybody go left and hit it too long.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what is so difficult about hitting it at that pin that more people was just shy away from trying it at all?
Something about the topography there between 11, 12, and 13, the tall pine trees. There's a big hill behind the tee at 12 that you come down the 11th fairway, and the wind just can't decide. There's no real corridor for the wind to go. It just goes. It gets down in that little hollow and just bounces around those trees, and it just goes everywhere. It's a very thin sliver of a target from front to back. The green sits at a little bit of a funny angle. The more you go to the right, the more you need to carry it. So your thought process is, I need to hit it far enough if I push it to get it over the water. Well, if you do that, that's far enough to go over the green if you pull it. It's just a very, very technical golf shot, and with unpredictable winds, and it has fooled many, many players. I remember my co-host saying he was playing in the Masters one year, and he was on 11 playing with Steve Stricker, and he watched Ian Woosnam and Jack Nicklaus on the 12th hole hit before they putted at 11, and he said Ian Woosnam hit it in the middle of Rays Creek, and Jack flew it over the back bunker up into the azaleas, and my Dennis said, well, that's 2 World Golf Hall of Fames. What the heck am I going to do?
Carl,
he said he got lucky, threw one up in the air, the wind hit it right, and he got it on the green. But that's the kind of shot that you're hitting. It didn't really show its teeth the first 3 days because there was no wind at all. Just a little 7, 8, 10-mile-an-hour breeze completely changes that hole.
Carl Paulson joining us, host of Inside the Ropes on Sirius XM, 2 to 5 p.m. Carl, you played in 5 majors, as I look here on good old Wikipedia. PGA Championship in 01 and 02, U.S. Open 01 and 2004, and the Open Championship in 01. So you know what it's like at the highest level. I had a question about practice rounds at the other majors. Do they give anyone and everyone at least one look at the place beforehand, or how does that work?
Yeah, major championships, there are no pro-ams or anything. With regular PGA Tour events on Wednesday, they'll have a pro-am on the golf course, and if you're not one of the top players from the previous year, you're not in the pro-am. So you got to get all your work done on the golf course prior to Wednesday.
Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I meant to say practice rounds prior to the week of the tournament, because there was a lot of talk about Rory living at Augusta for a month this year.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Most major championships will allow you to make scouting trips. The Masters is a little bit different. Augusta National is a little bit different. Once you qualify for the Masters, you are welcome to come play. Now you still have to play with a member and do things the right way and go through the processes, but. They'll allow you to come check it out most of the time.
So even non-champions could get a courtesy round a month beforehand if they ask?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go, B. Mitch. Yeah. Other guys could have spent the time.
They could have spent the time and the money because he was flying around in that private jet. That's a lot of money.
I also believe, Carl, that the accumulated tournament experience of Rory at that place far outweighs anything he might have gleaned in the private jet excursions leading up to this year.
100%. I think the best thing that he said that I heard from him was, I came up, I went out and played and chipped around the greens. But he said, but I also played for score, and I just played the ball from wherever I hit it, and I hit it in some really weird spots, and it was fun to just get creative and kind of figure out what I needed to do from there. And thank God he did that, because he was all over that place on Thursday and Friday. I mean, I have never seen somebody. He's still going to be pulling pine straw out of those golf shoes in a couple of weeks. It's unbelievable where he played from. But I think that was probably the most important part of his scouting trips, was just going there and playing the ball from wherever it was, instead of hitting one in the trees and then hitting another one and playing it from where you hit it. You got to go up there and figure it out, because he did a lot of that the first 2 days. Not so much, the third day he drove it a little bit better, yesterday he drove it a little bit better. But the first 3 days he was all over the place,
Yes.
and without having that mindset of, I've done this the last couple of months. I know I can make par from here. Let me just figure it out. Without that, I don't think he wins this week.
But like that second shot he hit on 18, that took some creativity. He had to hook it around, and luckily he ended in the spot where when he gets in the trap, it's going to be par or bogey at the most.
Yeah, I mean, look, that took some creativity. It also took a lot of athletic ability, and he's got as much or more than anybody on tour with the speed that he has, and he's no stranger from moving the ball from right to left. So, you got a little bit lucky with where that ball ended up and having a swing. I mean, he could have been up against a tree and not had a swing and had to chip it out over onto 10 and then try to figure out how to get it on the green and two-putt to win, which would have been a whole heck of a lot more difficult. But, when you win major championships, you get breaks. And he got a couple that helped him, but he took advantage of it.
Did Cam Young have a rabbit foot in his pocket? Because early on, he hit more trees and bounced back in the fairway that I thought should be allowed.
My favorite one was on 9 when it hit the chair of one of the patrons and came back on the green from over the green. I mean, that is a guaranteed bogey, maybe double if it doesn't bounce back onto the green. But he got some good breaks. There's no question about it. Cam Young is a guy that's growing up right in front of our eyes. He is a bona fide superstar, and he's going to win major championships. Yesterday was not his day, but he hung in there pretty nicely. If he makes some putts yesterday, he wins that golf tournament.
Totally.
So he's the guy to look out for in the next 3 or 4 years in major championships.
Speaking of weird spots, B. Mitch, did you see Hao Tong Lee's not so excellent adventure on 13 yesterday?
Well, he got 10 on the hole, right?
But did you see it?
I didn't see the whole thing of him.
Carl, tell B. Mitch where old Hao Tong found himself on 13 yesterday.
It was hard to figure out from the highlights that I saw. He was hitting, I believe it was his third shot from parts unknown at Augusta National.
He was in the trees on the left?
No, he was like 30 feet up in the azaleas.
Oh, God, it was
where
maybe 30 yards up there.
Yeah, 30 yards up there where you could barely see his head. I took a screenshot, sent it to the boys in the group chat. I go, play the game, spot Hao Tong. Can you see him in there?
Wow.
It was a complete circus. And then he putted into the creek from the back of the green.
Wow.
Yeah, he hit a pretty good shot to get it out of the azaleas. Then was faced with that putt that comes up and over a ridge. It's almost impossible. I mean, I would have laid that putt up over to the right, but the putt it in the creek, and then took him, 15 minutes to figure out where to drop. I think Scotty waited 16 minutes.
Yeah, poor Scotty had to sit there and watch. But he dealt with it. He dealt with it.
Yeah.
I call holes like that, B. Mitch, I call them Ron Burgundies. Because in Anchorman, when he goes, boy, that jumped up in a hurry, didn't it? Yeah, that really escalated. All of a sudden, I'm taking a 10 on this hole. What the hell? All right, so the existential question, Carl, on the way out the door, we thank you for your time, is how much ambition does Rory have now at a mere 36 years old, in full flight, in great athletic shape? What is his ambition to hang a number of majors on the wall? Tiger famously wanted to get to 20 and break Jack.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard that from Rory. Rory is now at 6. That's rarefied air. 7 becomes even rarer. What do you think Rory wants?
I mean, look, I'm just speculating what's in his head after winning the last 2 Masters tournaments and last year and this year to get to 6. That's, as you mentioned, rarefied air. You start getting above that, and you are leaving the golf's all-time greats in your rearview mirror. And I would assume with the shape that he's in, and the legacy that he's trying to play for, that he's trying to get to 10, and I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities.
I would love to see it happen for him. I thank him for yesterday.
All right, Carl, we appreciate the time. We'll tell people check you out today on SiriusXM starting in a couple hours. Thank you, my friend.
You got it. We're going to have a good one today. Thanks, B. Mitch. Y'all have a good one.
Take care, man.
Carl Paulson, former PGA Tour player, host of Inside the Ropes on SiriusXM. Yeah, the How Tung Lee adventure was just hilarious.
Yeah. Carl played in the member guest from the other side, played left-handed. Oh, God. And they won.
These guys are not mortals.
Mm-mm.
And, obviously Carl's pro career was modest by tour standards. He won 2 Korn Ferry Tour events, but like I said, played in 5 majors, did not make the cut in those majors, never played in the Masters. But that is still a level. To play in 5 majors is still a level.
Yes.
That is so up there in the game that I have ultimate respect for it.
Totally.
And he does a great radio show as well.
Totally.
So there's that. You know that on 13, Azalea, the most famous hole in Augusta and maybe the most famous hole on earth, in that little Rays Creek tributary in front of the green, that little babbling brook, I noticed yesterday with some of the aerial drone shots, there is a little sandy patch that looks like a tiny beach on the front left of it. And I was joking to my boys, I go, I want to call that Rays Creek Beach Club, and I want to someday sneak onto the property with a couple of lawn chairs and an umbrella and just sit on the tiny patch of sand right there on Rays Creek until I get arrested, which I will be.
You probably won't make it to that spot.
But I'm running there. I'm going to Rays Creek Beach Club. Exactly. Okay, the tank is in. The Wizards finish with the worst record. That's the good news. The ping pong balls have never been more in our statistical favor. But what next? And there is a daunting stat about that you need to know. We'll talk about that next. It is B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Tennessee Volunteers wide receiver Chris Brazzell is going to visit with the Commanders before next week's draft, according to Ian Rappaport. The Giants have signed veteran quarterback Brandon Allen. Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff in the Capitals' 3-0 win over the Penguins yesterday. Ovechkin on taking the opening faceoff against Sidney Crosby.
I was surprised. Obviously, I'm not a face-off guy, but I was trying to win.
Nationals down the Brewers 8-6. They sweep Milwaukee for the first time since 2011. Tonight they take on the Pirates at 6:10 p.m. here on The Fan with Cade Cavalli getting the chance to start. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Right after I joked about good old Hao Tung Lee making a 10, I made a 10 at lunch here like
You
an
got 13,
idiot.
Jay. That was the 13.
Like an idiot. You know, I put my my Diet Cherry Coke in a can, which, by the way, they now make Diet Cherry Coke in a can. Heads up for that. It's great flavor. I put it in the freezer, B-Mitch, because when I got here, the cans were from the back seat of my car because I hadn't opened the 12-pack yet. And I said, okay, I'll set a timer on my watch to remind me to take them out of the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess who forgot to set the timer on his watch? This guy.
Yeah.
I then remembered, being lunchtime, oh no, they're in the freezer.
Yeah.
Pull it out of the freezer. It feels nice and cold. But I kind of squeeze it. And I'm like, it doesn't feel frozen. So stupidly, right here in the studio, in front of the sensitive electronic equipment, my laptop, everything else, and it goes all over the place.
It doesn't, but you gotta
like
realize,
an idiot. And I'm like screaming at Ryan. I'm like, get some paper towels. He's like, don't worry about it. I go, no, I'm a guest in your house. I've created a mess. I need to clean this up right now.
But when it starts to freeze is when it will
explode
more.
the most.
Yeah,
right.
So when you squeezed it, you're like, oh man, this is not. Nah, you
learned
messed it
up.
You changed the chemical dynamics of it, Zabe.
I know. Learn my lesson. Wizards, tank is complete. I'm going to get to it in a hot second. Before we get to that, though, during the break, B. Mitch was talking about having played with Carl Paulson down in Florida at what club is it he's a member of?
The Golden Bear Club.
Golden Bear Club. Very nice place.
Mm-hmm.
And that Hideki Matsuyama, Masters champ from 2013, 2014, I forget what year it was, maybe a little bit later than that, he was down there one of the days you played.
He's a member there.
He's a member.
Mm-hmm.
And then you played 36 holes.
Yeah.
You said that Hideki was out working on his putting at 7 a.m. when you teed off for the first 18, was there at the turn after 18 when you had lunch working on his putting, and then when you got done with your second 36, he was still on the green working on his putting.
I've seen people at driving ranges hitting different clubs, moving around, and I understand that. I never understood I still don't understand it today.
All day.
He had different sections where he had like
tees in there,
multiple putters,
training aids, multiple putters.
But he had
chalk
different
lines.
shafts, so they could change the shafts back and forth. He had, I guess he had his coach, his agent, some other people. They were there seriously from like 9 in the morning till like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening, like they were at a job. Well, I guess he was at a job. It is. And so when we came around the first time, I'm like, damn, he's still there. He said, oh, he'll be here all day. And so that's when I took a little ride to get closer. And I'm like, why does he have so many putters? He's trying to find the right one. Damn. I mean, I'm serious, Abe.
You and I love golf, but I think we can agree Who would want to live that life?
Nah,
Who could want to possibly live that
I'm
life?
not putting that long.
Obsessing about your putting, like, okay, I just need to get a little bit more perfect. Close the toe of the club face. Okay, no, maybe we'll do a different shaft here. What time is it? Oh boy, time has gotten away. It's already 4 in Florida.
Believe me,
I'm dying out here. It's 1 billion degrees.
that was a plan. They didn't go there to leave quickly because
I know
when lunchtime came, they asked somebody to roll in with the lunch. And they sat down, they ate, and they went right back to it again.
Back out to
I'm
putting.
like, this makes no sense. But then you understand why they're so damn good.
Well, that's the thing, and he ain't the only one that does that.
Oh no!
Everyone out there is doing that to a certain extent.
Yeah,
now Hideki may be more fanatic or meticulous about it than others, but that's the level it takes to get to where they are. And it's something that even us who love golf say, you know what, I'll just miss a few putts. Like, I do not want to spend all day tinkering with my damn stroke.
I used to, go down, and you watch people who want to be better in golf. Penny Hardaway. So I used to go play at Doral. And every time we play, he'll say, let's tee off 11:30. I'm like, dude, it's hot down here.
Middle of the day.
He's like, but I got to take a lesson first.
Okay.
So he take lessons, play 18, he goes back. Tall guys normally don't hit the ball as good because they're too long.
Penny's 6'7".
Penny was like a damn near 1-1-1-2.
He's really good.
He played and he worked. I said, dude, you do this every day? He said, yeah. So you don't go to work? He said, nah. Well, I guess when you play in the NBA and make all the money, man, you don't have to go to no damn work.
He's retired, right?
But now he's a basketball coach.
Well, good.
At Memphis,
good for Penny.
Memphis State.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, good on that. But yeah, that's too much punishment.
That's the only person I saw outside of golf that does that much working.
You know, at that point, you should just get friends who are more generous with their gimmies, or accept the fact you're going to 3-putt. Ain't nobody got time.
I give it to you inside the putter grip, but if it's outside, don't even ask. like my buddies know. If you have to ask the question, you're probably not getting it.
Right. Don't beg.
Yeah.
Don't beg for gimmies.
If it's here, you take it.
Yeah, don't walk to the putt and then stop and turn your head like, hey, is this good? Because as soon as you do that, I know I'm not giving it to you.
You got lockjaw or something, B. Mitch? Yep.
Yeah. Because you're already scared of that putt right there.
Exactly.
Wizards have secured their best position possible in the upcoming lottery for this generational draft. They had already secured it a while back, but they finished the season with 2 more losses. Just putting an epic, meteor falling out of the sky type of finish to the season.
Mm-hmm.
Clary, what was our final tally of losses for the Wizards? They went 31-32, I want to say. Look it up. Go to their schedule.
It was entertaining.
They had 1 win in, I want to say, their final 27 or maybe more games. 1-27 to close out the year. An epic tank job that miraculously escaped the wrath of Adam Silver.
Yeah.
He was all mad at Utah. He took a chunk of money out of the Pacers. We were like the kid in the back of the class shooting spitballs that didn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
So mission accomplished. Now,
we didn't have a lot of big names on our team, so they kind of figured that we weren't going to be that good.
And
Utah and all those other teams did, and they say, oh, okay, now you're going to not play them?
But here is the sobering part of all this. The worst team in the NBA draft, the NBA lottery, by record, has not won the lottery in the last 5 years. They're 0 for 5. And even though they've flattened the odds, which has had a perverse effect the league didn't anticipate, we can put that aside for the second. I'm not saying the league is beyond rigging something to say we are going to punish the super tankers by not giving them the 1/1. Now I can't prove it. They say they do this transparently behind closed doors with team representatives
behind
watching.
closed doors sound like a
That's an oxymoron, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. If it's so transparent, show it to us in public. But
I think this year, though, there's 4 to 5 real good ones.
There are.
That any one of them can be the one.
And I believe of the top 4 guys, one of them, B. Mitch, is going to be what I call a rubber chicken. Someone's pulling the rubber chicken from the bag where the guy just isn't that good or he doesn't care so much. I don't know who that's going to be. And it's going to be a fascinating thing to watch with NBA personnel guys to try to suss out. Some guys, Boozer has the best sort of college profile.
Yeah.
But his pro game may not translate because he's kind of got one move, which is just to play bully ball and battering his way into the post. Darren Peterson was seemingly disinterested at times at Kansas, but he's got the most polished NBA-style game for a wing you could have. Dybansta is a human highlight reel.
Totally.
Spectacular. But BYU didn't do anything with him. And you could say, well, they lost their point guard to injury and that affected things. And I'm like, but then how good was Dybansta when they couldn't make a ham sandwich of a season out of him the 1 year he was up there getting paid $8 million? So there's a lot of interesting questions on this. Now, there's something else going on with the Wizards right now, which we here find very fascinating. They are holding their locker clear-out interview process, and so the media is assembled there talking to various players on the team. And they have put certain players up at the podium in front of the backdrop with the microphones and the mult box and making sure it gets good, clean audio to talk about what they expect for next year. It's standard operating procedure because everyone's going to scatter for the offseason after this.
Totally.
Okay. Up until just a minute ago, the only persons who did not have their interview up there was Anthony Davis. And every other player was up there, and we were wondering why that is. Clary, you've been listening to the Strober video that he sent via his cell phone, our guy Ben Strober, Mr.
Yes.
Lockdown Wizards.
He was out there.
And he asked Davis, so you've heard some good things from this organization. What do you think would make you happy and satisfied when it comes to winning? And he was kind of ambivalent about it. It wasn't very convincing. Davis also said at one point when asked about his deal, he's like, well, I'm under contract and I like my money. Not a great look right there, but I get him. I feel him. He's being honest. You don't think, have you had a chance to watch what the Wizards put up on YouTube? Do you don't think they might have edited that at all?
I guess we'll find out here.
I guess we'll find out. See if that quote is in there, and we'll see whether or not somebody at the Wiz said, hey, hold on a second. Why don't we take this chunk out of the Anthony Davis interview? I know this, B. Mitch, they got a narrow window. They got 2 years of him under contract to figure out, can we do something with him? Is he part of the team long term? Do we want to put more money into him? Can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
It's a tight
But you
window.
know what, though? Hell, he may answer the questions for you.
He might.
I understand he has the upper hand right now, but, dude, you got to stay on the court if somebody's going to put that investment in you going forward.
Amen to that. Let's not repeat this season ever again. 0 stars, would not recommend. Wizards, most ping pong balls they could possibly have in the upcoming lottery at the end of May. Diana Rossini. Oh, there was another news item Friday. You might have missed it. They tried to dump it on a Friday. We'll talk about it next. Tarek El-Bashir, Monumental, joins us talking Ovi at 1. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. I see you, Walker. I know what you're doing. Great music choice here for the Diana Rossini update story. Come on and dance with me. Yeah, it's the dancing on the rooftop there at that swank resort in Sedona, Arizona, that has gotten her in a bit of a pickle. And it's gotten a bit tighter since we last convened here on Friday, because Friday afternoon, The Athletic reported that they were conducting their own investigation into her claims of what this trip was all about. And she is currently suspended until the conclusion of this investigation. Now, this is terrible timing, B. Mitch, because the NFL draft is in a week. This is prime season for an NFL insider of Diana's stature.
Totally.
To be doing what she does.
Yeah. Listen, it's when things go public like that, you need to have, if you don't have the answers, then your business has that right.
Her initial
Especially
response,
if you're there for work.
Right. Her initial response was, hey, these photos are wildly out of context. It was a group of 6 other people. I was there hiking. The coach was there on his own, and there's nothing to this. And The Athletic, which is a subsidiary of the New York Times, backed her story. My sense is the New York Times itself, with their actual journalists, said, hey, we don't want to be known as the outfit that hires reporters who sleep with coaches to get information. And that's what it looks like right now. We don't know if it's true, but that's what it looks like right now.
Yeah.
So now that forced The Athletic into doing their own investigation. Now, look, it's quite possible that she's entirely correct. This was an innocent meetup. The photos are completely misleading. But there has been a uncomfortable amount of silence from people who could otherwise put this story to rest. A friend, a girlfriend, the photo she posted on Instagram, or any other social media. We know how much everyone these days, but especially young, attractive women, love to post stuff to social media.
Yeah.
If you're hiking in Sedona, the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful places in the world, there's got to be a photo of you and the girls on a trailhead standing on a rock at sunset. There's got to be someone else to go, no, I was with her, and this is my proof. This is nonsense. You are attacking an otherwise highly integrity-bound reporter. I will not stand for this. As her friend, it's been chirp, 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 crickets. Not only has it been crickets from anyone who could exonerate her, but the rest of the media ecosystem is also oddly quiet, including 2 guys who I know, and I like the work they do, but this is in their wheelhouse. Andrew Marchand of the New York Post and John Owrand, who is from D.C., he's a Gonzaga Bulldog. Neither one of them, and they report exclusively on sports media. This is a nuclear, red meat, on-target story for them, and neither one has written or covered it, which to me is kind of wild. Now, I kind of know how she comes about that. I'm not one to judge, but she's good at what she does, and she has a lot of friends. And I think a lot of friends are very cautious of, I don't want to be a pile-on guy if we don't know the full story. And we've yet to hear from her since the initial reaction that tried to brush it off like, oh, come on, this is nothing. Haven't heard from her, and now Vrabel won't speak to reporters leading up to the draft when he normally has been part of that process with the New England Patriots. Eventually this is coming out, people, whatever it is. And to me, the photo of all of the 3 or 4 photos, whether you say out of context or not, the one photo you can't get out of your head is the interlocked fingers photo. It's just such a weird, unique sort of physical touching that only really occurs when 2 people are giddy in love. When they're like, yay, and we're dancing in our face. Like, it just is such a weird look.
I just think the one thing, like, if they were there, if she was there for a hike, if pictures of you hiking come up, you do a lot of justice for yourself.
Oh, that would go.
I think a
long way.
lot of people go away from questions and then may believe the other aspect. But if those pictures don't come up, it's gonna be a problem.
Like if I was her and this blows up like it did, and it's day 2, day 3, day 4, and my employer's like, so what's going on here? I would have bombarded the Athletic and their managers with photos and proof to overwhelm them with this is exactly what it was. Because her current career, current job is in jeopardy. And I'm not trying to cancel her, by the way. And her career is not over. She's going to, if this ends for her, she'll end up somewhere else because she's got too much talent. She's too likable. But I would say that she's probably never going to be looked at the same. That said, I don't look at any of these insiders, B-Mitch, as anything special. They have the stories the agents want them to have. And then every now and then a story comes out of the blue in the NFL that nobody has. Not Schefter, not Rappaport, not Glazer, not Rossini. Nobody has it. You know why? Nobody wanted it out. A trade or a signing that you're like, wow, son of a bitch, didn't know that. Yeah, they kept it under wraps because it was important to keep it under wraps.
Totally.
Coming up, Ovi, did he play his last game in D.C.? Your thoughts on the send-off Sunday, and the Caps are still alive. We'll talk to Tarek El-Bashir, who covers the Caps for Monumental. Next, you're listening to JP, B-Mitch, and Finley on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Commanders have their eye on a wide receiver come draft, and maybe even more. Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell is going to visit with the Commanders this week. Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff in the Capitals' win over the Penguins 3-0. At the end of the game, he waved off Pittsburgh Penguins handshakes.
You want to know why this game is so great? It's what's happening
Look at
right
Ovi's telling him to get off the ice.
Ovi's telling him to go. How about that?
The call on the Fan. Nationals beat the Brewers 8-6. They sweep Milwaukee for the first time since 2011, taking on Pittsburgh Pirates tonight at 6:10 p.m. here on the Fan, and Cade Cavalli will get the start. Nothing pairs better with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka like a day on the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I hope that was not it for Ovi in D.C., but nobody really knows, and we are going to find out. I understand he probably doesn't want a big old party send-off, but then part of me says, look, man, we can't just let you slide out of here. We've loved you too much. You've done too much for us as a sports city and as hockey fans to just have you slide out. But I get it. I get it. Welcome to hour 4 here today on
He
B-Mitch and
have a party
Finley.
and he'll show up.
Yeah, right.
Well, he threw his
exactly.
own party and didn't show up.
Yeah, exactly. This hour being brought to you by Rude, now the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude.
It ain't right.
All right, Tariq El-Bashir joins us now.
Tariq!
Covers the Capitals for Monumental. Tariq, nice to talk to you again. It's been too long, my friend.
Say, B. Mitch, good to be with you guys. Appreciate you giving me a call.
Hey, man, I saw you yesterday. I'm looking at you. I said, man, who the hell is that dude? I said, that's Tariq. You looking all slim and trim, dog.
Yeah, I've dropped a few pounds, B. Mitch. I feel good, man.
Yes.
I Father Time was catching up with me, and I had to take some evasive action.
I got you, bro.
Evasive action. Love it. All right, so if you had $1,000 that I made you wager on whether that was it or not for Ovi in a Caps uniform, where would you put it? Yes or no?
Man, I go back and forth. And I know he is too.
Come on!
I'll have a better idea in a couple of weeks.
No,
I really
wrong
do think
answer.
that
I need $1,000 right now.
Well, I don't have $1,000.
I'm loaning you the $1,000. B-Mitch, I need
okay, if you loan me the $1,000, I'll say he comes back for one more year.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what I think.
So if you've been back and forth, I'm wondering, Tariq, did yesterday nudge you in one direction or the other?
I'll tell you, there were times yesterday, just kind of observing from a few feet away, like all of the memorabilia exchanges after the game and the pictures with Sid and Evgeny on the ice before. There definitely were signs of, this looks like it could be it here in D.C. But then I also know what I know from talking to people in and around him, in his orbit, and I know when someone is yanking my chain and when someone's telling me the truth. And I'll tell you, when I ask people and they tell me he hasn't made up his mind, they're telling me the truth. Mm-hmm. He has not made up his mind. He is still contemplating. He wants to make sure that when he makes the decision that he's making a choice that he can live with, because there's no putting the toothpaste back into the tube. If you say you're gone, it gets really messy if you change your mind.
Yeah.
And checking with some people today, I mean, if he wants to come back, there is a compromise to be had. I mean, there is a deal to be made. The Caps have a lot of cap space. They could re-sign Ovi at a reasonable deal and still have enough money to go out and make the moves that they need to make to improve the team. it's not a. I know I've heard some fans go, well, if you brought him back and he cost $10 million in the cap, then they couldn't go get what. No, they actually have enough space to keep Ovi and go get what they need. The cap is accelerating exponentially and has been for a couple of years. That's not a concern. The question is, okay, how does he fit? How do we incorporate him into our plan as we are clearly transitioning into a younger, faster team? How does that look?
Yeah.
And I got to imagine those conversations have at least been had in loose terms. But at some point over the next, however this season turns out, at some point over the next 5 to 6 weeks, he's going to have to give the Caps a concrete answer.
Yeah.
Certainly before the draft.
I was thinking that he was done. And then I told Zabe I happened to end up at this event that had Langway and Bondra, Cicerelli, and Murphy. And I'm like, why are all these people in town for this? Something's going on. Then I got to the game yesterday.
Well, Bonsai and Langway live here.
Yeah, but still, just like the other guys are there and, everybody coming together, makes you think. When I see a bunch of former players together, and I'm like, okay.
Spidey senses
something's going on. Then I get to the game yesterday, and by the end of that game, I was like, he coming back. It's just the feel I had. And I don't know if I'm right. I was right either way, but I just have a feel like he don't want to roll he don't want to roll out like that.
Yeah, guys, he leads the Capitals in goals, in points, in shots on goal. At 40 years old, Father Time has clearly stolen a step and a half from him, and he is still finding a way to be a productive player. If he wants to come back, like I said, I think there is a place for him on this team. He's going to have to really. And I think what he's doing is very wise. Mm-hmm. And Zabe, I think you were right when you said he's not the type to want a grand send-off in every city and a Rolex and a Harley and, all the stuff and all the media interviews that go along with it. I don't think he wants that. But I also don't think that he's ready to walk away because he's still having so much fun. Yeah. Look at him scoring those goals. Look at him congratulating Ryan Leonard for scoring 20 and just his joy on the bench. He is still enjoying this. And I think that if his health is good enough and his family is on board, because they're a happy wife, happy life. I mean, Nachia's got to be on board too. I could see him do one more year and maybe just do a scaled back. Maybe not an Anze Kopitar, goodbye in every city. But I think he's going to have some reflecting to do and taking a step away a few weeks after the season, let the emotions kind of die down, go find a beach somewhere and just really talk to your trusted advisors and your family and just kind of reflect and think about what you want to do because you don't want to waffle. You don't want to change. You don't want to change your mind the way Brett Hull did many years ago, where he came back for that last year. I think it was with Arizona, and he clearly wasn't in shape and wasn't ready to compete in the NHL. And after like 6 or 7 games, he hung him up. You don't want to do that. If you come back, you want to be fully committed, all in. You're going to do your best every single night. You don't want any load management. You're going to try and play all 82 games and then the playoffs.
Like I'm looking at this situation. It's totally two different situations, but Anthony Davis getting asked about the young guys on this team. And I think if he's comfortable with them, he may try and give it a try. Is Ovi comfortable? I watched him how he celebrated with the young dudes yesterday. Is there enough youth on this team that is good to say he'll be willing to take that step back and let them lead and try to just come in and do it? Because the dude could come in however short a time and still score goals.
Yeah. He's a team-first guy. He's always been that way, too. I don't see him as a guy going, well, the reins have been handed over. I don't want to be a 41-year-old in a room run by 22 and 23-year-olds, and they're stealing my shine, and I just feel like the old man who's just kind of hanging around too long. He's not that kind of guy. If he makes the decision to come back, it's because he believes these young guys are going to be the internal force that they need to improve and take a step forward. Because if you look at the landscape going into this offseason, For free agents, it's a very weak free agent market. Many of the top players have already re-signed with their teams. That's kind of a trend we've been seeing around the league for a couple of years now. Teams are retaining their own talent, in part because the salary cap has gone up and they've got the flexibility to keep their own guys as they go into their second and third contracts. So if the Capitals and other teams are going to improve, it's most likely going to be through a hockey trade, a big blockbuster type trade, and those are so hard to pull off. They're just unlikely. Everyone's going to be looking to do it. If the Caps are going to get better, it is going to be by Cole Hudson and Ilya Protas and Ryan Leonard and Justin Sourdif and Connor McMichael and Alexei Protas. It's going to be that 25 and under crowd taking a big step forward, and I think Obi could find a fit in a situation like that. Absolutely he could. The question is, and this is what only he can answer, is does he have it in him to go through the grind of getting his body ready in the off season, and then go through 7 months of, 41 years old, that's going to hurt. That's going to be tough to get ready every night, but if he wants to do it, I can definitely see a pathway there, and the Capitals, from what I've been told, they're prepared for anything. They kind of have their plan with Obi, they have their plan without Obi, and once he lets them know, they will quickly pivot to whatever he says. They are being they're really giving him his space and his time, and are going to. They're not pressuring him one way or another. They're going to let him make the call as he has earned the right to do, and then they will react accordingly.
Regular season goals notwithstanding, the Stanley Cup playoffs are a much different beast. Is he essentially a playoff liability by becoming more and more of a one-way player, or is he still viable once the playoffs start?
Yeah, I think there's still a way for him to be a contributor. You look at his ice time and his usage this year, right? I think he took just a handful of offensive or defensive zone starts all year. A good coach, like Coach Carberry is, can find a way to put a player in a position to succeed, and conversely, keep him out of situations where he might let the team down.
Sure,
right? There are ways to control. There are ways to control usage, and Carberry is one of the best in the league at doing that. So there is absolutely a way to do it. And even last night, he's still laying the body. He's still making big hits. Physically, he can still change a game with a big hit.
Physically can. Speed-wise, though, you're starting to see it more and more. Hell, I'd make the argument that a roster spot is defensible for him just as a PK guy, or an offensive, not a PK guy, but a power play guy. You could make that argument, even though I know most coaches are like, I can't afford the spot. I got to have guys that can do a little bit more than just that. With him, you absolutely can because of that, lethality there. Is the KHL a real thing if he decides to move on? I thought that league was on the verge of collapse.
I don't think it's on the verge of collapse. I know a lot of Russian players, especially guys who are, very patriotic and their country has done a lot for them and they've done a lot for their country. And Ovi's one of those guys. I know that's a sensitive topic, but he is very proud of being a Russian. Okay. And he came up through the Moscow Dynamo program. His mother held high ranking positions within that organization. I could absolutely see him, if he does walk away from the NHL, if he does hang up his skates here, play a season for Dynamo, maybe, not every game, maybe as a figurehead, maybe even, become a GM or a coach. We saw it with Sergei Fedorov. We saw it with Pavel Datsyuk, Viktor Kozlov. The list goes on and on. Ilya Kovalchuk. When guys are done with the NHL, it's kind of understood and expected that they give back to the teams that developed them from 7 years old until they were ready to go across the big pond and play in the National Hockey League. And I don't think that would be any different for Ovi. If he did decide to hang him up, I wouldn't be shocked at all if you saw a press release in late July or August saying welcome Captain Ovi to Moscow Dynamo. He'll be our first line left wing next year. Wouldn't that surprise me?
I'm now on the Continental Hockey League's website for the first time ever, I must say, and I'm learning right now, Tarek, that it's a league with two 11-team divisions, the East and the West. And I'm looking at the logos and the names, and they're wild because I've never seen them before. Now I kind of want to see if I can get a TV package. Can I get an internet-only, out-of-market, out-of-country KHL package? Like, I can watch some of this stuff.
Absolutely, you can. And the hockey level's pretty good.
I'm sure it's good.
Yeah, I would venture to say the NHL, clear and far and away the best hockey league in the world. We know that.
But this would be number two.
I would say KHL and AHL are kind of right there.
Right.
And the KHL, has some pretty high-end players. It's a good league. It's not Sweden or Finland, and those are also good pro leagues, but you see a lot of movement at times between the KHL and the NHL. So it's a good league, and, when Obi does decide to go home, man, he is a rock star. He's Messi returning to Argentina, to Argentina. It'll be celebrated.
Yeah,
it'll be massive. It'll be a very, very big deal over there. So, I can absolutely see him playing there. Now, if he were to come back to the Capitals for another year, or I would say probably 1 year would be probably the max. I would guess. I don't know. Then does he go back and play at 42 in the KHL? I don't know. I think that'd be a big ask, but I think there are a lot of questions.
If he could play sparingly, probably.
Yeah. I mean, with that shot, he'll be able to amble to the left face-off circle the best way he can and just, unleash that howitzer until he's 50 years old. I mean, that shot's not going anywhere.
All right.
And that's part of the reason why he's still finding himself so productive.
All right, last ad. On a scale of 1 to awesome, how was the Malkin video of him and Ovi and the kids playing full-on hockey in the hallway in their house? Freaking amazing. Just chaos, madness, full sticks, on the hardwood floors, mom there with a baby in her arms walking through. Hilarious. Like, I love it.
Every time I see Ovi playing mini sticks in his house, I think to myself what my wife would do if I busted out mini sticks on our hardwood floor in like a hallway, tearing up floor, baseboards and walls. I mean, I'd be sleeping on the couch the rest of my life. And you know
what? They probably have like an outdoor rink or area on a tennis court or something they could probably play on if they wanted to. That probably has lights wherever they are. But it's like, no, we play hockey right now. We play in kitchen. It's fine. It's fine.
He made enough money where he might have some extra floors right there in the garage.
It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. All right. Tarek, we appreciate your time today.
All right, Tarek.
And we'll see what the future holds for the grade 8.
All right, guys. Talk soon.
All right,
Tarek El-Bashir covers the Caps for Monumental. By the way, on the retirement tour front, I had to look this up. Kareem had the most over-the-top retirement tour. I can't believe what I'm reading here in terms of what he got along the way. I knew he got a lot of stuff.
Harleys, all kind of stuff, didn't he?
Got a Harley from Milwaukee, because they're based in Milwaukee. He got a 7-day cruise and Haitian marble sculpture from Miami. He got a Library of Jazz records from Atlanta. The Clippers gave him a surfboard, wetsuit, and umbrella. Phoenix gave him a bronze statue of himself. Houston gave him a NASA space display and a laptop. Boston gave him a chunk of the old garden floor. Utah gave him an 1886 Winchester rifle with cowboy boots and a leather jacket. But the biggest gifts included a 24-foot sailboat from the Golden State Warriors.
Damn.
And a Rolls Royce from his Lakers teammates. I mean, Ovi, I know you don't like big things, but you can really cash in on a farewell tour. Like, this is the ultimate showcase showdown.
Yeah.
Just let it be known. This will be my last tour of the league. If you want to buy me something, hey, I'm not going to stop you, but yeah, I'm a size large.
Bugatti.
Bugatti or bust.
I'll take one.
All
Whole
right.
league buy it for me.
Coming up, whoop, there it is. Plus, more is less and less is more. A lesson you should never forget. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, and spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding my bike. I got 25 miles in yesterday, and I hope that I get Ryan and Jeff to ride with me to the beach since they want to be fools in my ear all day. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach. I'd love for you to join my team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. It's an incredible experience, and we finish at the beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just step away from ocean and right in the heart of the action. So let's ride and make a difference and start this summer strong together. Join my team at biketothebeach.org. Jeff and Ryan, you see, biketothebeach.org. I hope to see you on at least 25-mile ride. See y'all later.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Commanders are going to look at Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell this week as the April 24th draft is looming. The former Tennessee Volunteer wideout, 6'5", and ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. The Giants added some insurance at quarterback with veteran Brandon Allen. Alex Ovechkin received multiple ovations and took the opening faceoff in the Caps' 3-0 win over the Penguins yesterday. The Caps must beat Columbus and hope the Flyers lose two to get into the postseason. Nationals down the Brewers 8-6, sweeping Milwaukee the first time since 2011. Keber Ruiz had a 2-run single in the 8th. James Woods started it off with a mammoth homer.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep right field for Wood. This one going back, way back it goes, and it is long gone.
A call on the Fan. Your next career is closer than you think. PGCC's continuing education offers fast, affordable certificates in today's most in-demand fields. Get started at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Get out the way. Get out the way. I love when this song is used in viral videos of people accidentally running into people, just like bumping into people, like boom, get out the way. Or like, a woman who is rammed by a goat at a farm and the goat just knocks her on her ass.
She needs to get out the way of that damn goat.
Get out the way. Exactly.
If they drop their head and start doing a little scratch. Something bad is about to happen.
Exactly. What are the golf balls you got there?
These were some golf balls I gave to Jeff, and they're from the CIA. And I just noticed the balls were on the floor over here. They fell out of his pocket. He didn't even know.
I did.
Look, these are quality golf balls. These are Callaway Super Soft, so they are a nice high performance ball, and it's got a giant Central Intelligence Agency logo on them. So you've got genuine spook balls. Right here. CIA.
Tried to hook him up, and he lost the balls already.
Just left them on the floor?
He lost them.
Oh, you could have said, yo, your balls dropped out your pocket.
No.
Then I was like, let me put
all
my
I
balls
could
back
have
in my
said
pants.
is you lost your balls. Like you're going to lose on the golf course because you lost 3 balls right there. Didn't even know.
I'm not going to lose 3 balls on the golf course, Brian.
You just
Yes,
lost
you
them.
will.
You lost them inside of a damn studio.
I know a guy. I know a guy whose score every time he plays, he'll be like, "What'd you shoot?" And he goes, 9. And we're like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, that's how many balls I lost." He says when somebody asks, "What did you shoot in golf?" His answer is how many balls.
How many balls he lost.
The
Okay.
lower the better. If he shoots a 5, he had a great day.
But if he
He
ever
shoots
say
a
he
12,
shot like 12, 20, something like that, I'm like, no,
terrible
you had
day.
a horrible day.
Right, exactly. All right, whoop, there it is. We talked about this briefly last week. You wear the Oura, O-U-R-A, biometric ring.
Yeah.
Which reads all kinds of data and bodily systems, recovery time, rest, stress, blood pressure, you name it, right?
Yep.
And it helps people get into habits to make them healthier.
Yep.
Whoop is a bracelet that is the same type of wearable tech.
Totally.
And Rory McIlroy not only wears a Whoop, but he was an early investor in it. Now, he lets Whoop share his data periodically, part of their marketing, since he's an investor and advertises for it. You ready for some numbers?
Please give. I want to know the heart rate.
24,000 steps plus on Sunday.
Okay.
Typical for an 18-hole round of golf. 91,000 steps during the tournament total.
Tournament. Okay.
His heart rate spiked to 135 beats per minute during his tee shot on 18. I wonder if that was as it was airborne.
So hold on. So that's the highest it spiked during that swing. But I'm sure walking uphill, because I saw one time he was walking, he was striding hard.
Okay.
It had to go higher than 130 something.
It dropped to 121 during his approach shot that he whistled over the heads of the patrons and the clump of trees into the front left bunker. But then it fell to 105 during his winning putt, which a lot of people are bagging CBS. Oh, you didn't get a good angle of the putt going in. I'm like, okay, look, it was a tippity-tappity, tippity-tapping. It was 2 inches.
People don't normally miss those.
Well, and the angle
you wanted to get his reaction to it anyway.
Right. The angle that they show is the standard issue angle of high behind the green to the left that they do for every winning putt. So sorry you didn't see it actually go in. You kind of knew it was going to go in. There'll be alt angles, different cameras, position places, but whatever. So his heart rate was down to 105 for the tap in. By the way, my heart rate for a tap in like that would still be 190. Like even a 2-inch putt, I'd be like, don't screw this up, don't screw this up, don't screw this up. But get this, his heart rate jumped back to 150 during his celebration.
Oh, yeah.
So it went up to 135 on the tee shot, down to 121 on his approach, down to 105, and then way up to 150.
Because what do they always tell you before you putt? Relax.
Breathe.
And if you relax and soften everything, it'll go down. But as soon as he did that, he went with the excitement, it goes right back up.
Resting heart rate for the week averaged between 47 and 49 beats per minute.
That's when he's sleeping at night.
But that's a really excellent heartbeat for a guy who's in great shape, obviously.
Yeah.
He follows a strict routine during the season to ensure proper rest and recovery. Get a load of this. No caffeine after 2 p.m. Last meal at least 2 hours before bed.
Mm-hmm.
Magnesium and theanine for sleep quality. I've never heard of theanine.
Yeah, both of those are for sleep.
Blue light blocking glasses in the evening.
Just turn off
screens.
Just turn off your TV.
Well, it's easier said than done. Sauna or Epsom salt baths when available.
Epsom salt is always good.
And a very cool room temp for sleep.
Well, I would try and do that, but somebody loves it always hot around mine, so I basically have to sleep on top of the covers. They sleep under the covers.
He follows the same 3-hour routine before every round, arrive at the course, warm up at the gym, eat breakfast, hit balls on the range, and then to the putting green.
Wait, hold on. The pro golfer arrives at the course early?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, that may help your game out. Stop coming so damn late.
Jeff could sleep at the course. It's still not going to help him. Rory says he believes his focus on longevity will help him play another 10 or more years at a high level. I would absolutely believe that's the case.
Yeah.
Because he's 36. And his physiological...
My son is older than Rory.
Wow. His physiological age on Whoop is now 1.5 years younger than his actual age.
Well, he and I work together. Mine is 1.5 years younger than mine off of the aura.
You. Nice. All that bike riding does it for you. Plus, it turned out to be a pretty good investment. Rory initially invested in Whoop in 2020 when the company was valued at a mere $1.2 billion. It is now up to $10 billion valuation. They don't know exactly how much he invested, but I'm sure
he made more than what he
safe
did.
To say, if they've more than 5x'd the valuation in 6 years, he 5x'd his investment.
I tell you, man, listen, bro, sometimes they come to you with those type of deals. Like Shaq got in on, I think it was Ring early on.
Wow. So speaking of Shaq, on Inside the NBA, they had on a young couple that was spotted the other night at a basketball game. I think it was a Pacers game, who went viral because the one, and it was like, two young couple, and they were talking very animated. And people could lip read the girl who was listening as the guy is like explaining something over the top. And then she says, or you could lip read her clearly, "What the are you talking about?" That's you. That's who you are, is what she was seen saying. Clary, did you see this young couple that went viral for that exchange at an NBA game? Because Inside the NBA had them on last night.
I did not see this, actually.
Okay, it's fascinating. Now, she is a very alluring-looking young woman. She's not classically beautiful, but she has this very expressive face and eyes and a big smile, and she's just very interesting. So they have them on, and they're like, what were you talking about? What were you getting into? And they were trying to explain it. They're not married. And Shaq says, if you get on a knee right now, I'll pay for the wedding ring. And the guy's like, well, I don't know. We're still dating. And she turns to him like this, going, well, did you hear him? He'll pay for it.
And he didn't do it.
And he didn't do it.
That man is probably smart as hell.
It was
that woman right there. Listen to me, dude. When you start explaining something to a person about how they are, it's your time to let them know what bothers you. You know, the first thing they do is tell you, that sounds like you.
What?
Hey, both of them could be right. I could be this way, but you could be this way too. I am talking now, but you want to immediately take it off of you and point it to me.
So here she is right here. Let me hit mute. But
dude, smart. Dude. You know, wait not to let Shaq pay for that. Shaq trying to get you in trouble like he was.
The girl looks like a young Carly Simon. That's who it is. I just realized it. The young Carly Simon. And
Zay, she's something else. Just telling you from my looks right here.
You think she's trouble?
Yeah,
you think she's a bit much?
He probably was right for not accepting that bid.
Really?
Just saying.
But this is what
we have opinions too.
This is what makes inside the NBA great.
Yeah.
Is because they can seize on this. Yes, there was a Pacers couple, Michael and Grace, but look at the way that she's looking at him. Look at the lovingness in her eyes as she's sitting right next to him.
The lovingness is Shaq say he going to pay for the wedding so she could probably do what she want to do, knowing he ain't going to pay all that for it.
Okay, but here's the funniest line from her. She said, look, I'm not a big sports fan, but Shaq, I love you. I know you from your Icy Hot commercials. That's where she said she knew Shaq from. Icy Hot. Hey, bro, that's a good deal. It pays me a lot of money that it works with, bro. Anyway, I'll try to get the audio of that. You got to hear it, but you got to see it. Look it up. The NBA inside the NBA viral Pacers couple as they were brought on ESPN last night. You say he dodged a bullet or is dodging one right now. All right, coming up, you heard it here first. I can't believe it. Show has flown by on a Monday. We'll get our picks down for tonight next.
Comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruption, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. It ain't where I've been.
I feel like I have
and where I'm
finally
about to go.
been fully accepted by you guys because I am wearing the hot dog hat of shame. Shame.
See, I'm kind of surprised that you made the bet you made because what I've learned listening to the broadcast, they put these flags, these balls.
Let me set it up for those that might have missed it. On Friday, and you heard it here first, I said my bet of the day was no on a hole-in-one plus 120. And I had great reasoning behind it, great rationale behind it. I laid it all out. Clary was all horny, like, that's a great bet. I think I like it. But I was quick to disclaim. I said, you know that these are great bets until they don't happen.
Totally.
And sure enough, on Sunday, on number 6, B-Mitch, a hole where the pin was not in a little honeypot sort of funnel. It was a hard pin on 6. Shane Lowry, anyway, dunked it for a 1.
Yes.
Dunked it for a 1.
How far was that hole?
That hole was 176 yards, something like that. And I laughed when I saw it, saying, you know what? This is just so classic that I went on air Friday saying the way to bet is no on holes in ones. And, of course, that was the only hole in one all week. But it means my bet, Brian, was a loser.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm wearing the giant...
Oh, wiener head over there.
Wiener of shame. Doesn't mean I'll be deterred from making a winning pick today. You heard it here first. Okay, heard it here first. This is our pick segment. Who wants to start out today? We are Sans NBA and Sans even WNBA to wager on. This is our first basketball-less day in many months. Since late October, we've had some form of bouncy ball to wager on, college or pro, every single day until today. So if you're feeling like, oh, yeah, I was a little bit shaky, I've got withdrawal syndrome, it's because there's no bouncy ball to bet on. What you going to bet on?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Give me
All right,
the Yankees.
who do we got?
I got the Yankees money line.
Huh?
I got the Yankees money line.
Okay.
Which is?
Minus 185.
Against?
The Angels.
All right.
I'm going to take the Angels and that plus 1.
Better hope that Jazz Chisholm knows the freaking rules because he got roasted over the weekend, misplayed an easy ground ball with the bases loaded in extras, and after the game said, well, I was thinking about maybe trying to double them up by going over here first. Like, I don't know, would the run have scored if I had done that? His own teammate had to go, yeah, the run would have scored. Like, he didn't know the rules. But anyway, so there's your pick there. Clary, who do you got?
Oh, this is a tough one. Cavalli going up against Skeens tonight. I'm going to go under 7.5 runs in the Nats-Pirates game. That's going to be a pitcher's duel tonight. And it's the first time the Nats go against Skeens. And he's already had one stinker on opening day. I'm going to bet against him having a stinker a couple starts later. So I like this guy tonight.
All right. I got the Hurricanes tonight plus 130 against the Flyers. Flyers at home, minus 155. They need to at least win one game to ensure they're in the playoffs. So they're playing with high motivation. But Carolina is playing with motivation for the number 1 overall seed. So I think that because it's always going to come down to the wire for us with the Caps, the Flyers lose tonight, making tomorrow night an electric factory of watching 2 games at once to see if the Caps can win and the Flyers can lose. I got the Hurricanes plus 130 tonight.
All right.
Who do you got, B-Mitch?
All right, picked.
Which is?
I took
you going against me.
Jeff. I'm taking the Angels.
Oh, okay. That was your actual pick.
Yeah.
You just want to go against him.
Yes.
Yeah, you're like,
he want to lose against me.
That's what I want to do. Okay.
I love going against Jeff.
Yeah. All right. I know that I don't have time to reopen this discussion, but this Reuben Bain story is the number one story on ESPN. Just so you know, it's the top story, right-hand side. Report: ex-Canes defensive end Bain, driver in fatal car crash. So it's going to have to be dealt with by his team and by any team that might be interested. And, I just want the truth to come out, the facts to come out, whether there's nothing there or something there. That's all. I'm very sorry that happened to the young woman. I mean, thank God nobody else was hurt, seriously. But people got to be careful driving out there. At least he's not from Georgia. Like, honestly, if he was a Georgia player and this happened, it'd be like every red flag in the world, because I looked up the number of Georgia football players who have been cited for speeding lately. It's absurd. It's absurd, that team.
And they still get drafted in the first round.
They still get drafted because they're phenomenal football players.
There we go.
Is what they are.
That's
So,
society, though, man.
Yeah. All right. What else you got today before we're done?
Today, me?
Yeah. Anything
I just gotta
from
go
the weekend that sticks out that you're like, ooh, I got to mention this.
I've been riding my Peloton every day and my trainer, and I got outside, and guess what? It paid off.
Nice.
Because normally I just don't ride. I just walk on the treadmill, and then I start riding inside. And I got out
Is this
yesterday.
riding season for you?
Yeah, I'm getting prepared for May. I'm doing a bike ride from Crystal City to Gettysburg. It's like 110. So
is that the longest ride you've ever done?
Did a little bit longer than 110 before, but just having fun with it. But I'm preparing myself this time.
Do you have goals for the longest ride you want to do? Are you working up to I really want to do?
It's a ride. I think they do it from is it New York or either North Carolina back to this area, and I'm gonna try to do that one.
Okay,
like 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 day ride. I think it is. Okay. So like 100 miles, 80 to 100 a day.
Good. When did you get into biking?
COVID, 2020.
Oh, okay. A lot of people got into biking.
Yeah, but I stood on the scale and it ran around the 260, and I was like, I gotta do something.
Oh, so it was both COVID being pent up, but also the scale.
The
got
scale
you going.
did it, and then it was COVID, and they would tell you what to do and not to do, so you was able to ride your bike. And
I know.
I would go out and ride my bike.
Yeah.
And I joined a little crew, started a little riding crew, and we ride still.
And did you end up buying, you showed me before the show started, a certain pair of biking specific?
No, I didn't buy those.
Spandex,
No,
half
I'm not
shorts,
paying.
half
I'm not
leotard.
paying.
This is like a biker's leotard
I'm
that
not
goes
paying
up over your
$670
shoulders. How much?
That was for the bib and the jersey was $670. I'll stop around 350, 400, but I'm not paying that much.
That's
for
a lot for underwear. I'll be perfectly honest.
Hey, but you got the pads in the booty. Help you out. The booty area.
All right. JP is back tomorrow. Thanks, boys. Been fun. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Grant and Danny are next.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Commanders are going to visit with Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell this week. He is 6'5" and had 62 catches, over 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns for the Volunteers last year. The draft begins April 24th. The Giants have signed veteran quarterback Brandon Allen. Alex Ovechkin, several ovations, and took the opening faceoff in the Capitals' 3-0 win over the Penguins yesterday. Ovi with an assist on Connor McMichael's empty net goal, and then there were final ovations. Nationals beat the Brewers 8-6. James Wood with a homer and Keibert Ruiz a 2-run single. Tonight they'll take on the Pirates in Pittsburgh at 6:10 p.m. on The Fan, with Kate Cavalli getting the start. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We're going to take you all the way up to 6:10 this evening ahead of Nats baseball in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. And we've got tickets to give somebody at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz to go see the Black Crows when they come to town. What a sports weekend in D.C. The Masters come and go. Rory is your Masters winner for a second straight year. The Capitals are still alive as they approach the final 2 nights of the regular season. They got wins in Pittsburgh and home against the Penguins. Maybe, just maybe, we saw the last of Alex Ovechkin at Capital One Arena in a shutout victory yesterday. And the Nats, for the first time in 20 years.
20 years, dude.
Went to Milwaukee and swept the Brewers. Just a lot of winning on a DJ Khaled weekend in the nation's capital.
Yeah, first of all, apologies to our guy Toby Altizer. Milwaukee Altizer didn't like that too much. He didn't like the sweeping at the hands of the white paper towel the Nationals handed to his Brewers. That wasn't too much fun for him to taste. But the big thing I want to start with is, you just touched on it, Capitals fans. Yes. Proud to be among your number. I had 10,000 youth sporting events. My kids did great. Proud of them. It was really, really fun. We were busy all weekend long. Caps fans showed out. They acted accordingly. You know they would, but still it's fun to see ovation after ovation, the OV chants, the one more year chants, celebrating the greatest athlete in DC history. I thought that was fantastic, GP. We showed well.
Yeah, it was great television from afar. Wasn't in the building yesterday, unfortunately. But it was really neat to watch and to see. I had no thoughts that it was going to be anything else.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it? I mean, this is an adored, revered, beloved GOAT. One of the greatest to ever do it in any sport in DC sports history. And I think he stands alone. If you're doing a Mount Rushmore for DC sports, he should get the biggest, most amount of stone. Like, this is the guy. He checks every box. He brought you the championship. He's done more for the sport, and just because of the longevity, probably more in the community than anybody else who's ever played here. And then, oh, by the way, a little detail, he's the greatest goal scorer of all time. But we'll get to Ovi in 1 second because I want to go through some of the clips, the audio, the moments of what was maybe his final day in D.C. as a Capital, playing a home game at Capital One Arena. But also notable here, Danny, tonight becomes very important because there are 48 hours left in the NHL season. And the Caps, despite selling off 2 of their most beloved veterans in the locker room, going back a month, are still in the mix. And it's not that crazy. It's unlikely they get in. The chances are right around 15%. But it's not that crazy. So here's what needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're rooting against the Philadelphia Flyers tonight and tomorrow.
Easy for me to do. I'm great at that.
It's already one of our favorite things to do on this show.
Yeah, you and I are outstanding in that capacity.
The Flyers play the Hurricanes this evening. They've got to lose that game. And then the Flyers finish with a Tuesday night game against the Montreal Canadiens. Both home games, that's tomorrow. If the Flyers only get 1 or fewer points and the Capitals win tomorrow night, the Capitals make the playoffs. If the Flyers win either of their final 2 games, that's tonight against Carolina or tomorrow against the Canadiens, doesn't matter what the Caps do, the Flyers get in. The bad news I've got for you, Danny, because the Hurricanes are one of the best teams in hockey, the best team in the East. They're sitting a lot of their best players tonight. I've seen upwards of 6 to 8 players for the Carolina Hurricanes who are among their best, both defensively and at forward, could be out tonight. So you need a miraculous, somehow, some way, the Hurricanes B roster beats Philly as they're trying to clinch a playoff spot. And then it would set up a win and get some help or go home final day of the regular season. But it is just amazing. After the trade deadline, where you get rid of John Carlson and Nick Dowd, after the locker room seemed to be kind of in shambles right after those moves, going with the youth movement and calling up a bunch of the kids to just let them stretch their legs down the stretch, the Capitals have played some of their best hockey.
Yeah, it's wild. And that's just shortly after losing 15-4 to two of the worst teams the sport has to offer. Just shows you how crazy pro sports are, right? Where the mentality of guys and how defeated are they? Oh, it's because of this. Well, how about they rebound and play, as you said, some of their best hockey of the season, where they skated circles around the Maple Leafs like they weren't even there. It was incredible, that 4-0 shutout win last week. Back-to-back wins over the Penguins, 9-3 aggregate score. What else could you ask for? Maybe beat one of those bad teams. But
specifically on Saturday, helped them a lot by sitting a bunch of guys as they rest up for the playoffs, but you still got to go handle your business, and they did. And the Penguins were playing a lot harder, and more important players were on the ice last night than the previous day, and the Capitals got a shutout at home against the Pens for the first time in years. But yeah, I get it. You bring up those two games that were a kick to the shins last week, where they got blown out by the two worst teams in the Metro, and they will end up haunting me. The Caps are going to miss the playoffs. Probably tonight's the night when the Flyers win, and it ends. Maybe it's tomorrow. And when they do miss out by a game or so, I'm going to look at that Devils game and that Rangers game from last week and say you had your shot.
Yep.
But it doesn't change the fact that over their last 18 games, they went 11-5-2.
Totally true.
Since the Carlson trade. Mm-hmm. They were 5th in regulation wins in the East and 8th in the NHL. So when, and this is going to happen, by the way, people are going to point to their season and act like it was this really bad, disappointing, awful year. What happened? What happened was they didn't win games in overtime enough, and they lost too many shootouts. That's the story of their season. Do you realize they have more regulation wins than the Penguins, one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, in terms of 60-minute hockey wins? Again, they're 5th in the East. They won't make the playoffs where 8 teams get in. But in terms of after 60 minutes, they had the 5th most wins in the East and 8th most in all the NHL. 16 teams make the playoffs. They're tied for 5th in regulation and overtime wins. So just take shootouts out of the equation. Did you win or lose the game with 65 minutes of hockey? 4 teams had better years than the Capitals. And that plus 18 goal differential is top 7 in the Eastern Conference as well. But you look at how they finished, going 11-1-2 in their final 14 home games, Danny. Points in 13 of their final 14 at Capital One Arena. Since March 9th, which sounds random, but it's basically like a 5-week sample to end the season. 11-4-2. That's a 706 point percentage, 2nd in the NHL. That's as they turn things over to Cole Hudson, who's 19, bringing up Ilya Protas, who's 19, pushing some of the veterans down the lines and getting some of the kids more minutes. So there's a lot of reason for hope here. 4th most points this year by rookies this season for the Capitals. Blackhawks, Islanders, Canadians, the only teams with more than the 94 points for the Capitals for the rookies. So I'm sure there will be your normal, your downtrodden, upset, frustrated, blow it all up narratives. And the people that actually watch the games and know the team kind of see that this thing is ascending. The Ovi decision, though, is the whole kit and caboodle.
That is the what's the word I'm looking for? It's whatever's hanging over them. It's not a black cloud because it's not like
it's an Ovi
negative
cloud.
And bad. It's the Ovi cloud. I mean, it's the thing. It's the you're at a crossroads. Shout out Bone Thugs and Harmony. I mean, you're sitting right here going, which way? We need to know at some point. And you know, I suppose he's going to take his time and figure it out. But I don't know about you, but my opinion has dramatically changed, and we'll get into that as the show goes.
Yeah, let's get into it now, I guess. I mean, let's talk Ovi and his future, because we saw Sunday's send-off at Capital One Arena, and we saw how he handled it, too, which, to your point, is informative. So let's go through some of the specifics from yesterday. This was the 3rd most in-demand Caps ticket ever on the resale market. Did you see where it ended up? On average, $310 to get in.
How about it?
Only 2 times, I'd imagine, Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Final, something like that. But only 2 times have Caps fans on average paid more to be in the arena to watch the team at Capital One Arena than yesterday. I thought a nice touch was the ice crew that goes around with the shovels and gets the ice prepared for play and intermissions and things. They were all wearing yellow laces on their skates. I thought maybe the Caps should have done that. I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah.
But fans throughout the game were chanting 1 more year. You referenced they couldn't have done a better job. They brought the energy, the passion, the intensity. They knew the assignment, and they get an A. If you were in the crowd yesterday and you were a part of it, take a bow. You did your job.
100%. They crushed it. And, it's one of those, I really wish I could have been there. There was no way I could have pulled it off. But that's not important. What is important is when there are very few moments to, and listen, these guys aren't digging ditches. They're playing a game at the highest levels. But still, when an athlete is giving you so much in terms of blood, sweat, tears, on ice, achievements, giving you moments of joy, whether you're in the arena, at home, listen on the radio, whatever, it's pretty rare you get that great opportunity where everybody else is kind of pulling the rope in the same direction as you to make them feel truly appreciated. And how lucky we were to have gotten to see it. I don't know if he plays again or not. I now have my leanings, but the fan base kind of understood this may be it, and we're all going to act accordingly. It's not just one guy going, I love Ovi with a sign. It was 20,000 people doing it, and I thought it was perfect.
Let's start with the opening face-off of the game, where Dylan Strome, who's on Ovi's top line, is out there at center to try to win a draw against Sidney Crosby. And he purposefully gets kicked out of the face-off dot so that Ovechkin has to go in and take the draw against Crosby. Game number 100 they've ever played together, Danny. 20 years in the making. That was chill-inducing, with everybody on their feet, kind of an electric atmosphere, and then the people in the barn knew what was happening. This was the call on TNT.
And here's the drop of the puck right here. No, there it is. It was Strome says, I'm going to get booted out of this face-off. OB, you go in there. And that accidentally on purposely done, and well done there by Strome.
This was the call on the radio here on 106.7 The Fan from John Walton as Ovi ended up taking the opening face-off.
2 decades of battles between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin, and they are combatants again on the ice to begin this game, the 100th time that they have met. And will there be a 101? And have to go to next year.
Give him a little shot there. Oh, look, he got kicked out.
And Ovechkin takes the face-off. How about that? And we're underway as Sidney Crosby gets it. And that might be a sign right there. Alex Ovechkin taking the draw against number 87 in a moment for all time. Here comes Chinakhov.
That was the equivalent. I hope this isn't a terrible comp in real time here. It's almost like the missing man formation with Reed Doughty or something after the passing of Sean Taylor, where it's just something symbolic where sports transcend the importance of the moment.
Yeah.
And you're at a disadvantage, essentially, but you're going, this is bigger than this moment.
Yeah,
this is bigger than the first 5 seconds of this game.
The first thing I thought of was Alex Rodriguez and the AL All-Star team going, Cal, you're at shortstop.
Better comp.
That's the first thing I thought of, where it's Cal's like, no, I played third base. He's like, no, you don't, dude. You I'm here because of you, right? You go on over.
Now, I thought that was Strome's decision, or maybe he had talked to Ovi about it. It was not, actually. Do you know whose decision that actually was?
No, whose was it?
The referee who dropped the puck. Listen to Dylan Strome post-game on how that came about.
I got to give credit to the referee there. I'm not sure which one it was that said that, but he thought it was a good idea. So I was obviously all in. Thankfully, they didn't score in the way they got a decent chance on it. But no, it was I think a nice little tribute. I was obviously fine with it and just stepped aside and let the 2 big guys handle it.
What a great idea! And Strome was like, "Yeah, no problem." Walton, as you heard in the call, took that as a moment where maybe this is a Ovi tipping his hand a little bit. He's showing his hand here. He's going, oh, this could tell you something. And I thought that in real time. I thought, oh, is this how this game's going? It's the last. And then as you find out, well, not only did Ovi not know, Strome didn't even know. It was just one ref's idea to kind of say, let's kick things off.
Yeah, what
this
if we
way.
did that?
It
really cool.
Probably didn't tell you a whole lot of anything, but I still thought symbolically it was pretty amazing. Here was a telling moment too, possibly. The Pittsburgh Penguins after the game lined up to try to shake Alex Ovechkin's hand. They wanted to do the receiving line that Ovi had the Caps do a couple times over the last few years when they were playing against one of the icon legendary players who had announced this is the end of the road. And Ovi would always, as the team captain, your job, let's get out there, guys, let's go pay our respects. So Crosby's got the Penguins ready to do that, and Ovi waved them off yesterday and sent them back to the bench, did not want the receiving line.
Those who have kept their playoff hopes alive for another day.
Penguins, as you would suspect, staying on that ice right now.
Ovi's waving them off. He's waving them down the tunnel.
What'd you make of that?
He's playing. That's what I made of it. He's playing next year. That's what I made of it. So
that was it for you. That was the one.
I went, oh my God. Now, I've heard others go, well, it could be this. I go, it could be. That means he's playing. Like, if there's
I'm not trying to burn your respect. Don't do all of this because I kind of think I'm going to be here and I don't want you to have to do it a second time.
Yeah, if there's a chance that you are playing, like, or if there's no chance, let me try that again. Easy for me to say. If you're leaning towards not, you're like, you know what? I'll take the handshakes. I'll take the daps because this is our 100th meeting. There's enough symbol behind it. There's enough meaning anyway. Like, oh no, worst case scenario, I shook a guy's hand. He decided to come back again. That to me meant we'll have another chance to do this. I'm leaning towards playing again, and I don't know what changed. I don't know what did it, but that moment to me, I go, okay, I have now leapfrogged over the bridge that's right in the middle, which is maybe to. I'm now firmly in the camp that he's playing again. My confidence level's in the 80s.
So I'm not in that camp, but I certainly understand where you're coming from. I just took it as, hey, I'm not sure, and it'll be awkward if I do come back. So until I make the call, you guys just don't worry about this just yet. This was Ovechkin with our own buddy, Tarek El-Bashir, locally here at Monumental Sports, works nationally at TNT as a sideline reporter, thanking the fans after what was his final game in front of them, at least for this season, but maybe ever.
Hardly anyone has left the building. What are your emotions right now?
That's great. Guys, you support us through all my career. Obviously, last night we have a big win in Pittsburgh, and tonight we need your energy, and we have it. So thank you very much for your support. Yeah, one more game left, and it's a big one. So we need you guys in Columbus to support us and give us energy.
These fans have stuck with you through the ups and downs through almost 2 decades. What is your message to them right now?
Thank you very much, guys. I love you so much, and it's been tremendous all year. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Did it make this moment any more special that Sidney Crosby shared this moment with you?
Yeah, me and Sid have a battle. We have lots of history, and obviously it's a special night for me and for him as well.
You could hear the one more year chants as Ovi's being interviewed by Tarek El-Bashir on the big screen in-house and on TNT. This was the final call as heard right here on the Caps Radio Network on 106.7 The Fan from John Walton yesterday.
The final 20 seconds. Pittsburgh has been swept. They have one game left. It's a standing ovation. And what will happen now? Have we seen the last of Alex Ovechkin after 21 seasons in this building? 5 seconds left. They're going to let the clock run out. And Alex is about to come onto the ice as soon as the horn sounds, and that's it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Pittsburgh. The Capitals with life, and Alex Ovechkin celebrates with his teammates on a day we will not soon forget.
Did Alex Ovechkin play his final game in Washington, D.C.? This is where, though, the ambiguity, the unknowns yesterday, and just the confusion for a lot of people, the Penguins, the fans, whoever. How do we handle this? What do I do with my hands? Do we go shake your hand? Don't we? You're waving me off. I'd like to say thank you to you like you did and the Capitals did to so many players of your ilk, future Hall of Famer, gold jacket type guys over the years. And Ovi's like, nah, we're good. Nobody really knows, man. But you said after yesterday, watching it all play out, seeing all the clips, hearing all the interviews, you're now convinced he comes back.
Yeah. I mean, again, I could change. Someone could let something slip or a comment could happen, etc. But the wave off to me was I'm playing. I see, like, I'm sure someone smart could explain to me why it's not. And I go, that's all fine and good. That looked like a guy that's playing again. That whether he was enjoying this too much or wants to see Crosby for the 101st time, I don't know what I don't know. The idea that you wouldn't go through with that in case it was the last time. You see what I'm saying? Like, your bases are not covered. You deprived those guys of the chance to shake your hand if it's the last time. Like, right. I couldn't fathom that.
If you're 50-50 on, I have no idea, it could go either way, then you might as well just do it. They would prefer to have to shake your hand twice.
They'd rather do it twice than not at all.
Than not at all. And you told them You don't get to,
Yeah.
basically.
He actively said no to that. And again, people might say, well, maybe he doesn't know yet, and that's fine. Maybe he doesn't know.
Here's Carberry's take. Spencer Carberry, after the game, said, we could play those guys in a week in the playoffs, and then it's a little bit weird if you did that. I don't necessarily agree with that, for the record. I still think they're just paying their respects on what was a fairly harmless regular season day.
There's nothing weird at all about that, with all due respect to the coach I love.
Code part of it, he didn't use the word weird, I did. But his point was, mentally, you lock in, those are still the opponent, that's the bad guys. To that, I would say he had Malkin in his kitchen the night before playing hockey with his kids.
Yep.
He spent the entire pregame with Crosby at the center stripe. I mean, the entire day was different. Nothing really felt like, let's stay on our sides, let's be enemies, because we might have to play 7 grueling games in a week in the playoffs. If we get in Washington, we're playing Pittsburgh, the enemy. And so that could be the logic. I'm trying to present another side
I understand.
of it.
I mean, to me, the whole point is we are acting as if, because yes, there's a chance that he plays again. Yes, there's a chance that we play again if everything breaks our way.
Just in case.
We are acting as if this is our list, the last chance to pay respects to this incredible player.
Yes.
We are going to take advantage of that. No, it's not the last chance. Go to the locker room. He's playing. Like, that's what a player does. If he's still playing, you do that.
So to your point, you're writing in Sharpie that he's coming back at like 85%.
I have a erasable pen.
Whatever
or
you're
some
doing,
whiteout.
Okay? I'm now over 50% that he's coming back after yesterday.
Give me a number.
So I was 49% sure he was coming back before that game. I'm now 55%. 55 he comes back, 45 he doesn't. Yesterday was revealing ever so slightly, and if it told you anything one way or the other, if you moved in any direction, I think you should have moved to the
playing.
He's playing direction. Because, again, he had so many chances. He could have turned that up even more. Done the Ovechkin, / Cal Ripken skate around the arena and high-five a bunch of people and, gone into the crowd. He could have done so much stuff that he didn't do yesterday. He chose not to do, including the handshakes at the end of the game. And the moments where you go, well, what about the opening faceoff? Like John Walton in the call basically said, this is telling, this could be a hint. Wrong. It was not planned. It was not even Strome. Strome said a referee said to do it. It's not like Ovi and him got together beforehand. So this was, I think, very possibly a chance where he could have maybe planned a couple of goodbye moments, and he didn't. I will say there was a very emotional shot of his wife and the kids at one point, where the only thing all day that made me think this was it, at one point, Danny, the camera's panned to his wife, Nastia, in the front row with their kids right on the glass there. And she looked very emotional. And I wonder, is that just normal as you're watching your husband being adored by tens of thousands of people and in what could be his last game? Or it felt a little bit like, I'm not going to get to see this many more times. That was the only time all day where I felt that way.
Yeah. So the way I view that now, because my lens, I'm so, hardcore on this. And again, I'm still living room open. I could be convinced another way if more data points happen. I took that as, how moving is this? How beautiful is this? All these people love the person that I love, right? Like we're basking in this incredible thing where grown men and women are screaming in adulation for my husband, the father of my kids. This is incredible. This is so powerful.
What if they get eliminated tonight because the Flyers beat a Canes team that's not playing any of their best players?
Mm-hmm.
And then tomorrow they play Columbus, and he allows the Blue Jackets to come out and shake his hand because now it's not about the team and the playoffs.
New data point.
That was all a distraction because we got one more left. Everything in his post-game speeches was, we got a big game coming up on Tuesday. Let's lock in. Now, Caps are eliminated. Flyers end their season tonight with a win. You play tomorrow night. Columbus wants to come out. You say, come on out. And you give everybody a big hug and take selfies. He was also, here's a data point for you. He sent over signed jerseys, and he was getting sticks made for Crosby and Malkin and their kids after the game. You're not doing that in a normal game.
It's not normal. I acknowledge that.
So that's something.
Yeah, it is something.
What do you guys think, though? You saw, many of you were there, 800-636-1067. You enjoyed the atmosphere. The rest of you have heard the clips now, seen how yesterday played out. Was that the last time we see Alex Ovechkin playing at Capital One Arena? We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Alex Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby matched up for the 100th time yesterday. The Capitals getting a 3-0 win over the Penguins, with the fans chanting, "One more year" at Alex Ovechkin at Capital One Arena. We'll see if that's the final time he suits up at Cap One. The Capitals still alive in the playoff race. They'll take on the Blue Jackets to wrap up their season tomorrow in Columbus at 7 o'clock. The Capitals currently 1 point behind the Flyers with 2 games left for Philadelphia. The Flyers will host the Hurricanes tonight, and then they'll host the Canadiens tomorrow. Again, the Capitals just 1 point back of the Flyers. 1 game left for the Caps, 2 games left for the Flyers. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Brewers 8-6 to sweep the series in Milwaukee. Now they'll take on another NL Central foe, a 4-game series beginning tonight in Pittsburgh against the Pirates. 6:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals with a 2.51 ERA. Paul Skeens takes the hill for the Pirates. He is 2-1 with a 5.25 ERA, trying to get that ERA down after a bad first start of the year. He's only given up 1 run in his past 2 starts. Cavalli versus Skeens tonight, Nats and Pirates, 6:40 right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The final 20 seconds. Pittsburgh has been swept. They have 1 game left. It's a standing ovation. And what will happen now? Have we seen the last of Alex Ovechkin after 21 seasons in this building? 5 seconds left. They're going to let the clock run out. And Alex is about to come onto the ice as soon as the horn sounds, and that's it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Pittsburgh. The Capitals with life. And Alex Ovechkin celebrates with his teammates on a day we will not soon forget.
John Walton has heard on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, asking you if you just listened to the final seconds of Alex Ovechkin ever skating on Capital One Arena ice. Capitals are alive, by the way. They could still very well make the playoffs. They're going to need some help, though, and might even take a miracle tonight. Because the Carolina Hurricanes, who are incredible, best team in the East, they are sitting the A-team. I mean, this is basically preseason level hockey for them tonight as they get ramped up for the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Flyers are desperate and need to win either in this game tonight or tomorrow to clinch the 3rd spot in the Metro, which the Caps are nipping at their heels for. So the Flyers have 2 chances to get 2 total points. If they get to overtime and lose both games, they would still advance because any way that they get to 2 points, the Caps can't catch them with a win over Columbus. And so they only need to win once, however they do it, or get to overtime twice. A loss tonight would mean tomorrow the Caps are a win away and a Flyers loss away from making the postseason. But simultaneously, the other storyline here is Ovechkin and whether this is it.
Yeah, that to me is the bigger overhanging thing. It'd be a nice cherry on top to me. I mean, I know a lot of Caps fans will be irritated to hear that, but this transcends a given season and how it ends up, whether they make the postseason as the 8th seed or not. This is the career of the most important athlete maybe in the history of this town, certainly the best hockey player in the history of this town, and one of the greats of all time, the greatest goal scorer ever to live, played his whole career to this point here. So that question to me is bigger than a will they or won't they with a bunch of dominoes of help. I care about that, but not as much as I care about the Ovechkin decision.
Yeah, it's clearly. I mean, it's 20 years in the making. It's about the future of the team as well. So it's a bigger deal. The greatest athlete of all time, Alex Ovechkin, does he come back or not? But I think the two work in unison a little bit and are simultaneously, you can have both conversations. The other thing is, not only is Logan Thompson one of the best goalies in the league, so he would give you a chance to maybe win a series or steal a series or beat a team you're better than. That's how playoff hockey works. When you look at their record, 11-5-2 since they traded John Carlson, or 11-1-2 in their last 14 at Capital One Arena, where you get to play at least a couple of times. The fact that they're number 2 in the Eastern Conference in point percentage, dating back to March 9th, almost 5 weeks ago. There's not a good reason why. The team they'd most likely be playing is the team they just beat twice in the last 36 hours, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, they took at least one of those games off, but the point stands. So getting in still feels like it would be quite an accomplishment and a job well done for the kids here as you got some 19-year-olds skating around. But let's go to the phones. Do you guys think we just saw the end of Ovi with the Caps? By the way, in 25 minutes, our countdown to the NFL draft continues. I want to talk about the story that came out yesterday about Ruben Bain nobody knew. Apparently the teams did and some of the insiders did, but the story had never made it publicly that he was driving in a crash that ended up with somebody dying 2 years ago. So we'll talk about that coming up at 3 o'clock. But Jamie's in Annandale, home of the Adams. What's up, Jamie?
Hey, fellas, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so I've met you guys a few times on the concourse. I'm part of the crew, and it was not my idea yesterday to do the yellow laces. It was one of my other buddies. But just to do that for him, hopefully he saw it, was thrilled by it. But anyway, I don't think he's done. I hope he's not done, but I don't think he's done just because watching him this season with the young players, he's having so much fun. Every time someone scores, he's hugging Protus, his little brother, Ryan Leonard, Connor McMichael yesterday. He's just having fun. And by the way, he's leading the team in points and goals. I mean, he can still do it. So I think he's coming back.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
buddy.
dude.
You could make the case that he'd be having just as much fun if this is it. Because you're savoring
You're
every
soaking
second,
it up, kind of, yeah.
every single moment. Maybe you'd have more fun. Like you're going out at night a little more. You're eating out at the restaurants with the family a little more. You're not in quite the shape that you're in. You're kind of letting yourself go a little bit physically, mentally, what have you. Some of that could all lead up to this is the end of the road, but I definitely think he's having a blast. I saw a great line on social somebody had on Twitter. I wish I wrote down who it was. And it said, like, this guy's seen Cole Hudson play 12 times, and he's like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not leaving.
He just wants to play with this kid a little bit more. But you got the two 19-year-olds that make you feel a little bit younger. Darius, grab the panel discussion on TNT yesterday that I sent you. I saw this post-game, and this was, among others, Biz and Henrik Lundqvist sitting there at the desk talking about Ovechkin's future and the idea that he could continue to play, not just next season, but for multiple years. Do you have that audio? Oh, we'll get that in a moment. Let's go to Don in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, Don? How are you?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I think he'll play. I mean, 33 guys scored 30 or more goals this year in the NHL so far. He's one of them. So, I mean, he's producing at a high rate in terms of his peers. And with that, and he still loves laying the lumber and hitting guys. I think he's playing.
Appreciate you, dude. How much of that is a factor for you in the discussion?
What?
Like how he's actually playing? As like, hey, because he's playing well, or he's got enough. It's not what he was a handful of years ago. That's obvious. And
I think it's a huge factor. If he had 14 goals right now, and he could barely do it anymore offensively. Like defensively, we've talked about the struggles. Some of the areas of the game that are not where they used to be. Even the physicality. He can still hit. There are shifts where he turns the clock back a little bit, and you go, oh, my God, Alex Ovechkin is out here sending messages, right? But if you look at the overall numbers from where he was at one point in time in his career to now, he used to deliver 250 hits in a season. He's at 130 this year. He just doesn't have the same gear.
Right.
But he does have 32 goals. I said this the other day. If you told me next year he'll either be sub 20 or 40, I would say 40 goals. He's hit posts. He's been on the power play where goalies have robbed him, or puck's gotten saved by a diving defenseman or whatever. Like there's been some bad luck at times on the power play for the Capitals. I don't think it's crazy to assume next year he'd be a 35 or 40 goal guy. And those don't grow on trees. That's a big deal. So that's why there is this talk about he's leading the team in goals and points. I just think when you bring that up, and that is something that people bring up, he has not missed a game this year. 81 games, tied for the league lead. He is still a absolute workhorse. But he also is used in the most ideal and fortuitous offensive situations. He's getting the O-zone draws, never has to take D-zone draws. The rest of his team has to kind of pay the piper for that a little bit. So I think you have to add some of that into the equation. It'd be like saying, Danny makes the most of anybody here. And it's like, yes, but he also works the most shift. He works 7 days a week, and he does shows in the morning and in the afternoon. Like, you should make the most. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
He scores the most. He has the most points. He's also used in the most idealistic offensive situations of any of his teammates, which is not to say or take away from him that he can't score, because on a binary, 97% of the people that will ever play in the league, if you gave him all the situations, could not go out and have a 32-goal season, and he's doing it at 40 years old. This was the panel combo I was talking about.
We talked about this. I mean, if he wanted to play 3 more years, is there any reason why he wouldn't be good enough to still be he's still be an elite player, it feels like.
Yeah, and the biggest not the biggest challenge, but a big challenge over time, professional sports, hockey, it's consistency. And yes, you need a massive commitment to the game, but it starts with the passion for the game. Without the passion of the game, it's so hard to put in that type of work that these two players have done throughout their careers. There's no coincidence why they're playing so well at this point, being at this age. It's the commitment to the game and the passion for the game. And you see it in how they prepare, but you see it how they play the game. And I love to see it. And just Sidney's consistency is probably one of the best in the league over the 20 years. Talk about his points production, but also how he
Henrik
plays the game.
Lundqvist, the former goaltender for the New York Rangers, but they would go on to say, and Biz would say, bring Ovi back and just have him play on the power play, like a baseball DH, the first one of his kind, which was tongue-in-cheek, I think. But that is the other question I would say about Ovechkin. If he's going to come back, if you're right and he's decided he's coming back, would he be willing to do it at a lot less money than he's been playing at? Would he be willing to do it at fewer minutes on ice? Would he be willing to take on this role where you're on the power play and you're minimally used comparative to the peak of your career? Because then there's a way to make this work for everybody. At that point, you're not going to score 30 goals next year, but maybe you can still be efficient and effective. And the Caps could actually bring in some of the talent they need to take the next step and not keep spinning their tires as a fringe playoff team.
It is the question. Again, if he is back, how do we do it? What is it? Can the team, can the org, who, and I'm not criticizing him for it, has kind of catered everything they've done, not everything, a lot of things they've done sort of around him to make sure that when maybe they could have used a more hardcore rebuild, didn't, to make sure they had enough guys to feed him in the office so they could score enough goals and stay competitive. Is it hey man, 15 minutes a night, half the money you're making right now, let us put a great team around you, or is it we can't do that because he's Alex Ovechkin? I don't know the answer.
Speaking of whether or not players will be here next year, Anthony Davis spoke about his future with the Wizards. Pretty fascinating exit interview with the media today. We'll get into that next. Plus, the Nats got a sweep in Milwaukee, 20 years in the making. That's coming up on Grant and Danny, our countdown to the draft at 3 on The Fan. I want to get into what Anthony Davis had to say about his future with the Wizards in his exit interview today. We've got audio. That's just about 2 minutes away. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 610. Nats baseball tonight. They're in Pittsburgh to take on the Pirates at what I think is one of the great ballparks in America.
It's so awesome.
Bridges, water, PNC Park doesn't get a lot better than that. And by the way, tonight the pitching matchup is sexy.
It's a little tasty.
Cade Cavalli pumping 98. Paul Skeens touching a hundo. Couple of the real power up-and-coming right-handers in the two organizations. And in Skeens' case, it's not up-and-coming anymore. He's your Cy Young Award winner. He is the best pitcher with Tarek Skubal in Major League Baseball since the beginning of last year. So that'll be very, very entertaining to watch what is now a top 5 Nats offense right now. And in a lot of ways, a top 3 OPS, runs scored, offense in all of baseball against Paul Skeens, coming off of a sweep, by the way, of the Milwaukee Brewers. The Nats went to Milwaukee, first time since 06 when I was a senior in high school 20 years ago. They sweep the Brewers on the road, and they did it with a 7-3 win on Friday, a 3-1 win where they 2-hit the Brewers.
Yeah.
1 of 1 so far this season in terms of pitching performances for them. And then an 8-6 win yesterday where they overcame another bullpen meltdown to win. But this lineup right now is cooking, and James Wood, I guess it's a good thing we didn't send him to the minor leagues, huh, Twitter? He is right now batting .275 with an OPS over 1,000. He's got 5 homers, 2 off the big league pace, one of the best sluggers in baseball. His last 7 games, Danny, 13 for 26 at the plate, hitting .500.
That seems good.
Striking out sub 20% of the time, more walks than Ks, and absolutely killing the baseball.
To me, the difference is the catalyst for it is the offense is legit. It's not just the James Wood show and pray for rain. Everybody is contributing. Whether even if you're getting a base hit or not, the at-bats are quality. They are making other pitchers work, whereas that was not the case. If you watched 162 games last year at the Nationals, that probably wasn't the case 100 times. And I mean that. It was probably somewhere in there where maybe they scored a run or two, but it was easy to pitch to that group last year for months at a time.
Even the getaway day against the Cardinals last week, where they looked bad offensively. They had 1 run on 4 hits, which was very 2025 Nationals on a getaway day. They only struck out twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's 12, 13 strikeouts last year.
100%.
To your point, they are grinding ABs. They're getting to bullpens. They're making you work. They're making you throw pitches. The ball is in play. They're putting pressure on defenses. Milwaukee's got one of the best defenses in the sport. It was the best last year. It's off to a great start. And there were a couple games in this series where their defense was throwing the ball all over the place. They had a sequence in the late innings in the first win of these 3 in Milwaukee where they bunted 3 times in 4 batters. And the Brewers were helping them out by not getting outs. Then, yesterday, they stole home. James Wood stole home on a Little League play for the second time this season.
Yeah, a little first and third piece.
They start the runner at first.
JV high school ball.
Curtis Meade slams his brakes. Catcher throws down. They send the throw back to the plate, and James Wood with that big reach at 6'7" was safe. But the Butera ball right now is working offensively. They need to do some different things as far as the pitching staff goes and the bullpen and the rotation. You basically have a couple of guys that are consistent enough right now to give you a chance every time they throw. So that'll determine their ultimate fate. But despite being 1-5 on their homestand, despite committing one of the highest error counts in the league, despite their bullpen blowing 3 games they should have won and another 2 games that they did win, that they had to score more runs after a lead was given up in the late innings. They're 7-8 right now, 1 away from 500.
Yeah, they are. I mean, again, the story to me is the offense. That's the beginning, middle, and end of it. I can't believe it. This is largely the same group as last year, with all due respect to the Joey Weimer and Jorbit Vivas additions. It's a carryover from what we saw, from the players that we saw, an offense where Nasim Nunez hitting 200 somehow is among the league leaders in stolen bases. Like, everybody plugged in to a place where they can be successful. All the data in the world, I mean, it's a pretty proof positive that they kind of know what they're doing here.
All right, the Anthony Davis audio. We'll get to that at the start of next hour. We're actually getting into the draft in the 3 o'clock hour, but we'll push our Ruben Bain conversation and mock draft Monday, where you and I mock our way through the top 7 to see who Washington gets. We'll push that a few minutes into next segment so that we can talk Anthony Davis, because I thought his answers were somewhere between hilarious and frustrating, but also at the same intersection of, like, what are we doing here.org, and is he coming back? I mean, there's a lot of questions after what he had to say. So we'll get into those next. We're G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Hockey last night, the Capitals beating the Penguins 3-0. It was the 100th matchup between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. At the end of the game, fans were chanting one more year for Alex Ovechkin at Capital One Arena. We'll see if that's the last time we see him in a Capitals uniform at Capital One Arena. The Capitals will wrap up their season tomorrow against the Blue Jackets. They're hoping that's not the final game of the season, though. They're 1 point behind the Flyers. The Flyers have 2 games left. They'll host the Hurricanes tonight, then they'll host the Canadiens tomorrow. The Capitals needing the Flyers to lose both those games. Baseball, the Nationals beat the Brewers 8-6 yesterday to sweep the series. They'll take on the Pirates for the first of 4 in Pittsburgh tonight. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Great pitching matchup tonight. Cade Cavalli goes for the Nats. Paul Skeens goes to the Hill for the Pirates. New skills, better pay. Your next career move starts at PGCC. Continuing education classes online or in person. Enroll now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori & Murad, would like to know. They'll draft your last will and testament or set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney for you if need be. I'm actually sending the mother-in-law to Kandori & Murad this week.
Good.
Just gave her the information over the weekend. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys like she's doing today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, we are giving away tickets to see the Black Crows right here on Grant and Danny. You'd better be listening ahead of the 4 p.m. Beltway Blitz. So, Danny, before we get to our NFL draft countdown topic today, we are now just not 10 days out.
Carry the 2, yeah.
Next
Because
Thursday.
next Thursday, boom.
Anthony Davis, exit interviews with the media. Wizards season wraps. They complete the task. They have the worst record in basketball. They've got tied for the best chances at the number 1 overall pick.
Worst they can do is 5th in the draft. It's everything I wanted. They did it right.
They crushed it. Yep. And in the meantime, they acquired Trae Young for next season and Anthony Davis potentially for next season. There is still question as to whether or not Davis is going to be here, though. I don't think there are any of those questions about Trae Young. He has done everything he can. He's been the anti-Anthony Davis. He's wearing Ovi sweaters. He's running around in Mystics and Spirit gear on Thursday nights. Like, he is just happy to be here guy, wants an extension. He's doing the Bryce Harper bit a little bit where he's like, my favorite food is mumbo sauce, and my favorite TV show ever is, the scenes in The Wire where they're driving on the Beltway in D.C.
I love D.C., homicide on the street or whatever, yeah.
Exactly. But Anthony Davis has been a little more non-committal. We played the clips last week when he was on Draymond Green's podcast, and he came out and he said that the kids here can play, and this is a better environment than people think. But he's not really interested in a multi-year build to winning. And he keeps referencing this idea that you can't go from being the worst in the NBA to winning a championship. Like, next year is going to be a staircase year where you're pretty good and hopefully you make the playoffs. But you're 2 years away, at best, from winning a championship. And I think that the part he's not saying out loud is, I don't want to wait 2 years. I want to be on a team next year that can win a championship. Is that how you're reading that?
I am too, yeah. It's one of 2 ways that you could interpret it. It's probably not here, or if it is here, you guys better start getting your act together. Whatever that means. Not get your act together is the wrong word. But you better add me something else special, right?
He keeps referencing these conversations he needs to have with the front office and basically convictions that he needs so that he can be happy to be here, it sounds like. Mm-hmm. And I take that to mean that they're not done, to your point, adding pieces yet, because he doesn't think they're championship caliber next year with what they've got. It's a good building phase. Yep. It's a really good progressive season.
It's going to be a major step forward.
Let's go make the playoffs and be in the play-in games or whatever. Maybe he can be the 6th seed in the East, but that's not where he wants to be. But I want to play this clip. This was the Hall of Famer David Aldridge asking him a question about if he expects to be with the Wizards next season. Listen to this.
While these questions get answered, do you at least say, okay, you got me next year?
Yeah. I'm on the contract. I love my money. No, but the thing is, and you can ask any of these guys here, I've always, since day one the trade happened, I'll say day 2 the trade happened. I can't say day 1, but day 2 when the trade happened, I got here, like I said, this place is not what people make it seem, and so it's a testament to the organization, to the coaching staff, the players, the media guy, like everybody here, and I think I want to be able to have fun where I am. I want to be able to compete where I am. I want to be able to learn wherever I am. And this organization has that. They teach. And who knows? Like I said, I don't want to get y'all too much. Things have to get figured out, but I don't want to do this again. I'll say that. I don't want to do this again, but things have to get figured out.
So let's just jump in on that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go back through what he said, and we can kind of take it piece by piece. I've always hated the "do you want to be here" followed by an "I'm under contract and I love money" answer. I hate that. That is the opposite of saying I'm happy to be here, I'm choosing to be here, I want to be here. Stop me if you disagree. But it's the equivalent of saying, are you happy with your wife or whatever? And
That's my current wife.
I am married. I said yes. We are together until death do us part. That's very different than I am happy, right? Do you want to be here? I'm under contract. That's actually the opposite of saying you want to be here. I hear that as, I don't have a choice.
I'm here so I don't get fined, Marshawn Lynch.
Okay. Then the I love money thing. I don't want you to love money. You can love money anywhere. I want you to love coming to work here. I want you to love being a Wizard. And if that's not the case, that's fine. I don't need to make you. But my point is the very question from Aldridge is, can you love being here? Is this a place you want to be? And you go, I'm under contract. I got married, man. I don't have a choice. We're doing it for the kids. I love the fact that my spouse makes good money, or I like this element of the arrangement. I hated that answer as a Wizards fan. That, to me, screamed, he's actually not that excited about being here. I guess I should have known that. He wouldn't choose to be here. He didn't choose to come here, so he wouldn't, if he had all of his options, choose to be here, and maybe that's all he's saying. This isn't my choice. But he did go on to say, a lot of times during the press conference, these are talented young players. Mm-hmm. He referenced that this is not as bad a place as everyone makes it out to sound, which I guess is some great compliment. You're told in the NBA that you don't ever want to go to Washington. It's
because that was true.
Awful place that nobody wants to be. But actually, it's better than people think, I got to tell you. Oh, thanks, I guess. Like, what a great endorsement that is.
Huh. Well, yeah, so a couple things. That last thing that is easily mockable that you just referenced, to me, is the most important thing of all this. And I'll keep hammering this. The Wizards were unserious. They were a joke. The point is now that they're not, and you need, regardless if Anthony Davis is still a superstar or not, he's still viewed as such. He's still viewed with great reverence and respect, and everybody around the league, players, et cetera, agents, and whomever, need to hear that. They need to hear that this is legit now. It ain't Sacramento or Memphis or New Orleans or some of the Utahs of the world where nobody wants to go. We want people to want to come here. That's number one.
The Nationals paid $126 million for this.
Yeah,
with Jason Worth to come in here, and that was symbolic that they were changing the tides. But then Worth came in and said, hey, we're going to do this differently. This is what you're serving in the clubhouse. This is what you serve in real places. This is the way that you operate. This is, the workout schedule. Here's how you do it at spring training in real places. And it turned the corner. It helped them a lot.
And so to me, that's the most important part about all of this. And that has happened to a degree. The way I took it was different than you, it sounds like. I don't love it either. I'm not going, thank God he said it that way. That's a lot of fun. The I love money thing I thought was a joke because he laughed and everybody was making fun.
It was certainly taken as a joke.
Yeah.
I don't know how you take it otherwise.
The part that what I viewed it as, though, was more a kind of the culture of the NBA. And you're more than welcome to not like it. I don't think a lot of people are turned off by it. But it's they need to impress me still. There's some work to be done to convince me that this is the place. That's how I viewed it. Where we've had this trial moment. It's been nice, but I'm not ready to get married to you. You need to demonstrate a couple of things to me. That this isn't just a show me moment, that this isn't just you're on your P's and Q's. I need to see where some of the bodies are buried. I need to see all the bad. I want to know your dating history. You know what I mean? I viewed it as more, I'm here, but I could also not be here. What are you going to do about it? And that could turn a lot of people off, and I understand that. I don't begrudge you if you're irritated by it. I'm not talking to you, Grant. I'm talking to anybody.
I just paid you $54 million to not play basketball. So,
totally.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm paying you $54 million next year.
Yeah, I'm with you, and it actually, by the way, goes up to 58. But the point is, this is life in the NBA. You're welcome to not like it, but that's how I viewed it as. You need to impress me.
A lot of people would be impressed by $54 million not to play basketball and be under no pressure to play basketball.
So let's get to that part, right? He referenced day one. Go back. From day one, I was on board. And then he even clarifies, which is the tell here. Actually, I hated it on day one.
Yeah, at first I didn't want to do that.
Day two is when I started to feel better about it. I thought that was an important thing because the sell, we talked about this last week, worked. When Winger gets on the horn and Dawkins gets on the horn and they bring you in and you see the facilities and now you get to meet some of the players and then over weeks you see them play. Everything about the organization he likes more than he did when he got here, which is great. Not what people make it seem. Book on the Wizards is bad. Yes. We know that. We knew that. That is what they are trying to change. That's part of why you have to trade for Trae Young and Anthony Davis because those guys are not signing here in free agency. We've talked about that. He goes on to say, I want to be able to have fun. You could do that here. I want to be able to compete. You could do that here next year. Now, maybe not for a championship, which he referenced as part of his goal. I want to be able to learn. And he acknowledges I can do those things in D.C. But the end there where he goes, who knows? Things have to be figured out. That vague NBA player, this is what you're talking about. I still need more from you. What do you need exactly? Things need to be figured out. What needs to be figured out? And what I keep coming back to is he routinely says they're 2 years away from championship contention in different words. But he says teams do not go from what they were this year to winning a title. Doesn't happen. So next year, if everything goes well, the Wizards make the playoffs but don't really have a chance to win a championship.
There's no way they're a 65-win team like OKC after winning 17 games. They're not going to flip their record.
I don't think he has interest in doing that. At this point of his career, it does not sound to me like Anthony Davis wants to be part of a staircase progression where in a perfect world, you're in a championship conversation in 2 years, and it's probably more like 3 at 33 years old. So my take is I think he would like to be somewhere where he could win a title next year. And if you have to do this pleasing of Anthony Davis, who has not played 1 second here, who just made $54 million last year to play in a total of 20 NBA games, who's going to make $58 million next year, and he comes with more rules than the board game that you're taking out of the box on how many days in a row he'll play and days he's not going to go back-to-back and whatever else. And now I've got to go get you this player you want to play with potentially or whatever the other guidelines are. I don't think it's worth it. To me, this is not worth it.
Yeah, you're what you're basically saying is I don't like the current structure of the NBA, and I don't hate that criticism. By the way,
I mean that's a kind of a straw man version of it.
But I'm not ripping you. I'm saying that's the world now. These guys have so much agency and so much power that if you have a solar system guy, which he is, that's how he's viewed. You got to do these things.
But I think there are other ways to do it potentially.
To a degree, but he learned under LeBron James, who LeBron's like, yeah, I'm here for the rebuild. 7 seconds later, all the guys that were supposed to rebuild with are gone, and they brought in Lance Stevenson, and they brought in the guys that his agent represents, and you got all the dudes that LeBron employs. If you want to be in business, you've got to do these things with these superstars.
When he says, let's figure it out, is he talking about an extension?
I think he's talking about some veterans that he wants.
So I think it could be both. But I'm not interested in an extension either. I'm more interested in the veteran thing, which I'll hate too, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in that than an extension for the 33-year-old who is broken down and still a great player. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
He is a superstar. This year he averaged 20 and 11 when he played in the 20 games. But I don't know, Strobes, you were in the press conference. You've covered the Wizards all season long. What do you think he's saying when he says, we've got to figure it out?
I think he wants to see what the vision is for competing next season. And obviously, he understands that it's unrealistic for a team to up its win total by 25 to 30 games, be a true contending team in the East. And he acknowledges that. And he says, I can understand being part of a team trying to take that next step. You get to the playoffs, get to the conference finals the next season. But I think he wants the process sped up a little bit. So realistically, while he's still on the contract he's playing on, he can compete for something in DC. Because if he doesn't get a new contract, he's playing this year, then he has a $62 million player option the next season. But I imagine he's going to want a new contract at some point before that.
So my question would be, is there even a path to them satisfying his requirement for competitiveness next year? If he's defining that as championship caliber, he said it. I'll just use his words. You can't really go from what the Wizards did this year to being the 65-win, 2 seed in the East or 1 seed in the East next year who wins a title. That doesn't really happen. I don't think the road between A and B exists. It's never been built. Even if they win the lottery which as a Wizards fan, you're betting against.
We all know.
But let's say they get DeBonsa, and they bring somebody else in to help. That's a really fun, progressive thing. That's awesome. You still have some issues with Trae Young, defensively and otherwise. It's not like you're suddenly going to be some shutdown defensive team.
Right.
They've been awful on defense with these young guys for the last few years. And it's not like Anthony Davis is playing 77 games next year. So they're not going to go win 65 games. This is a 2 or 3 year build.
Totally right. And so we get to a similar conclusion with maybe via a different path. It's the let me try to quantify this well. I'm with you on all the analysis. In other words, with Anthony Davis, we all know he's not just all of a sudden going to do what Zach Ertz did, miraculously get healthy and play 80 games next year. I'll eat your hat if he does that. So then it comes to how much are you willing to do to satisfy him? How far are you willing to go? How are you willing to do what, again, I keep pointing to LeBron, but the Lakers had to do for so many years to get LeBron happy. If you want him in your employ, not only do you have to pay him at the top of the market, but you got to employ 10 of his friends, do 11 of his, the guys that his agent represents, and you have to help produce his movie and all these other kind of things. How much of that are you going to do to disrupt your plan for Anthony Davis, for someone you know isn't really going to be able to help you all the time? Like, do you have to go get Zach LaVine in free agency? Do you have to go get Andrew Wiggins or Tobias Harris or whatever and change and disrupt the plan to win 7 more games? Maybe.
But you're blowing everything you've been doing up.
This is the question.
To appease a guy.
Yeah.
When you say you don't like the current NBA structures, kind of what you're hearing from me, I do think the player empowerment and guys like Anthony Davis running the show has gone a little bit too far.
Yeah, I don't think it's good for the sport.
It's not great for the sport, but honestly, that's not what this is to me. It's case by case, it's player by player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not taking a wide receiver at number 7. I need the right wide receiver at number 7.
Right.
This is a player that I think will play like 49 games next year or whatever, and is 33, about to be 34 years old, and I don't know if he's going to even be that healthy, right? And so my point is, what can I get in a trade for Anthony Davis? Because if you're needing to be convinced of their vision, and you're saying that the right fit for me is a team where I could be playing in a conference final next year, that will not be here, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
Kind of holds you over the coals and goes, but you promised me, all right, we'll make this move. But you promised me, all right. And next thing you know, you don't even resemble the plan that was going so beautifully all this time. So what could they get in an Anthony Davis trade is what I would want to know this offseason. I mean, Strobes, what would that even look like?
I feel like if you're going to make a move before the draft, that's something Washington would probably be interested in just because of the talent that we know is going to be available in the first round of this draft. They gave up pick 30 in this draft to get him. It was part of the deal. So they gave up Anthony Davis, Chris Middleton. They got back Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, Exum, and then you give up the 30th pick in this draft. You give up a 2030 first-round pick via Golden State. So none of these picks were their own, and they're like the 2 worst first-round picks ever, essentially, that you could possibly give up. But if you're Washington in this sense and you're somehow able to deal AD for, I don't know, the 20th pick in this draft for a team that's a little bit hungry to win next year, like San Antonio, for instance, if they want to add somebody to their front court.
Would you do something like that, Danny? Because I know for a fact there are people in the Wizards organization who have scouted for years and years and years. I've heard this point blank, that think this is one of the best drafts they've ever been around.
Mm-hmm.
What if you could get another mid-round first rounder this year?
Yeah, I mean, you horse trade from 30 to 20 with a couple of kickers sweetened in. I don't think that's crazy. But again, it all depends on what. There's so many variables. But on paper, on a binary 1 or 0, I probably would do that. But let me just go to something real quick, and I want Strobes' take on it. What Brian Dawkins came from Oklahoma City. Michael Winger is a pretty serious basketball person in his own right. This is the buy distressed assets phase. This is the if you watch HGTV, the rehab the bad house that's burnt down and resell. This is the renovation project. This is that phase. You gather as many assets as you can. You have extra draft picks coming out of your ears. You got a bunch of young pieces that are intriguing. I don't know what Bub Carrington is. I don't know exactly what Bilal Coulibaly is. Doesn't matter. Someone's going to like him, right? You develop them within. You throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks. You grab your distressed assets. The point of having them is to then make the right call with them. And that may be just what we're talking about. You know, the only thing we can do is spin a profit of 10 picks in the first round of this draft for Anthony Davis. It may be we can win 30 more games next year if he plays for us half the time with our starting core and A.J. DeBonson to be named later. That's the key to it, is to go from terrible, where everybody in the Chris Russells of the world scream about how much tanking sucks, to legit competitor, the phase that no one ever pays attention to. This is the key moment. This is the crossroads. And I don't know the exact answer for what you could get out of Davis. Could you get more profit later? If he's playing well through 35, 40 games next year, and you're, on pace to win 47 games, jumping up after this horrible rebuild is gone. Horrible, you know what I mean? Just the misery of the rebuild.
Which I'm cool with if they're not then making a bunch of moves to appease him this offseason. And then is he showing up and is he playing?
Yeah, if you change your timeline by going a bunch of veterans and now I've got to sit.
But see, I'm not doing that.
Kid. I don't want to do that.
My starting point on any discussions with him are, here is our vision, okay? Strobe said he wants to see the vision. Here's the vision board. Come into my room like I'm a 19-year-old college girl at a dorm. Here's my vision board. We will be winning 48 to 50, whatever it is, 51 games next year, and we're going to be the 5 seed in the Eastern Conference. And I'm Will Dawkins telling him this, by the way. And we're going to, run into this team in the second round probably and get bounced or what have you. And then the next year,
Celtics will get us.
We've added this, and this. And now we're playing for a championship 2 years from now. That's the vision board. Either he's in or he's out. I'm not changing the plan big picture. My point is just, and maybe someone smarter than me who follows the NBA way more closely could answer this, but who are the examples of like the sons of the solar system type players like AD, the Rich Paul, like I'm running the show here, the GM talks to me, and then I help make the decisions. Those players who have not been fully committed to that city or team, who didn't choose to be there, who wouldn't just say, yeah, I want to be here. It's about being under contract or the money, where that ended well. I feel like it doesn't really end that well very often.
I wanted to add one thing he said when he was referencing the question I asked. I said, what do you want this front office to tell you? What are you expecting from them? And he said, it's not just the vision. I want to see how they're going to execute it, which means he
and what it is. I'm not haven't had a chance to talk with them yet. Obviously, it's a long summer. Season just ended yesterday. But when with meeting with those guys, they know that I want to win. I'm sure that they want to win as well. Nobody wants to lose. So I think having those conversations, just being on the same page, kind of seeing what the direction of the team. I know we have a lot of young guys, but like I said, I mentioned about the young guys, how talented they are. Adding, Trey and myself kind of can help change that. But I also understand I've been in this league a long time, and I've been with losing teams, been on losing teams, and it's very hard, to be a losing team and then a championship contender, right? I think one team was only done in DA might know, Boston in 08, only team, right? And even when I was in New Orleans and we had 2 losing seasons, then we made the playoffs our third year, like that is within itself is a huge jump.
It's good ball knowledge, by the way, by Anthony Davis. Like, this is clearly something him and Rich Paul have talked about on the phone a few times. Probably not during the phone call he took in the middle of the press conference today.
Right, not then.
Which maybe there was a better time to do that. But they've probably had a conversation or two. Alex is in Vienna. What's up, Alex? How are you?
Hey, guys. It's been a while. I'm with you guys. I don't think he's a distressed asset. He's a depreciating asset. He has a car that you just bought, and as soon as you take him off the lot, he's only going to have less value the longer you keep him. So I would, swing a trade now. The other thing is, like, socially, and I know, these guys don't all have to be friends, but who is he going to hang out with on this team, right? Like, they need to go get some old guys just to keep them happy. Those guys are going to take playing time away from the young core, which is the future of the club. We as fans don't deserve this because we bought in to this plan. And the plan is we're going to build with a young team. And that's great if you do it and you follow through on it and you let them come together and coalesce like OKC or Detroit now. But if you're going to make AD happy, you're going to have to go away from that plan that we all bought in on.
Yeah.
I had not thought about that, but I really like that call, Alex. The fans have been sold and kind of convinced this is the way we're doing it. Now, the team's allowed to navigate away, and I don't think the average fan, I'd say more fans are excited to hear AD Trae Young than not excited.
Yeah, I want to see him play.
But at the same time, he's right. Like, you have come to me with this blueprint for what you're doing, and now you're completely navigating away from that to appease him, potentially.
And again, at what cost? If it derails the quote unquote timeline or plan, if it's just an ancillary move or two, you get a guy that your client, that your agent represents to come off the bench and play 15 minutes a night, like an Anthony Gill type. Oh, it's fine with me. That doesn't derail anything. But if it's now an overhaul, that's not what I'm into.
10 days from the NFL draft, our countdown to the draft segment next. We'll talk Ruben Bain on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Penguins yesterday 3-0. It was the 100th matchup between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. Fans at Capital One Arena raining down one more year chance for Ovi. Capitals' final regular season game is tomorrow. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus, hoping it's not the final game of the season for the Capitals, though. They're just 1 point behind the Flyers with 2 games left for Philly. The Flyers are going to host the Hurricanes tonight, and the Flyers will host the Canadiens tomorrow. The Capitals still with a slim chance to get into the playoffs. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates tonight. 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. Paul Skeens takes the hill for the Pirates. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Double play coming up at 3:45. We'll actually be joined, Danny, by a school board member from Fairfax County Public Schools in the Mount Vernon area who's going to hop on to talk about whether or not kids should go to school during weekdays.
So the video that old Strobes cut of old Fannie Mouye, it was minutes of me shouting at no one in particular, but a good minute of that clip has made the rounds. It was posted in multiple groups and it's been featured in multiple articles. I don't know. I don't want to call myself the face of this movement, but maybe my dumb face is now being used in people's sort of group chats and whatever for the push for Fairfax County to have the kids go to school sometimes.
And I'll ask the question when Mateo Dunn joins us from Fairfax County Public Schools at 3:45. But I think the movement's over, though. I mean, the calendar has been decided on, I believe, for next year, which is that they're going from 40 days where the kids aren't in school during the week
to like 39 and a half
to 33. Which sounds like a big deal, but it's mainly that, and I'll ask Mateo these questions. But this year, a lot of the holidays fell on weekends that move around, and next year they're going to fall, or weekdays rather, and next year they'll fall on weekends. So that's basically the primary difference. I think Veterans Day was the only day they decided on actually no longer making a holiday. So you'll go to school on Veterans Day moving forward. You didn't before, so they did save one day on the calendar, I suppose.
Yeah, so really what's happened is they just kicked the can down the road. There's no real progress, and they hope the old Randy Duyes of the world let go of this like a dog with a bone and find something else more interesting down the street.
But we'll talk about that coming up in our double play at 3:45. Wanted to get into Ruben Bain, though. Let's get you closer to the NFL draft. We're 10 days out. It's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania next Thursday. The Commanders have the 7th pick, and Ruben Bain is in the news.
Countdown to the NFL Draft.
We talk football, just football for 30 seconds.
We can always talk football.
Just let me do my job here. Just let me do this. Don't quit now.
I want my number ones back, all of them.
That's crazy. Why would I give them back?
Are we on the clock?
So how about this story on Ruben Bain, the projected top 10 pick? I don't know how and why these things come out when they do, always right before the draft, when they've been known for years, apparently behind the scenes. But it happened again. All the teams are up on this, supposedly. A lot of the national reporters whose names you know that break a lot of the news in the NFL knew about this story, and I guess had just chosen that it wasn't worth reporting. I'm not really sure. But a third-party outlet found out and broke it over the weekend. So here's what happened. Ruben Bain 2 years ago in 2024 was apparently involved in a fatal 2 years ago, just a couple weeks back. While driving recklessly, he hit a car, then went into both concrete barriers on both sides of the road. So he hits the vehicle, he goes onto the right concrete barrier, across the road onto the left, which is where the car comes to a rest. So clearly, that's not a normal, oh man, I bumped into the car in front of me kind of I-95 collision, right? There were 4 people in his car, including one young lady by the name of Destiny Betts, who tragically died. She was a 22-year-old college student from Georgia. was only with Ruben Bain and the other people in the car because she was on spring break. She was immediately rushed to a trauma center, and she was in a coma for months, was never able to regain consciousness, and then passed away on June 13th, again, about 2 months after the crash. So that is tragic and awful.
Yep.
And I want to be very clear that that's the most important part of this story, not football or Ruben Bain's draft stock, right? We're a sports show, but that is a really, really terrible thing. There was a second passenger in the vehicle, Danny, that was hospitalized with injuries. And then there were 2 other passengers that were actual players as well with Bain. So it was him, it was 2 teammates, and then I guess maybe it was 5 total people in the vehicle. Police report says he was operating in a negligent, careless manner, driving the vehicle. There was no field sobriety test done at the scene, which is interesting to me at 4 a.m. when you lose control of your vehicle and a bad crash like this happens, but maybe they didn't think there was any need to. One team source told Read Option, one of the outlets that's been reporting on this, that they've heard that there are 2 incidents, or they know of 2 incidents about Ruben Bain. This was the first one that's been publicly reported, and they said, quote, "We're waiting for the other shoe to drop," which is kind of ominous, I would say.
That is.
He was subsequently cited one more time in 2025, a year later and a year ago, for another careless driving incident. So I ask you, Danny, the timing of this is terrible. It's a tragic story. I want to reiterate that. But the big question now is, the teams have known about this for a while as they're putting their board together. Does it change anything? If you knew this, but it wasn't public and now it is, does that alter anything? Why does this come out now? It seems to happen a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I always view this, and again, we're going to brush up against politics. Everybody bear with me for a second. The October surprise, kind of a time-honored thing, right? Where the big bombshell that we hope sways the election, it's fresh in voters' minds as they, walk in there the first Tuesday in November. They remember the fill in the blank for the major incident. You can think back very easily and remember some of those things that have come out. That's what this is to me. The info is kind of out there. It's floating. And I always think, I suspect, what's the right word? It's not nefarious. It's not foul play. It's kind of some of the dirty pool, though, that happens.
Shadiness?
Yeah.
So, what do you suggest?
So here's my view. And again, I have no idea. This is me making something up. A team that's in the teens that would love Ruben Bain, maybe not at 7, maybe not at 8, but maybe someone that picks 16th overall says, "Psst, hey, news outlet, look over here. No, look over here." They see it. They get the report. Nobody says anything about it, but now this report comes out, and now because you get an executive saying, maybe it's the same executive, there's another shoe that might drop. This isn't just a one-time incident where there may be something else here. Now he falls down the board. Maybe you get great value for a guy that goes in the teens that could have gone 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th overall, whatever. I always suspect that's kind of what goes on at this point. These multi-million-dollar investments for players that can be sink or swim for GMs, for scouts, for coaches, careers are on the line. Selecting the right person. You get a find for a guy that's a top 5 talent at 20. It could be the greatest boon to your legacy as coach, GM, or whatever. I always kind of think those
by floating something, but you still then got to deal with a lot of negativity in the negative press. I think what happens is a lot of the non-super insiders really start digging in on the draft at the last hour, so to speak. And so people like me start watching these players 2 weeks ago or really studying and finding things out. And some of the stories that have been known for a long time come back up. You see this sometimes even with players where a casual comes along and they're like, wait, this guy got in trouble for this a couple years ago. And you're like, oh, I almost forgot about that. You know what I mean? It's out of place, out of sight, out of mind. I think it's more that where your Schefters and your Rappaports, a lot of times those guys, they're such relationships with the agents. They're so tight with the teams. They're not going to report everything that they hear. But then that third party that doesn't have any skin in the game and isn't being fed things finds out and they're like, yeah, this is definitely worth putting out there. But I ask you this, Danny. Would this change any way that you feel about Bain being drafted by the Commanders? Or if you're Washington, would it change anything? They've known this, but this was part of their eval already. Would it alter how you view him as a draftable prospect?
If there are multiple incidents, then yes. Because I need a lesson learned. One of my best friends, this is true, he's lucky to be alive, got away as a collegiate or college student with drunk driving, flipped his car, and it was a horrendous accident. He somehow walked away from it. And he's an upstanding lawyer who's a father of 2 kids and has done nothing but great things in his life. Is one of the best people I've ever met in my life. That's a mistake. That happened. There's no way I would take everything away from him in that incident. If it's a one-time thing, man, is that a terrible mistake. You have to live with this tragedy that we talked about at the top. It is horrible. It's unfathomable, the guilt that he must live with. If it's I didn't learn my lesson and I'm out doing what, name that jackass. And if I'm doing Speed Racer, on Fairfax County Parkway after he's drafted, that's not great. That's not great. If it's Jamin Davis, thank you. If it's multiple incidents afterwards, there's no lesson learned. Now I got a guy that's an idiot. So that's where I would draw the line.
I've long said I don't want to hold decisions made when you're 19 against you for the rest of your life, and you've got to do that internally when somebody dies because you did something terrible behind the wheel already. I'd want to know more about the 2025 charge that got dropped against him for doing the same thing, essentially, recklessly operating. Because as you said, if there's a pattern here or he didn't learn, that is a real sad, bad sign.
Yep.
And then whatever this other shoe that hasn't dropped, according to this unnamed source, is, I'd want to know more about that. I'd be saying, let's get all the information we can. Because if there's any kind of multiple incidents, 100% with you, I feel very differently. If it's a one-off, as awful and tragic as it is from when you were 19 years old, I think that you could possibly chalk it up to the worst mistake of your life, and you'll be paying for it mentally for the rest of your life. But I don't think it makes you unemployable at that point, 2 years later. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. It is time for our double play on Grant and Danny. Our double play today, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time to go shop Honda. Let's get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And Danny, you've been complaining a lot about the fact that your kids are never in school.
For years, as an FCPS resident, my children have incredible numbers of off days. When parents are off and kids are off, it's wonderful. It's a great day. When the adults have to go to work and the kids don't have school, it's disruptive and parents are fed up, and they have been for years.
So we've got one of the Fairfax County Public Schools school board members, Mateo Dunn from the Mount Vernon District, on with us now on the Rude Guest Hotline to discuss what is a Fairfax issue for you, Danny, but I think a lot of parents in a lot of places,
Arlington County as well as going through it,
can relate to this. I was talking to a parent across the river in Maryland, my brothers in King George down by Fredericksburg. The number of days off compared to when we used to walk to school uphill both
ways in the winter.
It is just absolutely ridiculous. And so Mateo Dunn is on with us now. So thank you for the time, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and it's great to be on to talk about this important issue that's causing financial, logistical, and other burdens to families throughout Fairfax County.
So, Mateo, first, I want to say this: thank you, and I mean that, not just for coming on with us.
Does he want the kids to go to school?
I think he does, but we're going to get to that. So thank you both for coming on with us. And two, I'm sure it's thankless at times. All you get are complaints from horses' asses like me, and everybody yells at you about this and that. Like, my kid got a C, so we need to throw this book out of school. I think it's really hard what you have to do. You're trying to please a lot of people. So in general, I think you guys are doing a really, really good job. So that's my qualifier. With that said, how did we get whatever the number is, 40-some days, and about half the time we don't have a 5-day school week over the course of the school year?
That's a great question. And, when we got a bunch of emails earlier this year about the school calendar, and I said, let me sit down and look at this. And so I worked with my staff and, did some preliminary digging, and the data didn't look very good. So I said, look, I was a history major. Let's look at the evolution of the FCPS calendar over the last 20 years. And then I said, let's look at it comparatively to other school districts in the DMV, and let's look at our peer districts nationally, because FCPS is the 9th largest school division in the country. So let's look at Chicago, LA, Orlando, and other places and see how we rack and stack. And what we found is that FCPS by far has the worst school calendar. Now, there's nothing definitive you can point to say this is the point where it went bad. What you can say is that over the last 20 years, the quality of the school calendar has degraded to the point that we have the longest school year with 303 days, the shortest summer with only 62 days, and the lowest percentage of 5-day weeks with only 52% of school weeks being 5 days. That's very problematic because we also have a large number of days off, which are kind of randomly scattered throughout the year, and a bunch of early release days that cause hardship for parents because there aren't always alternatives in terms of affordable childcare to ensure that their kids don't have to be latchkey kids. And if they're too young, it's really not safe or prudent in our, complicated, violent society to let kids walk home on their own. So this is, fundamentally about student safety, but this is also about good government. How can we design the school calendar to support our families and constituents across the county? Because we know that the school calendar didn't used to be this broken, this fragmented. It certainly was a better calendar when we were growing up, and certainly the school calendar didn't cause torment and trauma for parents back when I was growing up like it does today. I mean, I've received emails from people talking about having to give up their job, having to give up their profession simply because the school calendar doesn't allow them to work. Right? I've talked to people who have said, I might have to leave Fairfax County because this just doesn't work for regular families. So this is something we need to look at and say, how can we fix this to support our families rather than to make their lives more difficult?
So I smell what you're cooking, and we're on the same page there. So at the risk of making everyone mad at me, or a lot of people mad at me, here's where I see the impasse. And I don't know if I'm going to get a great answer from you on this, because I think you, as you said, you got to please a lot of constituents. I don't know exactly what Bodhi Day is. I don't know when the Lunar New Year is. I don't know what a lot of holidays that only a fraction of a percentage of students in the county are getting off, and everybody has to go. We all have to go to work, but the kids don't. I don't want to be disrespectful to any religion, to any culture, to any holiday. I think if you have that holiday and you observe it, please take the day off. For example, one of my son's teammates yesterday observed an Orthodox Easter celebration and didn't come to the soccer game. There was no one who said, how dare you miss the soccer game? Everyone understood, and it was very reasonable. If you're taking the day off for religious observance, please, by all means, do that, and we'll encourage you to do so. We can even have a lesson where we learn about it at school. Those days, those are the ones, sir, that need to be changed, and they're not going to be just because maybe they fall off on a different calendar day. What can we do about that while still maintaining the proper respect that these days deserve and that these folks deserve? But when a fraction of a percentage of students won't be coming to school that day, why does everyone have to take that day off when all the adults have to go to work?
I think that's a great question. And, I'm a faith-driven person and raised all three of my kids in the church. So I can tell you making sure that everyone is able to exercise their constitutionally protected religious rights is very important to me on a personal level. However, the policy was changed a few years ago so that instead of allowing students to observe their religious obligations or observe cultural holidays with their families without academic penalty, meaning if you missed a test, you would have the opportunity to retake the test so your GPA wouldn't suffer for it. So we changed from a policy where we just didn't punish kids to suddenly we're closing down the whole school system for all students. And what we see is that at most 5 or 6% of students for any particular cultural or religious holiday would be absent. That's the data we have. Mm-hmm. And so the question is, do we close the school for 95% of kids if only 5 or 6% of kids are going to be absent? But I do want to draw back because it's bigger than cultural or religious holidays. That's not the thing that's making the calendar bad. It's contributing to it. But, I am working with my colleagues to ensure that there's at least 2/3 of all school weeks are 5-day weeks.
Thank you.
To give back at least 2 weeks of the summer so that we have at least 75 days of summer, to make sure that we have a smaller number of early release days and less disruption, better consolidation of our calendar so that the calendar makes sense both for teachers and for families.
I have a question about like the number of teacher work days or like, I don't know what they're called, improvement days or whatever. Are there way more of those than there used to be?
I don't have the data on that, but what I can say is, we're raising kids at a more complex time. Literacy is a growing problem because kids aren't growing up with books, they're growing up with devices. And so making sure that teachers have the training and the time to plan for their classes, time for grading, time for professional development is essential. How we plan those days, though, so that they're not in the middle of the week or randomly placed throughout the year, is important. And right now, the school board has not done a good job of making sure that those days are consolidated together, perhaps as breaks between each quarter of the school year.
Right. Mateo Dunn, Fairfax County Public Schools School Board. And then one other thing, I had a complaint, I guess, but when we talked about this on the show before, somebody brought up to me that like the calendar changed based on parents wanting it to change. Is that accurate? Like that the current calendar, I mean, their point is it's chosen by the parents in some way. My understanding is you guys present 3 options and then there's some email that goes out, but it's not like a formal vote. Is it accurate to say that parents have chosen this calendar?
No, parents have not chosen this calendar. The calendar is approved by the school board based on recommendations of the superintendent, who usually presents different options. It is certainly true that FCPS every year, as for many issues, will do a survey, sometimes hold in-person events to engage with the community, to get community feedback. But ultimately, under state law, it's the school board that approves and determines the school calendar.
So, I think a lot of parents totally understand, myself included, these staff work day, end of year grading or end of quarter grading, whatever, those things have to happen. The timing, though, when it's the day after Easter, when it's the day after spring break, when it's the day after winter break, that's something I think you can keep the day as long as it's maybe moved around a little bit. Is that your sentiment as well?
That's exactly right. Like, for example, we had spring break recently, and then the week after spring break, we had
2 off days,
the Monday off and the Friday off.
Yep.
And we keep having these days in the middle of the week that are random, and it doesn't match up with anything. It doesn't match up with federal holidays. It doesn't match, and there sometimes might be childcare available through the park authority, but sometimes not. And sometimes it's just logistically inconvenient and costly. I've heard stories from families who are spending thousands and thousands of dollars a year on childcare just to adapt to the school calendar, when really the school calendar should be adapting to the needs of our constituents.
Mateo, the calendar for next year is set in stone, though, right? The 40 days became 33. You guys have decided the one holiday that changed was Veterans Day, but what I read was mostly the change is just based on some of the dates that fell during the week this year on the weekend, so it kind of solves the problem minimally for this coming year.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 33 is accurate, honestly. It does get better next year because some of the religious and cultural holidays fall on weekends. But we can't allow momentum to slow in reforming the calendar overall. What we wanted to do is not upend the calendar for next year because people have bought plane tickets and made travel arrangements based on the calendar for next year. But for the year after, 27, 28, and in the future, we are working on a comprehensive policy right now to guide our calendar development efforts. So we will be looking to have more comprehensive changes for the year after and future years.
Mateo, thank you again for joining us, and thank you again for fighting on parents' behalf. I really appreciate it. I mean that sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You got it. Mateo Dunn, Fairfax County Public Schools School Board member. All right, the Beltway Blitz is next. There was your double play outside of sports today. The tickets were given away at 4 o'clock, as we do every single day on the show, to see the Black Crows as soon as we return on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. The Capitals will wrap up their regular season tomorrow as they'll take on the Blue Jackets. The Caps find themselves just 1 point behind the Flyers. Philadelphia has 2 games left. They'll host the Hurricanes tonight, and then they'll host the Canadiens tomorrow. Last night, the Capitals beat the Penguins 3-0 in the 100th matchup ever between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. Fans were chanting 1 more year for Ovi at Capital One Arena. We'll see if that's his final time at Cap One in a Capitals jersey. James Wood was named the NL Player of the Week last week after going 12 for 22 with 3 doubles, 3 homers, and 8 runs batted in. The Nationals begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates tonight. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Paul Skeens. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It is time to give away some tickets. Caller number 10, congrats, 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to the Southern Hospitality Tour. It's the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers, Tuesday, June 16th, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and event information, go to thefandc.com/events. It is time to get to your Beltway Blitz. The Nats swept the Brewers. The Capitals still alive with just 2 nights to go in the regular season, and the Commanders 10 days out from the NFL draft. Let's do it. We start you off with our buddy Dave Jagler of Nats Radio. You can hear him and Charlie Slows on the call of every single Nats game there in Pittsburgh tonight. First pitch is slated for a little over 2 hours from right now. Jags, first time in 20 years the Nats went to Milwaukee, 3-game series, and swept the Brew Crew. What'd you make of the set?
Well, I got to tell you, Grant, they out-brewered the Brewers, Grant. I mean, they were able to play some small ball, lay down some bunts in the first game. The pitching for the first 2 games, the bullpen was lights out. We know the bullpen has been at times an issue. And while the bullpen had a hiccup yesterday, the offense carried the day, led by the leadoff hitter and the National League Player of the Week. And right now, James Wood is as locked in as he was last year when the Angels intentionally walked him 4 times in 1 game when he was in that hot stretch late June, early July. The Brewers chose to pitch to him on several occasions, and they paid the price for that decision.
Jags, Foster Griffin? Is that a thing, or is it going to be, okay, once the league sees him again? I'm not saying he's going to pitch to a sub-1.8 all season long, but he's been sensational through a couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the edge early, Danny, as far as the league hasn't seen him. He throws 7 different pitches, so you can't go up there and guess with him. He tends to lean on his cutter, but right now they're kind of just asking him to do his thing and then getting him out quickly. I mean, they're not asking him to face the lineup that 3rd time. So even if you see him, it's maybe for 2 at-bats. Maybe the top couple hitters in the order might get him a 3rd time. So even though he had a no-hitter through 5 innings, as soon as he gave up that first hit, the bullpen was up and he was out of the game. So they're managing his workload and how much the league sees him. So maybe he can carry this for a little longer. At some point, he's going to have to make an adjustment. But, I mean, he is 30 years old. He's been around. He had success in Japan. So I think he's got a good idea of how to get outs. He doesn't do it by overpowering you. He does it by deception, changing speeds, and trying to outthink the hitters.
Jags, you mentioned James Wood and how well he's played early this year. Maybe the MVP offensively has been C.J. Abrams through 14 games. He's got 4 homers and 4 steals. He's 1 off the pace in terms of runs batted in all of Major League Baseball. But what I've really liked is his walk rate has climbed to about 10%, which is the highest we've ever seen it as a national. What are you seeing from him?
Well, I mean, that's a point of emphasis for a lot of these hitters. I mean, they've tried to pound into Brady House's head to draw more walks, and C.J. Abrams is on that list too. You know, it's not just drawing walks; it's about doing damage on your pitch. I mean, if you're ultra aggressive, you might put the ball in play, not strike out, but you're not going to do damage on swinging at a pitch that's not in the strike zone. So he's been more selective, and I think for him, we always the debate was early in his career at the Nationals hitting down in the order, and then when they moved to the top of the order, that's when he took off. Well, with how he's swinging it right now, it seems like the middle of the order is the comfort zone for him because the Nationals hitters in front of him are getting on base, so he's in prime spot to drive in runs and is taking advantage of that with a good approach. So I think that he's found that sweet spot in the lineup that seems to work for him.
Jags, go through the schedule this week. We might have a decent pitching matchup on deck this evening, huh?
Yeah. Any openers? Is anyone opening tonight? No. This is like an old school. Hey, be in your seat at the first pitch to see the starting pitchers square off tonight in Paul Skeens and Cade Cavalli. And this is going to be the classic. Does good pitching shut down good hitting? Because right now the Nats are in the top 3 in the league in most offensive categories. You have the reigning National League Player of the Week. So I don't think Paul Skeens is going to run scared of James Wood. But does James continue this against one of the top pitchers in the sport? And the Pirates, they can pitch with anybody. So this will be a good test for the offense and hopefully a good series, because so far this road trip has been good. The Nationals have played very good baseball on the road. Hopefully they can now carry that into their next homestand when they have the Giants coming in town and the Braves next week.
Yeah, they got a chance to get to 500 tonight despite the 1-5 homestand at Nationals Park to kick off the season. By the way, you mentioned the pitching staff, the Pirates, between Skeens and Keller, who's pitching like an all-star, Ashcraft coming into his own. Offensively, if they could just be league average, this could be a playoff team. O'Neal Cruz is a liability in center, but he's got 5 homers and 6 steals. He's hitting .340. Brandon Lau, the former Maryland star with the Terps, 10 walks, 13 strikeouts. He's got 5 homers. And they brought over Ryan O'Hearn, the former Oriole. He's got more walks than strikeouts. He's hitting over .330. Yep. They've been swinging it a little bit.
Yeah, this is a team, if they they should look to add at the deadline if they're in this position. I mean, you've got a generational talent at the top of the rotation, and this is their issue. Like, why would you waste years that you have a Paul Skeens not trying to get to the postseason? Like, if you can just get in, that's a team that no one is going to want to face. Their offense has improved. I mean, I know it's only 2 weeks of the season, but up and down the lineup, they've got some decent numbers working. And a guy they spent some money on is off to a very poor start. That's Marcell Ozuna, the former Brave. If he can get it going, that would be a big addition to their lineup as well. So for the Nationals pitching staff, a challenge here, but I like how Cade Cavalli is working things. Tough news on the bullpen today. A couple of guys go on the injured list. Ken Waldichuk's injury sounds very serious. Yeah. Just talking to him in the clubhouse. So that's a real downer on what was a great series in Milwaukee, because at least as a group, the bullpen had its best series of the year against the Brewers with the 2 quality games in the first 2, and overcame the speed bump yesterday to close out that win yesterday in Game 3.
Dave, which of the 3 hits for Ozuna in his 43 at-bats has been your favorite so far?
It might be the dribbler up the third baseline. That for Danny, that's the line drive in the scorebook, right? You take them all, kid.
Every single time. You should have seen the backspin.
I have not worked in your favorite term. I got to work in duck snort at some point here in this series. I mean, I learned that from you. I just haven't had the chance yet.
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but I was going to say I've noticed you haven't said that in a while.
Yeah, that's on me. And that's why I'm the leadoff hitter. Like James Woody's Player of the Week. I'm not Broadcaster of the Week because I've not used that term. I lose that honor.
Dave Jagler, listen to the call tonight from Pittsburgh with he and Charlie Slows. All right, thanks, Jags. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Jags.
All right, a lot of duck snorts tonight. That'll make a win. That'll make a curly W tonight.
Love it.
Duck snorts and Dave's. That's Nats baseball right there, baby. All right, let's talk Mike Vogel and the Washington Caps right now. Mike Vogel joins us on our Beltway Blitz. Vogues, we can't make up our mind. We're trying to read the tea leaves, looking for hints. We've got our monocle out, and we're looking at our magnifying glass. What do you think? Was that it for OVA Cap One Arena?
Hard to say, man. I think the only thing I can tell you is he's kept it tight to the vest, and he's earned the right to go out however he chooses to as the greatest goal scorer in NHL history. The only thing I can tell you, and I've told this to a few people who've asked the same question, is that I don't know if the chase last year maybe cured him of wanting to have a farewell tour. I honestly don't think it was really in his I don't think it was on his card. I don't think he's that type, but I think any little inkling he might have had of doing something like that probably was squashed pretty thoroughly by what I saw him go through city after city, press scrum after press scrum. It wore me out. I can't imagine what it did for him. So I don't think he wanted any part of that, honestly. I think, he's going to make his decision. He's going to go his way. All I can tell you is he just finished a 5-year contract, and he's got 199 goals over the life of that contract. And there's only 6 guys in the league with more, and they're guys with names like Draisaitl, McDavid, Kaprizov, etc. So he's held up his end pretty well for 5 years production wise. And do you want to go on top, or do you want to try to roll one more time? It's going to be up to him.
Vogues, the way that I viewed it was, if I was going to start waxing poetic about your time coming on the shows over all the years, Vogues, you've been such a great contributor. You've done so much great work at WashCaps.com and everything. And you waved me off and said, no, don't celebrate that. I'm going, Vogues will come back on the show again. Like, that wave off to me made me sprint to the side that we're getting another year out of Ovi. And I know, like, people tell me, no, there's nothing definitive about it, and there's other signs the other way. That, to me, was the aha, Sherlock Holmes, elementary, my dear Watson type moment, where I feel pretty comfortable making that bet. I'm sure I'll get old takes exposed, but I now am firmly on that side. Your thoughts?
I could only throw you one caveat there, Danny. When I walked out of PPG Paints Arena on Saturday afternoon, I say goodbye to the elevator operator who I, have known for all the years I've been going there. And he said, yeah, I'll see you when I see you. I go, well, that's either next week or next year. And maybe that's the way I was looking at it too, because the only team, if the Caps get into the playoffs, the only team they can play is Pittsburgh. So I don't know if he wanted the optics of him shaking their hands if he was going to be lining up against them in a week. That's something that might be in his head, but it's the first thing that I thought of when I saw him waving them off. I'm like, well, yeah, maybe he's coming back, but maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he's covering his bases in case the Caps sneak in, and we're in Pittsburgh on Sunday, Saturday, who knows?
Speaking of covering those bases and sneaking in, let's talk about the chances of the playoffs. So this is an uphill battle. I get it. I gotta say, Vogues, maybe you can make me feel a little better. When I saw that the Carolina Hurricanes was trotting out the JV roster tonight, and I was crestfallen. They're basically, if you're a stud, you're sitting. And I get why. Yeah. They're getting ready for the playoffs. But the Flyers have to lose tonight. They've got to lose tomorrow. The Caps have to win tomorrow, and then they get in. Make the case for Carolina with the B team still being able to beat a desperate Philly team on the road tonight.
Well, I think anytime you're playing Carolina, regardless of who's in the sweaters, you're also playing that system. So you're playing that heavy forecheck, that take away time and space, that smother you in your own zone, force you to go back and dig pucks out of your end and then face their pressure and deal with it. And they just try to break you down and then cash in on the mistakes that you're inevitably going to make. And it's a very difficult game to play. And Spencer Carberry says it all the time. There's no team in the NHL that is more hard on its sleeve than the Carolina Hurricanes. You go into every game against the Canes knowing exactly what to expect. You rarely need to look at a pre-scout or anything like that. So that would be the only thing. I mean, otherwise, yeah, they're missing, a healthy handful of regulars and top-notch performers on that team. And I didn't really look at the lineup that they are going to be dressing. But again, we've also seen a couple of teams stacked with guys who had nothing to play for in terms of this year. I'm thinking back to New Jersey 10 days ago or so, and the Rangers a week ago last night in New York, and got a pretty good smacking in both accounts. So I think it's always dangerous at this time of year to play against teams, and you saw it with the Caps on Saturday in Pittsburgh. The first period was pretty ugly. They only had one shot on net that was not a representative Pittsburgh team that the Penguins put on the ice. They're pretty much their entire top six was sitting out, plus Letang and Carlson. And you saw the difference yesterday. Big difference in those two games and the two makeups. And they were still sitting some guys yesterday. Anthony Mantha didn't play yesterday afternoon. So still got to play the game, still got to play the 60 minutes, still got to go out there, not make any mistakes in key moments. So, yeah, I would say it on paper, sure, it doesn't look good. You'd rather Philly, but here's the thing. They don't have to lose both games for the Caps to sneak in. They do for Columbus. Columbus is 1 point. If Philly gains 1 point, Columbus is dead in the water. If Philly gains 2 points, Washington's out. So if Carolina can squeak it to overtime, win, the Caps will still have tomorrow's game would still have meaning for the Caps, not for Columbus. So that's the one minor little thing. But then, yeah, tomorrow Philly's got to go with no points. The other way the Caps could squeak in without winning any games is if they just lose in overtime tomorrow and Philly loses both of their games in regulation. So there's a couple little goofy little highly unlikely ways of them slipping in there. But, yeah, I mean, the odds today, I think I saw 80.5% for Philly, something like so that leaves about 20% for the other two teams. I think the Caps were 13 and change, and Columbus was 6 and change. So, you know, they're a long shot team. They were a long shot team 2 years ago. They slipped in. They were a long shot team in 2008. They slipped in on the last day of the season both times, and they got help both times too. So maybe that means they're not going to get it this time. I don't know. It's, we just got to watch the game, and that's I can guarantee you there's going to be a ton of eyeballs on that one tonight here in Columbus. All our guys, and you know we've got a staff dinner, so we'll all be looking for the results of that one.
Sounds good, folks. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Yep.
That one popped me. So he's like, yes, they'll probably get it. So they might not get it this time based on the other ones. That popped me. Local 53, please, Darris. Our pal Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, joins us to talk about the football gentleman. Miguel, are you buying these rumors that Washington's one of the teams looking to trade back?
Well, sure. You're always looking to trade back, and they need quantity, right? They need quality as well. They need a guy at 7. I also think you could probably go make a short hop. You could go to, I would say, 8 through 11 for sure, maybe pushing it at 12, and still get an elite player who you feel good about. Any more than that, and we're talking about a big haul, I think.
Phillips, Ruben Bain, this story that came out that 2 years ago at 19, he was driving recklessly and was negligent, got into a crash. Tragically, someone who was in a coma for months died in the crash that was in his vehicle. Just curious, the teams have known about this for a while. Do you anticipate this hurting him at all?
Well, it's always so hard to know, right? And you got a guy on the roster, a left tackle, who could tell you all about that, Laramie Tunsil, right? He made the ultimate draft day fall. Very different scenario, of course, the Bong video compared to the seriousness of a car crash. But I do agree with what you're saying, right? There's always the surprise that's not a surprise, right? And it was Shadur Sanders, last year where it was, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's falling. But internally, teams always had him marked there. The external conversation just hadn't caught up. The question is this going to cause a fall, or is it something people are willing to overlook? And certainly I think the Eagles' success and the Chiefs' success in recent years, drafting guys who occasionally have had giant question marks, whether it be character, legal, whatever, I think probably will inspire a lot of teams to choose to overlook this.
How big a deal is Washington's need on offense for some speed to go deep? We're talking about playmaker an awful lot, whether it's Jeremiah Love or, Chigakonkwo is going to help certainly, or a certain kind of receiver. Maybe they're obviously not interested in Jawan Jennings, otherwise they might have signed him already, but they went after Alec Pierce. How big a deal do you think a deep threat is for this offense?
Well, and it's interesting because generally, like we're talking about Carnell Tate in the context of guy who would replace Terry McLaurin, either within 1 year or pretty quickly. And Terry's not a take the top off speed guy. I think that's a luxury item. I don't know that they're necessarily shopping on that section of Rodeo Drive right now. Obviously, you're never turning down speed. You're never turning down playmaker. Look at Treylon Burks coming to this team, right? You're always going to take the chance. I don't think it's coming at 7, but if they see a guy they like later rounds, it's a thing they would like to have more than a thing they need, would be my assessment.
Michael, be good, brother. Thank you.
Take care, boys.
That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. The NFL Draft, 10 players in 10 days. We'll spin the wheel. Figure out which player we're talking about next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Penguins 3-0. It was the 100th career matchup between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. Fans rained down one more year chance at Alex Ovechkin at Capital One Arena. We're going to see if that's the final time he puts on the jersey at Capital One Arena. The Capitals will take on the Blue Jackets to wrap up their regular season tomorrow in Columbus. They still have a chance at the playoffs. They're 1 point behind the Flyers with 2 games left for Philadelphia. The Flyers welcome the Hurricanes to town tonight, and then they'll take on the Canadiens tomorrow night. Baseball tonight, the Nationals taking on the Pirates for the first of 4 in Pittsburgh. 6:40 right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Paul Skeens. James Wood was named the National League Player of the Week after a 12 for 22, 3-double, 3-homer, 8 RBI week last week. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The NFL Draft is a week from Thursday, just 10 days out. The Commanders picking 7th if they don't trade back. We've been trying to get to the bottom of their options and try to get as much intel on each one of the draft prospects available to them in the top 10 as we can. We're calling it 10 prospects in 10 days as we count down to the NFL Draft. All right, Danny, as we often do, we spin a wheel, break down a player. You want to go offense or defense today? What are you hoping the wheel lands on?
I want another defensive player because that's what the top 10 is populated by, a lot of good defenders.
Spin that wheel, Darius.
Mansour Delane, cornerback, LSU.
First down, Klubnik in traffic, delivers a pick. He threw it over the head of the receiver, and Mansour Delane with LSU's first takeaway tonight. And the ball batted in the air and intercepted. Deflected off the edge and picked off by Harold Perkins. Mansour Delane, the lockdown corner, got a piece of it.
Green throws, and it's intercepted. He threw it right to Mansour Delane.
Mansour Delane, Silver Spring, Maryland native, senior out of LSU, started his college career at Virginia Tech, 6'3" and 187 pounds, 30-inch arms. He's got ball skills, man. This is an athlete. He's loose-limbed and limby, highly athletic and efficient. The movements are very fluid. He just looks like a ball-hawking, playmaking cornerback. If you look at weaknesses, NFL.com draft report, they say he plays tall in space, limited transition quickness, can be baited by clever route combinations in deep zone, aggressive hand usage to redirect. The measurables are not elite, Danny. His weight is 27th percentile. Hand size is 26th percentile. He's not long. Arm length, 13th percentile. But I care about height at corner as well. And he's above average at 5'11" and change, right at 6 foot.
Yep.
Wingspan of 74 inches, again, is not elite. But I think he possesses plenty of traits to go along with unbelievable speed. Didn't run at the combine, which I don't get. If you're blazingly fast, run at the combine.
Run everywhere, sure.
He ran at his pro day and ran a 4.36 40, and that was when he kind of locked himself in to the top 10 to 12 or so. I just think the tape at LSU is excellent. So this guy can play football. Nobody talks about him to Washington, really. But if they take him, I'll be fine. I'll be happy.
Yeah, Sharp Football Analysis, our guy Warren Sharp, his latest mock, has that very thing happening. So I initially was I don't love him at 7 kind of person because of what you just mentioned, the athleticism. Now, obviously, listen, this is all relative. We're talking about one of the world-class athletes. But among the position, to be drafted in the top 10, I want the even if you're wrong, you're right kind of cornerback. right? Where this is a guy that's, as you said, is physical, sticky in man coverage, smart, good ball skills, good player. His pro comp was Quinyon Mitchell. You could do a lot worse than that. But in the top of the top, I want the, oh crap, I got beat, but I still make up for it because I'm so quick and athletic and my speed's elite. And I have him categorized as good athlete, but not unbelievable. And then he ran a 4.35 at his bleeping pro day, and I'm going, let's re-examine that scouting report. Let's look again. Do we have something special here in this player?
First team All-SEC, finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, which is the best DB in the country, was 9th in the nation with over 1.2 passes defended per game. And he led his team with 11 PBUs this year. He started 11 games, had 45 tackles and a couple interceptions, playing on the same team as his brother, who's a safety at LSU, transferred in from Ohio State after a season. But Mansour Delane's a baller. I mentioned Silver Spring, the background being from this area. I think that's a little icing on top of the cake. That's not why you're going to draft him necessarily, but I don't think it hurts either. There's going to be some intrigue for him in coming back to the DMV and playing for Washington if they were to take him. He is available to the Commanders in a lot of mock drafts.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's hard to imagine him going in the top 6. I don't think it's a lock that he won't. You could see a team, maybe the Giants or the Titans or the Cardinals, or surprise everyone, stun everyone, and take him somewhere in the top 6 or so, but he's likely going to be there. The biggest needs for Washington are what? On offense, wide receiver, and on defense, corner. And I actually think in the grand scheme of their roster, there's a very easy case to make that corner is their number one need. You could absolutely make that case in a world where 3 are on the field at a time at minimum, because everybody's in 11 personnel constantly. And you're probably going to have 4 corners on the field a ton. You've got Mikey Sanders-Still, who's really only played super effectively outside, not inside. The idea being maybe he'll be outside opposite Trey Amos. We like both of those guys. But then you go out and you signed a new nickel cornerback who is not coming off a particularly good season in Amik Robertson. There's significant questions there. But right now you have 3. You need 5 at least on your roster, 6 probably to get through the season. So you still need to double the personnel that you have that you trust. And they don't really have a third high upside player. This would be a massive addition. Do I like other guys more? Yes. I would take either edge, Bailey or Reese over him. Do I like Jeremiah Love more? I do. But the last thing I'll say, Danny, is cornerback's expensive, man.
Yep.
This is on the same wavelength as like edge and wide receiver.
This is the point.
Tackle. If we're doing don't draft Jeremiah Love, he's a running back. Well, then that should also be don't draft Sonny Styles, he's a linebacker. Well, then it should also be don't draft Caleb Downs, he's a safety. If you're trying to spend a pick on a really expensive item so that you can save money and think about the second contract, then corner gets pushed way up your board.
You touched on it. So you stole the first of my 2 points. You're correct. I co-signed that. I triple stamp your rubber stamp, Lloyd. Here's the second part, though. The same convo we've had about receiver surrounding Carnell Tate is a similar one that people are having around corner. We have not talked about this angle very much, right? If you go to, again, kind of the I like to look at a couple different sites, but Mock Draft Database, which has a consensus of everybody's ranking. So if one person has a guy at 31st, one site has him 38th, it takes kind of an average of that, right? So there's a ton of guys in that 39 to 75, 78 range at the corner spot where you could absolutely see one of these dudes there in the 3rd round, the same way we've talked about receiver. If you don't want to do Tate at 7, which I get, that's fine. I like him more than most. I think that's allowed. But if you go, that's too rich for my blood at 7, forget about a trade back scenario if it's not possible. We could find a pretty good receiver in round 3. I think that's probably the case here with the cornerback spot. Again, it's something we haven't really discussed because it didn't really seem like that was on the radar. So maybe, just making this up, it's I don't know, it's a receiver in round 1 and a corner in round 3, or it's a defensive end in round 1, corner in round 3, some combination therein, because you might get some decent value there at that second corner spot.
If they had not made a DC change, I think Mansour Delane would be the almost odds-on favorite to be the pick for them at 7. And if they didn't make the scheme change to the Flores defense, led now by Durante Jones, then I think even in another scheme with another first-time coordinator coming in here.
Just because it's a safety blanket. It's like, I don't have to scheme anything up. I've got that.
Everybody would be saying they're going to take a corner because their corner talent's not good enough. You can't be a good defense if you don't have better corner play. But the only thing working against it is this philosophy that Flores' defenses don't require strong or excellent corner play. You don't need to go that route. And so everyone just kind of assumes you're not going to spend a lot at corner. You're not going to draft a corner as high as 7. But what if they did? It's okay to have a great player instead of a replacement level one, even in a scheme where not a lot is asked of you, because guess what? Then you might be exceptional. You might be a top 5 corner in the league. It's Richard Sherman. We had D'Angelo Hall on years ago, remember, ranking corners, and he talked about how basically Sherman is very talented, very good. He was a 5th-round pick, I think. But his point was, like, he gets to basically be asked to do very, very little. It's a good way to live. If you put a Mansour Delane who's a top 10 pick in that situation, great. You're making his life really easy, and he's splendid in his talent and his athleticism. Let's go. Let's go have a great football player. And it would be a pretty smooth, easy transition probably, too. But I want to open up the phones on this. We've spent so much time on bigger names, more exciting potential additions, whether that's on offense with Love or Tate or on defense with an edge rusher or Sonny Styles. What if they take Mansour Delane? Could you be pumped with that? 800-636-1067. And does anybody think that would make a lot of sense with their needs right now? 800-636-1067. You're next on Grant and Danny. It's 10 draft prospects in 10 days on the Fan. 10 draft prospects in 10 days leading up to the NFL draft. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. You can hit us up at 800-636-1067 to talk about today's draft prospect, Mansour Delane. Washington in free agency already added 5 new starters. They only added 1 new starter on offense in free agency. Would make you think, maybe, just maybe, you look at that 7th pick and you try to add a weapon, something we've talked a lot about. But on the free agent haul, defensively, Odafe Owe and Kayvon Chason on the edges. You also get Dorrance Armstrong back from injury. They brought in Charles Omenihu, Tim Settle, DJ Davidson, and Andre Carter all on the defensive line in free agency. Subsequently, in the second level, Leo Chenal at linebacker, and then in the secondary, starting safety Nick Cross, starting nickel Amik Robertson, depth corner Ahkello Witherspoon, among the players that they have signed. Would make you think that drafting a defender at 7 is not a necessity, but if you feel like you're getting a stalwart, I mean, Amos in the second round last year, think about how confident we are, how much we like him.
Yep.
This is a top 10 corner.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they've done that. Just top of my head, I'm thinking like Carlos Rogers at 9, back in like the 05 draft class. It's been a long, long time.
Yeah, indeed. You're going to go back to Champ Bailey somewhere.
7th overall pick out of Georgia. That was 11 years before Rogers.
That was decades ago.
99.
At this point, yeah. I mean, this should be a certainly high-profile thing. But the 2 questions I have, one, how do they feel about the rest of the draft? Do you feel like, listen, I'm not saying Delane's worse than, I don't know, making up Keith Abney out of Arizona State, who's projected to go middle of the 3rd round, early in the 3rd round. Is the gap not that big so we can find good value in the 3rd? That's number one. And number 2 is the question you've very smartly brought up a number of times, and that is, we don't need anything special at corner. Now, it's not that we wouldn't like one. We'd love a special corner. There's nothing wrong with having a great player at a premium position. But we can get away with not overly shoring up that area because of Durante Jones, this Brian Flores scheme, and the like. We can get away with fine over there. We couldn't before. Now we can. You can't get away with fine at quarterback. You can't get away with fine at left tackle or the pass rush, no matter who you have. But we could be okay there, right? As we could keep shopping in the Amik Robertson sort of aisle and get away with it just fine. We need to prioritize somewhere else. I don't know the answer to that.
So I don't know how they're thinking about their 5th round pick, because they've got 7 in round 1, 71 in round 3. But I don't think you can get through the first 2 selections without taking a wide receiver. I don't know how they could be absolutely convinced that the next time they pick without a 4th rounder, they could still get an immediate contributor at wideout. And I think that the path for them to getting what they need from the receiver position opposite Terry McLaurin in the draft has to be done at 7 or 71. And I bring this up to say that means that now you are either taking a corner with the other pick or you're not getting a corner until later in the draft. So at 7, let's say, if they were to take Carnell Tate or one of the other receivers or trade back and get a receiver at 10 or 12 or something, you could possibly set up for a corner at 71. That could be, if you get lucky, Keontae Scott was just in for a 30 visit, I think, corner from Miami, Florida, who had the pick 6 in the playoff game for the Hurricanes. Julian Neal, the corner from Arkansas, is going to be going in that range. I think another guy that you could hear probably in the mix in that low 70s, early 70s, maybe 80s range could be Malik Muhammad, who's a corner from Texas. If they really like one of those guys, they could go, all right, 7, we're going to do something else. But I think if you're penciling in corner at 71, then you definitely should take a weapon at 7. I don't know what the starting point is for working back from the result of what you're trying to get done. But in other words, they have to have a bigger picture vision.
Yep.
And to me, at a minimum, you need a skill guy. So if you don't want to take Love or Tate at 7, and there's no one else there for you, then you probably should take Mansour Delane or something. Because if the goal is corner weapon, you just got to know, at 71, you're going to have a really good running back. You're going to have plenty of good receivers. I know you're going to have corners as well. But maybe they think 7's not the right range because it's too rich to go running back there. You don't want to do it in the top 10, and it's too rich for Tate.
I'm trying to think of how the board would have to fall for the Delane pick to make the most sense to me. And it would be, just doing the quick mathematics in my head, if none of the linemen that people think are going to go in the top 6 go in the top 6. If nobody's in on Maui Noah, no one's in on Freeling, and nobody wants Fano, right? Then those guys are all outside or at least outside the top 7. Bear with me. So that means Reese, Love, Styles, Bailey,
Downs probably all go. Okay. And then you're left to, it's Ruben Bain at 7 or it's Delane at 7.
Bain, Tate, Delane. Now he's the best of the bunch.
And now he's the best of the bunch there. Right? That's assuming they don't love Ruben Bain. Or
Would
that's
you
assuming they
rather
don't love
take
Tate.
Mansour, Delane, or Jeremiah Love?
Delane.
I'll go Jeremiah Love. Would you rather take Mansour, Delane, or Ruben Bain?
Delane.
I would take Mansour, Delane as well. I've been consistent on Ruben Bain. Would you rather take Mansour, Delane, or Sonny Styles?
Styles.
Same. Mansour, Delane, or Carnell Tate?
Tate. And that's where I think we'll differ.
Mansour, Delane. But honestly, I hesitate on that. I like Delane a lot more as a player. I just think that their lack of weaponry is problematic. I mean, we're at the same rate that Artemis 2 came back into the atmosphere. We're headed toward where in the hell are my weapons? You know, where is the help for Jaden Daniels? You can hop in at 800-636-1067. We're going to catch up with John Walton next hour, the voice of the Capitals. They're pulling tonight for some help. The Flyers need to lose so that the Caps would go into the final day of the regular season with a chance to make the playoffs. Also, did we see the end of Alex Ovechkin at Capital One Arena yesterday? And in our 5 o'clock hour, we will be discussing Daniel Jeremiah, the draft expert who has the Commanders trading back to 16 in his most recent mock. Is that a trade back we would do? This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Hockey yesterday, the 100th matchup between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. The Capitals getting the win, though, 3-0 over the Pens. Capitals fans cheering down one more year as Ovi took the ice one final time this season at Capital One Arena. The Caps hoping, though, that they can keep their season alive as they'll take on the Blue Jackets tomorrow in Columbus. Final game of the regular season. In the playoff standings, they're just 1 point behind the Flyers with 2 games left for Philadelphia. The Flyers going to host the Hurricanes tonight, and then they'll host the Canadiens tomorrow. Baseball, James Wood was named the NL Player of the Week. Him and the Nationals take on the Pirates for the first of 4 tonight. 6:40 first pitch in Pittsburgh. You need the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Paul Skeens. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Two decades of battles between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin, and they are combatants again on the ice to begin this game, the 100th time that they have met. And will there be a 101? They'd have to go to next year.
A little shot there. Oh, look, he got kicked out.
And Ovechkin takes the face-off. How about that? And we're underway as Sidney Crosby gets it. And that might be a sign right there.
That was John Walton, as heard right here on the Fan yesterday. Caps, Penguins, Capitals holding up their end of the bargain as they remain hopeful of a postseason spot. They need help from the Carolina Hurricanes tonight. Welcome back, G&D, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They were in the building yesterday. I was texting with
Oh,
Wasim.
nice.
Yeah, they went to the game, as did 17,000+ of their closest friends.
Just a couple of pals hanging out.
Cheer on Alex Ovechkin. KMLawyers.com if you need any important work done, paperwork for the family. KMLawyers.com. They're our exclusive sponsors. But let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our buddy John Walton on the call yesterday of what could be Ovechkin's final game in D.C. So, John, you said right there in the call, maybe that was a sign. As we found out afterwards, it wasn't even Strome's idea. It was the referee's idea, and Ove didn't have a whole lot of knowledge about it. Did you still kind of feel that way, that you were watching yesterday and, like us, looking for clues, looking for hints?
Was I looking for clues? Yes. Did I go back and forth about 12 times? Yeah. It's just, I think, honestly, if you boil it all down, guys, I really don't think he's decided yet, and I think he's left the door open to returning. He said to a big group of media after the game yesterday, hey, maybe I'll think about it 1 year, whatever. I don't know if he's just being coy or if he is genuinely, he knows what he wants to do and he doesn't want to say anything and he's going to, just go quietly, or if he really doesn't know. And I really kind of lean toward he doesn't know. And I guess we'll see, but it was such a great day yesterday and just a great ovation for the fans. Great ovation for the fans in Pittsburgh, too, on Saturday. It was so well done in both cities.
John, I kind of referenced this earlier. We had Mike Vogel on the Beltway Blitz, but if it was kind of like swan song time for you, and I started waxing poetic about all the contributions you've made to this fan base and to the team and coming on our show, it's been a treat to get to know you, and you were like, no, quiet down. We're not doing that right now. It might make me think you're going to come back on the show again later. Does that make sense? Like I thought that was, I don't want to say proof positive.
The logic is sound, yeah.
Right?
It certainly would have that feel to it. And, if he wants to take the next couple of weeks, if the Capitals don't find a way in here in the next 24 hours, or if, about a month from now, there has to be a point. Certainly by the draft, certainly by the end of June, certainly probably, I think before that, beginning of June, we'll call it, where, that's when plans are being made. What are we going to do in free agency? What are we trying to acquire in a trade? What is our top 23 players? What does that look like for next year as they start to assemble a team for the fall? One way or the other, there is going to be that internal communication at some point. And that's about the latest, I think, that it would happen. But does he take until that long? He might. But yeah, to your point, if you're saying the kinds of things he's saying, there was one reporter. I go down and cover the room after the game, so I was there in Pittsburgh when he was talking, and, I asked a question, Mike Vogel asked a question, Tom Galletti was there, and he asked. So mostly D.C. people. And then one young, enterprising Pittsburgher decided to try and, shoot her shot and see if she'd get it. And Ovi shot that down so fast I almost smirked. So, he wants no part of it. And we've kind of gone along with that and said, listen, you will say it on your own time. You've earned that right. And we will carry on accordingly and hope this team gets into the playoffs.
John Walton, who will be on the call of the final game of the Cap season, hopefully just of the regular season, tomorrow night, right here on The Fan. John, I'm totally on board with Ovi getting to call his own shot and the team basically deferring to him and essentially saying, you call us, it's up to you, you've earned this. I totally get that. But you mentioned, ideally it'll be before the draft and before free agency. I mean, I could have said that about the trade deadline this year, though. I'm sure Mac and Patrick would have preferred to have known his future a little bit when they were wheeling and dealing. Like, is there a time where they should be a little bit more, maybe less passive in saying, hey, man, you got to help us out a little bit here? Or do you not really see them having that gear? Because I don't.
I can see where you're coming from on trade deadline, but I think that was probably less important only because you're looking at, okay, what do we need between now and the end of the season, and he's still here. So if you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, well, we're going to deal Carlson and Dowd, and we're going to get a first rounder. We've got, a second rounder for Dowd. We've acquired draft capital. And the one thing that we definitely do know without a doubt is he's 40 years old. So there is not much chance of going for too much further, even if he is back next year. And I think that's always been kind of the pivot point and going out and doing the younger, faster thing. And Ilya Protas has shown us that, he's going to be a load for the rest of the teams to deal with. He's good. Hudson's good. Sordov's good. I mean, these guys as part of the future are exciting. And I think they're part of this next year, regardless of Alex's decision. But, it is like, do we need forward? They do need to probably get that figured out and what exactly that top six is going to look like. And obviously he's still in it if he comes back. So we'll see. But, the time is coming. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
John, I wanted to point a few things out and get your reaction to this because I think the State of the Union is pretty darn good. To your point about the kids, the Caps, even if they miss the playoffs, and I'm anticipating they will, but I'm hoping they won't. The fifth in regulation wins in the East in terms of 60 minutes of hockey. Eighth in the NHL in that category. Tied for fifth even when you include overtime. Regulation and overtime wins. So this year, if it gets, ends soon and it's not a postseason season, it's basically a lack of shootout success that'll have done them in a little bit. But you're talking about 18 goals to the plus in differential, which is seventh in the NHL, 11-5-2 since the Carlson trade, 11-1-2 over their last 14 at home. If you go back to March 9th, like a 5-week span, 706 point percentage is second in hockey. And then they're number 4 in points from rookies this year behind Chicago, the Islanders, and Montreal. I feel very, very, very good about the future. And if they have even more money to spend on a top 6 type player in a trade or something, I'd feel even better. But what's your take on just the simultaneous rebuild with the end of this era with Carlson and Ovi and those guys? They seem to have threaded the needle very effectively.
I sure think they have. And, starting with Cole Hudson, who, I love Beck Malenstein. He was a Calder Cup winner in Hershey and solid citizen in the room, fourth line guy. He's having a great year with Buffalo in that kind of role. But he's not Cole Hudson. That is an A++ move that the Capitals made to be able to identify that they wanted Hudson and to be able to get him. And this is, again, outside of first round where, Ross Mahoney and his staff, my goodness, I mean, they're just shooting bullets here and bitting these guys. Being able to get Ilya Protas after getting Alexei, you would have thought that maybe after Alexei had a breakout year that, maybe there would have been more attention on his brother. And there he was, the Capitals able to do it in the third and bring him in and just watching what he's done here. And one of the things, too, guys, that I really enjoy is that, okay, the Caps may get in or they may not, but there's a lot of high-pressure NHL action going on right now. Like, the atmosphere is, hey, we can still do this. And these guys are giving it everything they have, and they've never quit. That's the thing, the character of this group, my goodness. I mean, they've been through a lot. You don't have Dubois. The power play goes bad. There's a lot of things that didn't go their way this year in terms of injury that everything went great last year. Not everything did. They still have more wins than Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's in second place, and they may not go, and that hardly seems fair, but that's where we are. To get to 40-plus wins in this league isn't easy. They still had a good year despite a lot of adversity, and they have all these kids now who are coming in and are able to not just learn, but maybe even thrive in this environment. How ready are they going to be for the fall when they've had a chance to be part of, for lack of a better phrase, a pennant race here, to be able to be part of and contribute down the stretch. So when they get to October, they hit the ground running. And for Justin Sordiff in the second half, you take his second half stats and prorate him over a year, he's a 55-point guy. It's a pretty good pickup right there. And that's a bottom six guy probably in the center position. And maybe he's behind Protas, and you've got Strome, and you're deep a lot of places. And they still need a little bit and got to go out and get, they would love a top 6 forward, probably a winger, maybe a center. But that's not a huge list to go out and get. The defense is there. The goaltending is definitely there. This is exciting. Yeah, I think, regardless of what happens, we're all going to be watching around the television here in Columbus and in less than 2 hours now to see what happens if Carolina can do us a solid here. If they do, fantastic. It's going to be game on. It's going to be a whole lot of fun tomorrow. If not, well, you know what? They fall just short. But then, we've got a lot to look forward to, and we start doing that tomorrow morning.
So I smell what you guys are cooking in terms of the closeness and the excitement of the young pieces. I don't disagree with any of it, John, but let me just devil's advocate here for a second. In addition to that, you mentioned, the power play didn't go well. That's kind of an all-season long thing. There was some scuffle there. There's a lot of stinkers on this team's resume, with or without PLD. They were 0-2 against Vancouver in last place out west, and these couple clunkers against the Rangers and a few other games where if you just behave reasonably a couple more times this year, bad puck luck happens, you lose a 3-2 game, whatever, but they controlled their own destiny for a lot of it and kind of squandered some of those opportunities. What would you say to a devil's advocate there?
I'd say you're right. You can't lose 2 games to Vancouver when they're the bottom of the league, and they did, and that was one of their worst games of the year. I would say even that trip in January where they went out west, they were gone for 2 weeks, and by and large, it didn't go very well, and that hurt. Losing, there's a game that I just keep sticking out in my mind, and it's only 1 point, but it was before Buffalo really went nuclear, and they had a game up there November 1st. They had 3 power plays in the third period. The game was tied. All they had to do was score once, and they ended up losing that game in a shootout. There have been a number of those things, and you can cherry pick and go back through a lot of that, and I do the same thing, man. I'm telling you, I feel you. It was really close, and there's just a couple here or there. Even without Dubois, the power play does need to get better, but I think we've seen great strides in it since Hudson got here. And I think with Chychrun on one and Hudson on the other, and then the Ryan Leonard coming into his own and getting to 20 goals and getting a big bonus, by the way. I wonder why the kid was smiling so much after the game in Pittsburgh. It was a big payday for him. But you know what? There's a lot of pieces that kind of gel together at the end. And I think, was the power play good enough on the whole of the season? Absolutely it was not. But I think over the last 3-4 weeks, things that made you really encouraged for the future. If you're bombing away with Chychrun with one, and you got the shiftiness of Cole Hudson on the other, and you assemble whatever forwards, and if Alex is part of that, yes, and if he's not, he's not. But there's a lot of reasons with, we've seen Sordiff. We've seen now Ilya Protas get the power play goal over the weekend. So a lot to be excited about moving forward. Do not disagree with the premise that it wasn't enough this year.
John Walton, voice of the Caps. They are back in action one way or the other tomorrow night. They'll either be playing with a chance to try to get to the playoffs still, or they'll be eliminated based on the result of Flyers Hurricanes this evening while they're idle. That game, if we could just drill down on that for a second, John. So I saw in the morning skate today that Jordan Staal, Sebastian Aho, Seth Jarvis, Andrei Svechnikov, as well as a couple others, did not post. And it's unlikely that they'll be playing. So we're talking about maybe 6 or more of the really, really good best players on the Hurricanes maybe not playing in Philly tonight. What's the case that they can? What's the case they can still win that?
Are you skating tonight, John?
Yeah, they'd really be in trouble. Now, you know what? That can cut 2 ways. And it's funny because I asked Spencer Carberry about that in Pittsburgh on Saturday, because Pittsburgh did the same thing. And, it kind of opens the door. But it also, on the other side of that, and we definitely hope this happens tonight, is you have guys who are playing for jobs coming up from their AHL affiliate. This is their playoff game. And with a ton of adrenaline, and they come up and want to make an impact. And always encouraged. A team that had a laugher, and Philly did on Saturday. They ended up winning 7-1. You're coming home. You feel like you're in a good position. Everybody lost yesterday, and they're going to come out firing. But they also haven't made the playoffs in 6 years, and they don't have a lot of guys on that team with playoff experience. The thing that I'm encouraged by is Carolina the team that you hope they'd be tonight? No, they're not. But if they win and Philadelphia is faced at 9:30 tonight with, oh my God, we just let these 2 points get away against a team that, they were missing 6 or 7 guys, and now they play a Montreal team tomorrow that does have something to play for, an Atlantic Division title, maybe home ice in the first round. They're a part of 3 teams you've got Tampa Bay in that category, and you've got Buffalo, and they're all fighting for the division, and that will kind of get going here tonight. So they got something to play for, and they're really good. So I think the pendulum right now is not in the Capitals' favor. But by 9:30 tonight, if they end up losing tonight, and now they're down to 1 game, and it's only 1 point, there's just as much pressure on them, and they haven't been in the playoffs in more than 5 years, 6 years now. So it's all on tonight, really, for me, because I know the Caps are going to come out. If they have an opportunity tomorrow, they're going to win this game here tomorrow. That's just what they've been doing all the way through. They're going to come ready, and they're going to be fine against a Columbus team that's been struggling, and they had it, and they choked it away, quite frankly, over the last 3 weeks. I mean, they've hardly won it all, and now they're feeling sorry for themselves, and they're probably done. I think the scenario, if the sun comes up in Central Ohio tomorrow morning and the Caps are only 1 point out, in my gut, I think if it gets that far, I really think they got a good chance of pulling this off.
John, to circle it back to Ovi just a little bit, with part of this conversation here too, do you think what happens if they get in or not will affect his decision in any way?
It's a great question. Maybe. I mean, if they got on a heater, if they get in and the East is wide open and suddenly they started making noise and they had a real chance, and that physical grind of playoff hockey lasts for more than 3, 4, 5, 6 games, getting out of the first round. Maybe that physicality and what's necessary, maybe that's a telling thing, or maybe it's not. I mean, he's going to do it his way, and I think, the thrill of coming to the rink, the thrill of being around the guys, you see the dances in the hallway. These guys love to play cards. They genuinely, have great affection for one another. I see it every day. And I think he's going to miss that when he's not here. And I think that's a big part of why he continues to go. It's not just scoring goals, so that's a big part. He is, first and foremost, he wants to be a good teammate. And he loves when teammates are good to him, and he loves the brotherhood that comes with it. And I think those are things that he's all weighing as we move forward here and see what he decides. I don't even want to think about him not being on the plane. Like, you see him get off the bus today. Like, he's still here. He's still around. I want him to be. I hope that he is. But, that's a decision he's got to make, and we'll see. I'm sure when the day comes, he'll tell us what went into it and how he decided it and why. But that could be a factor.
John, as always, thank you for the insight, and we look forward to the final call of the regular season action tomorrow night. Hopefully you are working with a playoff spot on the line as you show up at the booth in Columbus.
That would be a lot of fun. It would even be more fun if we had a reason to drive by a Primanti Brothers in Pittsburgh this weekend, but that remains to be seen.
Let's do that.
Always a good bet.
I think that sounds really good. John Walton, hear him tonight right here on 106.7 The Fan, or tomorrow, I should say. He and the crew are going out this evening to watch the Flyers as they take on a Carolina team that'll be undermanned. But I think he's completely right. All the pressure in the world is on Philly, and it should be free and easy this evening. There should be no reason. The Caps were playing a Penguins team down a bunch of guys, slow first period, still scored, exploded in the second, 6 goals total, and ran away with the game. If they somehow lose tonight, though, tomorrow gets more interesting.
It's a little dicier.
Because now you're playing a fellow team that is trying to win, that is playoff caliber, that's been rolling down the stretch.
That's right. So, listen, it's all about tonight, I think. You squander the easy one, you put the pressure on yourself to pick up it's like you bogey the easy hole, now you got to hit an eagle to get back to par or whatever. Like that all of a sudden becomes far more pressure packed. And the Caps, they shouldn't make it. They're not likely to make it. So it'll be a bit easier for them.
I also just like the juice. It's almost like betting on a game just to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
Like yesterday, I was as excited about that win because it was one more sleep of the energy and the excitement and that playoff kind of atmosphere around you and intensity. That's kind of what I'm hoping for tonight. Eventually, I think this clock's going to strike midnight and everyone's going to have to go home. But give me one more sleep. Let's push to tomorrow. Let's have those
Let's have another meaningful game. See what
the
happens.
The energy and the anxiety going. Let's extend the competitive portion of the season. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll open up the phones for you guys next. Do you think Alex Ovechkin's decision would be altered at all by whether or not they can make the playoffs? Danny just asked that question of John Walton. Do you guys think it matters whether they get in or they don't? Or do you think he's already made up his mind and he just hasn't said what he's doing? G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Penguins 3-0 in the 100th matchup ever between Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin. Fans at Capital One Arena rained down one more year chance at Alex Ovechkin. We'll see if that's the final time he throws on a Capitals jersey at Capital One Arena. Final regular season game for the Caps is tomorrow against the Blue Jackets in Columbus. You just heard John Walton break it down with Grant and Danny. They are 1 point behind the Flyers. 2 games left for Philadelphia. The Flyers hosting the Hurricanes tonight, then they'll host the Canadiens tomorrow. So the Capitals need some help, but their playoff hopes are still alive. Baseball, James Wood was named the NL Player of the Week last week after a 12-for-22, 3-double, 3-homer, 8 RBI performance. The Nats begin a 4-game series in Pittsburgh against the Pirates tonight. 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli gets the ball for the Nationals. Paul Skeens gets the ball for the Pirates. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus the St. Louis Battlehawks Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:10. Pregame of Nats baseball starts at that time with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Nats kicking off a brand new series in Pittsburgh with the Pirates tonight. They swept one team in the NL Central already on this road trip. Hopefully they can have equal success in the Steel City. By the way, congrats to James Wood, who was named the National League Player of the Week this week in Major League Baseball. Went 12-for-22 with 3 home runs in 6 games.
Seems good.
Got on base 65% of the time this week. Go. Slugged over 1,000. And some of the highlights for him, he had 4 straight multi-hit games. He had a home run where he robbed a game where he robbed a homer and hit a 3-run homer. He had 2 hits of 116 miles an hour, which nobody else in baseball's done this year. And has 3 hits this week of 115 or more. And in the same game, no National's ever done this, he homered and stole home. Other than that, it was just a very normal week for James Wood.
Just a run-of-the-mill week for James Wood. Listen, he deserves credit for turning it around. His swing looked all out of sorts in spring training. He looked very uncomfortable at the start of the year. So he put in the work. He got himself locked in. A+, yes, correct. I'm telling you, not being alone on an island in a batting order. I'm not telling you, Grant, you already know this. But not being alone on an island, the only guy that anybody's ever worried about on a scouting report, it's a game changer where the line is moving. You're always sitting with runners on. It's a longer inning already. You're facing, by the middle part of a series, pitcher number 8 or 9 because you've been knocking people around and elevating pitch counts. And it takes a toll on them, and it helps you. So it's no coincidence that as this offense has really picked up, so is he.
He's second in the National League right now in a bunch of categories, including home runs, extra base hit, runs scored. So he'll try to stay hot against Paul Skeens tonight as he leads off the game for the Nationals against the Pirates.
Tough assignment, by the way, to keep yourself hot against that dude who is just pure filth.
Let's go to Daniel Jeremiah mocking the Commanders moving back. So this is actually the theme of the day in a sense as far as mock drafts go for Washington on Mock Draft Monday. This idea of them trading back. Albert Breer reported that he's got 4 teams he's been told that are very interested in moving backwards in the draft, one of whom was Washington. And then within a half hour of that, Daniel Jeremiah video started to make the rounds on ESPN and all their social sites from last night when he was on with Rich Eisen, who was doing a Throwback Sports Center, and they did this mock top of the board. Jeremiah got to pick 7, and he had the Commanders trading out of that spot.
Yeah, this is about an opportunity here for the New York Jets to move up, to be aggressive in this draft. They are loaded with picks in this year and next year. And when you look at the cost for them to go from 16 to 7, you're talking about their second round pick, a 4th round pick, and their 16th overall pick. So it's not that big of an ask. And a Washington team that needs some more picks. They're a little light. They don't have a 2nd round pick. So they slide back. The Jets come back up. They've already got David Bailey, and now they add Carnell Tate.
So Tate is sitting there for them in this mock, right? A lot of the chalky stuff that you would have anticipated kind of happened in front of them. What I want to know is, and we're going to open up the phones on this, if you're a Commanders fan, would you do this trade? Would you leave pick 7, go back 9 spots to 16, which from what I've gathered is a little lower than Washington's front office is comfortable going back? I think they still want to be in the top dozen, top 15 as a net. But to go back to 16, you pick up 44, which is the 12th pick in round 2. You don't have a second round pick. And then you pick up another pick in the 4th round. They don't have a 4th rounder. So now at the end of this draft, you will have picked at 16 in the 2nd round, in the 3rd round early, in the 4th round, which you don't have, and then you're right back to your 5th round and your multiple picks into the late rounds. They would have had a pick in every single round. They would have added 2 selections, one of which is in the top 50. I think I would do this. As much as I've been playing with all the puppies at the puppy store, and I'm obsessed with the French Bulldog and the pug and that cute little beagle over there, and oh, look, Sonny Styles has puppy breath, and oh, look at, Arvil Reese just licked my face. That sounds weird out of context. I'm amazed by the puppies. I want the puppies. Bring home this precious, cute little, I just love Jeremiah Wolf. What a real cute doggy he is. I'll smooch my brains in. That was for you, Danny.
Right. Thank you for doing that. Yeah.
I'm going to trade back. I'm not going to get a puppy. I'm sorry.
Can you get the bell ready for me?
Yeah.
This is the yes bell. Go
This
ahead
is
and
the trade back Paulson bell?
Well, this is for me now. This is mine. So I'm offered that. I say yes. Let me think about it. Hold on, let me reconsider. Yes.
You already said yes. You don't.
I'm saying yes again. I want to reconsider, and then I want to say yes again. Hit yes again.
But why would you say
Ring
yes twice?
the bell for me. Yes. I want picks. More. Kylo Ren gif from the forgettable second reboot Star Wars movie directed by Rian Johnson. All right? Yes. More. They need picks. They need talent. Bring it back. Give me those picks immediately. I will do it so fast. That's a heartbeat. Go. Make that selection.
Now, you're not getting any of the guys we've been talking about for months.
Doesn't matter.
You're okay with that.
That's again, this is you need to take emotion out of this. Because what we do is we read about the prospects, we fall in love with the idea of David Bailey. We're in love with the idea of Carnell Tate or Caleb Downs or whomever. The fact is, they've got statistically a negligible percentage greater chance of making it big than the guy that goes 15, 16, or whatever. If everyone knew what they were doing, Tristan Wirfs and Justin Jefferson wouldn't have gone 20 picks after Chase Young. That's the point here.
All right, so here's what 16 would look like. I just simulated the first 15 picks on one of these draft simulators. And what's available at the top of the board is actually heavy O-line. So it doesn't really help Washington a ton. That's where the value is. In this simulation, Francis Maui-Noa has slid. Caleb Lomu out of Utah, who's another tackle, has slid. The best available non-lineman is Dylan Thieneman, the very speedy safety from Oregon, which, by the way, would make a lot of sense for Washington. They could go tight end Kenyon Sadiq, but after paying for a tight end in Chigakonkwo, that seems less necessary. If you want an edge, though, we're in Keldrick Falk range. And for people that don't know who Keldrick Falk is, he is a really skilled player. Big kid, 6'6", 285, played at Auburn, 93rd percentile height, 87th percentile weight, 88th percentile arm length. He is the best of the rest out after Bailey, Reese, and if you count Bain into that edge category, I think he's a little more of a tweener. But he would be the best of the second tier. You could get him at 16, so a trade back and you still get your edge.
Yep.
Keldrick Falk, that's exciting. Another thing they could do if they wanted to go with an interior lineman, they could go with Vega Ione from Penn State and draft a guard. There's your starting left guard. They could take a wide receiver. A little bit of a reach, I think, but Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana or Casey Concepcion from Texas
I'm
A&M.
guessing Jordan Tyson is off the board there.
In this one mock, yes.
Yeah.
Jordan Tyson went
because that's his range. He could go high.
14 to Cleveland.
There you go.
But my point is, like, that's what you're looking at. You know, you've got your weapons, or you could go interior offensive line, and then if you want a defensive starter, I think Falk would be right there to help you out. There's corners like Colton Hood from Tennessee, who you could also take. So, yeah, I would do this for sure. I know it's not the names everyone's been ready to buy jerseys for.
Yeah, it's
but you're
less
getting
sexy.
A damn good football player, and you're adding a second rounder you don't have.
It's less sexy. You are now, instead of putting all your eggs in the one guy in the top at 7 basket, you're going, I'm going to go get multiple starters, and I will get more approximate value. That's more WAR if you follow baseball and football's version of that. I'll get more from these two guys than I'll ever get from that number 7.
By the way, the Jets have a ton of picks.
Yes, they do.
So they pick second, where they're going to get Bailey or Reese probably. Then they pick 16th, which in this hypothetical is the pick that they'd be giving up to the Commanders. Then they pick again at 33, the first pick of the second round. So I'm just going to assign them there, like Colton Hood, the corner from Tennessee. And then they pick again at 44, 13 picks later, which again, for the hypothetical, is what they gave up to Washington. So at 44, let's say you took the edge, Keldrick Falk. Now you're back on the clock if you're Washington. Best available corners, Avion Terrell from Clemson, D'Angelo Pons, who's undersized at 5'8", but can flat out fly from Indiana National Championship. I also like Keontae Scott from Miami, but I think it'd be way too early to take him there. If you already took an edge, so you probably aren't taking another player up front. But if you wanted a safety, maybe Genesis Smith from Arizona would seem like a little bit of a reach, I would say. Maybe it's not the range for that. Offensively, Danny, I don't know if I can interest you in a running back at 44, but Mike Washington from Arkansas, Jadarian Price, the other Notre Dame back.
Yeah, right.
Not Jeremiah Love, is there. Probably too early for him. Wide receivers, Chris Brazzell from Tennessee. He's actually at the facility today for a 30 visit with the Commanders in Ashburn. Jeremy Bernard, Alabama. Ted Hurst, Georgia State. Skylar Bell, UConn. That might be wide receiver range.
That's a good range there. Again, that's what I want in. I want this is the sort of sweet spot to me. The third round, too, if the board shakes out your way where people are looking at other positions, you might get a couple of these receivers that are viewed in, just overall prospect rankings in the 40s or 50s to slide to you in the early 70s. But to me, this is kind of where I want in. All those guys you're talking about are starters at positions they don't have adequate starters. Like I'm all in on that. And that's why, to me, this is so appealing. I just don't know that anybody's moving up. But again, all it takes is somebody is a foolhardy group that thinks they found the guy. You're never going to see that Ricky Williams type trade again, where it's multiple drafts over multiple years and Mike Ditka wearing a stupid wig like a horse's ass. You're not going to see that, but you will see maybe somebody going, the difference is for us, Tate. I don't think so, but I like him more than most. But come on, maybe it's Styles, maybe it's some dude that they decide this is the dude we have to have, and it's worth not having another starter. So maybe I just don't think it's likely that a trade down happens, and I would welcome it beyond compare.
In the mock draft, I just did the little simulator here after the trade back, where you got Keldrick Falk, the edge at 16. They come back, Washington at 44 with the Jets pick, took Chris Brazzell, the wide receiver from Tennessee by way of Tulane, went for 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns, one of the leaders in his conference last year. Then at 71, they still come back and have, because they didn't give up that pick, now they took another receiver, Ted Hurst, 70 for 1,000 and 6 touchdowns from Georgia State in the Sun Belt. So they added an edge and 2 wide receivers. So it's a little quantity over quality. If you wanted a center, you could have done that there. If you wanted a running back, you could have done that there. If you wanted a corner, you probably could have done that.
Can we go back to Falk super quick? Where are you at on him?
I like him a lot.
Why wasn't he more productive? It's my only hesitation.
That is the question.
It's the thing that obviously not consideration of top 10. No one's saying he is. But if they are in the teens, that's the only thing that scares me about that is if you come out of this without one of the guys that look how productive this guy was, it is not much there in terms of the pressures.
So I agree with you. Last year, not this year, he had 7 sacks and 11 TFLs. So the production was there 2 seasons ago. It was not this past year. You've at least seen it in college. The guys that bother me are the guys that have never really done it at any point collegiately. That's number one. Number two, if you're taking him in the top 10, which was originally the conversation about him, I'm on board. I get what you're saying. By pushing him down the board into the teens or the 20s, like from a sheer athleticism profile standpoint, that's a top 10 edge every single year. I think he's paying the price for that, and that's why you're getting him at 16. He probably should go earlier just based on
measurables
like the
and things.
Blind resume. You know what I'm saying? I think that lack of production is probably why you're getting him there.
Has to be, right? I mean, so he gets knocked out. A couple of the guys that
I've
tested
also heard he's incredible in the interviews. Like,
really?
Just blows you away. Super impressive. Everybody loves him kind of kid.
That I couldn't speak to because I actually hadn't seen much of that. I'm just sort of looking at sort of raw data and then the scouting reports and the like. But that's actually good to know. Again, that's why this plan makes sense to me because you're right. There's going to be a wrinkle if you're in the teens as opposed to nobody's flawless, but it's closer where you have measurables and unbelievable production, which most of these guys in the top 10 do.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. All right, let's hit the phones on this next. We have talked about all the options at 7, and we have gone into many of the different avenues Washington can drive down. What about a trade back, though? Daniel Jeremiah today had them going back to 16 with the Jets, picking up a pick in round 2 and a pick in round 4. Would you do that? It means you don't get any of the guys we keep talking about that everybody's all excited about, but you go down the board a little bit, and you get 2 more players in the top 4 rounds. Yay or nay? This is The Fan. Hey guys, what's up? It's Grant for Grant and Danny. Our friends Window Nation, they're going to take good care of you. Spring is here. It is a great time to open your windows. Do your windows a solid. Do me a solid. Do Danny a solid. Do your homes a solid. Call Window Nation. Take care of those leaky, broken windows. You're like, I'll just repaint them. How many times can you do that? Fix the problem, man. Danny did it. He was reluctant. I said, Danny, you trust me. These guys at Window Nation are the best. And aren't they? Aren't they the best?
They're the best.
Who's better?
Nobody.
Who's better than Window Nation?
Nobody.
Who's your guy?
You are.
Yes.
So here's the thing. We get a slew of talking points from Window Nation, and they're great at it. They help us out with these reads. Here's the deal. I'm going to tell you my experience. I pay a lot less every month for my utility bill. I hated the first few months at our new home because we had the same windows that came with the house like 40-some years ago. No to that. We pay less. These windows have paid for themselves. Do you understand me? They have paid for themselves. They got a sale going on right now. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Do what we did. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
G&D, welcoming you back. You're listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 610. Daniel Jeremiah's got the Commanders trading down from 7 to 16 in his most recent mock. They pick up that 16th pick in the first-round swap and then the 44th pick in a round 2 they don't have a pick in, and a 4th-round pick. I'm in. I'll do it. Let's go.
I love it. I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping for a trade down scenario. Now, there's a number far enough down where I don't know if it's worth it anymore. I don't know exactly what that would be, but I don't know. If you're in the upper 20s and you get a pick next year, I'm not really as excited about that. I want in on this year's draft to kind of kickstart this. We need a bunch of young talent.
Ben Standig used a phrase I had not heard before today that I really liked. We were talking on the phone, and he said something to the effect of, Washington's biggest need is more picks. I'd never heard it said that way. Because,
that's quantified so well.
Like, what is their need? Their need is linebacker. Their need is corner. Their need is receiver. Their need is a weapon. Their biggest need is more picks. And then their second biggest need is probably wide receiver, and their third might be corner. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on the Fan. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I'm definitely down for a trade back. I think of it this way. It's like a first-round talent can be like a cherry on the top or like a foundational piece, and I think we still need some middle layers for this cake to actually be able to get to where we're going. And this is the parts, to your point, these are the drafts that this middle ground that really help keep your team together. So I'm all for it. And this is where the scouts and Adam Peters, this is where all those guys really make their money, because it's like, it's not the guy that you think always, it's not always about a name. It's like, I'm not really familiar with this person. Well, it's like, of course you're not. It's because we studied, we were up all night, and this is what we do. And so it's not always about a name that makes you feel comfortable. So I'm all for it. If they're able to move and shake, and because they're reviewing the tape and they feel comfortable doing that, it's almost like they looked in the mirror. It's like, we know that we aren't there yet. We aren't a guy away. So let's get the guys we need and put this thing together correctly. So when we do put the cherry on top, because you see the good teams do it. When they get that one guy, it's just like, it just turns the team and transforms them just to a whole nother gear. And we've never had an opportunity to get those in-between players that help really generate that lift. So when you get a Jaden Daniels, or when you get a foundational guy or cherry on top, it just takes you to the next gear. And I think that's what we're about to do right now. So we'll
Appreciate
see what's
you.
up, man. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I hope you're right, dude. I mean, to me, I think anybody can make the couch pick. And what I mean is, like, just the guy that watched some college football, that read some of the scouting reports, there's a lot of people that could make some of these top 5, top 10 picks and have a similar success rate to the pros. Where your money's made, to his point, is once you get out of the guy that you read a million words about. How many of you guys have heard of Connor Liu? How good do you think he's going to be?
Well, it's not even the hearing about. It's the studying. It's the watching.
That's what I mean.
And I don't even mean from a team perspective, from a fan perspective. I'll do a little bit of our coverage at the radio station, I'm sure, and I'll find out my obligation to the next couple days, and I'll make sure that the homework and the research is done. But you've got to have your bases covered, basically. So, like, me and Logan are doing a lot of talk about pick 7, pick 71 on the mock. On Take Command when we mock things out on the draft. There's like 80 guys that I've tried to get to know a little bit in this NFL draft, if that makes sense. And that's at the level of just surface, knowing someone.
Reading the Wikipedia page.
Knowing the school, watching a little bit of their highlights, not tape, mind you, but just like, here's the sizzle reel, like, oh, this is how he moves. This is what he looks like in a uniform.
Grant claims he is grinding the tape.
That kind of thing, right? The teams, it's 250 players where they are becoming experts on all of these guys. So it doesn't really matter to them much whether it's 7 or 16. Now, I will say the chances of being right at 7 are higher than 16, just like they're higher at 16 than 41. But every draft's a little bit different. The strength of each class is different. And I think in this year's group, being between like 10 and 30 is or even 10 and 40 is probably a pretty good spot to be. Noel in Chicago, listening on the Odyssey app. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call. I think that preferably I would rather just stay where they're at and picking at 7, only if they're going to be getting a defensive player. But I would love to trade back, though, if they're just gung-ho on just getting a wide receiver no matter what, and they want to get the best one. I think that if they traded back, there's a lot of options in the mid-rounds with Jordan Tyson, with Denzel Boston, with Omar Cooper Jr., with Casey Conception from Texas A&M. I like a lot of those guys. So if they are really focused on making sure that they add to the wide receiver room and get a really good player, they really, really do need to trade back because the value is too much to pass up.
I love that argument. This is what I've been trying to beat into the ground with you, Danny, over and over when you keep doing Tate at 7, Tate at 7, Tate at 7. I really believe at 71 you're going to have some quality wide receiver options.
There's a great chance of it. I mean, honestly, it's so hard to predict. Once you start, you're dependent on so many picks happening before that. But there's a range. There's a cluster of guys. If you just look at the consensus rankings, between 50 and 80, where there's a bunch of wide receivers in that group, and they could easily slip a little bit lower than you think.